Chapter 1. We forge ahead, we explore, we illuminate the path. Meg. Done. In an apartment nestled within Manhattan, a young man stretched languidly. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, a smile nonetheless danced at the corners of his lips. Before him, his laptop displayed a series of meticulously crafted video scripts. He is Lin Ye, a traveler of realms. This is, indeed, the serene city of New York within the unpretentious Marvel universe. The original inhabitant of this body was a young man, whose demise resulted from an encounter with an energy weapon wielded by a Chitauri minion. Yes, the Chitauri. Not long ago, the streets of Manhattan bore witness to a harrowing alien invasion, nearly obliterated by a nuclear bomb. Upon arriving in this world, Lin Ye was struck by the dissonance of such a harmonious scene, compelling him to suppress his disbelief. While watching films, one might marvel at the dazzling effects and grand spectacles. Yet, being thrust into the midst of it, he realized it was nothing short of a catastrophe for ordinary individuals. A single Chitauri minion could annihilate swathes of common folk. His life, it seemed, hung by a fragile thread. And this was not the most despairing reality. The true despair lay in the fact that this world was on the brink of invasion by the Backrooms. The Backrooms, a peculiar realm constructed from countless layers, could also be referred to as a unique dimension. The eerie space is rife with various terrifying entities. For superheroes, this may pose little concern, but for an ordinary person, it spells utter devastation. With a stroke of bad luck, one might unwittingly step into the Backrooms, unaware of their impending doom. Even if one were fortunate enough to survive, they would wander aimlessly, perpetually at risk of being ambushed by entities, danger lurking at every turn. The lives of ordinary people truly resemble mere chaff, let alone facing various villains, extraterrestrials, and a multitude of layers and entities. Even if New York were indeed tranquil, the mundane challenges he faced would consist of lunch loans, dual responsibilities, full-price grocery shopping, tax payments in the rain, and the freedom of selling blood for a meager wage. Fortunately, he has awakened the natural disaster knowledge system. The invasion of the Backrooms is inevitable. What he can do is disseminate information regarding the Backrooms, enlightening more individuals about the impending unknown incursion with sufficient awareness. He may garner rewards. According to the system's explanation, rewards could encompass a variety of wondrous items from the Backrooms, as well as unique abilities possessed by certain entities. After laboring tirelessly for several days, and with the system providing invaluable documentation, he finally completed the initial batch of overview videos. Ding! Your video production has been successfully completed. The system can actively offer a degree of optimization. Would you like to accept? Oh, it can be optimized? Yes. Lin Ye nodded eagerly. Soon, he witnessed his laptop enveloped in a mysterious energy, rapidly replaying the finished video, seemingly modifying it, yet appearing unchanged. He found himself entranced by the spectacle. At last, ding! Video optimization is complete. Would you like to release it immediately? The system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Yes, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ye could hardly contain his eagerness to release the video, yearning for the myriad of rewards bestowed by the system. He remained indifferent to the nature of the system itself. In this encroached Marvel universe, power was paramount. Simultaneously, as the video was launched, ethereal rings of light suddenly manifested in the azure sky. Initially faint, these halos grew increasingly distinct with the passage of time, becoming visible to the naked eye. The azure glow exuded an aura of advanced technology. However, the moment the inhabitants of Manhattan beheld this phenomenon, their faces were etched with terror. Damn it, those aliens are back again. Curse this place, I should have left this wretched spot. Not again. Panic ensued at this moment. Chaos engulfed everyone. Having recently endured an alien invasion, the survivors of Manhattan found themselves confronted once more with the emergence of the glowing rings. A tumultuous frenzy erupted as individuals scrambled to escape, fearing that even a moment's delay might lead to their demise at the hands of extraterrestrial forces. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, at this juncture, Tony Stark was diligently repairing the Iron Man suit that had been severely damaged not long ago. Following a recent incident involving oxygen deprivation in outer space, he pondered the necessity of crafting suits specifically designed for the challenges of space. What if he found himself engaged in combat in space again? What if new alien adversaries descended upon Earth? He felt a wave of anxiety, burdened with numerous tasks, yet unable to organize his thoughts. Just then, a voice broke through his contemplation. Sir, there is an anomaly in the sky. It was the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Startled, Tony exclaimed, what? So soon? The anticipated alien invasion had returned. Without hesitation, He donned a partially repaired Mark 7 suit, as Jarvis's voice resonated once more. It appears to be an unusual light phenomenon, not a spatial wormhole. Whatever it is, implement emergency protocols and contact Nick Fury, Tony instructed, and before he could finish, his thrusters propelled him out of the tower and into the sky. At that moment, he finally glimpsed the erratic light. A blue luminescence seemed to be converging. In a fleeting moment, it reminded him of the previous spatial wormhole. Can this thing be closed? Tony's first instinct was to seal it, yet his search yielded no objects resembling the Tesseract. The IT was as though it had materialized out of thin air, deepening his uncertainty. Stark, what's happening? Simultaneously, on the aerospace carrier, Nick Fury received Tony's alert. He connected the communication. His gaze was drawn to the luminous convergence through the panoramic windows. There's no device, no source. This foe may be more formidable than we anticipated. Fury, prepare for evacuation. Tony urged IT that very moment. Alarms blared within the aerospace carrier, red indicators flashing incessantly. Agents at the control panel reported frantically an anomaly has been detected in San Francisco. An anomaly has been detected in Washington. An anomaly has been detected in California. An anomaly has been detected in New Mexico. An anomaly has been detected in South America. An anomaly has been detected at the Antarctic Research Station. An anomaly has been detected in the African Division. An anomaly has been detected across various regions of Europe. With each report, Nick Fury's expression darkened further. What is happening? He inquired urgently. Across the globe, the same anomaly has been observed. Witnesses describe a luminous mist as if something is coalescing, mirroring our observations. Agent Hill reported solemnly. A global catastrophe. Nick Fury's countenance shifted dramatically as he glanced at Iron Man, who hovered in midair, and murmured, Tony, it seems we are in deep trouble. Indeed, at this very moment, identical events unfolded worldwide, regardless of day or night, whether in bustling urban centers or the desolate polar regions. Wherever there were people, a peculiar halo of light could be seen gathering in the sky. Within Kamar Taj, numerous sorcerers stood ready, while sanctuaries around the world remained on high alert. The X-Men were equally prepared for confrontation, as countless individuals felt a rising tension. The flowing lights finally converged into a screen. Indeed, it resembled a screen akin to a virtual projection. Astonishment, bewilderment, and various absurd emotions surged within. What on earth is this? Has an extraterrestrial civilization played a trivial jest upon Earth? As uncertainty enveloped many, the dark screen revealed lines of text. If you accidentally cut out of reality in the wrong place, unfortunately, you have fallen into the backrooms. Here, there are bizarre dimensions, dislocated time and space, unsettling echoes, and maddening mental pollution. Entities are in disguise, dimensions are decaying, and even the weight of the soul may be altered. If you hear something lurking nearby, do not despair, do not decay, and certainly do not fall. Remember, pain is real, death is a luxury, and hope is the final weapon. If you retain your sanity, walk towards the light. If the light has extinguished, become the light. With flesh as your lamp and will as your shield, cut through the darkness until it submits. We explore, we venture forth, we illuminate the path ahead. Announcing the MEG protocol. Chapter 2. The first level of the backroom. Level 0. What is this? Award? Why do I feel a current coursing through me? Hiss. What is this phenomenon? At this moment, accompanied by the ominous words appearing on the screen above, countless individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, unable to suppress a sudden chill. Those cold, emotionless characters evoked a profound sense of dread. What is this afterlife? What dimensions? What distorted time and space? And what is this MEG? Is it an organization? In this instant, a cacophony of voices erupted as people began to speculate. Some could not resist pulling out their phones, aiming their cameras at the ethereal display overhead. This action seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The moment the camera focused on the virtual screen, the phone connected to a Wi-Fi-like network, directly sharing the imagery. It even appeared capable of transmitting various comments in real time, leaving countless individuals even more bewildered. What exactly is this phenomenon? Meanwhile, above, Tony Stark gazed at the lines of text emerging on the screen before him, experiencing a peculiar sensation. Although he seemingly did not recognize the characters, they appeared as symbols, yet somehow translated into comprehensible language before his eyes. Strangely enough, the more he understood, the more perplexed he became. What is the backroom? What are these dimensions? And what are the MEG? Jarvis. Conduct a comprehensive search across the internet regarding the backroom and everything related to MEG. This MEG cannot simply denote great or arrogance, nor could it be an abbreviation for chemical materials. There is only one possibility. It is a code name for some organization. Contextually, this organization might be referred to as the Mastery of Exploration Groundbreakers. Before long, Jarvis, engaged in a thorough online search, began to report, "Sir, I have found several companies with similar names. Here are the details regarding these entities." A series of information regarding major corporations appeared on the virtual panel before Tony. Indeed, some companies were named MEG and focused on cutting-edge scientific research. However, after reviewing the details, Tony felt none of these companies could match the technology represented by the ethereal screen before him. Yes, the technology of virtual screens is not entirely novel. His workshop is filled with such devices, allowing him to summon virtual screens at will, even capable of capturing his movements for interactive responses. Yet, those required specific equipment. Hidden projection devices created the illusion of virtual screens. But where is the projection device here? He scanned the area thoroughly, finding no equipment whatsoever. This virtual screen seemed to project itself out of thin air. It is safe to say that it epitomizes the forefront of technological advancement in this world, representing the pinnacle of innovation. Even he could not accomplish it, let alone any other company. Is there a possibility that this is some form of magical technology? For a moment, Tony's mind was ablaze with various thoughts. At the same time, he inquired in a low voice, "What about the backroom? Have you found any information related to it?" The internet contains various descriptions of the backroom. Here is a list of what has been discovered, yet I feel there is nothing pertinent, Jarvis stated, presenting relevant information before Tony's eyes. Indeed, it was connected to the backroom. However, it merely consisted of certain mundane anecdotes shared by netizens, such as retrieving goods from the backroom of a supermarket, the cinema, shopping mall, company, and so forth. These are all perfectly ordinary occurrences, utterly dissimilar to the backroom described on the virtual screen before him, not to mention the bizarre dimensions and distorted time and space, which are completely irrelevant. "Tony, have you made any discoveries?" The voice of Nick Fury echoed in his earpiece. "This is undoubtedly a technology not meant for Earth. Perhaps it is related to extraterrestrial civilizations." Tony pondered momentarily before responding. "Extraterrestrials?" Nick Fury could not help but touch the beeper nestled in his pocket. "Are there aliens in this world?" "Undoubtedly. Just from Nick Fury's own experiences, he has encountered more than one extraterrestrial, such as the Skrulls and the Kree. Isn't Thor, the god of thunder, also an alien? Furthermore, the recent Chitauri invasion was another instance of extraterrestrial involvement, was it not? What kind of technology do aliens possess? Apologies, Nick Fury is also uncertain. He is not an expert in that field, but the mere fact that they can come to Earth indicates their technology surpasses ours. Of course, it could also be some form of magical technology or the handiwork of superpowered individuals. This world has never lacked peculiar characters. On the grand stage of Marvel, if you have a problem, come forth. Yet, regardless of whether it is alien technology or the mischief of superhumans, what could their purpose be? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. It seems related to this backroom. Fury, does S-H-I-E-L-D have any similar records regarding the backroom? Tony countered. That is precisely what I wish to inquire about, Nick Fury replied helplessly. The backroom? The ghostly backroom? There are no relevant records, I assure you. There isn't even a semblance of documentation. It is important to note that S-H-I-E-L-D is an international intelligence agency responsible for addressing supernatural and extraordinary threats. Its duties include monitoring potential threats, gathering intelligence, and responding to various supervillains and supernatural phenomena. There is even information related to vampires and some vague references to the Asgardians. S-H-I-E-L-D's intelligence is undoubtedly the most comprehensive in the current world. Yet, inexplicably, this so-called backroom has never been heard of, nor is there even a fragment of documentation on it, let alone MEG. For the first time, Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness. It was a feeling of losing control and unknown terror. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly known as SHIELD, now finds itself in a perplexing predicament, utterly unaware of the identity of the emerging adversaries, rendering their assurances of protection utterly futile. It appears that we are in dire need of experts well-versed in the realm of dimensions and the intricacies of space-time, Tony mused contemplatively. Dimensions, you say? Nick Fury sighed. This world boasts a plethora of eminent scientists. Dimensions can indeed be examined from multiple perspectives, mathematics, physics, and even philosophy. Yet, mathematicians remain mathematicians, physicists remain physicists, and philosophers remain philosophers. I have yet to encounter anyone referred to as a dimensional scholar, even if certain scientists possess insights into dimensional knowledge. Would it truly aid us in comprehending the current situation? Meanwhile, within the sanctum of Kamartaj, the bald and enigmatic ancient one gazed intently at the luminous screen above, her countenance a tapestry of curiosity and concern. An anomalous dimension? Could it refer to the dark dimension? She murmured softly. As the supreme sorceress, She understood that the universe encompasses far more than the dimensions visible to the naked eye. It harbors a myriad of unseen dimensions. To the average person, Earth may seem susceptible to extraterrestrial invasion. Yet, to those of her ilk, reality could very well be susceptible to incursions from various magical dimensions. The dark dimension is merely one among many, including the chaotic dimension, the hellish dimension, the crimson dimension, and the magical dimension, to name a few. Moreover, these sorcerers frequently employ the mirroring dimension. Thus, the so-called backroom may indeed signify a dimensional incursion. However, as the supreme sorceress, she felt no trace of any dimensional force. Had it not been for this sudden appearance of a virtual screen, she would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a backroom. This situation is indeed troublesome. In the past, she could sense incursions from the dark dimension and counter them with the powers of the magical dimension. But what of this backroom dimension? Is it an invasion? Or has a fissure in the dimensions formed, allowing even ordinary individuals to inadvertently stumble into the backroom? After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that her only course of action was to urge sanctuaries across the globe to heighten their vigilance. Should any individuals go missing or peculiar dimensions emerge, immediate resolution must be prioritized. Only they, the sorcerers, form the first line of defense against such predicaments. At this very moment, as countless individuals around the world plunged into contemplation, the screen underwent yet another transformation. New lines of text replaced the previous introduction. Welcome to MEG. Our primary mission is to research and document the characteristics of the various levels of the backroom. We provide survival guides and resource support for the lost. You may inadvertently cut out of reality at any moment, perhaps by colliding with a wall around a corner, or encountering a shadowy wall in an abandoned building, or stepping through a door that seemingly leads nowhere, or even falling while descending a staircase, with your face meeting the ground. No one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Therefore, please pay close attention to the following content, for it may serve as your sole survival guide should you find yourself in the backrooms. If you successfully arrive in the backrooms, remain calm, for sounds may attract certain entities. Take note of your surroundings and ascertain which level you have entered. Exercise caution in your actions, as any misstep could inadvertently lead you into a more perilous level. We shall endeavor to enumerate all possible levels you may encounter, providing the utmost assistance to the lost. Upon entering the backrooms, you will most likely discover yourself in Level 0, the introductory stage of the backrooms. Chapter 3, Level 0, The Lonely Wanderer. The beginning of the backrooms. The backrooms? Cutting out? Level 0? What do these terms signify? Under the vast sky, Tony Stark furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed and bewildered. It was bizarre. Utterly bizarre. What kind of extraterrestrial prank was this? Did the backrooms truly exist? Instinctively, he found it hard to believe. Throughout his life on this earth, he had encountered numerous experiences and lived for many years. The internet was a boundless source of information, and even SHIELD had no records pertaining to this. It was difficult for him to accept its authenticity. Yet, if it were not true, it certainly did not seem false. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of the mastermind going to such lengths to create a virtual screen and disclose it globally, but to assert that it was indeed real? The content displayed felt exceedingly strange. Throughout his life, he had experienced moments of misfortune, such as colliding with walls at corners or stumbling downstairs. When fortune turned against a person, even drinking water could lead to choking. Nevertheless, he had survived well, let alone the notion of falling into the back rooms. What? You say thousands, even tens of thousands, go missing globally each day? What does that signify? That these individuals have cut away from reality and entered the back rooms? Nonsense. It was utterly inconceivable. His initial thought was to deny it. Yet, soon after, Tony felt an unsettling sensation. The extraterrestrial threats of late had left him restless, even leading to PTSD. Yes, when faced with the unknown, the instinctive reaction is to deny and disbelieve its reality. But such thoughts should not occupy his mind. Regardless, since it had occurred, his duty was to unravel the truth behind it all. If the backrooms indeed existed, he needed to devise a set of counter-backrooms armor and formulate a feasible plan to address the threats posed by these realms, rather than persist in denial. Having clarified his thoughts, Tony dismissed the virtual screen before him. Standing idly served no purpose, nor would it yield any insights. He promptly soared back to Stark Tower, removed his iron suit, and instructed JARVIS to create a new folder, inputting crucial information such as backrooms, entities, dimensions, cutting out, MEG, and level 0. The backrooms should be the overarching term for that dimension. Entities likely represent the threats within this dimension. Cutting out refers to a method of reaching the backrooms dimension. MEG is an organization within the backrooms, which, at present, seems to be amicable towards humanity. Level 0 is perhaps one of the dimensions within the backrooms? Come on, let me see what else you have. Tony pulled out a pack of cookies, squinting at the virtual screen projected before him. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had established a new research team specifically to investigate this virtual screen and the contents it revealed. He appointed Level 9 Agent Maria Hill as the lead, with Level 7 Agent Melinda May as her assistant. In conjunction with the allocation of quantum physicists, researchers of negative space, and scholars of the supernatural. A comprehensive and multifaceted investigation into this newly surfaced backroom is imperative. If this realm is indeed as described, it poses a grave risk of entrapment due to seemingly inconspicuous accidents. Hence, one must ponder the fate of the countless individuals who go missing globally each day. What unforeseen circumstances lead to their demise, or have they inadvertently fallen into this backroom? Meanwhile, within the Baxter building, the illustrious Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic, could not help but raise an eyebrow in response to the content displayed on the virtual screen. A glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Although he is a superhero, he regards that identity merely as a side endeavor. His true self-identification is that of a scientist. Saving the world has never been his aspiration. Rather, the exploration of the unknown has always guided his research pursuits. To be frank, he often finds himself enveloped in ennui. His extraordinary intellect renders much of the world mundane, with various formulas and theories at his fingertips, as if no enigma remains unsolved to him. He had begun to entertain the notion of genuinely embracing his superhero persona until the recent Chitauri invasion momentarily invigorated him. Acquiring Chitauri technology, he swiftly comprehended its intricacies, only to sink back into tedium once more. But today, a novel and unprecedented phenomenon, seemingly linked to dimensions and the unknown, has suddenly emerged. The excitement in his eyes is entirely genuine. At this moment, he even attempts to ascertain whether it is possible to slice through reality and enter the backroom. As the screen suggests, however, his remarkable physical coordination renders him nearly invulnerable. Not only can he avoid falling downstairs, but he can also deftly sidestep walls at a moment's notice. This is utterly foolish. Surely there must be a method to stabilize entry into the backroom. Reed muses, a smile creeping upon his lips. Splendid, a fresh experience, a novel challenge. Are the entities truly perilous? Are the levels genuinely terrifying? I am determined to witness for myself just how dangerous these entities can be and how fearsome these levels truly are. At this very moment, reactions from individuals around the globe vary widely. The ordinary populace is largely bewildered and at a loss. Meanwhile, those endowed with capabilities are filled with concern, contemplating the associated dangers. Others are brimming with excitement, eager to embrace new challenges. Tony Stark and Reed Richards are but two reflections of this spectrum. With divergent personalities come distinct perspectives. Amidst the myriad discussions and speculations, new lines of text materialize upon the screen. Backroom Level 1, Level 0. Survival difficulty 1, relatively safe, relatively stable, with an exceedingly small number of entities. Description: this level is a non-linear, seemingly endless expanse. The exterior resembles that of an ordinary small storage room. Within, every chamber is adorned with a layer of yellowed wallpaper, damp carpeting, and rows of fluorescent lights. The fluorescent lights in this level maintain an erratic flicker and emit a persistent humming sound at a relatively constant frequency. This hum is notably louder and more jarring than typical lighting, with its precise origin remaining a mystery. The liquid eroding the carpet is not water and is undrinkable, with its composition unknown. The anomalous characteristics include spatial distortion, isolation, mental contamination, and special rooms. 1. Spatial anomaly. The geometry of this level is warped and nonlinear. Traversing in a straight line may lead one back to the starting point, or alternatively, into an entirely new room. Due to these peculiarities, navigation and positioning become exceedingly challenging, and even wireless communication may falter. 2. Isolation. It is certain that no life exists within this level. Despite being a primary entrance to the Backrooms dimension, there have been no reports of other wanderers being seen here. 3. Mental contamination. Individuals in this level frequently experience hallucinations, which may include but are not limited to the following scenarios. 1. The noise from the lights gradually intensifies until it becomes painfully piercing, only to abruptly fall silent. 2. In a state of disorientation, one might glimpse a door or staircase. 3. A sudden sense of déjà vu may arise, as if one has been in this place before. 4. Voices may be heard, yet the language is incomprehensible, not resembling any spoken on Earth. 5. Peripheral vision may catch sight of insect-like creatures crawling beneath the wallpaper, but once focused upon, they vanish. 6. The sound of buzzing may be heard, potentially produced by any number of insects. 4. Special rooms. In rare instances, some unique rooms may manifest within this level. These include the Red Room and the Manila Room. The Red Room bears a similar appearance to others, the only distinction being its red wallpaper and lighting. It is imperative to note that under no circumstances should one enter this room. All known individuals who have done so have been classified as deceased, with no hope of escape. The Manila Room, however, is an exceptionally rare entity within this level, unlike the Red Room. One may reach it by traversing a considerable distance in any direction. This room does not exhibit the anomalies present in this level, allowing wanderers to congregate within it. However, it should be emphasized that this room is not an exit, but rather serves as a sanctuary for weary survivors after a long journey. Furthermore, within this room, documents can be found that may assist newcomers in gaining a better understanding of the backrooms and enhancing their chances of survival. Entity, aside from the Manila room. This level is devoid of any human presence, nor are there any known entities. Should you happen to see, hear, or encounter humans outside the Manila room, be advised that they are not human. Entrance. Cutting in serves as the sole means of entering this level. Additionally, within level 283, one might also encounter some dilapidated, moldy wooden doors, which may also lead to this level. Exit. The only method to depart from this level is by cutting out, which typically results in arriving at level 1. Chapter 4, Black Widow. Natasha, is this it? Is this what they call the backroom? At the top of Stark Tower, Tony gazed at the so-called level 0 data, raising an eyebrow. Nonlinear space? Isolation? It seemed to pose no significant threat. At most, it might induce a slight mental disturbance. This was not quite the hellish scenario he had envisioned. There appeared to be merely an enigmatic red chamber. The rest seemed to be nothing more than an odd place. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Tony scrutinized the critical information gathered by J-A-R-V-I-S, along with the text displayed on the screen, and discerned a peculiarity. A minuscule number of entities? No entities at all? He murmured, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. This text was not as straightforward as it appeared. It began by stating that there were a scant few entities, yet later claimed that no entities existed. Was this MEG experiencing a glitch? Or did this MEG simply fail to comprehend level 0? Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential question was, what exactly were these entities? Entities? Supernatural phenomena? Like the monsters from myth and legend? A stream of questions cascaded through his mind. Tony couldn't help but think of a certain explosive protagonist. If only he were here, perhaps he could breach this backroom? Meanwhile, within S-H-I-E-L-D, a team dedicated to researching the backroom was meticulously analyzing and interpreting every bit of information regarding level 0. Isolation. Does that imply a semblance of four-dimensional space? A physicist raised this inquiry. Why four-dimensional space? Someone retorted. It would be more accurate to describe it as chaotic four-dimensional space. Thus, the physicist launched into an elaborate discourse. If linear space is our three-dimensional realm, then this non-linear space represents four-dimensional space. If you step forward, you might find yourself behind your original position. If you walk left, you could end up to the right, or in front, or behind, or, of course, in the conventional right. This space is chaotic, beyond the comprehension of an average person. However, if there existed a being capable of discerning the structure of space, to them, this nonlinear space would reveal its own patterns. See through space? The words of this individual left the others exchanging bewildered glances. Goodness, what an audacious hypothesis. To perceive the very structure of space? Why not claim to discern the flow of time as well? Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Surely only the legendary gods could accomplish that. So, May turned to that individual and inquired. We are neither gods nor superhumans. What should we do? Ordinary individuals are naturally invisible, yet humans have employed various means to unravel the vast majority of the world's mysteries. Therefore, we simply need to create a device that can render space visible, allowing us to depict its structure. The physicist replied. TSK. May exchanged a glance with Hill. Very well, the world of scientists was beyond their grasp. So can you? Hill countered. The physicist fell silent for a moment before softly stating. This may require locating someone with considerable expertise in spatial studies, extensive engineering experience, and ideally, if he happens to be a spatial adept, that would be even better. A heavy silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated this daunting task. Individually, these qualifications might be attainable, but combined, they posed a significant challenge. Of course, it would be splendid if a spatial adept could be provided for research purposes. If not, the physicist hesitated, then continued. I have heard that there exists a cube within the Bureau that possesses spatial capabilities. Could we? No. That item has already been destroyed. Hill interjected, cutting him off before he could finish. All right. The physicist shrugged. What about a spatial adept? Hill exchanged glances with May. After a moment of silence, Hill replied, I will report to the director. Meanwhile, within the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a sense of urgency prevailed. Professor, what is the situation? On the rooftop, Professor X pressed his fingers to his temples, his eyes closed as he seemingly tapped into his vast mental power to sense certain information. Behind him, a beast, clad in a well-tailored suit yet adorned with blue fur, inquired with a gravelly voice. After a considerable time, Professor X lowered his hands, appearing fatigued from the extensive probe, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a brief pause, he spoke. I have uncovered some information regarding dimensions, but it bears no connection to the backroom. Dimensions? The beast's interest peaked as he curiously asked, "What kind of dimensions?" Professor X shook his head. "What kind of dimensions? This is beyond the realm of us mutants." He had gathered some related information, such as that pertaining to sorcerers. However, those sorcerers possessed formidable mental prowess, and he had only gleaned a fragment of knowledge. Discovering that beyond the reality plane, there indeed exist various dimensions. Yet, none of the information he had acquired could establish a link to the backroom, let alone provide detailed textual information like level 0. Noticing the professor's negative response, the beast wisely refrained from further inquiries and instead inquired, "What course of action should we take?" Judging by the text's description, although the backroom appears perilous, if it involves that child, perhaps he could retrieve someone from within? The beast was, of course, referring to Kurt Wagner, the Nightcrawler. While the beast did not elaborate, Professor X seemed to grasp his intent. However, he shook his head and replied, "Although he possesses the ability to teleport, we cannot ascertain whether he can traverse dimensions. I do not wish for anyone to take unnecessary risks. If there were capabilities, I would mobilize everyone, but without them, I will not act. Unlike Iron Man, who stands in the spotlight as a superhero, I am primarily a mutant and will only assume the role of a superhero when circumstances permit. The entire X-Men operate under this principle." He contemplated the survival of mutants. As for saving humanity, he would willingly comply if circumstances allowed. However, should it require the X-Men to risk everything and defy fate, he would rather not. He discerned the distinction between the importance of mutants and that of humans. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not take risks, especially not with the children. He would observe the unfolding events. Professor X spoke softly, simultaneously glancing at his phone screen. He noticed that the earlier level 0 text information was gradually fading away. Perhaps the next phase was the so-called level 1? As he pondered, the screen suddenly transformed. No longer displaying text, it revealed an image. In this portrayal stood an individual clad in a specialized combat suit, with flowing, wine-red hair styled in large waves, slender legs, an elegant figure, and a face so exquisite it seemed almost otherworldly. Her vigilant, yet fierce gaze projected the image of a capable agent. This was, Professor X initially paused, then suddenly recognized her. Wasn't she the female superhero who shone brilliantly in the Battle of New York, the sole member of the Avengers, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow? At that moment, it seemed as though he had realized something, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 5 Natasha, you are on television. What? At that moment, it was not only Professor X whose pupils dilated. Meanwhile, in a Manhattan apartment, Lin Ye was equally startled upon witnessing the images materializing on the virtual screen. System, is this your doing? Is this a live broadcast? Lin Ye pondered with uncertainty. This was not content from his videos. He knew all too well that his videos predominantly featured text and images regarding levels or entities provided by the system. The appearance of video footage was utterly impossible. And yet, here it was. The most crucial aspect was the identity of the individuals involved. Natasha Romanoff, a member of the Avengers. Black Widow, a renowned superhero in the Marvel Universe. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Lin Ye's mind. According to calculations, the system will capture individuals most likely to fall into the backrooms for a live broadcast. Lin Ye could not comprehend the principles of the system, nor did he need to. The implication of the system's statement was clear. Lin Ye's expression shifted. Does this mean that Black Widow is likely to fall into the backrooms next? But didn't TU previously state that the backrooms had not yet invaded? How could it descend just after completing the inventory of level 0? Or is the inventory merely a prelude, and you are orchestrating the arrival of the backrooms in this manner? Host, do not misunderstand. Regardless of whether the host conducts an inventory or not, the backrooms will descend. One is random arrival, while the other is guided arrival. In admission, the system had directly acknowledged its connection to the dimension of the backrooms. For a moment, Lin Ye found himself at a loss for words. What could he do? Aside from conducting inventories and accepting his fate, what else could he do? He was merely an ordinary person. Even his own strength depended on the system. Taking a moment to adjust his emotions, he chuckled softly. There's no misunderstanding. I simply did not comprehend and wish to clarify. That is all. The system remained silent. Lin Ye leaned back in his computer chair, gazing at the virtual screen projecting before him, observing the delicate profile of Black Widow as she smiled faintly. Simultaneously, aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury's expression darkened upon seeing Natasha on the screen. What was happening? A projection? Or something else? Nick Fury pondered with uncertainty. Natasha was on a mission. Of this, he was acutely aware as the director. Natasha was the one he had dispatched. It was reported that an anomalous activity had been detected at the former Hydra base, prompting him to send Natasha there. Although Natasha was merely a level 7 agent in Her abilities were top-notch in every regard, particularly suited for infiltration and assassination. This time, Nick Fury intended for Natasha to gather intelligence and ascertain the true situation at the former Hydra base. Yet unexpectedly, while she was still on her mission, she suddenly appeared on television. Nick Fury's expression fluctuated dramatically. In that moment, a myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he settled on a seemingly implausible yet rational conclusion, that the mysterious imagery appearing in the sky was the handiwork of Hydra. After all, why would anyone else be broadcast on television, especially when Natasha was on a mission at the former Hydra base? Yet, hadn't Hydra been eradicated long ago? Was there still a remnant lurking about? Nick Fury was engulfed in uncertainty. Meanwhile, Natasha on the screen was evidently oblivious to her live broadcast. She was cautiously surveying her surroundings. On the surface, the underground facility bore no signs of activity, yet the camera was almost in her face. Could one truly assert that the base was devoid of personnel? At this juncture, Nick Fury could ponder no longer. He pressed down on his earpiece, intent on contacting Natasha. However, it seemed someone was even quicker. Stark? What's the matter? I'm in the midst of a mission. I'll reach out to you shortly. On the screen, Natasha suddenly pressed her earpiece, engaging in a hushed conversation. The audacity to infiltrate DS communications and be addressed as Stark could only pertain to Iron Man, Tony Stark. Indeed, it was Tony. At that moment, within Stark Tower, Tony observed Natasha's image with a slight raise of his brow. Real-time synchronization? A genuine live broadcast? Tony was filled with uncertainty. Yes, upon seeing Natasha, he had directly hacked into DS communications network and contacted her at once. Once he confirmed the immediacy of the communication, Hydra sprang to his mind, just as it had for Nick Fury. What exactly did Hydra intend to accomplish? Tony murmured to himself. What? On the screen, Natasha seemed to have misheard, prompting her to respond. It's nothing. Tony snapped back to attention with a smile. I meant, you're on television. What television? Natasha was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? You've been exposed. You're alive in front of the entire world. Do you need me to rescue you? Tony teased, chuckling. If the virtual screen above was of extraterrestrial origin, he would not be so relaxed. However, if it was Hydra, that was a different matter altogether. No matter how great Hydra's threat, could it compare to that of an alien menace? Moreover, Hydra had long since been vanquished, even if a few members still operated. They were merely remnants, clinging to life. Indeed, he acknowledged that this virtual projection technology surpassed his own capabilities, yet that did not signify much. Once Hydra had been dismantled, it could certainly be done again. Thus, Tony felt quite at ease. Confronting aliens required deep contemplation, but dealing with one's own was a matter of effortless resolution. What exposure! At this moment, Natasha furrowed her brow, casting a vigilant glance around her. What was happening? A live broadcast across the world? What could that possibly mean? It was evident that Natasha had yet to grasp the situation at hand. Upon her entry, there had been no virtual screens in sight. As for exposure, that was a matter she could hardly fathom. Since infiltrating this underground base, she had seen nary a shadow, let alone faced any threat of exposure. Not to mention a live broadcast. Although there were indeed cameras present, a thorough inspection revealed that they were mostly inoperative, encrusted with dust, indicating that this former Hydra base had long been abandoned. Given such conditions, how could she have been exposed? Despite her current mission to ascertain the unusual activities within this former Hydra base, suspected to be harboring remnants from a bygone era, the present circumstances suggested that even if there were a few rats lurking about, they would likely be operating deeper within, in more central areas. The periphery where she stood was effectively derelict. Exposure? She found it hard to believe. Moreover, considering Tony Stark's somewhat dubious reputation, it was highly plausible that he was merely playing a prank on her. Indeed, it seemed likely. Nonetheless, she remained alert, her body tensed, scanning her surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Are you sure you don't need me to rescue you? If something were to happen, well, the Avengers would be without their socialite. Tony's teasing voice echoed through her earpiece. Natasha rolled her eyes inwardly. What did he mean by socialite? Did she truly resemble one? No, this was her mission. She whispered softly to herself before turning around the corner, scrutinizing her surroundings. Despite the dimness of the place, her keen insight and the faint glimmers of light allowed her to notice that the thickness of dust ahead differed from that behind her. The dust ahead appeared somewhat lighter. Although it was all dust, its thickness was indicative of time. This suggested that not long ago, this place had been occupied. Ahead lay a door. This indicated that the door could very well be the key to accessing the core area. She approached stealthily, inspecting the door closely, only to discover it was locked, albeit with a relatively simple mechanical lock from the last century. This posed no challenge. She retrieved a piece of wire from her tactical pack, inserted it into the lock, and deftly jiggled it until, with a satisfying click, the door swung open. Natasha, gun in hand, pressed against the wall, straining to listen for any sounds beyond the door. There was nothing but the strange hum of electrical appliances. Just noise, devoid of any human voices or other sounds. Quite peculiar. Natasha frowned slightly. It was only at that moment that she dared to peek inside. Upon doing so, her heart filled with unease. The room resembled an emptied storage space, with yellowed wallpaper, damp carpeting, and fluorescent lights illuminating the area. How strange. A sense of inexplicable absurdity enveloped her. As she traversed the path, she found no illuminated lights. Indeed, one could assert that those lights were all malfunctioning. Moreover, this room, though it possessed lighting, presented an oddly peculiar arrangement. It hardly resembled what one would expect of a base. The interior and exterior felt like two disparate realms. After a moment's hesitation, Natasha resolved to enter. Regardless of how bizarre this place might be, her purpose was to ascertain the situation. And there was no justification for retreating upon encountering anomalies. However, before she could step inside, wait! A sudden exclamation from Tony echoed in her earpiece. Chapter 6. The Marvel superhero's first interaction with the Backrooms. Cold sweat trickled down Tony's forehead. The earlier carefree demeanor had vanished, replaced by a tense expression as he gazed at the projection before him. Initially, he had believed this was merely a scheme concocted by Hydra. Although he did not comprehend Hydra's motives, it had allowed him to remain at ease. Instinctively, he had assumed that this so-called Backrooms was a fabrication of Hydra. It was not until he witnessed Natasha opening a door, revealing a scene beyond, yellowed wallpaper, damp carpeting, and the incessant hum of fluorescent lights, that he realized this resembled the previously leaked Level 0. This indicated that the Backrooms were, indeed, real. So, was this Backrooms created by Hydra? Or was it something entirely unknown? In that moment, Tony found himself at a loss. He truly could not discern the truth. Of course, it was also possible that this was merely a similar room and not an actual unknown dimension. Yet, one could not be too cautious. What if? Tony could not afford to take that gamble, nor did he dare to. Natasha, remain where you are. I will come to you at once, Tony said hastily, donning his Iron Man suit without hesitation and heading towards Natasha's location. Whoosh! The air crackled as a streak of light sliced through the atmosphere, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Meanwhile, Natasha seemed to struggle to hear clearly. What? There appeared to be some issue with her earpiece, causing the communication device to distort slightly. She vaguely caught snippets of words like move, coming, and now. The term move can have various interpretations depending on context, however. In this particular situation, Natasha could interpret it as action. Coming implies arrival, and now indicates immediacy. In other words, Tony was instructing her to take action immediately? Natasha found this puzzling. Although they were a united team, part of the Avengers, and had fought alongside each other, she was still an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., currently engaged in a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission. Did Iron Man, Tony Stark, presume to dictate S.H.I.E.L.D. operations? What did he mean by that? Had he usurped the Director's position? Nevertheless, despite her bewilderment, she understood that she needed to act without Tony's prompting. Static crackled through her earpiece, clearly indicating that Tony was attempting to communicate. However, during her mission, she was obliged to heed only the Director's commands and could ignore any other orders. The unusual circumstances were evident, and her objective was to investigate. Thus, she had no reason to pause for Tony's instructions during her assignment. Furthermore, even if Tony were indeed facing an urgent situation, he could wait until she completed her investigation before inquiring further. Or, he could enter and seek her out once he arrived. With this thought in mind, she stepped forward, directly crossing the threshold into the dimly lit room. Oh no! From afar, Iron Man, viewing the scene through the projection on his visor, could not help but frown in concern. His speed was already quite impressive. Although Mark 7 did not possess the capability for supersonic flight, he managed to accelerate to the brink of a sonic boom, barely meeting the supersonic standard. Yet, he still fell short. At that moment, Iron Man felt a twinge of regret for not having constructed a suit specifically designed for flight. Now, he could only hope that Natasha would not close the door. That entrance remained stable, and it was only through that opening that he could enter and rescue her. Or perhaps this was merely an illusion, a room resembling another dimension, devoid of any alternate spatial reality. Regardless, clinging to the last shred of hope, Iron Man once again engaged full power, propelling himself towards Natasha's location. Simultaneously, while Natasha had not yet fully entered, he frantically sent her information regarding the Backrooms. Natasha's phone was still on her, and although it was powered off, its inherent location function remained intact. Even when turned off, it could still provide positioning. He fervently hoped that Natasha had brought a local network device with her, allowing her to receive the messages he had sent. As this was quite straightforward, she simply needed to connect to the internet. Concurrently, he reached out to Nick Fury, urging him to dispatch the nearest agent to the scene. At the very least, they needed to secure that door. In response, Nick Fury replied that there was no need for Tony to instruct him. Had it not been for Tony's constant line engagement, he would have contacted Natasha long ago. Moreover, nearby agents were already hastening to the location of the incident. Meanwhile, on the virtual projection screen, as more and more people shared the screen via their smartphones, an increasing number began to realize that this situation appeared to pose no immediate danger. Some started to engage in tentative communication through the barrage of comments. Isn't this the agent from the New York battle? So familiar, it's her, indeed. Ward, does this Backrooms really exist? Is this footage authentic or staged? Live broadcast or actors? Was she just communicating? Stark? Is that Iron Man? I saw it. I saw Iron Man flying out of Stark Tower, so this is all real. Is there truly a Backrooms? A whole new dimension? What is the fuss? How does this concern us, ordinary folks? Let these superheroes handle saving the world. Exactly. Instead of worrying about this, why not think about how to repay student loans or pay this year's property tax? Maybe stroll through the supermarket and buy some groceries outright. Ward, buying groceries outright? You must be quite wealthy. I can also buy groceries for $0. At that moment, as more people sent comments, the building appeared to tilt towards the Pacific, in stark contrast to the anxiety felt by a few informed individuals. An increasing number viewed this virtual light screen as a platform for communication. Naturally, this had little to do with Tony and the others. Nor did it concern Natasha, who had stepped into the Backrooms. Upon entering this place, Natasha felt an eerie sensation. It was silent, too silent. Aside from the buzzing of the fluorescent lights, there was no other sound. It was unsettling. Furthermore, this location had an isolated and desolate aura. It felt as though no soul had graced this place for decades. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the atmosphere of the Hydra base outside. Yet, what was peculiar was that the lights here continued to function. She scanned her surroundings with vigilance, discovering nothing amiss. The room was utterly devoid of any equipment. The floor was sticky and damp, leaving her uncertain whether it was water or something else. Upon glancing back, where was the door? Natasha's expression turned to one of bewilderment. She had clearly entered through the door, yet behind her lay an empty expanse. There was no door to be found. In every direction, the same eerie, vacant room stretched out before her. The door had simply vanished. How strange. It was utterly bizarre. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. She tapped her earpiece. Director, can you hear me? Yes, the director could hear her through the screen, but she could not catch his voice through the earpiece. Stark? She inquired once more, but received no reply. The communication channel seemed as if it had been hijacked, echoing back nothing at all. This was odd. Cautiously glancing around, she quickly pressed herself against the wall, retrieving her phone from her tactical belt and powering it on. The phone activated, yet there was no signal. She could not afford to dwell on the anomalies any longer. Regardless of how peculiar the circumstances, her sole objective now was to complete the mission. Setting the phone aside, she gripped her handgun and rose to swiftly investigate this enigmatic room. Chapter 7. Finally found someone. Damn it. In the distant sky, Tony Stark continued to soar, yet upon Natasha's entrance into the back room, he lost the ability to track her. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The location had already been marked, and it sufficed to arrive at the site based on previous records. His concerns, however, were realized. The door had vanished. He was utterly unaware of the current situation within the former Hydra base. Moreover, he could not establish contact with Natasha. Most critically, at this moment, Natasha was completely oblivious to the back room. She had no understanding of her whereabouts. Nevertheless, it was somewhat reassuring that this level 0 posed minimal danger. And if the textual descriptions were to be believed, Natasha might be able to locate the Manila room, thereby gaining insight into the fundamental aspects of the back room. Tony took a deep breath. He could no longer afford to ponder over much, as he was on the verge of reaching the last recorded location of the vanished signal. At last, he descended upon that island. It was only at this juncture that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicopter arrived, albeit belatedly. Tony disregarded the delay. Through scanning, he swiftly identified the entrance and forcefully breached it, quickly arriving at the threshold where Natasha had last disappeared. However, gazing at the seemingly ordinary door and the normal environment of the base beyond, Tony's expression darkened considerably. He repeatedly attempted to open and close the door, but to no avail. It remained impervious to his efforts. Damn it. Tony slammed his fist against the door, warping it in the process. Then spoke in a low tone to Nick Fury. Fury, we can no longer contact Natasha. On board the helicarrier, Nick Fury clenched his fists, his expression grim, his dark complexion deepening. Tony, I believe we need a cross-dimensional device, Nick Fury remarked somberly. Tony fell silent. A cross-dimensional device? This was no trifling matter. If it were a spatial teleportation device, he could, with some effort, devise one. But cross-dimensional? The concept of dimensions was exceedingly nebulous. Was it the kind of dimension represented by the 010th dimension? Or was it an entirely different universe, plane, or parallel world? It was not that he lacked understanding, rather. He had never witnessed such phenomena firsthand. In a certain sense, the so-called dimensions, different universes, planes, and parallel worlds existed only in theory and concept. Now, Nick Fury expected him to create a cross-dimensional device based on such an abstract notion? What a ridiculous proposition. He was a genius, but not a deity. Yet, not researching was not an option. It seemed he would have to re-establish contact with that being above. Tony murmured. That being, of course, referred to Thor, the god of thunder. While he had momentarily drawn a blank regarding dimension-related matters, he was reminded of something associated with space, the Tesseract. And after the war, the Tesseract had been entrusted to Thor for safekeeping in Asgard. In his contemplation, he believed that only that peculiar device might transcend dimensions to locate Natasha. He gazed at the screen before him, observing Natasha as she explored level 0, a hint of concern etching his features. He fervently hoped that no misfortune would befall her. Meanwhile, within the Baxter building, Reed stared in astonishment at the footage of Natasha's exploration. Despite his myriad attempts, he had been unable to access that enigmatic backroom. Was Natasha truly the fated one? Did she simply open a door and gain entry? It seemed so unjust. After all, it was he who had first sought to enter. Reed felt a twinge of frustration. He genuinely yearned to step inside. Fine, if they would not permit him entry, he would forge his own path. Was it merely a dimensional device? He could construct one himself. With a huff, Reed nearly completed the spatial model he had been developing. It appeared that dimensional exploration needed to be prioritized. A means of precise location would be ideal, though it was not imperative. What? You inquire how to enter the backroom dimension without a locator? Quite simple, just traverse it multiple times. With that thought, Reed plunged headfirst into the laboratory. Meanwhile, on the screen, as time elapsed, Natasha began to sense that something was amiss in her surroundings. Not only were the rooms indistinguishable from one another, but they also bore a monotonous resemblance: fluorescent lights, yellowed wallpaper, and damp carpets. There were no signs of human activity, nor any objects present. She could neither find an exit nor an entrance. There wasn't even a single door, let alone anything else. Determined, she attempted to use a small clay explosive. And to her surprise, it indeed shattered the wall. However, the scene beyond remained an eerily similar room. It was as if the space extended infinitely in both vertical and horizontal directions. When she tried to place explosives on the ceiling, the outcome was different. The clay bomb seemed ineffective. Though it detonated, the ceiling remained entirely unscathed. The same applied to the floor. Within this room, it seemed only the walls could be demolished, while everything else remained impervious to destruction. What on earth was this place? Even with Natasha's resilient mind, such an occurrence left her feeling somewhat rattled. After circling the area several times, she finally discerned the spatial anomalies of her surroundings. It was akin to a ghostly wall, despite the destruction she had wrought. The shattered wall would inexplicably reappear ahead of her as she walked. She was tempted to blast her way through, yet ultimately restrained herself. Her ammunition was finite, and she aimed to conserve it as much as possible. Thus, she continued her exploration, gradually growing fatigued. Even as a battle-hardened agent with exceptional physical prowess, the oppressive, lightless environment threatened to erode her sanity, and her perception of time began to blur. Gradually, she lost track of how long she had been ensnared in this wretched place, perhaps 2 hours, or possibly 3 to 5. A calm facade belied her exhaustion as she softly murmured to herself. Infiltration, assassination, even the slaying of extraterrestrials. Yet what in the world was this accursed wall? Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, primarily of a mental nature. Suddenly, a piercing noise erupted from the fluorescent lights above, growing deafeningly loud. Natasha winced slightly, instinctively covering her ears. But as soon as she did, the sound vanished eerily. Everything seemed to plunge into silence. Was this a trap set by Hydra, or something else? Regardless of whether it was Hydra or some other nefarious organization, I believe you have underestimated the psychological fortitude of a level 7 agent. Natasha surveyed her surroundings with a sardonic smile. Trained as an agent from a young age, her body and mind had endured rigorous conditioning. The oppressive atmosphere of the Red Room was not to be compared with the faded wallpaper or the jarring noise. She pressed forward once more, this time with noticeably increased speed, disregarding everything around her, her steps light, absorbing her surroundings as she advanced. As she continued, she suddenly spotted a door appearing beside her. She halted abruptly and took a few steps back to look, only to find it had vanished. Was it the shifting of space, or merely an illusion? As thoughts swirled in her mind, a sudden voice echoed in her ear. Who? Natasha was startled and turned around sharply. Yet, there was nothing behind her. The voice was peculiar. As an agent fluent in multiple languages, she understood many of the world's common tongues, yet she could not grasp the meaning of that earlier utterance. It was utterly bizarre. Moreover, there was no source for the voice. How strange, indeed. This wretched place was rife with oddities. Rustle, rustle. Out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to see the wallpaper writhing, as if a small bulge had formed, suggesting a multitude of tiny insects crawling beneath it. She distinctly heard a noise reminiscent of insects chirping, akin to crickets or something else. Boom. Without hesitation, she activated the widow's bite on her wrist, launching a micro-explosive. The wall crumbled spectacularly, bricks and debris flying, the wallpaper shredding to pieces. Upon closer inspection, there were no insect carcasses or organic matter to be found. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Frowning, Natasha rose, surveyed her surroundings, took a deep breath, and resumed her advance. This place was growing increasingly uncanny. It surpassed her wildest imaginings. Throughout her life, she had encountered much, but nothing as bizarre as this. To her, even the Chidari army seemed far more endearing than this forsaken locale. She could only wander aimlessly, searching for a way out. As she walked, a sense of familiarity enveloped her, as if she had traversed this place before. Ahead, a fork in the path emerged, leading to a wall that had been shattered by her own hand. Natasha murmured, furrowing her brow as she took a few steps closer, turning her gaze to the situation at the junction. However, there was no broken wall, merely an ordinary dead end. Of course, she understood that even if she were to break through this alley, the opposite side would reveal a room of identical layout. Nevertheless, it was a small comfort, indicating that she was not retracing her steps. Deep in thought, she turned back. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. Before her stood a vague silhouette, quietly positioned against the wall, revealing only its upper half, silently observing her. The figure had appeared without her notice, or perhaps it had always lingered there. It was eerie and unsettling, sending chills down Natasha's spine. Who could it be? She exclaimed sharply, swiftly drawing her gun and aiming it at the figure, her expression transforming into one of cold determination, tinged with a hint of exhilaration. Finally, at last, she had found someone. Chapter 8. Do you think everyone is Tony Stark? At this moment, a sudden, eerie figure materialized on the screen, startling even Natasha, let alone the multitude of viewers from around the globe. Fortunately, while the apparition was indeed frightening, Natasha remained captivating, and the shock was merely an unexpected jolt, far from truly terrifying. Suddenly, a viewer posted a comment. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, the earlier description of Level 0 indicated that there were no entities present, including other humans. Since the text states there are no people, what does this appearance signify? Whoa, hold on, don't scare me like that. No one? Then what is this entity that has emerged? A ghost? Surely it cannot be the hallucination of someone inside? Hallucinations? Can a hallucination affect us through the screen? Therefore, it is possible that this is indeed a tangible entity? I previously delved into this document and noticed a glaring contradiction regarding the text. It states that this level contains no entities, including humans. Yet also mentions that if one hears, sees, or encounters anything believed to be a wanderer, it is not human. Moreover, at the very beginning, there was a segment describing a few entities in this level, suggesting that the figure on screen, while seemingly human, may in fact be some form of entity. What exactly is this entity? If it's this way on the first level, what sort of monsters await in the subsequent layers? For us ordinary folk, it is undoubtedly perilous. But what do such threats mean to these superheroes? Have you forgotten who this individual is? A superhero who battled aliens during the Battle of New York. Aliens are easily dispatched. Any entities within this realm would surely meet their demise at the hands of human superheroes. However, it is not solely these superheroes who may fall into the backrooms. Even we ordinary individuals could find ourselves ensnared, for as the saying goes, no one knows whether misfortune or tomorrow will arrive first. So, if we ordinary people were to descend into the backrooms and encountered such a scenario, what should we do? Run. What else is there to do? Shall we simply wait for death? At this moment, countless individuals across the globe were engaged in fervent discussions. Simultaneously, within Stark Tower. At this moment, Tony had returned to the tower from the former Hydra base, realizing that the cross-dimensional device could not be constructed there. The specifics of the situation would be resolved by SHIELD agents. His responsibility lay solely in observing Natasha. Although it appeared that she was facing some peculiarities, Tony believed that as long as the circumstances did not escalate too far, Natasha would be able to navigate through the peril unscathed. After all, according to the documentation, Level 0 was relatively safe. As long as she refrained from entering the Red Room, the danger should be minimal. Natasha, being a Level 7 agent of SHIELD, had undergone rigorous training, and if she could not withstand this, then there would be little he could do. While he wished to rescue Natasha, he felt powerless to do so. Instead, he should focus on finding a way to contact Thor and retrieve the Tesseract for research purposes. He recalled Thor's previous words regarding Heimdall. In the event of an emergency, one merely needed to stand on Earth and call out to Heimdall, who would hear and relay the message. Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, possessed the all-seeing eye that could perceive everything. He wondered if the Bifrost had been repaired yet, as it had been destroyed previously by Thor, no less. Later, Thor had used Odin's dark magic to teleport to Earth and participated in the Battle of New York. Following the battle, he returned to Asgard via the Tesseract. Thor had taken the Tesseract not only for protection but also because it could restore the Bifrost. Regardless, Tony took a deep breath, raised his voice, and called out, Heimdall. In an instant, a radiant beam of multicolored light enveloped him. To his surprise, Tony paused, his expression shifting slightly. Oh no, he wasn't wearing his armor. Wait a moment. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt a disorienting haze. And as his surroundings came into focus, he found himself dazed in Asgard, at the Palace of the Guardians. Goodness, where have I ended up? Is this still Earth? Tony, feeling bewildered, stared in confusion. Upon noticing a towering figure clad in golden armor, resembling a deity, he snapped back to reality. Wait, I just wanted you to relay a message, and instead, you brought me here? My skin hasn't even changed yet. Meanwhile, with an DS internal operations, the strategy team was in a state of urgency. Have we developed any feasible theories yet? Agent May inquired, her tone tinged with concern. Natasha, a fellow agent and friend, was in trouble, and seeing her in distress made May anxious. Regrettably, her urgency proved futile. The physicist shrugged, remarking that until the individuals in question arrived, it was impossible to establish any relevant dimensional models, and even spatial models would be challenging to compute. All the knowledge we possess rests upon theoretical foundations. Thus, is it not possible for you to independently develop a device akin to spatial traversal? May furrowed her brow. In response, the physicists and engineers exchanged glances and chuckled. If we possess such capabilities, we would have long since salvaged the world. What need would there be for Tony Stark? May fell silent, pondering the validity of their reasoning. Indeed, not everyone is a Tony Stark, nor is anyone named Ivan Vanko. While they held considerable knowledge, they remained acutely aware of the disparities when compared to true luminaries. To say that there are currently no spatially related superhumans at hand would be an understatement, and even if there were, they doubted the feasibility of any significant research. Over time, they might uncover some insights, but to construct a spatial device in the short term? Alas, that would be the musings of a dreamer. Madam, if you are in haste, why not seek out Iron Man? Is he not an advisor to SHIELD? The physicist jested. Indeed. Besides Iron Man, there exists Dr. Banner and Mr. Fantastic, as well as Dr. Pym. Each of them is a titan in their respective fields. Any one of them would surpass us effortlessly. Someone exclaimed, raising their hands in exasperation. This motley crew seemed akin to a band of idlers, their lack of ambition glaringly apparent. Yet, such behavior was not entirely unexpected. How could SHIELD demand research into spatial devices and interdimensional transportation when the technology had yet to be transcended on a global scale? Was this not absurd? May's lips twitched as she inquired. Do you possess no ambition at all? Seeking out more specialized individuals while we assist in their learning is not a form of ambition? Someone retorted with an air of entitlement. At this, May was rendered utterly speechless. What manner of individuals were these? Did they truly believe that without Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Reed Richards, and Hank Pym, the Earth would cease to function? That humanity's technological advancements would regress? She sighed, casting a worried glance at Natasha projected on the screen. May fate spare them from calamity. Chapter 9. The Incomprehensible Monster. At this moment, within the confines of the back room, Natasha gazed intently at the shadowy figure before her. Her understanding remained tethered to the notion that all that transpired was the handiwork of Hydra. Although the mechanics of their machinations eluded her, it was not surprising that Hydra could conjure such peculiarities. Thus, upon the emergence of the figure, she naturally presumed it to be a remnant of Hydra's ranks, though obscured by distance and somewhat indistinct. It was reasonable to conclude that a humanoid shape indicated a human presence. However, as she aimed her firearm at the figure, it remained unperturbed, merely observing Natasha with an eerie stillness. A frown creased her brow. Was it testing the range of her sidearm? With a disdainful scoff, she reiterated, "Step forward, or I shall not hesitate to fire." Upon hearing her ultimatum, the figure seemed to acknowledge the threat, stepping forth from behind the wall. A smirk played at the corners of Natasha's lips. Yet, before she could revel in her moment of triumph, the figure began to advance toward her at a deliberate pace. "Halt," she commanded sharply, but the figure not only ignored her but quickened its approach. Initially walking, it soon broke into a sprint, directed unerringly at Natasha. She scoffed again. While capturing a live specimen was her intention, if it sought its own demise, she would not bear responsibility. Bang, bang. She pulled the trigger, flames erupting from the muzzle as the bullets soared toward the figure's limbs. Natasha was an impeccable marksman. 2 bullets struck the figure's legs. Truth be told, she had relinquished the desire to kill at that critical moment. Encounters with the living were rare in this wretched place, and if possible, she preferred to take a captive. Confident in her shooting prowess, she aimed for the legs, ensuring her own safety while incapacitating her adversary. a dual advantage. Yet, whoosh. The bullets did indeed strike the figure's legs, but they inflicted no harm, as though they had passed through an illusion and embedded themselves in the wall behind. Undeterred, the figure continued its relentless approach toward Natasha. What? Natasha was taken aback. Unable to hit? No physical form? Doubt clouded her mind. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. It was not unusual for Hydra to devise such anomalies. Perhaps this was merely a brainwashed mutant or a superhuman. The inability to be struck by bullets could be a manifestation of some unique ability. This posed a significant dilemma. To be candid, she lacked experience in combating superhumans. Her training focused on assassination, espionage, infiltration, and other covert operations, while engaging with superhuman entities fell outside her expertise. In fact, one might say that during the Battle of New York, she had been thrust into the fray without preparation. If given the choice, she would prefer to confront an entire Hydra base alone rather than encounter these superhumans. Yet, at this moment, she found herself with no alternatives, and thus had to face. Bang, bang, bang. As she fired her weapon, she retreated. The bullets whistled past, however, whether they pierced through the head or struck the heart. The figure displayed no reaction whatsoever. It was as if physical attacks were utterly ineffective against him. This ability is absurd, Natasha thought. Flicking her wrist as the widow's bite charged, launching a miniature explosive straight ahead. Boom. The terrifying sound of the explosion drowned out the noise. Smoke billowing and flames soaring. However, after the explosion, the figure emerged unscathed from the haze, continuing to advance towards Natasha. Her expression darkened. It was confirmed. This individual possessed at least some form of physical immunity. This was undeniably bad news for her, as her offensive capabilities in terms of energy were severely lacking. Not that she had none, but they were indeed limited. She wore a specially designed bracelet on her wrists, known as the Widow's Bite, capable of firing bullets. Miniature bombs, tear gas canisters, delivering currents of up to 30,000 volts, as well as grappling hooks. Moreover, her fingers and feet were equipped with miniature suction cups. So, if one were to ask you which superhero in Marvel can scale walls, swing between skyscrapers, and possesses agile prowess, who would be your first thought? Spider-Man? What if we add the ability to discharge electricity? Little Black Spider? Actually, it is Black Widow. Indeed, Black Widow has become a lower-tier version of Spider-Man. After all, Widow is also a spider. Discharging electricity? Natasha gazed at the approaching figure. Discharging electricity was her sole energy-based offensive option. Furthermore, the damp environment was particularly conducive for electric attacks. However, there was another issue. The Widow's Bite could indeed unleash currents of up to 30,000 volts, which could be lethal upon contact. Yet, such high voltage could not be sustained for long. This was not merely a question of energy storage capacity. Even with minimal energy, even just a milliamp, a high-voltage surge could still occur. The critical concern lay within the materials. Even if the Widow's Bite had sufficient power, if the materials could not keep pace, it would be futile. Electricity generates heat. Heat can lead to equipment overload, and overload results in failure. Although DS technology is considered cutting-edge, technology is one thing and materials are another. Judging by the materials of her Widow's Bite electroshock device, if it were to release 30,000 volts, it could sustain that output for about 3 to 5 seconds. Of course, 3 to 5 seconds is a safety threshold. If she did not mind the device burning out, she could extend that duration, but that was not her immediate concern. What she needed to contemplate now was how to unleash her electric attack. If she were to output 30,000 volts at full capacity, the two bracelets combined could release power for 10 seconds continuously. After that, the devices would overheat and require a cooling system, which would take approximately 1 to 2 minutes. Was it a high-voltage release of 30,000 volts in a short span, or a lower frequency with a slightly reduced voltage that could be sustained for a longer duration? Perhaps between 10 to 20,000 volts, or even 5 to 8,000. High voltage signifies an extended vacuum period, while low voltage, although enduring, raises concerns about its effectiveness. Natasha pondered for a moment before finally making her move. A hum resonated as the Widow's Bite on her wrist charged. A cerulean and white stream of energy coalescing before she struck the ground with one hand. A crackling sound erupted as visible currents surged across the damp carpet, radiating in all directions, enveloping the swiftly approaching figure in both visible and invisible high-voltage electricity. Yet, the figure continued its advance towards Black Widow, seemingly unfazed. Was it ineffective? Could the current not affect him? A sense of dread settled in Natasha's heart, but she did not falter. She persisted in discharging energy. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She could feel the Widow's Bite growing increasingly hot on her wrist, yet her gaze remained fixed on the intruder. Surely, even a superhuman would experience considerable fatigue after such prolonged exertion of power. Surely, this being must have a moment of vulnerability? At 4 seconds, it appeared that the figure was indeed unaffected, continuing its relentless approach. 5 seconds. Damn it. Natasha rose, decisively shutting down the device. At that moment, as the figure drew ever closer, she finally discerned its features. However, upon recognizing its visage, her pupils dilated in alarm, and she immediately turned to flee. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the scene shifted slightly, allowing countless viewers to glimpse the figuresque countenance. Upon seeing it, many were taken aback. What they beheld was a creature of deep gray, humanoid in form yet distinctly monstrous, for it bore no face. A chaotic void where a visage should be, lacking ears and other features. A gasp echoed as many trembled in fright, with those viewing on their phones nearly dropping their devices in shock. Chapter 10. The Room in Manila. What manner of creature is this? It startled me. Is this some kind of horror film? Ignoring physical attacks? Dismissing energy assaults? How terrifying. Get out of my phone. Are these aliens? Is this indeed an extraterrestrial being? What is this entity? Why was it not introduced earlier? At that moment, the live stream chat erupted with messages, clearly indicating that everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this monstrous entity. Initially, the shock stemmed from its unexpected emergence, an unforeseen fright. However, upon discerning its true visage, it spiraled into the uncanny valley effect, growing increasingly horrifying. The most despairing revelation was yet to come. Everyone witnessed Natasha fleeing, with the creature in relentless pursuit. She ran, it chased, and the sense of impending doom was palpable. The Level 0 realm was inherently nonlinear. While she sprinted, she suddenly found that the creature had manifested before her, steadily closing the distance. Changing her direction, she dashed only to discover that the monstrous entity awaited just around the corner. A feeling of helplessness enveloped all spectators. They collectively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. They could only imagine Natasha's mental state. If they were in her position, they would likely have succumbed to terror. It felt like a nightmare, desperately attempting to escape the monster, only to realize that no matter the route taken, it pursued closely behind. Though the consequences of capture remained a mystery, it was certain that they would not bode well. In such circumstances, if this were a dream, one would have awakened in fright. Yet, this was no dream. Natasha would not awaken from this terror. She remained resolute, continuously altering her course. Having previously encountered the peculiarities of this space, she understood that if the creature materialized ahead, she merely needed to change direction and continue fleeing. Regardless of whether she retraced her steps, running was essential. After all, as A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent, her mental fortitude was commendable. In contrast, others would likely find themselves paralyzed by fear. Yet Natasha persistently zigzagged, tirelessly maneuvering, adapting to the bizarre terrain. Though the principles of this realm eluded her, it did not hinder her comprehension of its oddities. However, the creature seemed far more acquainted with this place, relentlessly pursuing her, exhibiting an unsettling ease as if it were not bound by the nonlinear nature of this space. At long last, after what felt like an eternity of flight, she noticed the fluorescent lights of a room flickering ahead, reminiscent of a power surge. Curiously, she caught a glimpse of a faint red hue. Natasha furrowed her brow. Red signifies danger, a connotation ingrained in modern society. This color also unearthed unsettling memories within her. She pressed her lips together, attempting to discern if there existed any alternative route. Then, she noticed a door to the side. A door. At long last, she had spotted a door. Although she believed she had seen it before, she was uncertain whether it was merely a figment of her imagination or a bizarre consequence of this peculiar space. Nevertheless, this door was one of the only two elements that had changed. In the absence of choosing the red option, this door was the sole alternative. Perhaps this door was the gateway to the outside world? With this thought, Natasha quickened her pace. Whether by fortune or fate, she encountered no spatial anomalies along the way. The door remained steadfast. She approached swiftly, turned the handle, and slipped inside, closing the door behind her in one fluid motion. However, upon entering, she sensed something amiss. Behind the door lay not an exit, but a confined room. The off-white wallpaper starkly contrasted with the outside world. The entire room was devoid of embellishments, containing only a table and a chair. Natasha's expression darkened. If this was not an exit, then it posed a danger. Undoubtedly, given the nature of that creature, a mere door would never deter its pursuit. She took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall beside the door. Should it show any sign of movement, she would be the first to flee. Yet, a second passed, then 2, then 3. The door remained utterly still, and no sounds emanated from beyond. Previously, she had estimated the distance between herself and the creature to be no more than 5 meters. In 3 seconds, it could easily traverse that distance and reach the door. But Natasha lingered a moment longer, discovering that the creature had not indeed pursued her. Strange. Exceedingly strange. Could it be waiting at the door, anticipating her to walk into its trap? Nonetheless, what did it matter? If it chose not to enter, then let it remain outside. Only at this juncture did Natasha relent slightly, beginning to scrutinize the room meticulously. To be honest, there was little of interest. An empty room, with merely a table and a chair. The only item of potential significance was a paper document resting upon the table. Natasha cautiously observed it for a moment before tentatively reaching for the document. Her gaze fell upon the paper, revealing a large emblem of a majestic eagle, accompanied by the inscription MEG. Meg? Natasha murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. She had anticipated encountering the Hydra emblem, yet instead, what in the world was this MEG? She unfolded the document for closer inspection. However, with each passing moment, her frown deepened further. Backroom? Cut off? At that moment, Natasha realized that the room in which she found herself was the Manila room. She had indeed been fortunate to stumble upon the document on the table. Yes, sheer luck. The Manila room was rather unique. Although it was secure, it occasionally succumbed to complete darkness, though this merely signified that the lights had gone out. Such occurrences were considered normal within the Manila room. It is precisely due to this phenomenon that documents on the table occasionally vanish. The specific probability remains unknown. Yet should such an occurrence arise, human intervention is required for replenishment. Natasha's fortune cannot be deemed particularly fortunate. Rather, it is fair to say her luck is not bad, as she has not encountered the misfortune of losing documents. However, the more she observes, the more peculiar Natasha finds it. The back room? Exiting? She struggles to fathom the psychological state from which such a concept could emerge. Is this truly another dimension? Furthermore, is it truly impossible for her to return? Natasha harbors some anxiety, and then resumes perusing the subsequent content. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast, the image shifts, providing a close-up of the so-called document. Level 0. This is the level you currently inhabit. This level possesses a unique encouragement effect. Thus, exiting is the only safe method to leave this level. Level 1. Upon exiting, you are most likely to arrive at this level. Simultaneously, this level also serves as our base, making it the safest place for you. When you observe that your surroundings resemble a warehouse, underground parking lot, corridor, or room, you may be within level 1. If you can ascertain that staircases or elevators lead to the underground parking lot and locate the warehouse, you are certainly in level 1. Level 2. This level is more perilous than the preceding two. It resembles a labyrinth composed of tunnels and pipes, and the temperature here is notably high. The relatively safe area in this level is an office, identifiable by the name on the wall, EL3A. If you can find it, you can survive relatively safely. Level 3. This level is even more dangerous. The surrounding environment resembles a power station filled with numerous machines and signs. The corridors lack lighting, and many entities lurk in the shadows. Proceed with utmost caution. Moreover, those lurking in the darkness are not solely entities but also humans. This level leads to level 4, where abundant resources exist, thus you must remain vigilant not only against entities but also against malicious humans, who are more inclined to monopolize level 4, preventing others from entering. Level 4. This level is considered one of the safest and most populated. When you encounter an abandoned office, you may have reached this level. This level appears to be an endless, forsaken office. Here, ample almond water is available. While entities are relatively sparse, you can rest and seek refuge in this level. Settling down is indeed a commendable choice. Chapter 11. The Projection of Asgard, a Chilling Contemplation. Is this a revelation of further layers of information? One cannot help but feel that the term cutout is rather misleading. Is it not merely a bug exploit on the box? Is this not a common maneuver within the game? It appears that the MEG possesses considerable influence within this backroom, having established a base of operations. Having observed, yet feeling as though nothing has truly been gleaned, the information shared seems somewhat scant. At the very least, it is reassuring to know that venturing into level 1 is deemed safe, provided one can execute a bug-like maneuver to transition there. This suggests that the backroom may not be as perilous as once thought. However, it appears that the second and third levels may pose notable dangers. The fourth level seems relatively secure, yet what is this almond water? Is it a magical elixir? It is no wonder that the previous monsters exhibited immunity to physical damage. There exists a specific countermeasure against them. Thus, it can be inferred that both level 1 and level 4 are safe. In fact, should one find themselves ensnared in the backroom, as long as a transition from level 0 can be achieved, safety is attainable. Presently, this seems to be the case. At this moment, the live stream displays a flurry of comments. Once the initial tension dissipates, everyone regains their composure. If it is indeed true that anyone might fall into the backroom, then the information regarding these layers undoubtedly serves as a beacon of hope. Meanwhile, with an S-H-I-E-L-D, the backroom research team breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Natasha's safe entry into the Manila room, as well as upon reviewing certain details within the documents. Others diligently recorded the information. Levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, with 2 being hazardous and 2 considered safe. And what of this almond water? May furrowed her brow. What precisely is this almond water? Is it truly, as the comments suggest, a form of magical potion? Is it possible that Natasha's inability to inflict effective damage upon that creature stemmed from the absence of this almond water? Furthermore, what exactly is that creature? Why is it that the Meg's documentation fails to provide any description? Based on the preceding observations, it seems implausible that there would be no mention whatsoever. May harbored a vague suspicion and turned to her colleagues, inquiring, "What are your thoughts regarding that faceless creature?" Upon her utterance, the group exchanged glances. Someone hesitantly suggested, "I suspect it might be a hallucination experienced by Agent Natasha." No, if that were the case, why could we also perceive it? Another countered, "Yet, we witnessed the hallucinations Agent Natasha endured, such as the writhing wallpaper and the eerie sounds of insects. I propose the possibility that this projection could also manifest related hallucinations, akin to a manifestation of the mind." A hypothesis was posited. If this universe truly adheres to a materialistic worldview, uttering such a notion would undoubtedly provoke backlash. It is evident that this universe intertwines technology and magic, advancing both metaphysics and science. Indeed, there exists a plausible possibility. The absence of interactive responses does resemble an illusion, aligning with prior textual descriptions, May remarked. Further stating, "Yet the specifics remain inconclusive. We should document this for future analysis." Yes, we shall defer our analysis until later. For now, their sole responsibility is to record. To conduct a thorough examination, one must first gather sufficient information, enabling the extraction of valuable insights. Simultaneously, in the celestial palace of Asgard. With a sigh, Tony observed through the projection device of his smart wristwatch that Natasha appeared to be temporarily safe, allowing him to finally relax. "Hey, Stark, what are you watching?" Thor inquired, leaning in with curiosity at the image displayed on Tony's device. "Isn't that Natasha? Is she filming something?" "Filming something? If you cannot articulate, it is best to remain silent." "What do you mean by filming something? Is this what you refer to as a film?" Tony's lips twitched. He had been preoccupied with Natasha's situation, only now realizing that the projection did not seem to manifest in Asgard. Was it solely present on Earth? Or had the influence yet to reach this realm? As he pondered, Tony relayed the events occurring on Earth to Thor, who listened in astonishment. The backroom? Dimensions? Entities? It requires the Tesseract as a key to unlock the backroom dimension to rescue Natasha? He was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. These concepts, when considered individually, might be comprehensible, yet when amalgamated, they became perplexing. Strange. Heimdall. Thor scratched his head and turned to Heimdall, asking, "Can you perceive this backroom dimension?" Heimdall remained silent for a long while before shaking his head and responding calmly, "It exceeds the boundaries of the 9 realms." Indeed. To say it exceeds the 9 realms could also be interpreted as the Rainbow Bridge not being interconnected. Heimdall's vision is contingent upon the Rainbow Bridge, the farther it extends. The further he can see. Do not inquire about the principles behind it. Simply attribute it to the arcane technology of the Celestial Palace. I shall consult with Father, Thor declared. However, before he could take action, a buzz resonated through the skies of Asgard, where radiant streams of light emerged, converging to form a screen. On this screen played the scenes of Natasha within the backroom. In an instant, the inhabitants of Asgard were taken aback, gazing at the unexpected imagery in the heavens, pointing and whispering among themselves. "Wait," Thor exclaimed, staring at the luminous screen above before looking at Tony. "What have you done?" "I did nothing," Tony replied, equally bewildered. "Wasn't there no screen earlier? Why has it suddenly appeared? It cannot possibly be the result of my influence spreading, can it? Is this thing akin to a virus?" Tony pondered, his expression filled with uncertainty. Thor furrowed his brow, dismissing his apprehensions, and soared into the air, wielding his hammer, meticulously scrutinizing the peculiar screen that had materialized before them. It was evident that not only did he lack comprehension of the arcane knowledge, but even the advanced technology of Asgard eluded his understanding entirely. This screen appeared to be non-physical, resembling a mere projection. The perplexing aspect was that there were no discernible projection devices in the vicinity. From whence did this projection emanate? "Heimdall," Thor called out again. Heimdall shook his head, indicating his complete bewilderment. Subsequently, Tony watched as Thor sought out his mother, the goddess Frigga. Yet, even this master of magic, the queen of Asgard, confessed her ignorance and inability to ascertain its origin. Thor then approached Odin, only to find that even the All-Father could not comprehend it. Astonishingly, the sovereign of the 9 realms, unable to decipher a mere virtual projection? If even the king of gods was baffled, what manner of technology was this? Tony, despite his skepticism towards deities, had heard of Odin's esteemed reputation. The fact that even Odin was at a loss left him feeling a chill run down his spine, as he pondered the terrifying implications of such otherworldly technology. Chapter 12. For I am Iron Man. At this moment, Tony found himself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his mind racing with trepidation and unease. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that Odin proclaimed his ability to perceive a location through the projection, suggesting that, through the use of dark magic, he could indeed transport someone there. Is that truly possible? Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Odin's demeanor darkened. Tony's words seemed to question his authority, as if he, the king of the gods among the 9 realms, would resort to deceiving a mere mortal. My lord, I do not intend to question your prowess. I am merely astonished. Tony quickly interjected. In the past, he had never needed to master the art of eloquent discourse. For those around him had always engaged him with a high emotional intelligence. He had believed such skills unnecessary, until he was confronted by Odin, the legendary king of gods. Although, in essence, Tony perceived Odin merely as an extraterrestrial being, the formidable power he wielded, coupled with his status as Thor's father, demanded a modicum of respect. May I inquire, O king, if it is possible to retrieve Natasha? Tony asked once more, his gaze filled with earnest anticipation. Odin remained silent, his eyes fixed upon the ethereal light screen above, his spear Gungnir trembling slightly in his grip. He struggled to comprehend the projection before him. Finding no trace of either technological or magical origin, it appeared to be a mere illusion, a fragment of reality itself. Nonetheless, Odin was, after all, a deity. The Asgardians possessed an extraordinary trait. They grew stronger with age. Odin was a paragon among them, having reached the zenith of his existence during the events of Thor, Ragnarok, which unfolded in the year 2017 of the Earth calendar. However, the current timeline was set in 2012, leaving Odin with a mere 5 years before he would meet his end. For an Asgardian, 5 years felt akin to being buried beneath the earth. Yet, conversely, this indicated that Odin was at the pinnacle of his power in this moment. The Asgardian trait of becoming increasingly potent with age accompanied them throughout their lives. It is worth noting, however, that unlike the immortal beings of fantasy literature, even the mightiest gods are not exempt from the inevitability of mortality. What does it mean to be at Odin's peak? The films may have fallen short of fully encapsulating his strength due to budget constraints or narrative focus. Yet the comics offer a glimpse into his formidable capabilities, even in a weakened state. Odin's battles against the serpent could unleash shockwaves capable of rending the multiverse asunder and obliterating countless galaxies. His divine power allows for the manipulation of energy, manifesting abilities that include but are not limited to reality alteration, creation, resurrection, disintegration, restoration, time travel, dimensional traversal, and mind reading. Furthermore, with Gungnir, the legendary spear, Odin's power is only amplified. In the official narrative, Odin, despite being the father of the heavens, possesses the extraordinary ability to create or obliterate universes at will. Within the hierarchy of divine beings, he undoubtedly stands as the pinnacle of power, comparable even to certain singular cosmic entities, earning the title of the Omnipotent Father. Yet, this all-powerful deity remains oblivious to the slightest nuances of the virtual light screen. Nevertheless, through his formidable strength and acute awareness of dimensions, Odin can vaguely sense some degree of positioning. However, while he can send someone into that realm, extracting them from such a dimension proves to be a formidable challenge. No. Odin shook his head and stated with a calm demeanor, that is a deeply concealed dimension. I can transport you there, but my divine power cannot extend that far to bring you back. What if we use the cosmic cube? Could it facilitate a return? Tony inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Theoretically, it is possible, but whether it can traverse dimensions remains uncertain. Different universes and dimensions operate under distinct laws. Just because this universe permits dimensional travel does not guarantee that others do as well, Odin explained, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. Let us give it a try. If it works, splendid, and if it doesn't, so be it. To be frank, though we are friends, I have scarcely met Natasha on a few occasions, Tony remarked with a carefree smile, while he spoke of trying his luck, expressing a nonchalant attitude. The reality was that if he ventured into that dimension with the cosmic cube and it failed to function, returning would be impossible. Have you truly considered the consequences? Odin scrutinized the mortal before him. Yes, I have thought it through. This venture likely requires my courage alone, if you would dare undertake it. Tony replied, maintaining his light-hearted demeanor. Stark. Thor interjected urgently, the power of the Father of the Gods is beyond your capacity to withstand. The previous damage to the Bifrost occurred when Father transported me. And even then, I succumbed to the overwhelming force and fell unconscious. If I could not endure the might of a divine monarch. Do you truly believe you can survive a blow from the Father? Huh? Tony was taken aback, unaware of the events that transpired when Thor arrived on Earth. He only recalled their first encounter aboard an aircraft, during which Thor had struck him with a hammer. It seemed his fury stemmed from being rendered unconscious by his father. And now he was venting that frustration. What if I don the armor? Tony instinctively began. With that ragged attire? I do not wish to belittle you, but it pales in comparison to even a third of my celestial palace. Everything within it could be effortlessly destroyed by Father. Thor responded with a hint of melancholy. Tony's lips twitched slightly. Is there truly no other option? Perhaps Hulk could, Thor mused, his thoughts drifting to the formidable green behemoth. Indeed, Hulk was immensely powerful. That green behemoth possessed physical attributes that surpassed even his divine form, rendering it almost inconceivable. If only Hulk had any semblance of intellect, he would be utterly unstoppable. Hulk is not the answer. Tony decisively shook his head and stated, unless Hulk can retain the intellect of Dr. Banner, his presence would be futile. The mere existence of Dr. Banner and Hulk would only hinder Natasha. Indeed, it would be a hindrance. If it were simply about reckless destruction, Hulk's power would undoubtedly rank at the top tier. However, what lies in the backroom is an enigmatic realm filled with uncertainty. Who knows what consequences a being like Hulk could unleash? Although Hulk is formidable, what if he recklessly finds himself trapped in an indestructible box? On the other hand, Dr. Banner possesses intelligence but lacks physical prowess. Thus, it is quite vexing. Surely, we cannot send Thor into this fray, as he too has matters to attend to. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge has led to chaos throughout the 9 realms, and the battle in New York is merely one manifestation of this disorder. Thor must address the turmoil across the realms. It would be unreasonable to expect Thor to abandon the stabilizing of the 9 realms for the sake of one individual. Given Thor's character, he might agree, but Odin would never consent. God King, may I borrow some technology from the Celestial Palace to enhance the strength of my armor? After much contemplation, Tony decided to take matters into his own hands. Hawkeye is not an option, as he is merely immortal without armor. Captain America also cannot be relied upon. Despite being a super soldier, even he cannot withstand a blow from the Allfather. After thorough consideration, it became evident that the only viable candidate was himself. He simply needed to utilize the celestial technology to upgrade his suit. While it may be challenging to fully withstand a strike from the Allfather, he could potentially convert and store the energy within the armor, akin to how Thor harnessed the power of his own strike. Although complete conversion may not be feasible, with the upgraded armor and energy conversion, he should be able to manage a tenuous defense. This, of course, hinges on Odin's approval to borrow the celestial technology for enhancing his armor's strength. Would he agree? At this moment, Thor, Frigga, and the warriors of the Celestial Palace also turned their gazes toward Odin. Have you made up your mind? Odin calmly regarded Tony. I have. Tony affirmed with a nod. If I cannot even save my comrades who fight alongside me, what right do I have to speak of saving the world? The world is vast, and there are countless superheroes and extraordinary individuals. Anyone could potentially save it. Why must it always be you? Is that not a form of arrogance? Odin retorted once more, leaving Tony momentarily speechless. He fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. As Tony grappled with his thoughts, the entire hall became so still that one could hear a pin drop. Odin's gaze remained fixed on Tony, his emotionless eyes seemingly transcending time itself, as if peering into the future. In a fleeting moment, it appeared that Tony was about to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the hall. Because I am Iron Man. With a snap of his fingers accompanied by a burst of brilliance, Odin was jolted back to reality. Finally, he smiled. Chapter 13. Am I entering the backroom? At this very moment, Tony was exerting every ounce of effort, exploring various methods to rescue Natasha. Meanwhile, Natasha had completed her review of the documents left by MEG. The descriptions of the levels were rather sparse, merely listing levels 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. In addition, there were 2 peculiar layers marked out. One was referred to as the pleasure layer, which was noted as the most perilous level, inhabited by entities known as partygoers, repeatedly described as exceedingly dangerous. The other was termed the endpoint, which was also not assigned a specific level and was depicted as a trap, a vacant library that deceived one into believing they were nearing an exit, when in reality it immobilized them, making them more susceptible to the partygoers. It was stated that this layer had no recorded exits. Indeed, this information was somewhat useful, though it seemed rather limited. However, it was evident that Natasha felt helpless. Her immediate objective was to devise a way to escape. Although she remained skeptical about the so-called cutting out, she had no choice but to test whether it was feasible. Even if she were to emerge in level 1 rather than the real world, she felt compelled to try. What if there was a chance for escape? Taking a deep breath, Natasha raised her handgun, pressed herself against the wall, and attentively listened to the sounds outside. Then, with a swift motion, she flung open the door and executed a roll, propelling herself a short distance before glancing back, only to realize that her concerns had been unfounded. The creature was not lurking by the door. And as she scanned her surroundings, there was no sign of the monster, as if it had never existed at all. Moreover, the place where a door should have been had transformed into a barren wall. She could not help but question whether everything she had previously experienced had been an illusion. Nevertheless, she could not dwell on such thoughts any longer. She promptly attempted to cut out of her current layer. Lacking stairs, she deliberately stepped into empty space and fell forward. However, her coordination proved too adept. At the brink of falling, an instinctual realization of the absurdity of the situation prompted her to pivot and regain her balance. With no other recourse, she pressed against the wall, searching for a potential bug to exploit or a way to phase through the environment. When bugs exist as an objective reality in this realm, they can indeed manifest. It was akin to a video game. Some individuals intentionally maneuver to exploit glitches, utilizing the vulnerabilities of the game's physics engine, while others, due to overcrowding of game characters, inadvertently find themselves wedged within walls. The same principles apply to the backroom. Actively seeking to exploit a bug might yield success, while being jostled could also lead to an exit. However, the backroom was not a mere virtual game, and the physics engines of the two realms were not of the same caliber. Thus, attempting to exploit bugs in the backroom proved to be relatively challenging. However, the underlying logic of both is fundamentally the same. Although Natasha does not engage in gaming, it does not hinder her comprehension. Thus, theoretically, any location can be traversed, albeit with a requisite finesse and approach. Much like in gaming. While any area may theoretically yield a bug, this remains a mere theory. A robust physics engine ensures the fundamental logic of the game. Success is contingent upon mastering the methodology, which introduces an element of probability. Indeed, it is a matter of chance. Utilizing the same technique in the same location. Some individuals may succeed in exploiting the bug while others may fail. Why is this so? It is simply because the execution is not invariably identical. Even a slight deviation in angle or position may lead to failure. Furthermore, certain physical interactions within the game exhibit randomness, resulting in identical actions producing divergent outcomes. The same principle applies here in this backroom. At this moment, Natasha is persistently exploring, moving from one location to the next. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire live stream has transformed. What was once an exhilarating battle royale has morphed into absurd antics of wall squeezing and crashing into barriers. Nevertheless, anyone watching the live stream understands Natasha's intent. She is merely attempting to navigate through. Yet, witnessing it firsthand evokes a different reaction, eliciting laughter. Such a physique, such beauty. Utterly captivating. Though ridiculous, I must say, let go of that wall. Allow me to join. Wow, brothers, are you truly that hungry? Come on. Would you not be tempted? Hee. Is this what a female superhero looks like? Absolutely enthralling. Even a beating from her would be worth it. Why reward that wall? Strangely enough, I must admit, I've been recording the entire time, ready to extract material. Is that recording legitimate? Are you feeling all right? Typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Laughing to death, I can type with my left hand in a 9-grid format. You all seem off. Let me down, this isn't a kindergarten bus. Have you all lost your minds? How disgusting. White silk. Where's the white silk? What? Is there black silk? Where's the black silk? No hope. Can we refrain from embarrassing ourselves before the entire world? Baka, I'm a good citizen. 6 roar. Thus, is this behavior akin to exploiting a bug? Can I interpret this backroom as a game world? Strangely enough, I must agree, it does resemble a game world. The bug exploitation techniques are all too familiar. This is my realm. Oh, does that mean if I enter, I can traverse layers at will? CF veteran of 10 years reporting for duty. CF centennial veteran reporting for duty. If you wish to fight, then I shall fight. I have countless brothers. I'm in awe. At this moment, a flurry of comments swept across the screen. In a Manhattan apartment, Lin Ye gazed at the barrage of messages, transported back a decade in time. Overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia. How embarrassing. Oh, was it truly 2012? Well, that's a relief. It felt akin to witnessing contemporary netizens revisiting stale memes. As if the long-dead jokes were suddenly assaulting me. Is this a joke? Never mind. That's not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that this episode is nearing its conclusion. Once Natasha discovers how to transition, even if the odds are slim with such frequent attempts, it won't be long before she breaches level 0. As for what lies beyond level 0, whether it's level 1 or some other tier, or perhaps a sub-level that remains uncertain, the randomness is vast, and no one can foretell, well, apart from the system. This system encompasses a broad spectrum, capable of accurately predicting who might descend into the backrooms. Surely, it is aware of the level Natasha is trapped in. This system resembles a precise instrument for detecting exit points. In a more fantastical sense, it understands every dimensional rift, allowing it to calculate who is most likely to enter the backrooms through various means. In the realm of the future, he felt that the backrooms were akin to the system's domain, effortlessly switching between levels as if endowed with divine perspective. Perhaps this system is an entity from a certain layer of the future? Of course, pondering such matters is futile. At that moment, the screen revealed Natasha's figure, and as she unexpectedly collided with a wall, whether due to the correct angle or position, she seemed to pass through a barrier. Plunging into darkness, the screen fading into black as well. She had transitioned. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Yet it could have been merely a second. A faint light emerged, accompanied by a splash of crimson, just as countless viewers widened their eyes in anticipation of where Natasha had transitioned to. Suddenly, the screen image vanished entirely, replaced by lines of text. Level 0 of the backrooms. Information has been fully disclosed. We urge all netizens to proceed with caution and make judicious choices. Life is singular. Do not squander it in pursuit of thrills. The text gradually receded, and then the emoji emblem appeared on the screen, which then froze in place. A multitude of viewers erupted in confusion. The comments were filled with question marks and requests for further developments. In response, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. He leaned against the window, observing the bustling figures on the street outside, and remarked, "System, what of my reward? It's time for the settlement. ISNT it? Ding. Settlement in progress. Ding. No entities or special items were detected throughout the live stream. Hence, rewards cannot be directly acquired or drawn. Wait a moment. Is it absurd that no special items have appeared, and no entities either? Do you think I am blind?" Lin Ye frowned. He had clearly witnessed Natasha being pursued earlier. Moreover, it was evident that the entity was distinctly the Dole Man. So, is the system truly blind? In response, the system stated that is not an entity, but rather an illusion. An illusion? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Ye scoffed coldly. One cannot dream of things beyond their comprehension. The same applies to illusions. That thing is undoubtedly the Dole Man. Do you think Black Widow has ever encountered the Dole Man? Or something else? Even if it isn't the Dole Man, it is certainly a projection of him. The system replied, that is naturally an illusion. The behavior pattern of the Dole Man is not as depicted in the live broadcast. Lin Ye, unperturbed, continued, I've already analyzed everything. It would be unreasonable not to receive any rewards. The system's assertions were indeed factual. And Lin Ye was well aware of this. He understood the Dole Man's behavioral patterns, which allowed him to reach through walls to seize his prey. However, the creature depicted in the live broadcast had consistently approached Natasha with the demeanor of an ordinary living being. He had known then that this was an illusion, not a physical entity. Yet, after all his efforts, it was excessive for the system to deny him rewards. Shouldn't he at least be able to argue his case? This time, the system remained silent for an extended period. Who knows whether this thing possesses intelligence? Or is it merely a program? An F-tier AI. While Lin Ye pondered this, he suddenly heard, would the host like to enter Level 0's tutorial stage? If you eliminate the entity, you may absorb its abilities. And any items found will belong to the host. Lin Ye was taken aback. Then his expression darkened. Am I entering the back room? I've never encountered a system that deceives its host so egregiously. If I go in there, could it be a one-way trip? Just as Lin Ye's expression grew grim, the system's voice resounded once more. The host need not worry. Upon entering the back room, you may return to the front room at any time. Oh, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a thought crossing his mind, and retorted, what about bringing others? Chapter 14, Level 0 descends upon Manhattan. Lin Ye almost instantaneously conceived the idea of bringing people back. The items within served as prizes. Similarly, extracting individuals from within could yield rewards as well. He even envisioned a comprehensive industrial chain. Whether one entered the back rooms voluntarily or involuntarily, the ultimate desire would be to escape. The back rooms possess the remarkable ability to heal even the most obstinate children. Despite the initial levels posing minimal danger, the perils escalate significantly as one progresses deeper. According to the back rooms lore, once one is entered, the prospect of exiting becomes exceedingly bleak, almost negligible. However, should he possess the ability to facilitate round trips, one could easily deduce the immense profits to be garnered. Regardless of whether one entered willingly or not, there would always be something to collect, be it almond water, fire salt, or royal rations, all of which you would graciously accept. What? You claim to possess none of these? Then surely upon returning to reality, you can compensate me financially, correct? What? You lack funds? Then why should I rescue you? What? Deceiving me? Not to worry. I can effortlessly cast you back into the back rooms. Thus, the ability to traverse the back rooms at will is the true manifestation of extraordinary power. Yet, just as Lin Ye was immersed in his reverie, the system's voice echoed softly. Apologies, host. You possess only temporary permissions and cannot carry living entities out. Temporary permissions? Lin Ye paused, slightly raising an eyebrow, and inquired, how can I permanently elevate my permissions? At least 10 levels with sufficient popularity are required to enhance permissions. 10 levels? Lin Ye nodded. 10 levels essentially signify 10 inventories. He was already prepared. The first phase would indeed involve cataloging 10 levels. What remained was to wait. Once the video concluded, it would be nearly complete. What is the duration of my temporary permissions? Lin Ye asked again. Temporary permissions grant one opportunity for round-trip travel between the back rooms and the front room. Once utilized, it becomes void. Elevated permissions will also render it obsolete. I see. Then there is no need for haste. Level 0 lacks tangible entities and items. Lin Ye nodded. Although it is a one-time opportunity, it can be retained without a time constraint, which is quite favorable. Even after entering Level 0, he could still access other levels through a cutting method. However, with the live stream, he could directly traverse. Who would indulge in abstraction? Who claimed Level 0 was inherently safe? Was there not also the threat of mental contamination? Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, The damp carpets in level 0 were perhaps due to the absence of restrooms in the back rooms. How unfortunate. Although not all narratives align with this detail. Contemplating it further solidified his resolve to avoid level 0. It would be far wiser to reserve his efforts for level 4 instead. Alas, he dismissed the thoughts. Just as Lin Ye's mind wandered, a monster. The back rooms have descended, invading reality. Hiss, how could this be possible? A cacophony of sounds erupted from the street. Lin Ye lowered his gaze, witnessing a throng of people surging forth from a particular direction. He was taken aback. What is happening? Instinctively, he glanced in the direction away from the crowd and, through the haze, it seemed as though the adjoining block was flickering. As if a screen was glitching. The once solid brick walls were gradually transforming into a yellowed wallpaper. The concrete path beneath his feet shimmered, slowly morphing into a damp carpet. In the blink of an eye, the district, which had been under reconstruction, had undergone a bizarre metamorphosis into a realm adorned with moist carpets and faded wallpaper. What? This Lin Ye's mind was in turmoil. He had thought the arrival of the backroom was merely a rare event where reality could occasionally be severed, allowing access to the backroom. Yet, this was the true arrival of the backroom, a level directly encroaching upon a segment of reality, initiating an invasion. System. Is this what you refer to as the arrival of the backroom? Lin Ye stood in stunned silence, grappling with the dramatic transformation before him, utterly bewildered. Is this right? This cannot be correct. Indeed. The system's response sent a chill down Lin Ye's spine. Damn. His expression darkened gradually. The Marvel realm was already perilous, and now, the backroom was invading reality in such a manner? Previously, he had not been overly concerned, believing that severing from the backroom was a probabilistic event. As long as he did not recklessly trigger the severance mechanism, he could remain safe. But now, this is insane. Lin Ye swiftly exited the building, ascending to the rooftop, gazing at the district engulfed by level 0. The area was not extensive. It was merely a pedestrian street. He could even see that the architectural style within had remained unchanged, save for the yellowed wallpaper on the walls and the damp carpet replacing the concrete path. Overall, it appeared that aside from the aesthetic alterations, there were no significant differences. However, he could still observe figures moving within the district, some of whom had not managed to escape in time. Just moments ago, someone had dashed through a door on the left, but they reappeared on the opposite side of the street. Clearly, while the exterior of this area bore no discernible differences, the interior had transformed into a nonlinear space. The space twisted and layered, yet he could not perceive it due to his lack of spatial vision. This was the first time Lin Ye felt danger looming so closely. What connection does this place have with the backroom? Lin Ye inquired hoarsely. The system responded. This area is a sublevel of level 0. If severed, there is a high probability of entering another level or remaining within level 0. Can one escape from here? Lin Ye retorted. If you find the correct path, yes. The system conveyed. Yet, how exceedingly difficult is it to find the correct path? Level 0 is inherently a nonlinear space. One has no way of knowing what lies ahead or what may transpire by retracing steps. Perhaps one might glimpse the exits of the neighboring districts. But walking in this direction would likely result in going in circles. Lin Ye took a deep breath. His desire to grow stronger became increasingly urgent. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of survival. In the command room of the aerospace carrier, the Shield Bureau, a sudden red light flickered on one of the screens, followed by the appearance of a harrowing scene. The footage revealed a street in Manhattan, now assimilated into the realm of the backrooms level 0. An agent's expression shifted dramatically. Director, an anomaly has emerged in Manhattan. What has transpired? Nick Fury, maintaining a semblance of composure, inquired. Is it superhuman crime? Or perhaps superhuman chaos? Regardless of the nature of the situation, it was not unfamiliar territory for Nick Fury. Such occurrences were within the purview of the Shield Bureau. Indeed, the backroom dimension has breached reality. Level 0 has descended upon the streets of Manhattan. The agent replied, his voice tinged with unease. What? Nick Fury paused, his demeanor shifting as he hurried to the agent's side, peering at the screen. The sight of Manhattan streets transformed into Level 0 sent a wave of concern across his face. Although Level 0 might not appear overly perilous, the descriptions of its nonlinear space and mental corruption constituted an anomaly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Notify the field team, seal off the streets immediately, Nick Fury commanded, his voice steady yet urgent. First, we lost a Level 7 agent, and now Manhattan faces an incursion. What a dire situation we find ourselves in. Meanwhile, within the Baxter building, alarms blared from the surveillance system. Reed, who had been engrossed in establishing a dimensional model, suddenly awakened. Glancing at the monitor that was sounding the alarm, initially taken aback, a spark of joy soon illuminated his eyes. Sue, Johnny, Ben. Reed's lips curled into a smile. We have a mission. Chapter 15, Level 1, The Habitable Zone. Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters. It was as if Professor X sensed something amiss. His expression shifted slightly as he pressed his fingers to his temples and closed his eyes. Instantly, vivid images began to materialize before him, an agitated crowd, fearfully retreating. The source of this turmoil was the yellowed wallpaper, the damp carpet, an eerie style enveloping an entire block, spreading like a contagion. How is this possible? The professor abruptly opened his eyes, his face a mask of horror. What has transpired? Beast inquired. Manhattan. A street block has been invaded by level 0. Professor X murmured, disbelief clouding his gaze. A dimensional incursion? Is such a thing truly occurring? Incredible, utterly unfathomable. What? Beast was taken aback. So, do we? He sought the professor's counsel. Should we go? Or should we refrain? The professor fell silent, pondering for a considerable time before finally articulating, let us investigate. Given that this has transpired, acquiring more knowledge could help us avert future calamities. Simultaneously, within Kamartaj, Master Ancient One received word regarding the incursion of Level 0 into reality at the Sanctum Sanctorum in Greenwich Village, Manhattan. Level 0 has breached the fabric of reality? Ancient One pondered, uncertainty clouding her mind. Strange, exceedingly strange. Not only had she failed to detect the backroom dimension, but now Level 0 had invaded reality without her awareness. Had it not been for the proximity of Level 0 to Manhattan, near the Sanctum Sanctorum, she might have remained oblivious to the situation at hand. It seems I must investigate. With this thought, Ancient One donned the Eye of Agamotto and traced a circle with her hand. On the other side of the circle, the scene unfolded on the rooftop of a building in Manhattan. With a mere step, she traversed half the globe, arriving in New York. Undoubtedly, Ancient One was the swiftest. Even swifter than S-H-I-E-L-D. Standing atop the building, she gazed down upon the tainted streets below, stepping back slightly as a portal manifested behind her. Crossing through the portal, she found herself at the edge of a distorted street. Crouching down to examine it, the carpet and wallpaper writhed as if they were living flesh. Protruding veins spreading outwards. Perhaps due to insufficient power, this carpet and wallpaper only covered one block before ceasing to expand. The longer she observed, the deeper her frown became. With the insight of the Supreme Sorcerer, she could not fathom the situation, only knowing that across from her lay an alternate dimension. Yet, why this dimension had invaded, and its precise whereabouts, remained a mystery. Even the Eye of Agamotto could not pinpoint its location, let alone open a portal for entry. Is it because space is distorted? Ancient One murmured. So close, yet entirely in the dark. She felt that her title as Supreme Sorcerer was somewhat undeserved. The area is to be placed under military control. All unauthorized personnel are requested to vacate the premises. At that moment, a voice emerged behind Ancient One. Turning around, she witnessed a group of agents clad in S-H-I-E-L-D combat uniforms swiftly clearing the streets, expelling bystanders. In the distance, a peculiar aircraft alongside a Quinjet rapidly approached. It was the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, arriving quite promptly. Ancient One had no desire to engage with these individuals. She swiftly turned and vanished into an alley. However, she did not leave. Rather, she entered the mirror dimension. Standing beside the street, she gazed at the serpentine and distorted anomaly of the neighborhood. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to step inside. With a hum, the unique dimensional perception enveloped her the instant she crossed the threshold, making her feel as though she had traversed a great distance into another realm. She tested her abilities and found that as long as she was present, she could utilize the sling ring to open a spatial portal to exit. Yet, in the external world, she could not connect to this location with the sling ring. Nonetheless, it could be activated freely within this dimension. Ancient One understood the complexities at play. Perhaps her limited understanding of this backroom dimension and its vast remoteness hindered her ability to open a portal to it from the outside. Nevertheless, the capability to depart from this place sufficed. The sling ring was indeed a miraculous artifact. Despite its abundance, its functionalities were undeniably extraordinary, even accessible to ordinary individuals. It surpassed the treasures found in novels. Of course, not everyone had the privilege to wield a sling ring. It was designated for the temple guardians and strictly regulated by the Supreme Sanctum. What a remarkable item. If only she possessed a sling ring, the vastness of the cosmos would be open to her. Meanwhile, atop the apartment building, Lin Ye watched as Ancient One donned her hood and gradually merged into the crowd. Disappearing from sight, a yearning glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, he had witnessed her arrival the moment she activated the portal. Though he was not atop a skyscraper, he recognized the shimmering portal when it manifested. Sure enough, he spotted the transmission array at the edge of the neighborhood, catching sight of Ancient One once more. Although she was no longer visible, he saw her emerge from an alley, vanishing amongst the throng. Unfortunately, he realized he could not contend with her. Lin Ye sighed. Ancient One was undeniably powerful, exceedingly so. To attempt to seize the sling ring from her would be tantamount to courting death. Rather than attempting to snatch the sling ring, it would be wiser to seize the tesseract from S-H-I-E-L-D. In comparison to Ancient One, S-H-I-E-L-D seemed like a soft target. Yet, for Lin Ye, both options were perilous. The only difference lay in the manner of his demise. Ah, the Fantastic Four and the X-Men have also arrived? How intriguing. At that moment, Lin Ye observed the approaching aircraft and Quinjet in the distant sky. Recognizing the iconic emblems of 4 and X, anyone familiar with Marvel would know their significance. However, while the Fantastic Four seemed manageable, the X-Men, TSK. How audacious of Professor X to parade through the streets with such a band of mutants. What could he be thinking? Do you sense a shift in the external perception of mutants? It is indeed remarkable. In this world, mutants coexist with superhumans, while inhumans and sorcerers share the same realm. Yet, it is the mutants who face discrimination, akin to a despised rat scurrying through the streets, universally reviled. He does not wish to delve into the underlying conflicts or reasons. Rather, he admires Professor X's courage. Does he truly dare to confront this? Speaking of which, what is S-H-I-E-L-D-S stance on mutants? Lin Ye perhaps thinks of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. In a certain sense, S-H-I-E-L-D appears quite inclusive. They assimilate what they can and deal with what they cannot. It seems there is no racial antagonism within S-H-I-E-L-D. Only clashes of ideology and confrontations with those deemed adversaries. Nevertheless, it matters little to him. He is neither a mutant nor affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D. He wonders what insights these individuals might uncover in this context. While he is uncertain about others, if Mr. Fantastic Reed were involved, perhaps they could indeed devise something extraordinary? They might even unravel the mysteries of future dimensions. Moreover, with the Fantastic Four present, and the X-Men as well, will the nefarious organizations make an appearance? Most crucially, will TVA show up? The mere thought of TVA makes Lin Ye's eyes narrow. Logically, his death and resurrection should have altered the original timeline, prompting TVA to whisk him away and eliminate any repercussions. Yet, TVA has not made an appearance. They were absent at his resurrection and are still unaccounted for during the subsequent assessments. Now that the backroom levels have invaded reality, they remain conspicuously absent. TSK. Is TVA embroiled in internal strife? Or has Loki, at this juncture, seized control of TVA? Lin Ye is, in fact, quite uncertain about these matters. Being within the confines of time, he is utterly oblivious to the happenings within TVA. Although he is well versed in the narratives surrounding TVA, it exists beyond the realms of the ordinary, transcending the 5 elements. The concept of time holds no significance for TVA. Similarly, those outside TVA cannot fathom the temporal framework in which TVA operates. Of course, it is also plausible that TVA has already visited, yet due to his system shielding, they failed to detect him. After their influence was masked, they departed, and as a result of this shielding, he has lost any related memories? Yes, that is a possibility, albeit a slim one. Ultimately, the only conclusion Lin Ye can draw is that the system may have concealed this timeline from TVA's perception. Alternatively, as previously suggested, Loki may have ascended to godhood, commanding TVA and permitting the rampant proliferation of countless timelines within the multiverse. Yet, the specifics are of little consequence now. What truly matters is buzz. At this moment, the immobile virtual screen in the sky has finally begun to stir once more. This is MEG. Our primary responsibilities. Familiar words re-emerge upon the display. Upon emerging from level 0, you will most likely find yourself in level 1. The following is a detailed exposition regarding level 1, a habitable zone. Chapter 16, Iron Man's new armor. At last, the moment has arrived. The excitement is palpable. Yet without the usual electronic distractions, dining feels rather unsatisfactory. I am eager to see what unfolds next. Is this a serialized drama? It would be splendid to have a captivating beauty to behold. My friends, you may find it hard to believe, but I have truly encountered a crisis in the back room. Please, commence your performance. This is no fabrication. On Manhattan's 3rd Street, an invasion from the future has occurred. The brick walls have transformed into yellow wallpaper, and the concrete floor has morphed into a damp marketplace. Many were unable to escape in time, and I narrowly avoided being consumed. It was terrifying. Goodness, is this a well-crafted tale or mere coincidence? I assure you, the district has been sealed off. My social media handle is, visit my profile to witness the live footage. Is this genuine? How fantastical. I just returned from that person's homepage, and, indeed, I can only utter, goodness. Alas, the citizens of Lighthouse are mired in turmoil, with alien invasions in front and backroom incursions behind. Why does it seem as if the entire universe converges upon America? It is because our United States stands as the bastion of freedom and democracy, the foremost in the world. To hell with being number 1 in the world. To hell with freedom and democracy. I yearn to immigrate. I wish to escape this wretched place. Indeed, villains with superpowers and hybrids with mutant abilities abound in this cursed land. I cannot endure another day here. Anyone who wishes to come may do so. My mansion worth 10 million is now available for a mere 10,000, right in the heart of Manhattan. How amusing. A house in Manhattan, even a dog wouldn't buy? Can someone clarify the relationship between Manhattan and New York? Manhattan is a borough of New York. The alien invasion occurred there, and now the backroom incursion is also in Manhattan. What a tragic fate. Manhattan is truly beset by calamity. I cannot help but chuckle at this unkind humor. Are you laughing at your own mother? Do you possess no empathy? Witnessing our foreign compatriots enduring such hardships, do you not feel a tinge of sorrow for our shared human destiny? Is there no sense of humanitarian spirit? I believe we ought to do better. We must learn to be more accepting. No matter how trivial, international matters deserve our attention. I feel compelled to take action. Starting now, I am willing to adopt one. 630 homeless American sisters. Well, it seems the knife cannot be sheathed. Let it be buried. Allies may turn against one another, but the blade remains unsheathed. As the comments flood in, the building gradually tilts, transforming into an unknown state. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury gazes at two screens with a throbbing headache. One displays the Manhattan district, the site of the incursion from level 0, while the other exhibits the virtual projection in the sky. Nick Fury is in distress. Just as one crisis is being resolved, another emerges. At this rate, it won't be long before the entire United States is irreversibly altered by the backroom invasion. Damn it. Who is orchestrating this chaos? What precisely is this organization known as MEG? He is truly at a loss. He feels a profound inadequacy of power. Most troubling is the inexplicable inability to reach Tony Stark. How unfortunate. At such a critical moment, Tony Stark has vanished? How unreliable, how utterly untrustworthy. There is not a single person among them worth depending on. His scientific subordinates are nothing but a bunch of incompetents, tasking them with researching a cross-dimensional, interspatial device. They still need to seek mutants or superhumans related to spatial abilities. Where on earth am I supposed to find such mutants? Superhumans? Space. That pertains to the realm of space. A mere teleportation could render them invisible. Where do you even begin to search? It is truly overwhelming. Nick Fury could not suppress a weary sigh. Meanwhile, in the realm of Asgard, uncertainty looms. I wonder how Natasha is faring. Clearly, Tony remains unaware of the events that transpired in Manhattan. Currently, he is engrossed in the study of Asgardian technology, particularly materials science and dynamics. The potency of the Iron Man suit hinges entirely on these elements. Asgardian metals generally exhibit strength far superior to that of Earth. After all, even the ordinary Asgardians possess greater bodily density and skeletal structure than humans, making it entirely plausible for their metals to be stronger. An environment nurtures its creations. The strongest metal in the realm is referred to as URU metal. URU is commonly forged into artifacts by the Asgardians. The mighty hammer wielded by Thor, as well as the spear in Odin's grasp, are both forged from URU. Its strength surpasses any metal Tony has encountered thus far. Not only is it remarkably hard, but it can also store magical energies. Furthermore, it is said that if successfully forged, it may even develop a consciousness, as if it possesses a life of its own. Tony is truly envious. Odin, while generous, is not excessively so. He bestowed upon Tony a piece of URU, roughly the size of a brick. What can be accomplished with such a small amount? At best, it could serve as a coating. Yet what more could Tony possibly desire? Even this singular piece is a testament to generosity. Could he possibly ask for more? Of course, while there is only one fragment of URU, Asgardian gold is available in boundless supply. This so-called Asgardian gold is widely used for various construction materials in Asgard and for crafting weapons for ordinary warriors. With an infinite supply of Asgardian gold and only a small piece of URU, Tony has no choice but to forge it into a secondary URU alloy. Nevertheless, even this secondary URU alloy surpasses the titanium alloy he previously employed. As for energy sources, the situation is even more pronounced. Currently, Earth's energy advancements are limited to nuclear power, while the technologies in his possession, such as the arc reactor and small-scale cold fusion, are undeniably cutting-edge. Not to mention, many nations have yet to master even nuclear fission. However, given his cutting-edge cold fusion technology, it seems rather inadequate in Asgard. Even though he is currently utilizing a newly created element that boasts an impressive output of 10 billion joules per second, equivalent to the annual energy production of the Three Gorges Dam, it still pales in comparison to Asgard's energy resources. Asgard harnesses divine power. Indeed, divine power. Even ordinary individuals rely on some form of energy module. Moreover, the energy contained within these modules is exceedingly potent, with a single unit capable of matching 10 of his new element reactors. It can even be said that a mere block of this energy can sustain a spacecraft's journey through the cosmos and facilitate the operation of a curvature engine. Yet, the method of generating such energy eludes him, not due to technological limitations or scarcity of resources, but simply because the refinement of this energy into modules involves magical technology. This single factor has him at a standstill. What's more, he finds himself perplexed by the technological aspects on the scientific side. The energy source for these modules derives from the conversion of dark energy. dark energy, and dark matter. Indeed, some cutting-edge theories have been proposed. Yet such technology remains beyond Earth's stable grasp. He aspires to harness controllable dark energy to create an arc reactor, but lacks the requisite technology. Unless he were to learn magic. The presence of magic means that Asgard's technological advancements are fundamentally intertwined with it. Thus, the potential for Tony to acquire new knowledge in this domain is severely limited, let alone upgrade the arc reactor. Nevertheless, learning is but one aspect. The creation of a more formidable suit of armor and persuading Odin to grant him access to the back chamber is paramount, consequently with assistance from various quarters. Including Thor's summoning of dwarves for aid, the forging of the new armor commenced fervently. As for the energy source, Tony has resolved to temporarily utilize the Tesseract as his power source, although he does not possess ownership of the Tesseract. Borrowing it for the time being is certainly an option. Chapter 17. The Limb Cluster, Hounds, and the Faceless Spirits. Regardless of how tumultuous the world may become, or how insidious the currents that swirl beneath the surface, the celestial screen above remains unperturbed in its tally. As streams of bullet comments traverse the ether, new text emerges upon the canvas above. Second level of the backroom. Level 1. Survival difficulty. 1. Description. Level 1 is a composite of multiple layers, encompassing rooms, corridors, staircases, elevators, warehouses, and underground parking facilities. These settings are predominantly constructed of concrete. In certain areas, exposed rebar is visible, and within the underground parking, perhaps due to the frigid temperatures, mist lingers in suspension. When this vapor condenses, it forms various puddles, unevenly distributed across the ground. Notably, this layer boasts a continuous supply of water and boundless electricity, the sources of which remain unknown. However, under these circumstances, wanderers may reside indefinitely, provided they maintain a modicum of defense. Within this layer, one can find Meg's forward operating base, a marketplace for trade, and culinary establishments offering sustenance. The atmosphere of life in this layer is profoundly vibrant. Anomalies. 1. Random supply box effect. In this layer, supply boxes may randomly materialize at any location, typically containing essential materials, including, but not limited to, water, food, batteries, cloth for draining, warm clothing, antibiotics, surgical instruments, almond water, weapons, and more. Conversely, these boxes may also contain a plethora of inconsequential items, such as assorted parts, broken components, damaged watches, pencil cases, used syringes, charred paper, rats, deceased rodents, hyperactive mice due to drug exposure, buttons, and hair. Beyond the boxes, walls, ceilings, and floors may also bear inexplicable graffiti or artworks. 2. Random disappearance effect. Whether supply boxes or wall graffiti, both may vanish without warning. 3. Random lighting malfunctions. When flickering lights or complete darkness occur within this layer, the resources you possess may inexplicably disappear, and hostile entities may emerge. These entities seldom appear in groups and tend to avoid light and crowds. It is advisable to carry a reliable light source and to grasp onto your possessions while sleeping, lest you lose them. Entities. 1. Limb Cluster. Entity Number. 5. Habitat. Commonly found in levels 2 and 3, though a few have inadvertently manifested in level 1. The limb cluster is a dangerous and peculiar entity composed of a mass of limbs, exhibiting remarkable speed and agility, often residing in confined spaces. The largest limb cluster observed thus far measures nearly 1 meter in length, perpetually in a state of hunger. It roams the layers in search of prey and exhibits a high degree of aggression. When attacked, limbs explode and scatter upon the ground, and the dismembered parts do not vanish or are retrieved. Instead, they grow into a brand new cluster of limbs. When encountering a limb cluster, it is imperative to remain silent and maintain a safe distance of at least 2 to 3 meters. Wait for others to flee before you make your escape. If you find yourself alone, attempt to disrupt the limb cluster's assault by utilizing obstacles. Wishing you a successful escape. Note: do not approach recklessly. Refrain from attempting communication. Avoid standing still foolishly, and certainly do not succumb to the corruption of the limb cluster. Section 2. Hounds. Entity Number. 8. Habitat. Predominantly found in various levels. Hounds possess an overall appearance reminiscent of dogs, crawling on 4 limbs and attacking anyone who dares to provoke them. Despite their canine resemblance, they exhibit peculiar anthropomorphic physiological traits. With arms and legs akin to those of a human, yet conforming to the biomechanics of quadrupedal locomotion. Even their heads resemble that of a human with long, flowing black hair. Equipped with sharp fangs and claws, they are emaciated yet possess remarkable strength. Hounds are highly aggressive. Upon sighting a human, they become agitated and enraged, subsequently launching an attack. When faced with a hound, maintain eye contact. This usually intimidates them momentarily, granting you sufficient time to plan your escape route. However, it is advisable to cautiously evade the hound's line of sight upon hearing barking. thereby avoiding conflict and ensuring your safety. Note: do not flee in panic upon seeing a hound. You may not be able to outrun it, nor should you attempt to tame them. Section 3. Faceless Entities. Entity Number 9. Habitat: urban environments or densely populated areas. Faceless entities bear an astonishing resemblance to humans, both in their physiological structure and behavioral patterns. With the sole distinction of lacking facial features, chaotic and devoid of countenance. They mimic human actions, albeit without comprehension of their significance, typically residing in urban settings or populous locales. They congregate wherever traces of human architecture are found, with their numbers correlating to the human population size. Historical documents suggest that faceless entities have existed in the backrooms for an extensive period. Initial depictions reveal them as mere flesh and skin, with dislocated limbs, akin to limb clusters in a sense. However, through continuous evolution, they have transformed, as recorded in various texts, ultimately evolving into the forms observed today. Faceless entities generally do not initiate attacks unless provoked or threatened. However, it has been noted that some may aggressively defend their young. It is speculated that faceless entities have transitioned from a state of blind ignorance to one of mimetic learning, suggesting that a select few may have developed a semblance of consciousness over time. After extensive research, it has been determined that the lives of faceless beings are typically ephemeral. They possess no oral cavity, and their digestive systems are incomplete, rendering them devoid of the necessity for sustenance. Devoid of eyes, they navigate their existence with remarkable ease. Some faceless beings may have developed internal organs during the course of evolution, yet the incomplete development of these organs renders them susceptible to failure, leading to a myriad of ailments and ultimately, demise. Over 90% of naturally deceased faceless beings succumb to the failures of their internal organs. In a certain sense, the absence of organs may be advantageous for faceless beings. They are generated at random, devoid of the need for reproduction. Thus, their appearance offers no clues to their age. At the time of their creation, they may manifest as infants, adolescents, or even the elderly. If an infant, child, or youth possesses the corresponding internal organs, these organs are relatively well-formed, yet they do not grow in tandem with the body, leaving them vulnerable to potential organ failure. Those that are born as adults tend to exhibit more complete structures, with many living to old age. Presently, faceless beings appear to be undergoing further evolution, with reports indicating the emergence of facial organs. However, these facial features are often abnormal, such as a single eye or ear. Although there have been accounts of some faceless beings possessing 2 eyes, a nose, 2 ears, and a mouth, these organs frequently exhibit significant defects. For instance, nostrils may be fused, causing respiratory issues, while small eyeballs lead to severe myopia. The absence of eyebrows and eyelashes increases the risk of eye infections. And mouths may lack lips, with poorly developed jaws preventing them from closing. Additionally, their ears are flat, often clogged with excessive earwax, resulting in impaired hearing. Despite the pronounced abnormalities of these organs, one cannot help but ponder whether faceless beings may evolve to resemble us, potentially superseding humanity. The silver lining, however, is that faceless beings are generally docile, allowing for numerous amicable interactions with humans. While they can be easily provoked, sometimes even by minor irritants, they remain physically weak. With fragile bones and bodies, even the most evolved faceless beings observed thus far possess only half the physical capabilities of an average human, creating a significant disparity in physical prowess that renders them no threat. Psychological studies suggest that their impulsive emotions may stem from their inherent fragility, leading to defensive aggression. Subsequent scans of their brains reveal that their prefrontal lobes are diminutive and primitive, which is hypothesized to contribute to their difficulty in self-regulation. Common faceless beings, much like normal humans without faces, exhibit a variety of ages, genders, hair colors, and skin tones. However, numerous records of subspecies have also been discovered. The polygonal faceless beings resemble flattened versions of their kin, displaying more clumsy behavior, shorter stature, rough skin, and increased fragility. It is speculated that the phenomenon may result from an inadvertent cut. Their fragile forms seem ill-equipped to withstand the traversal of dimensions. Shadow faceless spirits. This subspecies is entirely shrouded in jet black, resembling phantoms. They are often drawn irresistibly towards dark regions, yet remain captivated by sources of light. This subspecies is equally fragile and lacks strength. Even when startled into a defensive attack, their blows would scarcely register as painful, akin to a child's playful strike. Memory faceless spirits. This subspecies is exceedingly rare. These spirits possess the remarkable ability to mimic the appearance of those they hold dear, not merely in visage but also in the attempt to replicate their behavioral nuances. Despite their hazy appearance, akin to a blurred image, there are grounds for suspicion that these spirits can access memories, thus altering their form. Naturally, this type of faceless spirit remains equally fragile and poses no threat to humanity. When encountering a faceless spirit, approach with gentleness, as communication is possible and assistance may be sought. Note: do not toy with or provoke these entities. Nor should you present yourself as a threat. Those unaware might mistake you for the entity itself. The aforementioned details pertain to entities that may manifest within Level 1. Entry: one may access Level 1 by cutting into Level 0 or by opening any door in other levels. Additionally, ascending trees in Level 11. 1. Completing 5 events in Level 92 or passing the King's Trial in Level 94 can also lead one back to Level 1. Exit: wandering through the corridors may lead to Level 2. By discovering a hole in the wall, one may enter Level 19. If the cut area features graffiti on the ceiling, resembling the random graffiti seen on this level, it may indicate a path to a queue above. Chapter 18: The Faceless Spirit is quite gentle. Could it be that? At this moment, the text information of Level 1 appeared on the screen. The barrage from around the world gradually increased. Goodness, this random refreshing and disappearing effect makes the Backrooms feel more like a game. Indeed, it truly feels like a game. One can even encounter monsters. However, I wonder if one can level up by defeating them. Goodness, I thought Level 1 was supposed to be safe, but there are so many entities. Hiss, is that limb cluster real? Goodness, it looks rather disturbing. You know, I can't help but feel that this limb cluster is rather delicate looking. Set it up. Only setting it up will lead to your demise. Limb cluster, hounds. Faceless spirits. Why do they all seem to possess human-like elements? Could it be that these are transformed from humans? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Wait, can this limb cluster even be killed? If the body parts are scattered, can they not regenerate into smaller limb clusters? If one were to encounter a limb cluster, wouldn't it be a matter of waiting for death? It's quite terrifying. This thing cannot be killed, and it moves swiftly. If one encounters it, isn't it just a matter of waiting to die? What about using fire? That could work. I believe using fire should be feasible. Besides using fire, one could continuously strike until it can no longer split apart, and when it is smaller than a nanometer, smaller than the Planck scale. I believe that even if it remains alive, it would be no different from being dead. To strike it down to the Planck scale, one must first possess the ability to reach that scale. Electrocution, damn it, I'll just sprinkle water and electrocute it. I refuse to believe these disgusting things cannot be killed by electricity. By the way, am I the only one paying attention to the faceless spirits? These faceless spirits are quite docile. Heh, isn't that. Hiss, what are you trying to do, man? Seriously, are you that hungry? Pa, you're the one who is desperate. What I mean is that these faceless spirits are gentle and don't require food. Couldn't they be employed in factories? Just imagine establishing a factory with faceless spirits as workers. The profits would be astronomical. Goodness, you must be the devil. What kind of capitalist behavior is this? Damn it, the 996 system is still chasing me. Honestly, one cannot deny that these faceless spirits are truly perfect tools. They don't need food and can assist humanity. If they could be lured into factories, damn, who is the real entity here? I've said it before, do not toy with, provoke, or attack these faceless spirits. They are harmless and there is no need to lay hands on them. Who toyed with them? Who provoked them? Who attacked them? I merely suggested having them work in factories to fulfill their life's value. Having work and being needed is certainly better than drifting aimlessly through life, right? I'm helping them cultivate wisdom, shaping their intellect. I'm assisting them. All right. How could such words come from your mouth? I can hardly believe it. I believe that if one could freely traverse between reality and the backroom, the faceless entity would indeed become a coveted prize. Are we to resurrect a society reminiscent of slavery? Yet, do they possess any rights? Would you regard a multitude of faceless beings as kin? Clearly, that would not be the case. Thus, what is so wrong with capturing these faceless entities as slaves? It seems rather commonplace, does it not? Indeed, it is so commonplace that it leaves me feeling disconcerted. Am I the only one preoccupied with level 11? 1? What on earth is this 11? 1? Are there levels in the backroom that include decimal points? I too find myself puzzled. Could it be that there are sublevels in the backroom? Perhaps such layers do exist, but have yet to be disclosed? Completing 5 events in level 92? Undertaking the King's Trials in level 94? It increasingly resembles a game. Is this incursion into the backroom merely a gaming invasion? Will we soon be battling monsters to level up, adorned with experience bars? Well, engaging in combat and leveling up is the protagonist's affair. We are, at best, mere NPCs. That stings, my friend. What did you just say? Meanwhile, within SHIELD, the backroom research team is swiftly documenting information and commencing analysis. The primary focus is on various entities. Level 0 lacks entity descriptions, yet Level 1 provides some. Naturally, their attention is directed towards these entities as they prepare to confront greater threats. Level 0 has already breached reality. We must analyze all known entities that have appeared, so that upon the arrival of Level 1, we can exert control more effectively. May admonishes the numerous members present. Alongside the physicists, there are also biologists and specialists in supernatural entities. The physicists find themselves at a loss for words. A biologist remarks. I have encountered an array of peculiar organisms, but he expresses a sense of despair. No one ever informed me that a mass of limbs could morph into a creature. The faceless entity and the hound are somewhat understandable. Humanoid monsters can be perceived as individuals mutated by radiation. However, this mass of limbs is truly bizarre. The accompanying images in the text are nothing short of grotesque, composed of arms and legs, thick and thin, long and short. It is exceedingly strange. This utterly subverts the biologist's worldview. Meanwhile, the supernatural biologist asserts, there is no need to concern ourselves with physiological characteristics or evolutionary processes. They are merely products of distortion. Who knows what kind of contamination and mutation occurs within the backroom? Even on Earth, we witness the emergence of hybrid mutants. So it is even less surprising in the backroom. Our task is not to study the principles, but merely to ascertain their data. Yet, looking solely at descriptions, it seems impossible to derive the requisite data, someone observes. The group exchanges glances. It is indeed true that one cannot draw conclusions based solely on descriptions. If only Agent Natasha could make an encounter, someone mutters. What did you say? May squinted at the individual, her gaze piercing. The person, realizing his indiscretion, hastily fell silent. This faceless entity is indeed intriguing. It appears to resemble a different species, mused the biologist. No, to be precise, it should be akin to a subspecies of human replication, came the response. This creature poses no threat to us. Rather, it could serve as a tool for experimentation with hazardous materials, someone proposed. Have you noticed the designations of these creatures? Limb group number 5, hound number 8, faceless entity number 9, implying there should be other entities with designations below 9? Other designations must undoubtedly exist. And if I am not mistaken, based on the previously mentioned level 94, the backrooms encompass at least 94 layers. Moreover, there exists level 11. 1. The emergence of such non-integer layers suggests that the hierarchy of the backrooms surpasses our imagination, and with so many layers, there will inevitably be more entities. It is not merely 94 layers. It was previously stated that at level 0, there is a wooden door leading to level 283. Thus, the layers of the backrooms likely exceed 300. Unfortunately, yes, instances of creatures like the limb group have already appeared, making it difficult to fathom what other monstrosities lie ahead. As it stands, SHIELD seems capable of maintaining control over these entities, whether they be limb groups or hounds, let alone the faceless entities. Yet, a sense of unease lingered among the group. To be candid, these entities within the backrooms do not appear particularly formidable, especially in the presence of superheroes. But what of ordinary individuals? Are limb groups not merciless killers? Do hounds not hunt relentlessly? What about the other entities? What is designation 1? What about designations 2 and 3? Data from the field team has begun to arrive. Just then, Agent Hilt entered from outside. Hurry and analyze. The group turned to see that relevant data had indeed been transmitted to their respective computers. Upon opening the files, they discovered a report on an anomalous area designated as number 0. The environmental data was meticulously detailed: humidity, temperature, noise frequency and duration, radiation data, air quality, and more. Humidity and temperature both registered as normal. The noise levels aligned with their prior knowledge. However, the radiation data and air quality were somewhat perplexing. As for the radiation, ordinary levels were undetected, yet beta waves were present. In that area, beta waves are continuously emitted. No wonder, a scientist mused. Beta waves are one of the 4 types of human brain waves and typically manifest during states of tension or alertness. Of course, in addition to beta waves, there are delta waves, another of the 4 types, primarily appearing during deep sleep. In level 0, only these 2 types of waves prevail, resulting in manifestations such as hallucinations and heightened anxiety. This elucidates the origin of the hallucinations. Regarding air quality, the data reflects a significantly elevated level of CO, commonly known as carbon dioxide. With an increase in carbon dioxide and a decrease in oxygen, no toxic substances have been detected. However, this situation indicates a hypoxic zone, where insufficient oxygen supply can also induce hallucinations. All of these factors contribute to the circumstances of level 0. Is there no spatial model established? Inquired a physicist. The field personnel have not entered. They merely extended a detector for exploration, Hill replied, shaking his head. The physicist seemed poised to express further thoughts, but Hill interjected calmly, saying, no rush. Once the area is secured, a research base will be established, and you may conduct your studies then. The group exchanged glances, momentarily silent and at a loss for words. By the way, regarding the mutant with spatial abilities, the physicist from before began. None left. Hill shot a glance at the individual, uttering those words before turning to depart. The others chuckled as they looked at him. The individual shrugged, mimicking Hill's demeanor, and remarked, none left. Utter another word, and I won't hesitate to seal your lips. Hill poked his head back through the doorway, letting out a cold snort. Chapter 19. A constricted perspective. At the same moment, in the Manhattan Level 0 invasion zone, the area had been completely sealed off. However, within, the Fantastic Four and the X-Men stood at the threshold of Level 0, engaged in hushed conversation. Is this what an alternate dimension entails? So it is. Reed appeared to have gleaned much, pondering whether he should venture inside and the implications of such a decision. Would he be able to emerge afterward? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. Meanwhile, the X-Men's collective gaze was fixated on Professor X. At this moment, he had his eyes tightly shut. Fingers pressed against his temples, seemingly employing his formidable telepathic abilities to sense Level 0. Remarkably, he did perceive many individuals. Professor X even sought to manipulate those minds, attempting to guide them out of this Level 0. Yet, lacking a sense of time and space. Even if he could influence their thoughts, he was powerless to extricate them from within. Advancing a step could lead to error. Retreating could result in disappearance. Oh, in technical terms, it could lead to a severance. He felt utterly helpless. Professor X truly sensed his own limitations. Regrettably, he was merely a mutant with telepathic abilities. When it came to spatial matters, he was at a loss. Professor, have you discerned anything? Reed inquired, putting away his instruments, unable to restrain his curiosity. The professor merely shook his head, remaining silent. Let us depart. It is time for us to return. Noting the professor's reticence, Reed smiled at Johnny and Susan. Shall we not venture inside for a little exploration? Johnny, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his prowess. From the aerial perspective, the entity of this backroom posed no threat to him, nor to any of the four of them. Earth had become mundane. Exploring the backroom seemed far more enticing. Patience, Reed interjected calmly. We shall enter once we have developed the relevant dimensional transfer device. We can embark on adventures, but we must not take unnecessary risks. Understood, Johnny? Even after I enter, you may follow to retrieve me. Johnny, however, retorted, that is not acceptable. Susan interjected sharply. Johnny, that is not a tourist destination or a resort. That is the backroom, a place fraught with eerie dangers. He'd Reed's words and refrain from recklessness. All right, Johnny huffed, his boredom manifesting as flames dancing at his fingertips. Let us depart, Reed declared, leading the group aboard their craft as they took their leave. Director, are we truly allowing them to leave just like that? Within the temporary command center, an agent observed the retreating Fantastic Four and turned to Nick Fury with a question. What else would you propose? Nick Fury replied coolly, regarding the agent with a steady gaze. Shouldn't we at least compel them to share their data? The agent countered. As if it were a given. We're S-H-I-E-L-D, not Hydra. Why do you think we should resort to such underhanded tactics? Nick Fury scoffed. The agent offered an awkward smile. Furthermore, do you believe you have the capability to detain them? Nick Fury retorted, turning the question back on him. Well, no. The agent shook his head. Then that settles it. Nick Fury remained composed, adding that it was unnecessary to confront the Fantastic Four. Although, in a sense, the Fantastic Four could be considered an independent team of superpowered individuals, they possessed their own identities and backgrounds. Reed was a figure of considerable authority within the scientific community, and the Baxter Building had undeniably become a part of the capital landscape. In this tumultuous world, one could offend anyone, and supervillains or unaligned superpowered beings were fair game for capture, yet those with capital and influence were beyond such reach. Indeed, even in a world teeming with superheroes, one must still heed the nuances of social standing. Whose favor must one seek? Naturally, the favor of capital. Strength alone is of little consequence. To navigate this world, one must wield influence and possess connections. The realm of society is not merely about conflict. It is about the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, when the Fantastic Four departed, Nick Fury made no effort to impede their exit. Wait, Director. Those mutant miscreants have left as well. Shouldn't we apprehend a few for, interrogation? The agent inquired. I find it curious how dark your thoughts are. You speak of research and sharing so readily. How many mentors do you have? Nick Fury scrutinized the agent. None, the agent replied, shaking his head. Then can you withstand mental manipulation? Nick Fury countered. Not really. The agent shook his head again. Can you defeat any of them? Nick Fury posed yet another question. The agent pondered earnestly. This time, the X-Men included Professor X, Cyclops, Beast, Storm, Iceman, and Colossus. Well, not that I could defeat any of them, not even one, he admitted. Iceman seems like he might be the easiest to handle. The agent murmured. S-H-I-E-L-D naturally possessed ample information on these mutants, including descriptions of their abilities. Over the years, the powers exhibited by these mutants had been well documented. In his view, Professor X was insurmountable, having previously been manipulated effortlessly. Cyclope's optic blasts were similarly insolvable. One could hardly withstand them. Beast was both strong and swift. Even Captain America would likely take a few hits. As for Storm, she could simply soar into the sky, evading capture altogether. Colossus appeared to be merely a large brute, yet his body was composed of steel, impervious to bullets and explosions. Iceman might seem simpler, merely capable of creating ice. If there were adequate firepower, perhaps he could be subdued. Have you ever studied? Nick Fury inquired, turning his gaze toward the agent. Huh? The agent was taken aback but quickly responded, report. Sir, I graduated from military academy and served in the Marine Corps. Do you comprehend what it means to conjure ice from thin air? Nick Fury retorted. Isn't it just creating ice out of thin air? The agent stammered. If Tony were here, he would scoff at you, disregarding thermodynamic laws and defying physical constants. And in your words, it would simply be creating ice from thin air? Nick Fury remarked with a hint of resignation. The ability to conjure ice from thin air signifies that one could instantaneously encase you in an icy sculpture, or even envelop the entirety of Manhattan in a frosty FAA day. The agent opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, it seemed that neither this nor that could be trifled with. What, then, had become of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Meanwhile, Nick Fury merely watched as the X-Men's Quinjet distanced itself. He had no need to confront the X-Men as adversaries. After all, they had approached him with a formal request to investigate the anomalies in his jurisdiction. They exhibited courtesy, and thus he felt no compulsion to turn hostile. However, despite their politeness, he held a profound disdain for Professor X's leadership, decision-making abilities, operational competence, and overall vision. They incessantly clamored for peaceful coexistence with humanity, seeking to uphold the rights of mutants. Yet, when calamity struck, such as the New York battle and the alien invasion, these mutants had retreated into their shells, failing to emerge. They were, after all, a collective, an organization. To reshape perceptions of mutants, one should not merely rescue captured mutants or engage in heartfelt dialogues with those who harbor animosity towards them. If it were he would rally these mutants to the front lines, confronting the extraterrestrial threat and safeguarding Earth. Simultaneously, he would ensure that some humans inadvertently recorded the mutants' valorous battles against their foes, disseminating those videos online. Once the dust settled post-conflict, he would emerge to declare to all of humanity, we are not the enemy. We are all part of humanity. Humanity must possess its own strength to repel alien invaders. We defend Earth. We protect humanity. We are integral to the human community and part of this planet. We ought not to squabble amongst ourselves. Rather, we should unite against a common foe, vanquishing the threat beyond our world. Furthermore, he would elevate certain strikingly impressive mutants, showcasing their combat footage and their defiance against adversaries, thereby crafting them into icons of a new era. Once public sentiment began to shift, it would take mere days for perceptions of mutants to undergo a transformation. Truly, in this modern era of advanced technology, why resort to antiquated methods? Persisting as a tyrant in a secluded stronghold would only lead to ruin. In just a few years, it would seem entirely normal to witness the annihilation of all mutants. Shaking his head, he reined in his tumultuous thoughts, redirecting his gaze to the computer screen displaying shared visuals. A fleeting glimmer of concern crossed his eyes. Level 1. There remained so many entities. What fate awaited Earth in the future? Level 0 had been manageable, although it had ensnared some individuals. There was no tangible threat, but Level 1 was an entirely different matter. Once Level 1 invaded Earth, it was uncertain how monumental the repercussions would be. Alas. Chapter 20. The Cosmic Cube Armor. Tony. All right, I too possess a divine artifact. At the same moment, in the celestial palace of Asgard, the resounding clang of a mighty dwarf echoed through the air as he wielded his hammer, striking the URU alloy. While Tony busied himself with an array of electronic components nearby. However, amidst his tinkering, he was also engrossed in the textual information of Level 1. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. To his astonishment, there existed such a multitude of entities within this Level 1. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that these entities, while posing a certain threat, could be effectively navigated thanks to Natasha's skills and technological gadgets, ensuring their survival. His primary objective was to steadily progress into the Backrooms and successfully extract Natasha. It seemed rather simple, did it not? With this thought, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Indeed, these monsters posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals. Yet, as he absorbed more information through the live broadcast, the greater their chances of survival became, even if an ordinary person inadvertently fell into the Backrooms. The information disseminated through the live stream could substantially enhance their chances of survival. As for the possibility of monsters from the Backrooms manifesting in reality, Tony had not entertained such a notion, deeming it improbable. For both Level 0 and Level 1, as well as the information disclosed at the outset, indicated that while individuals could descend into the Backrooms, the monsters therein could not breach into reality. This led to a more harrowing conclusion. Once one entered the Backrooms, escape became exceedingly arduous. However, at present, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such thoughts. His sole focus was on perfecting the armor. Just then, the dwarf's deep voice resonated through the air. So soon? Tony was taken aback. Typically, crafting an iron suit with various instruments would require several days, even under optimal conditions. Yet, it had been but a brief time. And the dwarf had already completed the armor? Turning around, Tony beheld the armor radiating with a silvery golden hue. The silver represented the original color of the URU metal, while the gold was the hue of the celestial palace S gold. However, due to the singular piece of URU metal, the armor predominantly showcased a golden tone, accented by silver, as if silver threads wove through it. The streamlined physique and the chilling color palette drew inspiration from Iron Man's Mark VII, with an array of components exuding a mechanical essence. Its color scheme bore resemblance to the Mark 42, with the distinction that the latter featured red accents, which this armor lacked. The question of whether to apply paint was trivial. Now was not the time for such formalities. Of course, the color was secondary. What mattered most was the armor's design, which diverged from all previous armors he had crafted. The energy core at the chest was square, specifically designed to house the cosmic cube. Flanking this square energy core were 6 circular energy sources on each side, totaling 12, arranged to resemble a shape. The circular aperture serves no other purpose than to accommodate the arc reactor. In fact, the very first creation was this arc reactor, a total of 12 in number. The sole distinction lies in the fact that these arc reactors are in a state devoid of energy, intended to counter Odin's energy impact. His concept revolves around harnessing energy to fill these arc reactors, thereby mitigating a portion of the damage inflicted upon him while also promoting resource recycling. The inspiration stemmed from the time Thor struck him with lightning, causing his armor to charge to 400. The last instance was a passive absorption, whereas this time, he proactively incorporated several charging modules designed specifically to convert and store energy within the reactors. It must be said, the craftsmanship of the dwarves is commendable. Not only is the speed remarkable, but they also meticulously executed all the details specified in his blueprints. Moreover, it appears to be entirely handcrafted. Yet, how is it that this extraterrestrial technology feels both antiquated and steeped in sci-fi allure? What accounts for this strange sense of déjà vu? He recalls the last time he painstakingly crafted a suit of armor, which took an inordinate amount of time. Yet, this dwarf. Speaking of which, why is it still referred to as a dwarf when he is taller than me? Tony gazed at the dwarf with a hint of peculiarity. Unable to suppress his curiosity, how did you manage this? Even the artifacts of Asgard are forged by our dwarf kin. What does your tinkin amount to? The dwarf leaned against various metallic components, took a sip of his drink, and replied nonchalantly, not the slightest difficulty. Such exquisite URU metal wasted. Tony's lips twitched, feeling somewhat derided. What constitutes waste? Tony felt indignant. Just the items in your hands. The dwarf cast a disdainful glance at the assortment of electronic components in Tony's grasp and retorted, they are merely a burden when placed within here. The URU metal's primary characteristic is its affinity for magic. With even a modicum of magical understanding, one can wield the armor with ease, devoid of such trinkets. While I may lack knowledge of magic, I possess AI. Tony scoffed, assembling the various electronic components into the armor with practiced ease. In no time, all the components were fitted, and the wiring was neatly arranged. The 2 rows of arc reactors in the chest were also installed, with only one possessing a low energy level while the remaining 11 were entirely empty. However, even with its low energy, it was sufficient for operation. Buzz. As one of the energized reactors illuminated, Tony activated his wristwatch and smiled. Jarvis, deliver a touch of technological astonishment to this diminutive giant. Certainly, sir. With Jarvis's response, he seamlessly took control of the new iron suit, and the armor that had previously leaned against the wall suddenly stood upright, arms raised, palms emanating a faint glow as if on alert. How about that? Tony smiled at the dwarf and said, I've heard that artifacts forged from URU metal, when imbued with magic, possess a spirit. Yet my creation, even without magical enhancement, possesses a spirit of its own. Which do you believe has greater intelligence? An artifact or my AI? The dwarf scoffed. While imbuing spirits is one aspect, the infusion of various runes and magical arts is crucial to enhancing an artifact's power. Let me reiterate, magic is the essence that harmonizes with URU metal. AI pales in comparison. Is that so? Tony replied, clearly skeptical. Then why not demonstrate your prowess? The dwarf furrowed his brow and retorted, do you think I would be foolish enough to inscribe runes for you free of charge? Is this not a mutual exhibition of skill? Tony shrugged. If you lack knowledge of rune magic, I shall consider it a concession. My AI surpasses your runes. This provoked a chuckle from the dwarf. All right, let me showcase the might of rune magic. As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with a silvery hue, and an aura of unknown energy began to gather around him. Sir, detecting unknown energy fluctuations. Jarvis's voice chimed in. Tony waved dismissively, his focus solely on the dwarf. The dwarf was indeed well-versed in rune magic. Whether it was Thor's hammer, the future-forged Stormbreaker, or the Infinity Gauntlet designed to wield the Infinity Stones, each was intricately linked with rune magic. The mastery of rune magic interwoven with exquisite forging techniques underscored the dwarf's remarkable craftsmanship. Thor's hammer wielded its might not merely due to Odin's enchantment. The abilities to summon, repel, and soar were imprinted in its very essence from the moment it was forged. In the comics, Thor's hammer also absorbed energy, storing it and returning it as a forceful strike, a characteristic inherent to URU metal itself. The reason others could not lift the hammer stemmed not from Odin's spell, but rather from its intrinsic capabilities. Odin's incantation simply stated, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor." This explains why Captain America could wield the hammer in Avengers Endgame, as he had, in that moment, proven himself worthy of Thor's might. While Tony may not have been fully aware of the myriad details surrounding Thor's hammer, he aspired for his armor to embody the same essence as such a legendary artifact. He had deliberately engaged the dwarf in this manner, uncertain if the dwarf would indeed inscribe rune magic upon his suit. Naturally, he would welcome it, but its absence would not be a matter of concern. He merely sought to explore the possibility. To his surprise, the dwarf commenced the inscribing of runes. In that moment, Tony found himself amazed as he observed a series of incomprehensible runes being etched onto his armored suit. It did not take long before the ambient glow dissipated, and the dwarf exhaled, stating nonchalantly, "All done. Is that it?" Tony marveled. "What runes have you inscribed? What effects do they possess?" The response was straightforward. One amplifies, enhancing attributes such as speed, strength, resilience, and energy, while the other provides healing, mending damage inflicted by both physical and magical means. The dwarf replied nonchalantly, "So, what do you think? Can your AI achieve such feats?" Doubt creased Tony's brow as he activated his armor, encasing himself in its embrace. Buzz. At that very moment, the arc reactor's energy source flickered with brilliance, and Tony felt as if he were bathed in a healing light. The nagging pain in his chest began to dissipate. In the minute, iron shavings that had infiltrated his bloodstream were effortlessly expelled by the radiant glow. Remarkably, even the arc reactor embedded within his chest was ejected from his body. "What?" Tony exclaimed, incredulous. Had the issue that had plagued him for so long been resolved so effortlessly? Initially, he had been forced to rely on the arc reactor to sustain his life after shrapnel had lodged itself in his chest, preventing it from traveling to his heart. It was that he had hesitated to remove it. Rather, he lacked the requisite technology. He mused that with advancements in the future, extraction would surely become feasible. Yet, he never anticipated that his healing would occur through the medium of magic. "My goodness. Sir, how do you feel?" Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Excellent. I now possess a divine artifact." Tony chuckled. "My heart is finally free from peril. It seems I can indulge in a restful slumber." "Sir," Jarvis began. But Tony interjected, "I know, no need for reminders. Before I sleep, we must rescue our undercover agent." He smirked, casting a glance at the projected image. "All right, Jarvis. It is time to don our cosmic cube armor and seek out our beloved God King." Chapter 21. Surrounded by Hounds. At this moment, countless individuals were engrossed in discussions sparked by the Level 1 document. This document unveiled a plethora of entities, revealing their peculiarities to all. Rather than contemplating the evolution these entities underwent, their thoughts were consumed with a singular question: how would they respond if confronted by such monsters? This posed a grave dilemma, one they could not afford to ignore. However, before they could arrive at any conclusions, the text on the virtual screen began to fade away, replaced by an image. The scene seemed to continue from before, featuring the central figure, the Black Widow, Natasha. She found herself in what appeared to be an underground parking lot, the concrete floor marked with tire tracks, yet devoid of any vehicles. Puddles of water, unevenly distributed, and a faint mist rendered this subterranean space eerily desolate and cold. "Is this Level 1? Natasha surveyed her surroundings, her mind beginning to piece things together. It aligned closely with the descriptions in the document she had previously received. It seems quite safe. There are no monsters nearby, the environment appears normal, and there is an absence of noise. The floor, walls, and even the ceiling were all constructed of concrete, with occasional exposed rebar visible on the walls. Everything around her felt unnervingly ordinary, so much so that she felt as though she had returned to reality. Yet, she was acutely aware that she was still within the backrooms. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated whether she could force her way through. Though she understood that brute force was not a viable solution, her curiosity compelled her to discover what lay beyond the wall. Thus, with a resounding boom, a micro-explosive detonated against the wall. The terrifying sound of the explosion reverberated, waves of sound cascading outward, smoke and debris billowing forth, a shockwave rippling through the air. As the dust settled, Natasha's expression turned to one of resignation. It appeared that this place, too, was infinite. She sighed. Indeed. The scene beyond the wall was yet another underground parking lot, indistinguishable from her current surroundings. This inevitably reminded her of her experiences within that yellow room. Behind the wall lay more space, and beyond that, yet more space, stretching infinitely, an endless expanse. She had little to say about this. Clearly, the normal path would not lead her out. Although she had now discerned a method of cutting through, she remained uncertain as to where such actions would lead, causing her to hesitate in taking any rash steps. Since she would not cut through, she resolved to seek out the elusive MEG. The MEG had evidently lingered in this place for an extended period. Perhaps she could uncover some information here? Or perhaps a route to escape. With this thought in mind, Natasha began her search for a staircase or an elevator. However, after only a few steps, having just passed a load-bearing pillar, she spotted a box placed behind it, a green metal crate, reminiscent of a military supply box. She had encountered such boxes far too often and had utilized several as well. Were these placed here by those from MEG? Natasha furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity. If this place were indeed as secure as MEG claimed, why would they place supply boxes in such a location? If wanderers truly arrived here, seeking MEG's assistance would suffice. The existence of these supply boxes seemed somewhat superfluous. Alternatively, could this be Meg's supplementary explanation for those who, lacking knowledge and unable to find information in level 0, inadvertently found their way here? If one were to entertain this hypothesis, it would render more sense. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Natasha approached with utmost care. Who could fathom the bizarre rules governing this backroom? Although the documentation asserted that this place was secure, one could never be too certain. Thus, Natasha remained vigilant, opting not to touch with her hands. Instead, she unlatched the hook lock on the widow's sting and opened the lid. Inside, she discovered a can of beef. Was that it? She picked up the can, feeling a bit perplexed. After opening it and taking a whiff, her keen sense of smell, honed by years as an operative, suggested that it was indeed non-toxic. A taste confirmed that it bore no distinction from a regular beef can. It appeared that MEG had truly placed this here. Stowing the can in her tactical waste bag, she continued her search with lingering curiosity. Before long, she spotted a staircase. This was not difficult to locate. The area exhibited no anomalous spatial effects, nor did it feature a labyrinth of rooms. It was simply an underground parking garage, making the presence of stairs immediately apparent. Thus, finding the staircase was relatively straightforward. However, she stumbled upon another box, once again, a green metal supply crate, resting atop the stairs. Upon opening it, she discovered a backpack filled with bottled water. The water was that clear plastic mineral variety, devoid of any labeling. Notably, in addition to the water, there was a gray metal thermos. Upon removing the lid, she found it contained water as well, indistinguishable from regular drinking water. However, a faint almond scent wafted from it. Almonds. Natasha hesitated for a moment, pondering, then took a cautious sip. She was not particularly concerned about toxins. The slight dosage posed no threat to her. Having undergone modifications from the Red Room, her physical condition, while not on par with super soldiers, had significantly delayed her aging process and enhanced her immune system and resilience. Thus, a small sip would hardly affect her. Moreover, she had deduced that this liquid was likely non-toxic. The taste was subtle, slightly sweet, and indeed reminiscent of almonds. Remarkably, after just that small sip, she experienced a sensation of fatigue relief and a feeling of satiety. How peculiar it seemed this was the almond water mentioned in the earlier documents, Natasha mused thoughtfully. Previously, she had encountered pertinent files in a room in Manila, mentioning that level 4 contained almond water. This almond water appeared to be of great significance, likely beneficial to humans. Moreover, it was conceivable that it could harm certain creatures impervious to physical damage. With this thought, she resumed her inspection of the water bottles. Regrettably, the contents were merely ordinary drinking water. Nonetheless, in such a place, having water was certainly preferable to its absence. There were 6 bottles in total, and if rationed wisely, they should last a considerable time. Added to this was the bottle of almond water, quite an impressive find. Natasha smiled, shouldered her backpack, and continued her ascent up the staircase. Soon, she reached the next level via the dimly lit stairs. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a corridor flanked by rooms on either side. The corridor extended to an unknown length, with no indication of where it might lead or where the exit lay. Fluorescent lights overhead illuminated the passageway, revealing dark brown stains upon the floor. Noticing these stains, Natasha furrowed her brow, instinctively drawing her pistol and adopting a vigilant stance. Indeed, those brown stains were nothing other than dried blood. It seemed that some unfortunate events had transpired in this place. Natasha murmured softly, glancing around before proceeding toward the area marked by the bloodstains. There were clear signs of movement, and following the trail led her to the door of a room ahead. Upon inspecting the door, she found it closed but not locked. A discernible gap in the middle allowed her to peer into the darkness beyond, though she could not ascertain what lay inside. The absence of visible occupants did not guarantee that other entities were not present. Therefore, she activated the widow's bite on her wrist, launching a mini tear gas canister through the crack in the door. With a soft whoosh, the canister detonated, releasing a hissing sound as gas escaped. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from within. In an instant, a monstrous figure burst forth from the door. Natasha's pupils dilated in shock, and she executed a backward roll while swiftly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets erupted from the chamber, their fiery trails aimed at the creature's head and chest. A furious growl echoed back. The creature, remarkably resilient, charged through the hail of bullets toward Natasha. With steely resolve, she executed a sliding kick, simultaneously charging the widow's bite, blue and white arcs of electricity crackling in anticipation. She then unleashed a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. Zzz. The electricity surged, enveloping the creature in a terrifying high-voltage embrace, causing it to convulse violently before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It twitched for a moment longer before finally falling still. Until this moment, Natasha had finally discerned the full visage of the creature. It possessed long black hair, a human-like head, and a frail, emaciated form, reminiscent of a mere skeleton, with limbs that, while humanoid, were distinctly adorned with menacing claws. Ward? Natasha was evidently taken aback. Such a monstrosity was something she had never encountered, even on Earth. What other surprises does this backroom hold in store for me? Natasha murmured. Just then, a howl erupted, reminiscent of a wolf's cry yet akin to a dog's bark. Oh well. Following that, a cacophony of howls echoed, drawing nearer and nearer. What? Natasha's expression shifted dramatically. Yet before she could react, a rustling sound permeated from the staircase and the room. In the darkness, beneath the shadows, silhouettes resembling dogs gradually emerged. A pair of gleaming green eyes materialized at the doorway, in the corners of the room. There were far more monsters than she had anticipated. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen. She looked around and realized she was completely surrounded. In that instant, Black Widow's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 22, Traversing the Multiverse. I am astounded. Does one attract a multitude? This spectacle sends shivers down my spine. How on earth are we to confront this? I previously assumed we would merely encounter isolated entities. Yet here we are, plunged into such a thrilling predicament right from the start. Goodness. Even encountering a pack of wolves in reality would be formidable, let alone these entities. What if the sole female superhero from the Avengers meets her demise here? Surely not. It would be such a shame for such a captivating figure to perish so easily. Alas, what else is there to consider? It appears she possesses no extraordinary powers. Aside from her seemingly advanced gadget, she appears to be merely a top-tier agent, and facing such overwhelming numbers, survival seems unlikely. My word, how can one underestimate a top-tier agent? Do you grasp the essence of a top-tier agent? A mere dozen of these entities would hardly pose a challenge to her. The crucial factor is that she is fully equipped, armed with modern weaponry and high-tech wrist gear. A single explosive could easily dispatch a group. Indeed, if even extraterrestrials wielding advanced technology have been vanquished, do you truly believe these creatures can compare? Have you not pondered what you would do if faced with such a scenario? She is a top-tier agent, fully equipped. Well, what about us? Would we not be mere fodder? Truly, even one of these monstrosities would be a formidable foe. Fear not, we can gaze directly at the creature. Did it not state that such an act could momentarily deter the beast? And then what? It is not a permanent deterrent. Can you maintain your gaze on one while also keeping an eye on the hounds behind you? Good heavens, was it not said that level 1 was relatively safe? How is this even remotely secure? A mere twitch, and we find ourselves encircled by a throng of entities. How does one navigate this? Brothers, let us not forget the almond water. Surely it can inflict harm upon these creatures. Yet, that almond water is but a small vial, hardly sufficient to cause significant damage to these entities. The situation remains perilous. Was it not promised that this level contained an MEG outpost? Have all the MEG personnel perished? Incredible. MEG is already surrounded by hounds? At this moment, it appears there are no signs of human activity, judging by the bloodstains and traces on the ground. It seems the outpost on this level has indeed been breached. As Natasha finds herself encircled by a dozen hounds, the livestream chat has become inundated with comments. Countless viewers express their anxiety. Concern for Natasha is one aspect, but equally pressing is the fear for their own predicament. Escaping reality leads to level 0. Yet exiting level 0 invariably means traversing level 1. Upon reaching level 1, encountering these creatures is a distinct possibility. Surely, one cannot expect to seek an exit in an underground parking garage. Certainly, there are those who contemplate the possibility of awaiting the refresh of supply crates within the warehouse, gathering sufficient weaponry before confronting the tangible foes. In stark contrast to the reactions of ordinary individuals worldwide, the atmosphere within the SHIELD research team remains relatively lighthearted. Merely a handful of hounds, monsters with slightly enhanced physical prowess. When compared to the Chitauri, they pale in significance. Not to mention their inferiority to various hostile factions. At least those adversaries possess firearms, while these creatures, they are animals, no matter how swift or strong. They lack the lethality of ranged weaponry. Natasha, a premier agent, is not merely any operative but one who has undergone enhancements. Although her physical capabilities do not rival those of a super soldier, she embodies the prowess of a world-class athlete, her agility comparable to that of an Olympic gold medalist, with remarkable coordination and reflexes. Moreover, her combat skills and weapon proficiency are unparalleled. If Natasha were to compete in the Olympics, she would undoubtedly clinch all the gold medals. If she cannot contend with these mere creatures, what claim does she have to being a top-tier agent? Should she falter against such foes? She may well find her position among the Avengers jeopardized, perhaps even facing expulsion upon her return. Of course, that is but a jest. Regardless, both May and Hill appear relatively at ease, even finding time to sip tea. Isn't it a bit excessive for just the two of us to be leisurely enjoying tea while the rest of the team is busy? May remarked. We are not required for field work, nor are we in command. Our task is to analyze the backroom. Are we not working? Hill replied, gazing at the projection screen with a smile. Indeed, you have a point. May nodded but then added, but what if level 1 breaches reality? That is a concern for the director. Hill chuckled. There is nothing more delightful than lounging on the deck with afternoon tea after a busy morning. If little Natasha were to witness us like this, she would surely be incensed. May laughed in response. It's nothing. Such creatures are a trivial matter. And I trust she will manage quite well. As long as she remains composed, she should be able to survive for a considerable time in level 1. When the time comes, our agents will enter the backroom to bring her out. Hill assured. Oh, our agents have already entered? May inquired. Yes, from level 0 in Manhattan. The agents have successfully transitioned. Their precise destination is unknown, but as long as they enter level 1, they will locate Natasha. Once she returns, the mission will be deemed complete. Hill explained. May's expression shifted. Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, the only known entrance to level 0, aside from the reality breach, is level 283, right? We still need to find that rare, moldy wooden door? Indeed. Hill nodded. In other words, even if the agent successfully locates Xiana, they must traverse through various levels to reach level 283, all while remaining oblivious to the nature of the environment there and the path to it. May inhaled deeply, a growing concern appearing in her eyes. Well, although we are unaware, the organization MEG in this backroom should have some knowledge. Hill murmured. But does MEG even seem to be operational? May remarked, observing the scene where Natasha was encircled by a dozen hounds. Hill fell silent. Indeed, there appeared to be something amiss with MEG. As a hint of worry surfaced in her gaze. Even though they now knew the exit, the journey to it remained arduous. Who knows where level 283 lies? Everything appeared shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the Asgardian palace, Tony had successfully obtained the Tesseract, embedding it into his chest. The power emanating from the Tesseract was astonishing, igniting a thrill reminiscent of a wedding night. He was unaware of the Tesseract's composition or the source of its energy, but he could sense its immense power, nearly boundless in nature. In the past, Hydra had harnessed the Tesseract to create numerous energy weapons. Yet the energy within it showed no signs of diminishing. It could only be interpreted as originating from an advanced civilization or perhaps connected to deities and demons. Despite the obscurity surrounding its origins, it did not deter Tony from using it as a source of energy. Truth be told, he had coveted the Tesseract for quite some time. Unfortunately, a series of events had prevented him from studying it until now. But now, he possessed the Tesseract. Albeit temporarily, yet it allowed him the opportunity to delve into its mysteries. Do not attempt to study it lightly. Its power is not something mortals should covet. At that moment, Odin seemed to sense Tony's thoughts and spoke calmly. Very well. Tony nodded, smiling as he replied, this artifact may be impressive, but it pales in comparison to my life. He paused, then addressed Odin. Odin, I am ready. Please transport me to the backroom. Odin nodded, leading Tony to a grand palace. There, a colossal device throbbed with dark purple energy. This is dark energy, Tony exclaimed, surprised, feeling the magnitude of energy for the first time. Although the Tesseract's energy seemed infinite, it was stable and lacked the overwhelming force of the chaotic energy emanating from the device before him. Tony felt that without his armor, he would hesitate to stand before such a contraption, which continuously absorbed dark energy from the void. Dark energy, through conversion, converges into crystalline energy formations within the lower aperture of the colossal apparatus. This serves as the source of energy blocks for Asgard. Such an immense device, its technological prowess far surpassing that of Earth, is not solely a marvel of science but also imbued with runic magic. Odin generously shared these advancements with Tony for his exploration. However, the intricacies of runic magic eluded Tony's comprehension. Perhaps Odin was aware of Tony's inability to grasp it, intentionally presenting it before him. Nevertheless, such considerations are trivial. You still possess an opportunity to reconsider. Though clad in armor, the dark energy could obliterate you entirely. Have you made your decision? Odin, wielding Gungnir, stood before the enormous dark energy apparatus, gazing down upon Tony. Tony cast a fleeting glance at the projection depicting Natasha encircled by the hounds, inhaling deeply before affirming, I am ready. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt this. To be truthful, guilt gnawed at him. Had he disclosed the celestial occurrences and the information regarding the back room to Natasha from the onset, she might have evaded its threshold. Ultimately, it was his negligence that led to this. Rescuing Natasha was not merely about saving a comrade. It was also a means to alleviate his own remorse. Thus, he steeled himself. Very well. Odin nodded and brandished Gungnir. A hum resonated as the device began to harness the terrifying dark energy. It enveloped Odin, his eyes gradually transforming into a piercing, cold white. Subsequently, Gungnir pointed towards Tony. Boom. The immense and formidable energy surged towards Tony in an instant. In the next moment, he vanished, leaving only shimmering motes of light in his wake. Ward. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. The moment that energy struck him, it felt as if the weight of the world bore down upon him, compressing him with excruciating intensity, his bones creaking as if they might be crushed into mere paper. Jarvis, activate the energy absorption system. Tony gritted his teeth, growling. Sir, the energy absorption system has been operational for some time. Jarvis's voice echoed. What good is that if it feels as though it isn't functioning? Tony retorted, exasperated. Looking down, he realized indeed that the absorption system was active, with 2 rows of arc reactors in his chest rapidly charging. In mere moments, those 12 arc reactors were fully energized. Sir, energy levels have surged to 4,800. The apparatus is approaching overload, Jarvis announced once more. 4,800. What an immense figure. I feel as if my entire being is brimming with arc reactors. Tony was left speechless. Previously, he believed 12 reactors ample, yet it now appeared they were woefully insufficient. An energy level of 4,800 meant that each arc reactor had exceeded its capacity by over 400. This was no ordinary arc reactor. After the incident involving Thor, the energy storage limit of his arc reactor has theoretically exceeded 400 of its previous capacity. This implies that with the current arc reactor, even if struck by Thor once more, it would merely fill the reactor without surpassing its threshold. Yet, astonishingly, even under normal conditions, the energy levels now exceed 400. Dark energy is indeed formidable. Jarvis, initiate full power output and activate the shield. At Tony's command, hum. In the next instant, a blue and white protective shield enveloped him, the energy from the 12 devices depleting at an alarming rate. This shield technology was learned from Asgard, and as long as there was sufficient energy, its strength could rival that of the Asgardian protective barriers. Nevertheless, Tony felt it was still inadequate. Jarvis. Full power output. Let us accelerate. He urged. Boom. In the following moment, his hands, feet, and the thrusters on his back and legs erupted with blinding white light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Swift. It was astoundingly fast. In that moment, Tony even felt as if he had surpassed the speed of light. Crack. In the next heartbeat, it was as though he shattered a pane of glass, his vision momentarily clearing. Tony glanced around, and in a fleeting daze, he seemed to find himself in the depths of the cosmos, observing a golden figure with 3 faces and a white cloth draped upon its head. Before he could discern more, the surroundings fractured again, and in a haze, he beheld a pristine white world, filled with high-tech devices, various aircraft swirling amidst the structures. Before he could scrutinize further, he felt as though he had plunged into water, glimpsing silhouettes engaged in combat beneath the surface. He traversed through a forest, spotting a colossal green figure battling a person with metallic claws for hands. He passed through a void and witnessed a purple silhouette, as grand as a star, adorned with a peculiar forked head, casting a shadow over the earth. He observed the web enveloping Manhattan, saw Captain America, kneeling amidst the ruins, staring blankly at the shattered shield before him, the source of his terror. The Warhammer S-Whale. He also saw Steve, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, shouting Hail Hydra. Furthermore, he glimpsed a world rife with decay and death, overrun by zombies. And there was a colossal fragmented world, where a figure clad in armor and a green cloak, resembling him, sat upon a throne. Each image left him in a whirlwind of confusion. Sir, it appears we are traversing dimensions, crossing the multiverse. Jarvis's voice resonated. Silence, I am contemplating. Tony was captivated by the bizarre world, his eyes filled with myriad lights and reflections. Ultimately, everything before him was engulfed in blinding white light, and he could see no more. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Tony. Iron Man's teleportation to the back room. At this moment, the live broadcast reveals. The battle between man and monster has already commenced. Natasha, being a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., faces these formidable creatures with a certain level of confidence. Despite the overwhelming numbers of these beasts, she finds them to pose little threat. Before they can fully encircle her, she carves a path through them, swiftly navigating the stairwell to re-enter the underground parking garage. The spacious environment allows her to maneuver with ease. Behind her, the monsters pursue relentlessly. In a sudden moment of clarity, she turns and fires a few shots back at them. Surprisingly, although these creatures exhibit remarkable resilience, a few well-placed bullets tend to pacify them. However, as the skirmish continues, Natasha begins to reduce her rate of fire. This is partly due to the limited ammunition at her disposal, but more so because the number of monsters pursuing her has increased significantly. She seems to have made a critical error. The gunfire has attracted even more of these creatures, and it becomes apparent that unless she can eliminate them all in one fell swoop and find a place to hide, she will remain in a state of constant flight for the foreseeable future. As she runs, Natasha spots the wall she previously demolished. A thought crosses her mind, and she sprints towards it. With a graceful leap, she passes through the gap, simultaneously tossing a miniature bomb behind her. Beep, beep, beep boom, accompanied by the blaring alarm. The bomb detonates just as the monsters draw near, unleashing a deafening shockwave that scatters their dismembered remains across the area. This blast takes out at least 7 or 8 of them, inflicting severe injuries on many others. The air fills with the sounds of whimpering and wailing. Yet, despite this devastation, numerous monsters remain unscathed. They surge over the bodies of their fallen comrades, traversing the gap, their bloodthirsty eyes searching for Natasha's whereabouts. However, by the time these hounds arrive, Natasha has vanished without a trace. Not a shadow remains. The hounds come to a halt, some scanning the surroundings with piercing gazes, while others sniff the air, trying to detect any lingering scents. Regrettably, all that remains in the air is the acrid smell of gunpowder. No other peculiar odors can be discerned. The hounds circle around the support columns, yet fail to locate Natasha. The confusion is palpable not only among the hounds but also among the countless viewers of the live stream. In this seemingly open space, where could she possibly have gone? Just as everyone is engulfed in bewilderment, the camera pulls back, revealing Natasha cleverly suspended from the ceiling by the miniature suction cups on her hands and feet. Goodness, it's true that CT never looks up. I'm dying of laughter. It feels just like when I play games. Seriously, are these stupid creatures brainless? Can't they look up? Let us be honest, even a normal person would find it hard to think to look above, right? But I must admit, hiding up here is indeed the best way to evade the hounds. It is not necessarily the case that those hunting hounds would remain far away. A mere glance back would reveal them. Indeed, this contraption is not particularly tall. However, concealing oneself here could very well facilitate evading the pursuit of these hounds. What a clever strategy, though regrettably, I lack such advanced technology. At that moment, within the live broadcast room, comments streamed across the screen. Yet, Natasha did not, as others might have anticipated, remain hidden until the monsters departed. Instead, observing that no further creatures seemed to rush from the opening below, she smiled slightly and whistled at the hounds still searching. The whistle instantly captivated the attention of all the hounds. They turned, glaring fiercely at Natasha, who hung from the ceiling, and then, in a frenzy, charged towards her. Natasha merely smiled faintly. She retrieved a miniature bomb she had prepared earlier and deftly tossed it into the throng of monsters. One hound leapt forward, swallowing the bomb whole. Then, boom! Flames and flesh erupted, scattering remnants everywhere. Natasha executed a nimble roll and retreated to her previous hiding spot behind the wall. Feeling the shockwave surge from the opening beside her, she smiled, feeling utterly at ease. Once the chaos subsided and she glanced back, she was met with the sight of those monsters that had pursued her now nearly annihilated. Even the few that still clung to life were gasping for breath, their limbs obliterated and entrails strewn about. The scene was as gruesome as it could be. It appeared that I have achieved a minor victory. Natasha chuckled to herself. However, just as Natasha smiled, the entire level began to tremble. It felt akin to an earthquake. Dust cascaded from the walls, and ripples formed on the puddles on the ground. The fluorescent lights above swayed, and even the load-bearing walls began to crack. What creature could this be? Natasha's pupils constricted. Such commotion could only mean her heart raced. Not only Natasha, but countless viewers of the live stream felt a weight in their chests. An earthquake? Clearly, this is no ordinary earthquake. The little monsters have been slain in excess, and a boss is about to emerge. Is this really a game? No, in games, defeating monsters yields experience and loot. But in this backroom, slaying monsters only depletes one's resources without any benefit, and it may even attract more formidable creatures, plunging one into peril indeed. One cannot recklessly slay monsters in the backroom. If one must kill, it should be done silently. Even level 1, which is described as relatively safe, is like this. It's hard to imagine what the other levels have become. Is it possible that the other levels have also succumbed? Strangely enough, the possibility exists. Thus I am now eager to learn what this impending boss may be. Perhaps a more powerful hound? It is highly plausible that a more formidable hound has emerged. Having replaced the younger ones, this seems quite reasonable. As for the limb group, their appearance remains elusive thus far. Perhaps it is precisely because this boss has transitioned to level 1 that the MEG base here has been obliterated? This conjecture is indeed rational. Therefore, if it were up to me, I would urgently seek a means to transition out of this layer, swiftly making my way to level 4. As that is the most prudent course of action. I sense that within this labyrinth, no level is devoid of peril, if level 1 is thus. Level 4 is likely no different. By the way, how does one transition out of this layer? I seem to have forgotten. It is quite simple. Wandering the corridors can lead one to level 2. If there are graffiti on the ceiling, one would find themselves at a peculiar party, where a hole in the wall grants passage to level 19. Thus, the conditions for transitioning are not overly stringent, while the criteria are indeed not harsh. It fundamentally hinges on one's understanding. If one is knowledgeable, the transition is relatively effortless. However, this female agent evidently lacks such understanding. At this moment, countless individuals in the live stream are engaged in fervent discussion. Simultaneously, within SHIELD, numerous personnel are anxiously watching. Just then, crack, a violent tremor shook the scene, and from the void, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated. Indeed, it resembled the breaking of a mirror, with the very fabric of the void fracturing. Then came a cataclysmic boom. A terrifying energy surged forth, stirring dust and debris in a chaotic whirlwind. The fierce wind tousled Natasha's hair, while the oppressive atmospheric pressure forced her to retreat. Clearly, this power had surpassed her capacity to endure. She could no longer access the MEG files and was desperate to escape this layer. In truth, she had attempted to transition out the moment the tremors began. Yet, whether due to an incorrect method or an improper location, her efforts were in vain. No matter how she tried, she remained unable to break free. With no other options, she could only seek refuge behind a load-bearing wall. At last, as the dust settled, the sight of the shattered void resembled a fleeting dream. However, the craters in the ground served as a stark reminder to Natasha that this was no mere illusion. Something had indeed arrived at this layer. Amidst the haze, she seemed to glimpse a metallic arm glimmering in gold and silver. Finally, that arm stirred. It pressed against the concrete floor, gradually pushing up a form. Subsequently, the thrusters ignited, flames erupting from the rear, and a figure shot forth from the pit, crashing heavily onto the ground. The classic superhero landing, with a sleek body, familiar armor, and recognizable colors. This is... Natasha's pupils dilated with surprise. At last, the mech emitted a familiar voice. With a click, the visor opened, revealing a well-known face. What do you think? Am I striking a handsome pose? Chapter 24, The Marvelous Iron Man Online. Wait a moment, is that Iron Man? Goodness, is that the one who took a nuclear bomb into outer space to combat aliens? Fantastic, it's Iron Man. We are saved. What is this design? Is this a new suit? We were worried about what might happen in the back room, yet here he is, donning armor and entering to rescue people. Is this the romance of the Avengers? I'm captivated. Why don't I have a friend like Iron Man? Iron Man. Sounds delightful. But he is merely an arms dealer. I, Master Fan, am responsible for the back room. Yes, I created the back room, and Tony Stark, that arms dealer. That warmonger, shall meet his end here today. Nonsense. This back room was clearly discovered by our brotherhood. How amusing, a group of ignorant fools. This back room was undoubtedly uncovered by our great cold demonic nation. Stop the nonsense. All I know is that when heavy firepower appears, the back room loses any threat. The source of all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With the technology in Iron Man's hands, let us be clear. He could easily conquer the back room. Something feels off, though. How did Iron Man enter the back room? This doesn't seem like a normal exit. Who knows? By the way, who will enter the back room next? Thor. It could also be the Green Giant. At this moment, as Tony was forcibly transmitted into the back room, countless comments began to flood in, overwhelming in their volume. Iron Man, a globally recognized figure, concealed his identity. Fearful of exposure, while Iron Man himself seemed to fear that others would not recognize him. Before the Battle of New York, he showcased himself across the internet. And after the battle, he revealed his presence to the entire world. Though not everyone acknowledges Iron Man, with some regions perceiving him merely as an extension of American will, a butcher oppressing their people, globally, such views are in the minority. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, the research team studying the back room gasped in astonishment. Tony Stark? May and Hill were equally stunned. What on earth is happening? How did Tony mysteriously end up in the back room? How did he get in? They had been unable to contact him because he was trying to find a way into the back room? But this method of entry is rather peculiar. Strange. Very strange. At the same time, in Manhattan's blockade Zone 0. What? Nick Fury was equally astonished. What the hell? How did Tony Stark get in? Tony had been missing for some time. He never anticipated that Tony would quietly enter the back room like this. Director, look at his chest. One of the agents pointed to the energy source in the chest of the armored figure on screen. A square, exceedingly familiar energy source. The Tesseract? Nick Fury was taken aback. So, he has entered the Celestial Palace? Has he traversed from the Celestial Palace to the back room? It must be so. An agent beside him nodded. Damn it, am I really relying on you? Nick Fury glared with his single eye and let out a cold huff. The agent chuckled awkwardly. Damn it, Tony Stark, not even a word before you dashed off? Nick Fury's expression darkened. This caught him completely off guard. There is clearly a way in. Why are they all behaving so erratically? Director, Stark has obtained the Tesseract. Perhaps he can use it to teleport out? The uncertain agent remarked. Who knows if that thing even works? Nick Fury muttered. The moment he saw the tesseract on Tony's chest, he understood Tony's intentions. However, whether it would succeed depended solely on Tony himself. It would be wonderful if it did, but if it doesn't, sigh. Nick Fury sighed, pondered for a moment, and spoke in a deep voice. Contact Dr. Banner. For heaven's sake, don't let them all rush in. This back room is definitely not as simple as it seems. Director, Dr. Banner has already arrived. At that moment, the agent quietly reminded him. Nick Fury turned around to see Bruce Banner standing at the door. Do you need me to go in? Banner asked with a smile. No, Dr. Banner. Your primary role is research, not causing chaos inside. Nick Fury interjected hastily, concerned that Banner might impulsively charge in. By the way, old ice, cough. That damn Stark. Whereas the captain? Notify him as well. Without my permission, no one is to venture inside. Nick Fury added emphatically. Rest assured, Director. I'm not that impulsive. A voice chimed in from the doorway, indeed belonging to Steve Rogers. That's good. Nick Fury sighed in relief. Director, what if Natasha and the others don't return? Another voice echoed. Hawkeye entered from outside, his brow furrowed, an expression of concern etched on his face. Nick Fury frowned, about to say something when he paused and glanced toward the entrance. Is there anyone else? Come in together. Steve, Banner, and Hawkeye exchanged glances. No one else, right? Nick Fury smirked. If there is no one, I'll speak freely. He deliberately paused, looking back at the door. Indeed no one. All right, you three, regardless of who it is, remember, you must not enter. Don't create trouble for me, understood? Nick Fury spoke sternly. But what if the time comes when we absolutely must go in? A neutral voice suddenly interjected. Nick Fury's lips twitched. Damn it, who is it now? Oh, Fury. Have you grown a temper? A teasing voice rang out, causing everyone to step aside and turn around. There stood a short-haired, sharp-looking woman in combat attire. Entering with confidence. Nick Fury's eyes brightened at the sight of her, Carol. He was astonished, never expecting to see Carol Danvers, indeed, the very Captain Marvel. I sense some threats emanating from Earth. What has transpired? Captain Marvel inquired, further asking, and what is that in the sky? What is the situation in this neighborhood? She had been patrolling the cosmos when, inexplicably, she sensed a looming danger. Following the source of the threat, she discovered Earth. Good heavens. The level of threat radiating from Earth was glaringly marked in her mind, as if something on this planet posed a risk to the very existence of the universe. She swiftly made her way to Earth, yet detected no abnormalities. If anything were amiss, it was merely the ethereal projection in the sky. Additionally, there was the peculiar neighborhood pinpointed by Nick Fury's pager. She decided to descend and inquire. How should I explain this to you? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, ultimately relaying the events to Captain Marvel. Upon hearing this, her confusion deepened. Unable to resist, she soared into the sky to investigate the projection. Evidently, she could discern nothing, as even her cosmic senses were incapable of penetrating the intricacies of the backroom. To perceive the backroom through the projection would require at least a multiverse-level awareness. Descending once more, she stood before the invaded neighborhood, frowning as she gazed ahead. Director. Who is that? Steve looked at Captain Marvel with a hint of curiosity. Where did this formidable being come from? Banner echoed his astonishment. This is becoming increasingly absurd. How are we ordinary people supposed to cope with this? Hawkeye secretly scoffed, filled with envy. His position as an ordinary person within the Avengers had always felt somewhat awkward, while Natasha, although also an ordinary human, had the advantage of beauty and could serve as eye candy, even stepping in as a secretary when necessary. But him? Merely a husky lost among wolves? He had thought Thor was already outrageous enough. Yet now, he witnessed someone who could fly without any apparatus, radiating brilliance and extraordinary luminosity. What on earth is happening? Are all beings like this inhuman? Carol Danvers. At this moment, Nick Fury began his introduction. This is my, friend, who was originally from Earth but later integrated into a higher cosmic civilization. Now she serves as, well, a sort of captain of the Cosmic Guard. A cosmic captain? Hawkeye's expression turned peculiar. Director, your social connections extend to the cosmos? You have acquaintances in the universe? Good heavens, the universe. Steve felt increasingly out of sync with the pace of events. It was as if he had just been a soldier on the battlefield, facing enemies armed with carbines and P-08s, where bombers were high-tech marvels and submarines altered the course of warfare. Yet now, he was told that aliens had invaded? Dr. Banner shared his sentiments. It has been several years since I returned to academic research, and now technology has advanced to the point of enabling cosmic navigation and establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Dr. Banner appeared utterly bewildered. Once a world-renowned physicist, he had retreated from public life following the Hulk incident. During his seclusion, he traversed the impoverished areas of various countries. Eventually, after the resolution of the abomination, he concealed himself once more until Natasha found him. Indeed, Upon reflection, his absence from the scientific community was not particularly lengthy, merely 6 or 7 years at most. Yet, in such a brief span, cutting-edge technology had already facilitated space travel and the discovery of other civilizations in the universe. Moreover, aside from Thor, when exactly had contact with extraterrestrial beings been established? Banner was perplexed. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. It is not so much about establishing contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. To be precise, I met Carol on Earth many years ago. But that is not of great significance. At that moment, Captain Marvel unexpectedly entered the room, glancing at Nick Fury and inquiring, "Fury, do you need me to come in?" "Absolutely not." Nick Fury quickly interjected. "We already have someone inside. Ensuring their safety should pose no problem." "Oh, are these the two in question?" Captain Marvel asked with curiosity as she gazed at the projected screen, observing the images of Black Widow and Iron Man Chapter 25. "Odin, what a tremendous loss." "Kamartosh, has it been breached? Is that the Space Stone? This immense power? Has Odin intervened?" As she observed the unfolding events on the projection, Ancient One felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, through that beam of teleportation, she discerned Odin's involvement. Odin remains formidable, especially at the zenith of his power. The ability to transport individuals to the backroom dimension is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Certainly, she possesses the capability to open a portal through the Eye of Agamotto, yet she cannot establish a passage to the backroom dimension from Earth. But Odin has accomplished this. After all, he is the king of the Norse pantheon. Frankly speaking, she is merely a sorceress, not a deity. And there is no need for her to compare herself to Odin. Such comparisons should be made among the chief deities of various divine realms. For instance, those from Mount Olympus, the celestial realm, or the Egyptian pantheon. It seems that aside from Asgard, the other divine realms have remained rather quiet. Oh, wait. Although Odin has made a move, it merely involves assisting in the transportation of individuals, which hardly qualifies as significant activity. Therefore, what is the stance of the divine realms regarding the backroom? Ancient One pondered, knowing that even the Time Stone cannot foresee the future of this backroom dimension. It is not that the Time Stone is inadequate. Rather, she herself has yet to master its full potential. She can only glimpse fragments. Like the emergence of a white jade bodhisattva statue from the ocean floor. Could it be that a bodhisattva from the celestial realm has intervened? If that is indeed the case, she feels reassured. When it comes to salvation, what problem cannot be resolved by a bodhisattva? With that thought, she smiled subtly. As for whether the Space Stone can emerge from the backroom, to be honest, she is uncertain. If one were to inquire whether the Space Stone surpasses the Eye of Agamotto, one could say that the eye represents an understanding of magic, establishing connections with numerous dimensions, such as the magical dimension, the dark dimension, the hellish dimension, and so forth. These dimensions can be considered as integral parts of their universe, existing as a unified entity. Alternatively, one might regard these dimensions as an upgraded version of subspace. Thus, aside from opening portals in the physical realm, the eye can also create passages across various dimensions, yet it ultimately remains confined within the boundaries of this universe. However, transcending this universe to reach other parallel universes presents a greater challenge. Although sorcerers can indeed breach the multiverse to access other parallel worlds, they do so not through the eye, but through other powers. For instance, she glimpsed through the Time Stone a figure donned in a mask and tight attire. Ah, Spider-Man. In fact, there are 3 Spider-Men, 2 of whom do not belong to this universe yet appear within it in the future. The architect of this occurrence is Stephen Strange. As for the Space Stone, to be candid, she has not wielded the Space Stone, but theoretically, it is immensely powerful, capable not only of traversing dimensions but likely also of crossing the multiverse. However, whether such an effect can be realized depends on Stark's capabilities. She contemplated for a moment and felt it was quite challenging. The backroom dimension does not exist within this universe. If one were to liken the universe to a book, for instance, their universe would be akin to page 199, 999, while dimensions such as the dark dimension, the magical dimension, and the hell dimension would correspond to pages 199, 999, 1, 199, 999, 2, and so forth. The universe containing the backroom is likely situated on page 1 million or even 1 billion, with the backroom dimension residing in the decimal points of these pages. Thus, the universe is distinct from the dimensions. Based on this understanding, she expressed the notion of vast distances. If she were in a universe closer to the backroom dimension, she might have been able to open a portal. But given the significant distance, it was better left alone. In light of this, Odin's power is truly formidable, remarkably so. He managed to transport someone across such a vast expanse. What a tremendous cost must have been paid. Ancient One pondered this. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the celestial palace, with Tony successfully transported to the backroom dimension, Odin felt as though he were being drained, his divine power nearly depleted, and even the energy within the dark energy device was nearly exhausted. It is worth noting that the last time he transported Thor, only a trivial amount of energy was consumed. Yet, now, sending Tony Stark to some dimension consumed an alarming amount? It was utterly frightening. He had anticipated a significant consumption, but who could have known it would be this substantial? What a loss. It was exceedingly excessive. He could be generous, but this exceeded the bounds of generosity. This was outright depletion, not to mention his divine power. Consider just the dark energy device. Although dark energy is inexhaustible, under such instantaneous depletion, the Celestial Palace suffered a loss of millions of energy blocks. Each energy block is equivalent to 10 of Tony's arc reactors, and one arc reactor corresponds to the annual power generation of the Three Gorges Dam. Therefore, the loss of millions of energy blocks is staggering, energy that humanity has yet to exhaust since the dawn of electrical usage, and even a century from now. They would still not deplete it. And yet, just like that, it was drained? How many parallel universes were traversed? How many dimensions crossed? Even Odin, the king of the gods, felt a twinge of sorrow. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The energy of the dark energy device could be replenished since dark energy flows endlessly. The most critical issue was that his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him weakened. Thus, Thor, I must enter Odin's sleep prematurely. Odin gazed down at Thor. Thor was taken aback and exclaimed, "Father, did you not just awaken from slumber? How is it?" Odin, at a loss for words, thought, "Damn it, it's all because of your friend. If it weren't for that tin can, would I need to fall into slumber?" However, he offered no further explanation, merely stating, "The order of the 9 realms is entrusted to you. Go forth and uphold it. Chaos reigns across the lands, and do not forget your duty as the god of thunder." "Yes, Father, I shall protect the 9 realms. For the glory of the northern gods." Thor replied, bowing solemnly, his gaze resolute. "Excellent, you have matured. I entrust the 9 realms to you, and I am at ease." Odin remarked before turning and vanishing from sight. Thor cast a glance at the projected image in the sky, clenched his fists, and ascended to the palace of the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, calling out, "Heimdall, transport me to Vanaheim." Heimdall nodded, plunging his sword into the ground to activate the Rainbow Bridge. Buzz, the radiance of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Thor. "By the way, report any matters concerning Midgard to me at once." Thor added. Heimdall paused, his eyes glimmering with golden light as if he had perceived something, and suddenly spoke. "Indeed. There have been some developments in the Midgard." "What is it? A rebellion?" Thor instinctively inquired. "Not quite." Heimdall shook his head. "Oh, as long as it is not that." Thor replied, just as he was about to disappear. "Meanwhile, in Midgard, an invasion from the backroom occurred. And Level 0 descended upon a place known as Manhattan." Heimdall intoned gravely. Thor? Wait, what? Why didn't you mention this sooner? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was whisked away by the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 26, A Letter to Future Generations. At this moment, the live broadcast displayed the scene. "So, you have come to rescue me?" Natasha, having listened to Tony recount the circumstances of the backroom, even shared the information concerning this floor. However, her reaction was peculiar. Instead of expressing concern for the backroom itself, she posed this question. "Well, what else could it be? Are you flirting with me?" "I must remind you, this is a live broadcast, with billions of viewers across the globe." Tony chuckled. "That doesn't quite align with your usual demeanor, Mr. Stark." Natasha replied with a smile. "Even though you are a spy, your position as my personal assistant has not been terminated. If you were to perish here, I would have to pay out insurance, which is quite unprofitable." Tony grimaced. "Really? As a billionaire, do you still worry about such trivial sums?" Natasha laughed. "Well, my wealth did not come effortlessly," Tony retorted, surveying the surroundings. He observed the bombarded walls and the scattered remnants of limbs and flesh on the ground. "Goodness, this is truly brutal." Just then, a chorus of howls echoed through the air. Simultaneously, Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, radar scans indicate multiple entities approaching from all directions." Indeed, there were numerous entities. From the shattered wall, on the staircase, hounds appeared. On this staircase, hounds emerged as well. Even in the distance on both sides, more hounds manifested. A pack of low-growling creatures, resembling both men and dogs, howled, whined, their sharp fangs dripping with saliva, eyes filled with bloodlust and madness. "Is it too late to make eye contact with them?" Tony grinned at Natasha. Natasha shrugged. Feeling unusually relaxed, the tension that had gripped her was finally loosening at this moment. There was no denying that with Tony Stark's heavy artillery, her sense of security was greatly enhanced. She was not the slightest bit concerned about these creatures. Sure enough, Tony addressed the encroaching hounds with a smile. "I know you are hungry, but I have no desire to become your dinner." With a click, the shoulder-mounted cannon activated, and then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of small missiles ignited, launching instantaneously, each one striking a creature with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with explosions, accompanied by the sounds of wailing and whimpering. At last, when the smoke cleared, there was not a single standing hound left in the parking garage. "Let us depart." It is time to return home. Tony, having effortlessly resolved the situation, turned to Natasha with a smile. Not so fast. Natasha pondered. This floor houses MEG outpost. Logically, we should be able to find information regarding MEG. As an organization within the backroom, MEG undoubtedly possesses greater knowledge. Thus, before we leave, it is essential to gather more information to facilitate SHIELD's subsequent research on the backroom. Very well. Jarvis, scan the entire area. Tony instructed. Soon, a projection of the floor's structure appeared on his visor. Sir, the scan results are in. The underground parking extends infinitely in both vertical and horizontal directions. Behind the walls lies more parking, while above are various corridors and rooms, and this pattern continues upwards. Beneath our feet, should we break through, there exists more parking. Jarvis reported, with the scanning model displayed before Tony's eyes. Ah, if only my garage were this expansive. Tony mused, feeling a tinge of wistfulness despite being a billionaire. It was overwhelmingly vast, akin to an infinitely extending realm. He found himself contemplating whether all levels in this backroom were similarly structured. Natasha, have you ever heard of a cat? Tony suddenly recalled something, glancing at Natasha in search of intellectual camaraderie. What cat? Natasha appeared perplexed, unable to grasp the swift leap in Tony's thoughts. Schardinger's cat. Tony squinted, exhaling softly. I think I've heard of it, but what do you mean? Natasha responded, puzzled. Well, Schardinger's cat is indeed quite famous. Even if she isn't an academic, she has likely encountered the concept. However, what does this have to do with Schardinger's cat? Tony found himself at a loss. It was indeed challenging to find someone for academic resonance. Nonetheless, he patiently elaborated. I suspect this level 1 originally comprised only the layer we currently occupy, perhaps including the rooms and corridors above. This is the entirety of level 1. The reason for the phenomenon where behind the walls lies more parking and beneath is still parking, while above are corridors and rooms, is simply that we have observed it. Initially, the walls and the underground should exist in a quantum superposition of possibility and non-possibility. It is our observation that causes this superposition to collapse. As long as our observational distance is sufficiently vast, then this underground parking appears inexhaustibly large. Here, we are not permitted to break through a wall and escape this wretched place, thus we can never truly leave. The only way to escape this level is to cut through. Natasha listened, partially comprehending. Fascinating. I suddenly have no desire to leave. Tony's eyes sparkled with a thirst for new experiences. Natasha remained speechless. Isn't it true that you scientists are rather mad? Do you wish to remain in such a dreadful place? Of course, I was jesting. Tony chuckled, collecting his thoughts. Now, let us ascend and see what legacy MEG has left us. With that, Tony boldly moved forward. By the way, Stark, can you still see the live stream? Natasha inquired suddenly. Not anymore. Tony shook his head. Since entering here, the projection has vanished. I suspect it may also be due to my departure from my original universe. Regardless, it matters not. Tony shrugged and continued onward. Natasha felt a twinge of anxiety, yet could not pinpoint a reason for her concern. With Iron Man providing heavy firepower, she hardly considered herself a liability, especially with the Tesseract in their possession. The sense of security was overwhelming. What could there be to fear? Resolving to cast her worries aside, she followed Tony up the stairs. In truth, Jarvis had already scanned for potential MEG outposts. It was quite easy to discern. Upon entering rooms equipped with electronic devices and conference tables, the indications were clear. Soon, the pair traversed the corridors, seemingly arriving at the end. Before them stood a wall, flanked by doors on either side. However, neither Tony nor Natasha were under any illusion that this was the true terminus. Even if they were to blast through the wall, the corridor would persist beyond it. Nonetheless, there was no need for such drastic measures. Through Jarvis' scans, they had determined that the rooms behind the doors were indeed MEG outposts, designated as the Operations Command Room and the Conference Room, respectively. At that moment, both doors stood wide open, revealing no creatures within, merely the remnants they had left behind. It was evident that the monsters had likely been lured away and subsequently dispatched. This did not concern Tony and Natasha in the least. They attempted to activate the room's lighting via a switch on the wall, and to their surprise, it worked. The fluorescent lights flickered momentarily before stabilizing. This appeared to be the conference room, featuring several tables amalgamated into a lengthy, expansive surface. Disordered chairs surrounded it, while scattered paper documents adorned the tabletop. Adjacent to the conference room, a wall had been breached, allowing passage to a space lined with rows of computers, resembling an office. You check those documents. I'll see if these computers are operational, Tony suggested. They divided their tasks and set to work. On Tony's end, he inspected all the computers and found them intact. Remarkably, they were functional. Yet, the sole issue was that all the hard drives had been removed, leaving no useful information behind. Even Jarvis' hacking capabilities would prove futile. While Jarvis could infiltrate all software, he could not conjure data from absent hardware. This level lacked internet connectivity. It seemed that while a local network might have existed, it had departed along with MEG personnel. How is it going? Natasha leaned against the doorframe, inquiring with a smile. It appears the MEG members are in dire straits. Tony replied with a shrug. No matter how brilliant he was, he could not fabricate the desired external hard drive from thin air. And you? Any findings? He countered. According to a proposal she examined, it seemed they had collectively retreated to Level 4, their secondary base. This proposal likely discussed whether to move to Level 3 or Level 4. Both levels house their bases. Level 4 serves as the secondary base, while Level 3 is the third. Ultimately, they resolved to withdraw to Level 4. Natasha elaborated. Oh, and what of Level 2? Tony queried. There was no description. Natasha shook her head but then spoke up. However, there is still a letter titled to future visitors. Oh, may I have a look? Tony perked up, taking the paper document into his hands. Simultaneously, the screen in the live broadcast shifted, presenting the contents of that document before everyone's eyes in a captivating display. Chapter 27. Special Items in the Backroom. A Letter to Future Seekers. This level has succumbed. If you are reading this, consider yourself fortunate. We are uncertain about the anomalies that have caused various entities from the upper levels to spill into this layer. Originally, entities such as the Limb Collective, Hounds, and Faceless Spirits were expected to manifest here, but since the establishment of the outpost, most dangerous entities have been eradicated. However, following the onset of these anomalies, a plethora of threatening entities has surged into this layer, including but not limited to the Limb Collective, Hounds, Skin Stealers, Grieving Corpses, Smiling Shadows, and Death Moths. The survival difficulty of this layer has been elevated to 5, given the random respawn mechanics of supply crates in this layer. We have compiled a list of special items that you may acquire through these crates to enhance your chances of survival. 1. Item No. 1. Almond water, contained in bottles of various hues, possesses distinct effects. Gray satisfies hunger, green is palatable but may lead to addiction, red has healing properties, and blue may induce drowsiness while also suppressing the grieving corpses cycle and alleviating mental pollution. Furthermore, almond water can inflict damage on entities and is not particularly rare, being found across all levels. In this layer's randomly respawning supply crates, almond water appears with greater frequency compared to other special items, thus, safeguard your almond water, for it may represent your hope for survival. 2. Item number 2. Level Key. Each level within the backroom is associated with a specific key. In theory, you could discover such keys in any level, possibly even multiple keys. However, they remain exceedingly rare. If you encounter a key resembling a cast iron key from the 20th century, adorned with peculiar symbols, it is highly likely to be a level key. The primary function of these keys is to unlock doors leading to other levels corresponding to the key, as well as to open all doors within the respective level. This could be instrumental for your escape. 3. Item number 4. Anti-Euclidean device. This device appears as a small rectangular mechanical entity, approximately 0.25 meters in length, devoid of any visible interfaces or ports, yet featuring a fill port, 2 dials, and a button. Its purpose is to distort space within a radius of 50 meters. Upon distorting space, you can traverse this 50-meter distance with ease. Whether using it to flee or engage in combat is viable. And it can even contort enemies into the air or underground. The sole side effect may be the onset of depression and nausea. Of course, usage should be limited to no more than 20 times within a single day. Item number 15. Fire salt. This substance manifests as small, explosive crystals, typically irregular in shape, transparent, and orange-hued. When thrown, fire salt shatters easily, generating a considerable amount of heat and producing a dazzling display of sparks. A direct impact can inflict first to second-degree burns upon an individual, if one possesses the knowledge to purify it. More than 50 grams of fire salt can be transformed into a miniature explosive device. The explosive energy released from every 100 grams of fire salt is equivalent to half that of the same weight in conventional explosives. Additionally, there exists liquid fire salt, which can also be artificially produced. It is commonly referred to as fire oil and serves as a viable substitute for gasoline. Fire salt is not only a crucial resource, but can also function as a weapon. Item number 16. Royal Ration. This item appears as a white gelatinous substance. Consuming a single serving grants the nutritional value equivalent to 3 complete meals. However, it is imperative to note that merely a spoonful suffices. Exceeding this quantity may lead to an overwhelming addiction, inciting a desire for more. Furthermore, anyone who has tasted Royal Ration unanimously claims it to be an unparalleled delicacy. Thus, regardless of the temptation, remember, 1 spoonful is the limit. Only 1 spoonful. Item number 23. Result Cube. This object resembles a conventional Rubik's Cube, remaining in a scrambled state upon discovery at any level. When picked up, it becomes fixed in place until solved, and others are unable to interact with the cube. The triggering effect occurs only through skin contact, allowing it to be stored in a container for later use. Depending on the color of the first face restored, the user will receive either rewards or penalties. Red. Negative effects may include bone displacement, blindness, transportation to perilous levels filled with entities, and paralysis. Orange. Negative effects may entail transportation to level 0, disappearance of half the items, loss of balance leading to difficulty in walking, dizziness, and cross-eyed vision. Yellow. Negative effects may result in cramps, mild fatigue, poor sleep quality, and itching. Blue. Mixed outcomes may include thirst alleviation, satiety, wet socks, and loose shoelaces. Green. Positive effects may yield food, energy, a compass pointing to a safe house, and water. White. Positive effects may result in transportation to a safe lair. Almond water, a lavish meal, healing of all injuries, and the detection of the nearest outpost. Note 1. There are multiple cubes, and the corresponding positive and negative effects tied to various colors are fixed. The only uncertainty lies in the specific consequences the cube may bestow. Note 2. Only the first face restored will yield different effects. Once the cube is entirely solved, all effects are nullified, and the user will be transported to a random layer. 7. Item number 28. Lucky soy milk. There exist 6 varieties of soy milk, distinguished by their hues. The white variant is the original flavor, devoid of any remarkable effects. The pink strawberry flavor, too, offers no special properties. The purple chocolate variant alleviates pain and relieves back stiffness. The green matcha flavor possesses calming effects and can remedy insomnia. The yellow banana flavor is simply noted for its pronounced banana essence, lacking any extraordinary features. Furthermore, there exists a special luck-infused yellow banana soy milk. Its efficacy inversely correlates with temperature. The colder the soy milk, the more misfortune befalls the drinker, whereas the hotter it is, the luckier the imbiber becomes. However, due to the difficulty in distinguishing the luck-infused variant from the ordinary, it is advised to heat the yellow soy milk to a higher temperature prior to consumption, if one can endure it. 8. Item number 42. Bottled lightning. As the name suggests, this is a charge stored within a bottle or similar container. It can be found in most tiers, typically serving as a source of energy or a weapon, with a charge of approximately 1 billion joules. However, do not contemplate opening the lid, for you would be the first to meet an electrifying demise. It is recommended to hurl it instead, aiming for a solid target or a horde of monsters. Additionally, this item has 3 variants, 2 of which occur naturally, while 1 is artificially produced. The distinction lies in the color of the lightning within the bottle. Blue lightning is common and corresponds to the aforementioned bottled lightning. Artificial lightning resembles a weakened version of blue lightning and tends to be attracted to metal. Black lightning is exceedingly rare, possessing tenfold the power of blue lightning. It not only conducts electricity, but also poses an explosion risk, making it both perilous and formidable. It is advisable to swiftly distance oneself after use. Chapter 28. Mastering Space? What an absurd technology. At this very moment, countless individuals around the globe are transfixed by the live broadcast showcasing the so-called letter to future generations. As they peruse the descriptions of these extraordinary items, astonishment envelopes them. The barrage of comments floods the screen. Goodness. This backroom dares to possess so many mystical artifacts? Incredible. I always suspected almond water was a magical elixir. Bottled lightning? What on earth is this? Can lightning truly be contained in a bottle? This defies the laws of science. Indeed, it is scientifically unfounded, yet steeped in mysticism. I increasingly perceive this backroom as a game. These are unequivocally game items. I am genuinely curious. Who was the first to discover that drinking hot lucky soy milk brings good fortune? Moreover, how fortuitous to have heated the luck-infused drink. This is quite ordinary. Gamers invariably conjure unexpected outcomes, be it in a game or any other realm. Once players flood in, it won't be long before numerous bugs are unearthed. This anti-Euclidean device is undeniably a divine artifact. It's akin to carrying a level 0 with you. The level key is the true artifact, mind you. Theoretically, one can locate a level key on each tier, and potentially more than one. Thus, given ample time, many level keys could be discovered. This is undoubtedly a life-saving technique. But what of that cube? Is it truly so peculiar? If one picks it up, must they restore it? Isn't that tantamount to awaiting demise? TSK. Anyone who has played with a Rubik's Cube knows that by applying the formula, the initial restoration is almost always white. No one begins with red or orange, right? Formulaic cube players are ecstatic. By the way, does restoring the cube nullify all effects? Does this mean the food I consumed will also vanish? First, you must ascertain that before restoration, you can escape the cube's control. In other words, even if you have a sumptuous feast, you may not get to enjoy it. Perhaps someone nearby will indulge instead. As for whether ingested food disappears, I suspect only negative effects would vanish, while positive buff enhancements should remain, such as healing all wounds. If the wounds reappear post-restoration, that would be utterly foolish. But what is the principle behind this fire salt? It can explode on its own. Fire salt liquid can serve as gasoline. If this were to manifest in reality, wouldn't one become immensely wealthy? Indeed, I am currently seeking to purchase fire salt at $1,000 per gram. Goodness, $1,000 per gram? That surpasses gold in value. $1,000? Brother, what are you thinking? You expect to acquire a magical item for a mere thousand? I am willing to offer 10,000. 10,000? A pauper still chattering? I will bid 100,000. Let no one consider me unspoken. If any survivor emerges from the back room and is fortunate enough to possess bottled lightning, please contact Osborne Industries. Osborne Industries is prepared to offer you a satisfactory price for your bottled lightning. Ah, Osborne Industries? Isn't it primarily focused on biological research? What has prompted them to delve into energy studies? Pioneering Tech Company is also interested in acquiring bottled lightning. In addition, we are willing to procure any extraordinary items you might possess from the back room. What exactly does Pioneering Tech do? I have not heard of it before. Upon further investigation, I discovered it is a gene technology company. How curious that a gene tech firm would also emerge in this context. Roxxon Energy Company is similarly eager to purchase various unique items from the back room. We have subsidiaries in numerous countries. If you happen to possess bottled lightning, please reach out to us. Not only will we offer you a satisfactory purchase price, but we might even provide you with a house or a vehicle as a bonus. Goodness, another energy giant? A multinational energy behemoth at that. It is quite astonishing how everyone is discussing bottled lightning. Is it truly that remarkable? My friend, do you comprehend the implications of bottled lightning? This phenomenon challenges the very laws of physics. Even regular electrical currents cannot be contained, let alone a billion joules of lightning. To illustrate, just 10 joules of lightning can shatter upon mere contact. If the contact lasts even slightly longer, the glass bottle would melt into liquid form. Yet, here we have a bottle in the back room containing 10 joules of lightning, and it remains intact, with the energy not dissipating at all. Just contemplate the significance of that. Indeed, even Iron Man would be perplexed by this. Undoubtedly, bottled lightning will send ripples through the scientific community. I can already envision countless tech magnates scratching their heads in bewilderment. Is everyone fixated on bottled lightning? What about royal rations? Royal rations? Isn't that just leaves? I am quite willing to purchase royal rations in bulk. Goodness, has someone already spotted a business opportunity? Such items seem akin to illicit substances. I have no desire to even touch them. Even if I found them in the back room, rolling at my feet, I would not stoop to pick them up. $1,000 per portion of royal rations. Bulk purchases welcome, valid for a limited time. Interested parties, please contact XXX. To be candid, I reviewed the introduction to royal rations once more. While it does appear to be addictive, I do not discern any harmful effects on humans. If there were, Meg would have surely uncovered them. Thus, it seems that royal rations are fundamentally just addictive without causing bodily harm. That is certainly preferable to illicit substances, an addiction without damage. That is a valuable commodity. Do not speak of it. Even the term addiction deters me from considering it. I would rather perish than consume a morsel of royal rations. Speaking of which, why is there no mention of the anti-Euclidean device? That is unequivocally cutting-edge technology. I suspect the major players are unsure how to price it. To the discerning eye, it is evidently a remarkable item, though whether it will be sold remains uncertain. Indeed, while bottled lightning may not prove useful in our hands, should the anti-Euclidean device fall into our possession, henceforth, please refer to me as the spatial hero. In this moment, within the live broadcast room, a torrent of comments flooded in. Advertisements were being made, while others engaged in casual conversation. Simultaneously, a growing awareness began to dawn upon many. It seemed that this world was on the brink of transformation. With the invasion of the backrooms and the emergence of new dimensions into reality, one might ponder if these invaded areas could evolve into something akin to a game, becoming dungeons for countless individuals worldwide. The notion of virtual reality games generating income was tantalizing, though still in its nascent stage. After all, we were merely witnessing a level 0 incursion, confined to a particular neighborhood in Manhattan. Perhaps, once the backrooms permeated the globe, a fundamental shift in ideology would ensue. At this juncture, on screen, Tony and Natasha gazed at a letter detailing various items. They exchanged a silent glance, both enveloped in contemplation. Even though Natasha lacked expertise in the scientific realm, she recognized the peculiarity of bottled lightning. It was likely that those outside were fervently clamoring for it. Suddenly, Tony broke the silence with a grin. Of course, I believe the most valuable discovery is this anti-Euclidean device. This device, which pertained to the distortion of space, represented cutting-edge technology. To date, no nation or major corporation had successfully researched such a phenomenon. This was distinctly different from teleportation technology. Tony had experienced teleportation firsthand on 2 occasions. With enough determination, he could likely delve into its mechanics. However, the anti-Euclidean device was an entirely different beast. As it fundamentally manipulated space itself, teleportation merely opened a door in the fabric of space, allowing one to traverse through it to reach a desired destination. While manipulation entailed absolute control over that space, Teleportation is a technique with no additional capabilities beyond opening a passage, whereas controlling space allows for both distortion and teleportation. It was akin to the distinction between a novice machinist and a master scientist. Tony genuinely yearned to acquire this device for further study, as it represented technology that was utterly non-existent on Earth. Not only had he never encountered such advancements, but even mutants and superpowered beings were beyond his experience. The closest he had come was with teleportation. The concept of spatial manipulation was entirely foreign to him. Ironically, Tony was unaware that the arc reactor within his chest, containing the Space Stone, theoretically possessed the ability to manipulate space. Unfortunately, one cannot earn knowledge beyond their comprehension, nor can they grasp information that eludes their understanding. Jarvis, have you noted this down? Tony inquired. Sir, it has already been recorded in the database, Jarvis replied. The voice of Jarvis resonated. All right, let us see what lies ahead, Tony remarked as he turned the page, revealing the subsequent content. Chapter 29, Entities of the Backroom, the Skin Stealer, the Weeping Corpse, the Grinning Wraith, the Death Moth. At this moment, as Tony turned to a new page, subsequent chapters materialized on the live broadcast. Special items that may enhance your survival in the backroom. However, without understanding the entity information, possessing such artifacts may still lead to your downfall. Thus, the following are pertinent details regarding the entities of this level. 1. The Limb Cluster. 2. The Hound. 3. The Skin Stealer. Entity number 10. The Skin Stealer's presence has been detected across numerous levels, with the most frequent sightings occurring in Level 2 and Level 3. Now, they have also proliferated in Level 1. The Skin Stealer is a large, humanoid entity characterized by its towering stature, pale yellow skin, and deeply sunken, pure white eyes. Typically, they exhibit a relatively mild demeanor, aimlessly wandering. However, when hunger strikes, they commence their hunt, with humans serving as their primary source of sustenance. Their hunting methods generally include 1. Donning human skin to mimic humanity, thereby lulling individuals into a false sense of security before executing their hunt. 2. Concealing themselves and imitating human voices to lure others closer, subsequently completing their hunt. Note: Skin stealers may blend into crowds, seeking solitary humans to prey upon. The good news is that the human skin they wear can only be maintained for 24 hours. After this period, the skin will be digested by their own epidermis. Furthermore, skin stealers are incapable of speech, only able to mimic. Thus, you may identify them by observing those in your group who are reticent or merely utter a few words. Another distinguishing feature is that the blood of a skin stealer is semi-transparent, which makes it easily identifiable. 4. The Weeping Corpse. Entity number 15. The Weeping Corpse also inhabits the majority of levels. This entity is similarly humanoid. You may conceptualize it as a zombie or a ghoul, as it is also a transformation of a human being. However, it diverges from the conventional notion of the undead, as the Weeping Corpse is not a result of viral infection from bites or scratches. They typically arise from the phenomenon known as the weeping cycle. The weeping cycle is believed to be linked to deprivation of food, water, and sleep, with isolation further accelerating this effect. The transformation into a weeping corpse is referred to as the weeping cycle. This cycle consists of 3 stages, often lasting from several weeks to several months. Stage 1. Initially, the individual may experience itching and pain akin to that of nettle stings. As time progresses, their emotions may become increasingly volatile, leading to repetitive aggressive behavior, ultimately resulting in a loss of self and the emergence of a mindless, attacking frenzy. Phase 2. The body begins to exhibit abnormalities, as skin and muscle tissues start to dissolve, leading to the formation of holes and even pus-filled lesions. The skin may develop a reddish hue or begin to peel away, while the eyes become bloodshot. Hair loss ensues, and an unbearable, uncontrollable itch pervades the body, occasionally giving a fleeting clarity to the frenzied mind. However, this clarity is met with endless suffering. In their desperation for relief, individuals may resort to scratching their own skin to the point of damage. Yet they still experience an insatiable craving for water and food. Phase 3. Teeth and nails fall from their original positions, only to grow in a frenzied manner in other areas of the body, including, but not limited to, eyelids, lips, finger joints, elbow joints, and knee cartilage. Simultaneously, a repugnant brown substance resembling sludge oozes from their mouths and other openings in their bodies. If this sludge comes into contact with someone, there is a possibility of transformation into a tragic corpse, a process that occurs at an alarming speed, potentially completing within mere minutes. Although such occurrences are rare and not all sludge from tragic corpses can convert humans, it has indeed happened, the reasons for which remain unclear. Therefore, if you encounter a tragic corpse, please keep your distance from the sludge. Generally speaking, if one finds themselves ensnared in the cycle of tragic corpses, different types of almond water or even royal rations may facilitate a reversal. However, once one reaches the 3rd phase, the process becomes irreversible. Typically, tragic corpses possess limited intelligence. Yet their strength and speed far surpass those of ordinary individuals, enabling them to effortlessly break through a concrete wall and sprint 100 meters in under 6 seconds. Of course, there exist tragic corpses with higher intelligence but relatively weaker strength and speed. The attributes of tragic corpses are not constant and seem to correlate with their condition prior to transformation. Tragic corpses may also undergo mutations, which are relatively common. In addition to misalignment or overgrowth of bodily tissues, they may even sprout fleshy wings. Should you encounter a tragic corpse, I wish you good fortune. If you find yourself trapped in the cycle of tragic corpses, do not abandon hope. Almond water is readily accessible. A hearty meal followed by a restful sleep may very well lead to improvement. Section 5. The Grinning Horror Entity Number 3. The grinning horror resides in most levels, being relatively prevalent in Level 2 and Level 3, while less common in other tiers. However, I cannot ascertain how many grinning horrors may be present when you arrive at this level. The grinning horror is characterized by its glowing eyes and a luminous, smiling mouth. In darkness, the grinning horror becomes even more conspicuous, as a glowing eye may unexpectedly appear in the pitch-black corridor, grinning with bared teeth. The grinning horror is drawn to any source of light. Thus, when faced with it, diverting its attention with a luminous object is the most effective strategy. Take heed. Upon sighting a grinning horror, do not panic or scream, as such reactions may provoke an attack. Maintaining eye contact and slowly withdrawing is the wisest course of action. Legend has it that it possesses a corporeal form, yet it remains imperceptible to the human eye. Consequently, the existence of a physical body for the entity known as the Smiling Nightmare remains shrouded in mystery, as do its physiological characteristics. What we do know is that gunfire cannot strike this invisible body, only shots aimed at its luminous visage or mouth prove effective. It is noteworthy that the entity's physical resilience is remarkably low. Even an untrained adult could easily dispatch it, and possessing a firearm would render one nearly invincible. However, should you encounter a multitude of these entities, my counsel is to flee. Otherwise, you may be reduced to mere remnants. Entity number 4, known as the Death Moth, appears akin to an enormous fluttering moth inhabiting the majority of levels. The Death Moth is categorized into male and female variants. The male death moths are predominantly harmless and may even be tamed. In stark contrast, the female death moths pose a significant threat. They are several times larger than their male counterparts and possess the ability to expel corrosive acid. Death moths are irresistibly drawn to light. Should you hear the sound of flapping wings nearby, it is imperative to extinguish all light sources. Previously, smaller death moths were sighted in levels 2, 3, and 5. However, the larger and more perilous variants were confined to level 5. Yet now, even level 1 has seen the emergence of these formidable beings. I cannot ascertain whether, at the time you read this letter, they have established a nest in level 1. Nor do I know if the king and queen of insects have also reached this layer. However, an inexplicable anomaly has caused a multitude of entities to breach level 1, suggesting the presence of either the king, the queen, or both. Thus, I implore you to remain vigilant and alert. Individually, death moths do not pose a grave danger, as an adult could easily eliminate one. However, should the circumstances in this layer be exceptional, the situation may shift. Killing a death moth might attract more of its kind, placing you in a precarious predicament. That said, possessing a lethal weapon alters the equation significantly. If you are entirely unperturbed by death moths and happen to have a bit of cooking oil at hand, congratulations. You are about to create a rare delicacy within the Backrooms. Do not discard the body of the slain death moth. Instead, incinerate the down, coat it in egg wash, and enrobe it in breadcrumbs. Fry it until golden and crisp, and you will evoke envy in the children next door. Chapter 30. Cut out. Indulge in pleasure. The party is still pursuing me. At this very moment, as the tangible information is unveiled, countless viewers in the live stream are taken aback. Goodness. Why do these entities appear so feeble? Indeed, they seem rather weak. This grinning nightmare looks quite terrifying, yet ordinary people can easily defeat it? And what of this death moth? Its name is rather intimidating, yet, forsooth, it's merely a deep-fried death moth. What peculiar taste does this MEG fellow possess? Goodness, showing me this at such an hour is making me hungry. Early in the morning, and I now crave a serving of deep-fried death moth for breakfast. Globally acquiring death moths, 1 male for 100 rewards, 1 female for 1,000. Osborne Industries is online, purchasing live death moths, offering 100 for males, and 1,000 for both genders. Currently acquiring grinning nightmare entities, particularly interested in luminous eyeballs and large mouths. I plan to attach these to my posterior. What on earth? Why has the atmosphere shifted so suddenly? It was once horrifying, and now it feels so joyous. Indeed, when did this tone change? It was clearly a sci-fi horror theme, and now it has morphed into something so absurdly cheerful? I do not comprehend. How can this be the backroom entities? It feels as though they could be easily defeated? Easily defeated? My friend, You may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. Although they may not appear formidable at first glance. If you find yourself surrounded by a dozen hunting dogs, besieged by numerous female death moths spitting at you, and a horde of grinning luminous faces lurking in the shadows, do you think you can survive? Well, that paints quite a vivid picture. I would rather choose to perish on the spot. And what of the sad corpse? If you accidentally become infected and transformed, then await your demise. If you fall into the sad corpse cycle and lack almond water or royal rations at hand, your fate is sealed. Ah, your words send a chill down my spine. Still, I am quite curious about the taste of the death moth. Chicken flavor, delightfully crunchy. With protein content tenfold out of beef. How bizarre. What is this? Bear Grylls behavior. Goodness, if Bear Grylls were involved, it would be utter chaos. Perhaps the death moths would even face extinction. When Bear Grylls gets serious, even the grinning nightmare might take a few bites. Compared to Gordon Ramsay. Bear Grylls falls short. If Ramsay were hungry, he would devour a sad corpse before your very eyes. Ugh, that is quite revolting. Suddenly, I have discovered a new avenue. Live streaming survival in the backrooms without any equipment. The viewership would undoubtedly be staggering. First, you must establish a connection between the backrooms and reality. So, is there a telecommunications mobile willing to support this project? If someone could develop a network linking the backrooms and reality, we could soar to great heights. The future belongs to live streaming the backrooms. Iron Man has given you a thumbs up. Iron Man retorts, I certainly did not watch the live stream. Mr. Fantastic has given you a thumbs up. Professor X has given you a thumbs up. At this moment, the live stream is inundated with a flurry of comments. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, these entities, May and Agent Hill exchanged peculiar glances. They had previously believed these entities to be highly perilous. After all, even Meg's outpost had fallen. Yet, upon reviewing the descriptions, it seemed they were not as formidable as anticipated. Of course, this is contingent upon the number of entities. A multitude of ants can indeed take down an elephant, let alone these entities. It merely suggests that the level of threat posed by these entities falls significantly short of their psychological expectations. I find myself rather eager for level 1 to descend swiftly. Perhaps I might even have a taste of deep-fried death moths? May licked her lips. Agent Hill instinctively shifted back, gazing at May. It's merely a taste. What is the difference between this and fried chicken breast? May replied, exasperated. Hill remarked softly, as long as you're happy simultaneously in Manhattan's zero blockade zone. It appears to be rather unremarkable. Steve chuckled. No worries, even if they're stronger, it matters not. We have Hulk. Hawkeye grinned. Banner looked utterly speechless. Once level 1 arrives, perhaps the first blockade zone could even generate revenue for SHIELD. The bald, bespectacled agent beside Nick Fury chuckled. Sitwell, are you suggesting we treat this as a game instance? Open it to the public? Nick Fury shot a glance at the agent. Precisely. We could charge a ticket price of $500, and I am confident many would be willing to venture in for the thrill. Sitwell exclaimed. Osborne has already set a price. Living beings yield between $100 to $1,000, while the deceased range from 1 to 10. Quite a bargain. Moreover, one could acquire various items from randomly generated boxes at this level. Even a bottle of almond water would find eager buyers. One person amounts to 500, 10 people. 5,000, 100, 50,000, 1,000, 500,000, and 10,000, 5 million. With New York's population at 8 million, even if only 4 million enter. That totals 2 billion in ticket sales. 2 billion. Director, are you not tempted? RSHIELD. Funds are somewhat strained, aren't they? We could certainly profit from this. Civil looked at Nick Fury with anticipation. 2 billion. Nick Fury nodded. Indeed, our operational budget is a bit tight. Your suggestion reminds me that your bonus for this month will not be issued. Sitwell. You bastard. Sitwell was left astounded. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel furrowed her brow. Pondering, is there truly no danger? She murmured to herself, feeling a dissonance between her expectations and reality. She distinctly sensed a threat. Yet why did these entities seem not only harmless, but rather endearing? And at that moment, on the screen, Tony gazed at the document in his hands. Equally perplexed. Ward? Are you certain that this is a legitimate document? Tony couldn't help but glance at Natasha. Frankly, even he felt a sense of bewilderment upon reading the last line. It was not only the viewers of the live stream who found it strange. He too experienced an indescribable oddity. What on earth was this? Deep-fried death moths? Was this truly the bizarre and chilling backroom he once recalled? How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Isn't it amusing to play around like this? Tony mused. Do you really think these things can be deep-fried? Natasha pondered thoughtfully. You can't possibly want to eat them, can you? Tony shot her a look of incredulity. Ahem. Of course not. What I meant was, these entities don't seem overly dangerous, do they? As long as one knows how to deal with them. It appears rather straightforward. The most perilous among them is likely the sorrowful corpse, right? Natasha interjected swiftly. Indeed. Tony nodded. The sorrowful corpse looks rather repulsive. As for the others, the skin thief only dares to target solitary individuals. The laughing visage is quite fragile, and the death moth could even be deep-fried. Can these creatures truly conquer this level 1 environment? The more Tony contemplated, the more incredulous he became. He had previously believed that MEG was a powerful and mysterious organization. Yet they could not even handle this group of fragile beings. To Tony, a single Chitauri soldier could easily sweep these monsters away. And as Iron Man, he could effortlessly dispatch a whole battalion of Chitauri soldiers. Thus, it seemed that the danger level of the entities in the backroom was diminishing, and he had evidently become a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain. But Tony, do you genuinely consider these monsters weak? Natasha spoke softly, suddenly feeling a sense of offense. The memory of being chased by that horde of hounds was still vivid. Now, Tony was beginning to look down on MEG, to belittle those entities. What else should I think? Tony countered, his tone incredulous. Natasha was left speechless. Don't you realize who you are? You are Iron Man, a superhero. But not everyone possesses superpowers, nor do they all have suits of armor. Those who enter this backroom should be ordinary people, and MEG should consist of ordinary individuals as well. Without heavy firepower, without advanced weaponry, how can an ordinary person with merely a knife confront the hounds surrounding them? How can they withstand the overwhelming swarm of death moths? Not to mention, in the darkness, suddenly encountering a glowing smiling face, grinning at you foolishly. Life is singular. Being killed means death. When ordinary people encounter these entities, without absolute safety, their first instinct is to flee, trembling and cautiously surviving in this backroom. Who else like you, clad in iron armor, can face the majority of these entities' attacks without fear, let alone carry an array of advanced weaponry? In this formidable attire, wouldn't he be slaughtering indiscriminately in the backroom? Well, it matters not what this backroom is like. It has no bearing on us. And there is nothing of use here. It is time to return home, Tony declared as he pulled Natasha close. Prepare yourself, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is entirely normal. Tony smiled at Natasha, and with a click, his mask was secured. Suddenly, the cosmic cube embedded in his chest began to radiate light. A brilliant icy blue glow gradually enveloping both Tony and Natasha. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, beneath a veil of azure light, their figures vanished instantaneously. When they reappeared, at that moment, under the watchful gaze of countless viewers in the live stream, the scene shifted to an underground parking lot. Are we there? So soon? Natasha expressed her surprise, feeling as though her vision blurred for a moment before they arrived. Yet, as she surveyed the familiar surroundings, an unsettling sensation crept into her mind. If I am not mistaken, this is certainly not my home garage. Tony scrutinized the area. We never even left, Natasha remarked, eyeing the wall she had destroyed, along with the scattered remains of the hounds on the ground, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Tony coughed, ahem. We were simply unprepared. Let us try again. Buzz. The blue light flickered once more, appearing intermittently on the left, then the right. Sometimes manifesting in the corridor, sometimes within a room. After a considerable duration. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, striking the adjacent wall with his fist. His face beneath the mask contorted in frustration. We are trapped. I knew it, Natasha sighed. Moreover, we are not just trapped. We have attracted a plethora of entities. Rustling. A faint sound of fluttering moth wings reached their ears. On the ground, an indistinct scraping noise echoed, reminiscent of distant wolf howls. In the dark corridor, grinning faces with bared teeth began to materialize. Seeking death, are we? Tony, already irritable, regarded the approaching creatures with disdain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rocket launcher to send these monsters to their demise. The palm cannon fired, and the energy pulse swiftly incinerated the moths. Alas, let us proceed. Natasha sighed. To where? Tony frowned. This level offers no exit. We must venture to another level. Surely we shall find a way out. Let us begin with level 2. We need only wander the corridor to cut through. It is quite simple, Natasha suggested. I believe we could attempt level 19. I am weary of climbing level by level. Tony shrugged, adding, of course, I am also eager to attend that party. At that moment, Tony brimmed with confidence. However, we possess no information regarding level 19 or that party, do we? Rushing in haphazardly might lead us to unforeseen dangers, Natasha hesitated. What further dangers could we possibly encounter? Tony chuckled. At present, I possess the ability to teleport at will. The near-infinite energy of the Tesseract renders me virtually invincible. Even if my conventional weaponry were depleted, I still have energy weapons at my disposal. Moreover, the armor I wear is forged from URU metal and Asgardian gold. Pray tell, what entity could possibly pose a threat to me? Surely not with these trifles? As he spoke, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a repulsor blast, obliterating the head of a thief who had just risen. This Natasha hesitated. Tony spoke with undeniable truth. Were she adorned in such formidable armor, she too would undoubtedly opt for a more aggressive approach. So, Natasha, would you care to join me for a silver party? Would you like to attend a gathering with me? Tony earnestly invited once more. Although the path to exit remained unknown, ascending higher might indeed lead to an escape. Would it not? Much like a video game, one might even achieve victory. Tony, I believe we should first venture to level 4. After acquiring additional information about the various tiers, we can then ascend to higher levels. Otherwise, even if the exit is tantalizingly close, we might inadvertently miss it. Natasha insisted. One cannot deny the merit in Natasha's argument. Great power does not encompass all. Without understanding the rules of this realm, what value is there in proximity to an exit? The opportunities that ought to be seized may still slip away. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Tony nodded, genuinely desiring to explore, albeit with the prerequisite of possessing information. Although reaching level 4 necessitated traversing through levels 3 and 2, it was not particularly far. Then let us proceed. Tony boldly took the lead, beginning to wander through the corridor. However, after only a couple of steps, a reminder from J.A.R.V.I.S. prompted Tony to look up, revealing the crude graffiti on the ceiling. Tony smiled. Just to clarify, I have no intention of hosting a silver party. But if one happens to chase me down, I cannot be held accountable. In the next moment, a flash filled his vision. Chapter 31. Now. It is my turn to enter level 1. At this very moment, as Tony and Natasha exit, the scene ultimately lingers on the graffiti adorning the ceiling. Countless spectators witness this spectacle and erupt into laughter. Goodness, how eager is Tony to join the party. He initially claimed he wouldn't attend. Yet this event seems to have pursued him. Could it be that this gathering has somehow transported us to the realm of indulgence? The realm of indulgence? A party? Guest of the party? Hiss. Upon reflection, everything begins to connect. They must have been transported to the realm of indulgence. The realm of indulgence? Surely not. Isn't that realm described as exceedingly perilous? How laughable, to speak of extreme danger in Iron Man's presence. One must consider the current configuration of Iron Man. Although I am unfamiliar with URU metal and the gold of the Celestial Palace, it is indisputable that they are immensely powerful. Given this, which entity could possibly pose a threat to Iron Man? Perhaps the party guest is formidable, but since encountering Iron Man, it seems they are indeed ready to celebrate. An exceedingly dangerous party guest? I find myself quite curious about the nature of this guest. Tisk, it's intentional. Iron Man is deliberately seeking to venture into that realm. If it were me, I would surpass Iron Man in audacity. I would charge straight through the backrooms. With such divine armor, to hesitate would be to squander its potential. At this moment, within the live streaming room, countless comments flashed by. They engaged in conversation, deliberating. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Manhattan, Lin Ye returned to the room, observing the concluded footage. Exhaling deeply while his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Iron Man forcefully invading the backrooms. No, system, did you not intervene? Given Tony's current divine armor, isn't that tantamount to indiscriminate slaughter? Lin Ye could not help but inquire. The backrooms impose no restrictions on entry methods, nor do they prohibit the carrying of items or tools for exploration. The system's response was cold and mechanical. Lin Ye merely scoffed. This was indeed the case. The backrooms are not a game. The concept of disrupting balance does not apply. If one possesses the capability, they may engage as they please. Of course, this pertains only to the shallow areas. Who says the backrooms lack powerful entities? It is merely that Tony has yet to encounter them. Beyond the pantheon, there remains a plethora of formidable beings. As for the party guest, well, the guest is described in documents as a top-tier predator, yet in reality, their strength ranks rather low. If one were to rank them, they would be among the weakest. Moreover, Tony may not even encounter the party guest. To his knowledge, the so-called level 1, when exiting through areas adorned with graffiti, leads to a party, is nothing but misleading information spread by the party guest. In reality, Tony and Natasha would directly arrive at level 2. Naturally, this is not his primary concern. What he is currently focused on is, system, my rewards should be forthcoming, correct? Lin Ye inquired. Indeed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special item, almond water. As the system notification echoed, a rather dull and slightly antiquated thermos materialized on the table before him. Almond water? Lin Ye was taken aback. In the back room, almond water held significant value, regarded as a fundamental resource, and could even serve as a form of currency. However, what on earth was he supposed to do with almond water? What he truly desired were tangible powers. This level was teeming with entities, hounds, mournful corpses, death moths, limb clusters, grinning specters, and skin stealers. Given the plethora of entities, was he really offered a mere bottle of almond water? What use could he possibly have for it? Lin Ye gazed at the almond water in utter disbelief. Although various industrial factions appeared to be acquiring these special items from the back room, he had no intention of selling it. Presenting this item would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Moreover, this was the Marvel Universe. On the surface, Osborn Industries seemed unremarkable. Yet behind the scenes, its proprietor was the Green Goblin. Similarly, Vanguard Technologies appeared quite ordinary, but in truth, these entities were the villains from Iron Man 3. the ones responsible for the extremist virus. Then there was Roxxon Energy Corporation, which outwardly operated as a multinational energy giant, but its CEO was, in fact, a minotaur. In this era, on the stage of Marvel, without a modicum of technological prowess and audacity, what was the point of establishing any company? Businesses lacking substantial strength had long been reduced to mere remnants. Thus, Lin Ye felt utterly constrained. What he yearned for most was to acquire formidable abilities. Regardless of their nature, they simply had to exist. Without power, one was nothing. Hence, Lin Ye found himself at a loss. What good was almond water? In reality, it could not be wielded against foes. Of course, if one were to force it upon someone, making them addicted could be considered a tactic. But he refrained from voicing that thought. Yet, the gray bottled almond water he possessed evidently lacked addictive properties. So, system, may I request a different reward? Lin Ye inquired with a smile. The system remained unresponsive. It appeared that a change was not an option. System, with my temporary access to the back room. Can I enter other levels? Lin Ye posed another question. The host currently has temporary access to the following levels. Level 0, Level 1. Wait. Can I go to other levels? Lin Ye furrowed his brow. To be frank, levels below Level 4 were merely shallow explorations, yielding limited and mundane rewards. To acquire more valuable items, one needed to ascend. At that moment, the system interjected, the host may autonomously shift to other levels. The host's actions in the back room are not constrained by time. Very well. Lin Ye nodded, contemplating, then asked, if I vanquish an entity, can I accumulate and stack its abilities? Currently, the host's permissions are too low. You can only acquire one entity's ability, and the specific type can be selected. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, but it quickly relaxed. One cannot become a glutton in a single bite. Although he could currently acquire only a singular ability with repeated efforts. Wouldn't that ability eventually increase? He gradually unraveled the rules governing the system's rewards. In the absence of entities or special items, he could access the back room through the system, where he could gain abilities by hunting entities. Moreover, everything he discovered within the back room would belong to him. Conversely, when entities or special items were present, he could extract one as a reward through the system. The latter option was evidently more effortless, allowing him to reap rewards with little effort. The former, however, entailed greater danger, as it required direct confrontation with entities and personal exploration. Yet, the rewards were commensurate with the risks involved. By the way, if there are entities or special items visible in the video footage, can I choose to enter the back room to retrieve them myself? Lin Ye inquired. Yes. The system's response was succinct and straightforward. This revelation provided Lin Ye with a clearer sense of direction. After all, one must take the first step, mustn't they? However, he did not immediately venture into the back room. Instead, he rummaged through drawers and cabinets, ultimately finding a handgun, an electric baton, and a dagger. He also donned a tracksuit and slung a backpack over his shoulders, which contained some canned goods, drinking water, and a bottle of almond water. The handgun, electric baton, and dagger were remnants of the original owner, who, being a local, had taken precautions in the relatively safe and straightforward environment of New York City. Thus, he had procured a handgun for self-defense through connections. The electric baton and dagger were even easier to acquire. Unfortunately, while these items might suffice against ordinary thugs, they rendered him as feeble as Loki before the Hulk when faced with the Chitauri army. The handgun had yet to fire a single bullet before becoming useless. For Lin Ye, this was a fortunate turn of events. 6 bullets should suffice. Although he was not well versed in firearms, the original owner had memories of practicing at a club, a familiarity that felt both strange and known. Lin Ye checked the magazine and ensured the safety was off. Finally, once all preparations were complete, he took a deep breath and declared to the system in a steady voice, System, teleport to level 1. Chapter 32, the F version. Erroneous puddle. As Lin Ye's voice faded, the system remained unresponsive, and the surrounding scenery showed no signs of alteration. It was still the familiar apartment. Malfunctioning? Lin Ye furrowed his brow and instinctively called out, System? Receiving no reply, he scowled and unconsciously moved toward the window. However, just as he took a step forward, a dramatic transformation enveloped him. The familiar apartment morphed into an unfamiliar underground parking lot. So smoothly. Without affording him any moment to react, he was abruptly thrust into reality, arriving at level 1. Ah, I thought it had malfunctioned. Lin Ye marveled. He had anticipated that the system's transport would involve at least a fleeting blur, a darkness, or a sensation of falling. Yet he arrived at level 1 with such seamlessness. Observing his surroundings, his heart raced with trepidation. Natasha, being a top-tier agent, was undoubtedly skilled, effortlessly navigating the encirclement of a dozen or even dozens of hunting dogs. As for him, with a handgun, he might manage 1 or 2, but if faced with more, he genuinely risked meeting his end in the backrooms. Caution, vigilance, and meticulous steps. Lin Ye took several deep breaths, striving to steady his breath and calm his emotions. Leaning against a load-bearing wall, He warily scanned the area and inquired, "System, I wish to know, which version of level 1 am I currently in?" Indeed, the backrooms exist in numerous versions. The well-known and common ones are the W and F versions, but there is also the K version, which is not particularly niche either. Each of these versions has its corresponding official website. Their interrelation can be likened to the various characters from different parallel universes in Marvel, such as Tobey Spider-Man, Garfield Spider-Man, and Holland Spider-Man. Different versions come with unique content, yet share similarities. For instance, the initial few layers, regardless of whether it is the W version, F version, or K version, level 0 and level 1 are fundamentally alike. Of course, they are merely fundamentally similar. There are still some differences in details and entities. The F version can be perceived as a derivative creation of the W version. In the F version's level 1, almond puddles occasionally appear on the floor. After the almond water evaporates, it forms a floating mist, obstructing visibility in the underground garage. Simultaneously, the F version's level 1 harbors entities disguised as puddles and others masquerading as graffiti. Thus, Lin Ye needed to discern whether he was currently situated in the F version or the W version. Theoretically, the document he had submitted would determine the version of the backrooms he was in. But who knows if the system had conjured some trickery? What if he had inadvertently accessed the F version of the backrooms? The W version emphasizes rigor and logic, striving to maintain coherence in combat power and highlighting the concept of threshold spaces. Conversely, the F version disregards such concerns. It is a revelry of derivative creation, where combat power collapses and settings become unbalanced, prioritizing sheer enjoyment over all else. The K version has become even more absurd, with cultivators emerging and the 24 pillars transforming into ancient deities of the primordial chaos. However, the shallow areas remain relatively benign, regardless of the version. The threats in these regions are not particularly significant. Yet, the specifics depend on Lin Ye's forthcoming actions. Beep. Host, please be advised that for the forthcoming period, the system will only respond when the host acquires abilities or upon return. It will not respond to any other inquiries. Please prepare for adventure. With that, the system fell silent, unresponsive to Lin Ye's calls. Has it truly gone offline? Lin Ye, filled with uncertainty, could not help but voice his frustration. Is this system truly a product of the backrooms? It seems even more terrified of them than I am. Although the system is related to the backrooms, it appears not to be as he envisioned. Regardless, he decided to set aside such thoughts. Although he could not glean further information from the system, the exploration of the shallow areas still posed minimal danger. Hence, he resolved to treat it as an exploration akin to the W version. He would merely need to be cautious of puddles beneath his feet and the paintings on the walls. Everything else seemed inconsequential. His objectives were to hunt entities and seek out more boxes. Lin Ye mentally established his targets, prioritizing them accordingly. The first target was the death moth, particularly the female death moth, which can emit a highly acidic liquid, a form of superpower in its own right. The second was the grinning nightmare. Its capabilities were unknown, but its lack of a corporeal form could already be classified as a superpower. The third was the limb cluster, which would regenerate a small cluster of limbs from severed ones, potentially reconstituting scattered bodily tissues into a smaller version of itself. However, due to the unknown and uncontrollable nature of the limb cluster's abilities, Lin Ye placed it third on his list. The fourth target was the skin thief, whose disguise abilities seemed somewhat trivial, especially when compared to the superior mimicry of the scroll. He dismissed the abilities of the wretched corpse and the hound from his considerations. With his plan set, Lin Ye quickly ascended the stairs, hoping to locate the area where Tony and the others had ventured. He was eager to see if he could catch a break. What if there were entities that had not been entirely eradicated? In such a case, he would merely need to deliver the final blow, avoiding any prolonged conflict. However, before he could reach the upper floor, he found himself blocked at the staircase entrance. From his vantage point, he spotted a large moth resting against the wall of the stairwell. It was likely a male or female death moth. He had identified his first priority target for elimination. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the gun, his palms slick with sweat. The death moth was relatively easy to hunt. A single shot could suffice. Yet, firing it would inevitably alert other entities, leading to a frenzied pursuit, and he might not even realize how he met his demise. He yearned to acquire abilities before seeking out supply boxes, curious to discover any valuable items within. Lin Ye sighed, quietly retreating away from the staircase and began searching for another staircase in a different direction. Although he failed to locate the staircase, he did spot an elevator. The elevator was still operational, yet upon opening the door, he was greeted by the unsettling visage of a grinning specter that loomed before him in the darkness. Startled, Lin Ye seized his electric baton and struck at the specter. The crackling of electricity reverberated through the air as the specter recoiled in fear. Before it could utter a sound, Lin Ye relentlessly swung his weapon, delivering blow after blow until the specter fell silent. At last, he exhaled in relief, adrenaline surging through him, his heart racing intensely as he leaned against the elevator door frame, gasping for breath. The remnants of the specter lay on the ground, its glowing eyes and mouth the only remnants visible, devoid of any corporeal form. As he gazed at it, a virtual screen suddenly materialized before him, offering a silent introduction to the specter. Specter. Entity number 3. Ability. Phasing. Phasing. Your body gradually fades into the void, rendering you immune to any harm, leaving only a pair of glowing eyes and a mouth in reality. These features are your sole weaknesses. Note, this ability can only be utilized in darkness. Any light source may reveal your form and cause you harm. The W version of the specter. Lin Ye scrutinized the information before him, exhaling slowly. Indeed, it seemed that only the W version of the specter was within his capacity to vanquish. The F version was significantly more formidable and posed a greater danger, being completely immune to physical harm. With his mere blade, he would stand no chance against the F version. Phasing? Such an impressive name, yet the description was utterly lackluster. Lin Ye had felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the term phasing, as he had hoped it might grant him his own unique powers. But this? A passive ability in darkness? Eyes and mouth as weaknesses? What a pathetic ability. He would not even desire such a thing. If this was the caliber of the power, he believed the abilities of the Lim group would rank higher. Would you like to absorb this ability? The panel before him displayed another line of text. Decline. Lin Ye resolutely rejected the offer. At this point, he had no intention of ascending the stairs. It appeared that the lowly entities possessed little more than the acidic secretion of the death moth and the regenerative capabilities of the Lim group. The rest were likely worthless. Perhaps the hound and the mournful corpse might possess abilities that enhance physical attributes. For now, he would not contemplate it further. The disguise of the skin thief likely paralleled the phasing ability of the specter in its ineffectiveness. With his focus narrowed, Lin Ye understood what to do next. He quickly scoured the vicinity and, as anticipated, discovered a supply box. Upon opening, he discovered a box filled with metal components. These pieces varied widely, comprising parts for automobiles, computers, and mobile phones, all crammed into a large container. Lin Ye sifted through the contents but found nothing of value and decided to abandon his search. He continued to wander aimlessly, and over time, he repeatedly stumbled upon supply boxes, which, upon opening, yielded little of worth. The most complete item he found was a pencil case containing an assortment of pencils, ballpoint pens, erasers, and rulers. Sigh. What terrible luck, Lin Ye sighed. Why was it that Natasha, upon opening her boxes, obtained almond milk? The worst she got was a can of beef. Meanwhile, he was left with nothing but a heap of scrap metal. What was happening? Had he become a collector of junk? He leaned against a load-bearing wall, fiddling with a screw, deep in thought. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding mist seemed excessively dense. The lights flickered, and his visibility shrank drastically. This situation, was it the F version? A false puddle? Lin Ye's eyebrows shot up. Normally, such thick fog would not occur in the underground parking lot of the W version. The fog typically encountered here was merely small puffs floating in midair, creating a damp atmosphere, and even when there were patches of fog, they were thin layers. This, however, was entirely different. The density obscured distinguishing between a man and woman just 6 meters away, and at 10 meters, it was impossible to tell humans from animals. Such a scenario was only found in level 1 of the F version. The cause of this phenomenon was an everlasting puddle, which might even be camouflaged. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he began to search. Despite the reduced visibility, the puddle was relatively easy to locate. Indeed, he soon discovered a small puddle. It was neither large nor deep, resembling a shallow pool formed after rain on a concrete surface. On the outside, it appeared entirely normal. It was not until Lin Ye tossed his screw into the puddle and witnessed it vanish entirely that he smiled. Ah, so there really is an F version intrusion? I knew it. This supply box wouldn't simply yield a box full of metal parts without reason. It must have a purpose here. He rummaged in his pocket for several more metal components and tossed them all in. There were 2 methods to deal with such a puddle. One was to poison it with a unique item from the F version, which would kill the entity instantly. The other was to drop metal objects into it, allowing it to perish slowly. As Lin Ye continued to discard more metal, the puddle began to tremble. Unfortunately, it emitted no sound and was unable to rise up to harm Lin Ye. Die slowly. For now, I am off to find another entity. Lin Ye smiled. He gazed at the eraser in his hand. This illustrates that nothing in the backroom is truly worthless. See, it has found its use. Metal can indeed destroy the puddle entity. The eraser can eliminate the tangible representations. The sole challenge may lie in discovering the underlying issue. Chapter 33. The arrival of Level 1 at the Empire State Building. Party guests spread false rumors as the team explored Level 1 in a parallel moment. Within the command room of the Zero Block in Manhattan, Nick Fury inquired of Agent Sitwell, "Have we discerned the specific area where Level 1 has manifested?" Furrowing his brow, Sitwell shook his head. "As of now, we have yet to identify any anomalies. Is it possible that Level 1 has not materialized at all?" Hawkeye interjected. We cannot rely on mere possibilities, Dr. Banner asserted. We need to deploy additional personnel for thorough investigation. Dr. Banner's assertion resonated with Steve, who declared, the entities of this level pose an even greater threat to the average individual. Thus, we must locate it swiftly and secure the area to prevent further casualties. Do you think I desire this, Captain? Fury retorted, exasperated. So far, we have not discerned a pattern in the incursions of the Backrooms. If Level 0 could emerge in Manhattan, then Level 1 might appear in Brooklyn, New Mexico, or even other nations. The world is vast. Where am I to search for such anomalous regions? Just as Fury finished speaking, Agent Hill contacted him. What is it? Fury asked, furrowing his brow at the sight of Hill on the screen. Director, those researchers have made progress. They've constructed a device that has detected anomalous fluctuations at the Empire State Building. It is highly likely that Level 1 has manifested there. Hill reported. What? Fury's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, assemble a team and surround the Empire State Building. Allow no creature to escape. Fury's urgency was palpable. The emergence of Level 0 in a pedestrian area was manageable, but if Level 1 had indeed appeared at the Empire State Building, the stakes would be considerably higher. The Empire State Building, a landmark of Manhattan, held not only geographical significance but also symbolic importance. Situated in the heart of the city, it was densely populated, and the interior offices accommodated many individuals. Should an incident occur, his position as director would be jeopardized. Quickly, leave a few individuals to monitor this area, the rest. Follow me to the Empire State Building. Fury barked as he rushed out. Without hesitation, Steve followed suit, mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards the Empire State Building. Well, there is a sliver of good news, he thought. The Chitauri invasion had already wreaked havoc in Manhattan, causing significant structural damage. In fact, many had begun to migrate across the bridge to Brooklyn or Queens. Although the Empire State Building remains largely intact, recent times have seen a lack of motivation for anyone to work there. Aside from essential security personnel, very few souls could be found within its walls. The streets appeared somewhat more populated, yet, amidst the chaos, no one noticed the arrival of Level 1 at the Empire State Building. To be precise, it did not envelop the building itself, but rather the underground parking garage, which is why it went unnoticed. After all, damaged vehicles littered the roads, and the imposing bio-warships of the Chitauri, known as Leviathan beasts, had yet to be cleared away. Who would have the heart to drive to the Empire State Building for a leisurely view under such circumstances? Moreover, many corporeal monsters are averse to light. Thus, it seemed improbable that any calamity would befall the Empire State Building. Such were the thoughts of Steve. Nick Fury shared the same sentiment. Yet, the closer one drew to the Empire State Building, the more individuals fled in the opposite direction, panic-stricken as if a monstrous creature were pursuing them. Steve's expression changed dramatically. Director, the monsters may have emerged. He donned his earpiece and communicated with Nick Fury, simultaneously flooring the accelerator as the engine roared, propelling him forward with increased speed. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury too accelerated towards the Empire State Building. Meanwhile, at the Empire State Building, a chilling howl reverberated through the air as humanoid canines surged forth from the parking garage. Their eyes glimmered with bloodlust and a crimson hue. Upon sighting humans, they lunged to bite, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Claws pierced through chests, and sharp fangs tore into necks. This iconic structure, rich in meaning and symbolism, transformed into a veritable hell on earth within a brief span. Blood and dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere. The terrified crowd shrieked as they fled the scene. However, from the shadows in the corners, numerous arms of varying thickness and length suddenly emerged, ensnaring individuals and dragging them into gaping maws lined with razor-sharp teeth. The screams of terror lasted but a second before morphing into a nauseating sound of chewing. When the gnawing ceased, what emerged from the shadows was a grotesque monster, composed of various dismembered parts, eliciting a visceral reaction of dread. Gunfire echoed relentlessly as the security personnel of the Empire State Building fired upon the hounds and their grotesque forms, bullets flying and flames licking the air. Yet, the vitality of these beasts was astonishingly robust. Bullets pierced their bodies, failing to slay them. Instead, they ignited their ferocity. The humanoid head turned, glaring menacingly at the security guard. And then, boom, with limbs slightly bent, it leapt high into the air, pouncing ferociously towards the guard. Damn it, the guard thought, eyes widening in realization of his impending doom. Just at that moment, a deafening roar of an engine erupted, and a figure soared through the air. In a breathtaking maneuver, the motorcycle performed a 180 flip mid-flight. The rider gripped the handlebars tightly and hurled the motorcycle towards the hound. Boom. The motorcycle, propelled by an immense force, struck the airborne hound with devastating precision. The walls of the Empire State Building trembled as the creature was mercilessly reduced to a pulpy mass. It was only at this moment that the figure in midair landed before the security guard. This area has been designated a danger zone. You must leave immediately. He donned a star-emblazoned shield upon his arm, his expression one of cold indifference as he regarded the monstrous hounds. You the guard? Astonished. Widened his eyes in recognition of the figure's profile. Captain, you are Captain America. Yes, indeed. So, might you depart now? The newcomer was none other than Steve Rogers, who, in a certain sense, had become a celebrity, nay, a hero. In this land, he could indeed rely on his esteemed visage. Of course, the guard exclaimed with delight, hastily retreating. Captain, how many targets are present? Came Hawkeye's voice through the earpiece. Steve surveyed the vicinity, his voice steady. I am at the entrance of the parking lot on 6th Avenue. Currently, I can see 8 hounds and a limb creature. The rest remain unclear. I will handle this here. You proceed to the entrance of the underground parking lot on 35th Street. Leave this to me. With those words, Steve sprang into action, his gaze steely as he focused on the bloodied hounds. To his surprise, the hounds appeared momentarily daunted by his presence, hesitating in their advance. However, this intimidation proved fleeting. As Steve approached, one hound lunged at him with ferocity in an instant. Steve hurled his shield, cleaving the hound in two. The shield struck the wall, toppling another hound in its wake, and rebounded perfectly back to his grasp. Simultaneously, he closed in on the nearest hound. Delivering a crushing blow to its skull with the shield with a sickening crunch, the creature's head exploded. In a fluid motion, he swung around, dispatching another hound, and executed a swift side kick, sending a lurking assailant flying. Captain America was indeed a sight to behold. Each movement was a seamless dance of combat, and within mere moments, he had neutralized all 8 hounds. As a super soldier, his physical prowess was unparalleled, rendering these hounds utterly impotent against him. Just as he finished off the last of the hounds, a sudden gust surged from behind. Steve pivoted, using his shield to repel the unseen attacker. It was then that he beheld the limb creature, its many appendages flailing towards him. A grotesque entity, it gave the illusion of confronting a multitude of adversaries. Yet, Steve, embodying the spirit of Captain America, quickly adapted to the creature's rhythm and strategy, launching a fierce counteroffensive. Before he even exerted his full strength, he had already brought the limb creature to the ground. Sensing it had met its match, the creature attempted to retreat into the shadows. Before Steve could pursue, a heavy alloy glass dome descended from the sky, enveloping the creature within. There was no escape for it now. Steve looked up to see a S-H-I-E-L-D helicopter hovering above, with Nick Fury standing at the doorway, a rope ladder unfurling, his trench coat billowing in the wind as he descended. How repugnant this thing is. Nick Fury surveyed the agitated creature within the glass dome and remarked to Steve, "You're fortunate you didn't blow it up. If it had shattered into smaller parts, who knows where we would have had to chase them down." Steve remained silent, seated on the ladder, gazing at the blood-soaked streets of the Empire State Building, letting out a sigh. There was no way to avert this. Nick Fury patted Steve on the shoulder. Meanwhile, S-H-I-E-L-D agents swiftly arrived on the scene, commencing the lockdown of the Empire State Building. Hawkeye had also handled his end. As for the casualties of this battle, well, it was clear that both Steve and Hawkeye were unscathed. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents merely picked up the pieces. The only unfortunate losses were likely those of the innocent civilians. Just recently, they had faced extraterrestrial threats, and now they were besieged by monsters. One could only call it bad luck. The crux of the matter was that no one could predict where such calamities would strike. What more could be done? Steve had exerted himself to the utmost. He had been swift enough. Captain, you won't let this defeat you, will you? Hawkeye approached from another direction. Steve lifted his gaze to meet Hawkeye's, curling his lips slightly. I'm merely contemplating the future of our fate. This is merely level 1. There are more tiers to come, and when they all descend. Steve shook his head and sighed softly. He was Captain America, a super soldier. His mission was to protect, but how could one man possibly safeguard everything? America is vast. Today it's the Empire State Building, tomorrow it could be Washington. The day after it might be Columbus, and in a few days, it could reach Florida. Soon enough, it could be San Francisco, Los Angeles, Las Vegas. He was human, not superhuman. He could not be present in multiple locations at once. He worried. The Avengers lacked sufficient manpower. Perhaps they should seek additional allies? The image of a bald man in a wheelchair flashed through Steve's mind. Captain, don't be disheartened. New levels are appearing. Hawkeye patted Steve's shoulder and pointed to the projection in the sky. Huh. Steve furrowed his brow, instinctively looking upward. Indeed, new levels were emerging. The previously frozen MEG Eagle emblem gradually receded, replaced by lines of text. The familiar text and introduction. At last, the main content appeared. When you wander through the corridors of level 1, you usually can reach level 2. Note, if graffiti appears on the ceiling during the transition, you will arrive at a party. This information has been confirmed as a false rumor spread by partygoers. In any circumstance, when wandering through the corridors of level 1, one should inevitably arrive at level 2. Below is a detailed description of level 2. Level 2 The Abandoned Public Area. Chapter 34, Level 2, a chilling array of terrifying entities. What is this? Partygoers? False information? At this moment, a series of text appears. Countless individuals are left astonished and bewildered. The barrage of comments begins to roll furiously. Is this truly a false report? Does this mean that upon exiting Level 1, even if there is graffiti on the ceiling, it does not impede one's journey to Level 2? How can there be false information? Where did it originate? How are the partygoers disseminating such misinformation? I don't understand. I genuinely don't comprehend. Are the partygoers so extraordinarily powerful that they can propagate falsehoods within the MEG documents? Wait, my head feels a bit itchy. Am I about to gain some insight? What is going on here? Though I do not fully grasp it, it certainly seems impressive. To think they can alter documents and spread various falsehoods. These partygoers are indeed formidable. Ah, those hedonistic partygoers from the pleasure tier, it is perilous there, and consequently, these partygoers must also be quite dangerous. Incredible. I suddenly sense that something significant is approaching. I wonder when the partygoers will make their appearance. Do you not find the name rather peculiar? Partygoers? Why are they called partygoers? I thought they were thrill seekers. Perhaps they are merely a group of eccentric entities that throw parties? At this moment, countless individuals engage in discussion. Meanwhile, on the screen, a series of text begins to materialize, revealing the document for Level 2 to all. The third level of the backroom, Level 2. Survival difficulty, 3. Unsafe, unstable, with a few entities, description. This level comprises a complex and boundless tunnel. Most tunnels are cramped and narrow, filled with tightly packed pipes, conduits, and various industrial apparatuses, which further exacerbates the already confined space. In some areas designated for larger machinery, only one person can pass sideways. The interiors of the tunnels appear quite antiquated, and some walls are even somewhat grimy. On the mottled cement walls, one may occasionally observe flaking chunks of cement, revealing bricks beneath. In certain areas, the walls are coated with a dry powdery mixture. Upon touch, one can feel the powder adhering to their hand, looking entirely incongruous with the region's style. The tunnels connect to various rooms. Within these rooms, an array of industrial machines can be found. These machines are interconnected by pipes. Their specific functions remain unknown. Whether affixed to the walls or situated within the rooms, these pipes and machines have been recognized by engineers with relevant expertise as existing models. However, when these pipes and machines are interconnected, they fail to operate correctly, the precise reasons for which are yet to be determined. These pipes have been confirmed to transport various substances, including liquids, gases, and even electricity, with an extremely limited number of solid transport conduits. Certainly, within the room, alongside various machines, one may frequently encounter flat carts, mechanical components, oil drums, metal, cardboard, and boxes filled with industrial materials. In the tunnels, one might also come across inconspicuous items such as toolboxes, wooden stumps, mechanical parts, and rusted pipes. It is noteworthy that the oil drums within the room may contain oil, but they could also hold a variety of other liquids, such as water, an exceptionally corrosive slime, almond water, cashew water, memory juice, silence juice, lady ink, and lucky soy milk. Level 2 is typically equipped with lighting fixtures, predominantly fluorescent lights, which emit a characteristic humming sound akin to those found in Level 0. It is important to mention that due to some exposed wiring in the lighting fixtures of this level, various groups visiting the area have been known to dismantle these copper wires, and in some cases, even remove the light fixtures, resulting in certain tunnel areas being shrouded in darkness. While the majority of this level is replete with pipes and machinery, there exist some areas devoid of such apparatus, where doors may be found. The vast majority of these doors are locked, yet some remain accessible, potentially leading to the following scenarios. 1. An unremarkable, empty room devoid of any equipment. 2. A space possibly filled with numerous supply boxes. 3. A room that may house a multitude of large computers. 4. A warehouse storing various cargo boxes. These doors vary in size, with some being quite large while others may be no bigger than a studio apartment. Due to the livability of this level, a substantial population has settled here. Additionally, influenced by certain groups, a significant historical phase emerged, known as the Great Blackout Era. Prior to the Great Blackout, this area had a considerable number of survivors and various groups, among which the most prominent was the organization known as BNTG, the principal instigator of the blackout period. The BNTG organization is one of the largest residents of this level, with its main base located in the office area EL3A, a vast region comprised of offices and warehouses. As BNTG's influence expanded, the higher-ups began contemplating the renovation of this level, and they indeed initiated such changes. They expanded the tunnels, laid down tracks within them, scoured other levels for various items, repaired the railways, and constructed trains. They succeeded. Despite encountering issues such as sharp turns causing derailments and collisions with walls, which did not impede their operations. However, After the tracks and trains were established and had been running for merely 2 weeks, a catastrophic event occurred when charging a defective battery, resulting in a complete blackout across the level, plunging it into darkness. During this blackout, only a few purple emergency lights remained operational, prompting a significant migration of the population away from this level. The prolonged blackout lasted a full 2 years. Following this dark period, when the power system was restored, those who had previously migrated returned to this layer, including BNTG. However, this layer had lost its former splendor. The collapse of the power grid had caused many light fixtures to shatter, leaving only a scant few survivors, resulting in a significant scarcity of illumination. Observing this dire situation, coupled with the lack of medical aid and food, wanderers and various teams lost interest in Level 2 and departed en masse. Nevertheless, BNG designated EL-3A as its primary base, making it the largest faction within this layer. Anomaly 1. The void behind the door. The most significant anomaly of this layer is indeed the void behind the doors. These voids exist behind the locked doors, some of which feature windows through which one can gaze into an abyss of nothingness. Originally, these doors were impervious to any means of opening, until BNTG undertook extensive renovations in the layer, gradually unlocking certain doors. The blackout also contributed to the unlocking of some previously secured doors. However, even after being unlocked, the interiors remained a vast void. This emptiness is infinitely long and wide, silent, with the only light emanating from behind the door. Wanderers may retreat through the door after entering, but if they become lost, they will be eternally exiled in the void. Entities. Given that this layer was once a social hub that explored extensive regions and depths, it is inhabited by numerous entities. Below is a list of these entities. 1. Windows. Entity number. 2. Habitat. Typically found in Level 1 and Level 2, but primarily appears in Level 1, with a relatively lower occurrence in Level 2. Description. The appearance resembles that of a regular window. However, a shadowy figure lingers behind the glass, perpetually facing the observer. This figure lures wanderers closer through means that include, but are not limited to, soft whispers and beckoning gestures. When a wanderer draws near enough, the figure swiftly seizes them and pulls them into the window. To facilitate the capture of wanderers, the scenery visible through the window is often disguised, appearing as a lush landscape, a serene place filled with the songs of birds, or a bustling street or corridor. In reality, behind the window lies an expansive void, and those dragged in will find themselves lost in this lightless, weightless, boundless nothingness. When encountering a window, do not trust any words it may utter, nor believe in the scenery beyond the glass. Steer clear of windows and do not approach any of them. If a window exhibits no shadowy figure, it may be deemed safe. Note, passing through a window without a figure will lead you to Level 1. 5. While traversing through a window with a figure carries a low probability of transporting you to Level 999. Entity number. 7. Habitat. Level 1 and Level 2 description. This entity resembles a male hyacinth macaw, adorned with a harmonious blend of blue and white feathers. Should one harbor no intention of taming him, any physical contact with Jerry will result in the influence of his enlightenment abilities. Once affected by this enlightenment, the victim will venerate Jerry as if he were a deity, uttering phrases such as Lord Jerry is everything. Lord Jerry is my sole reason for existence. And blessings upon Lord Jerry, his followers. Upon reaching Jerry's hall, initially exhibit a zombie-like demeanor, yet after a few hours, they regain control over themselves while continuing their acts of worship. These devotees remain in place until they depart to disseminate Jerry's sacred teachings. It is said that those who attempt to flee from Jerry and evade his influence will be immediately drawn into the ground, though this claim remains unverified. Jerry sustains himself on sunflower seeds and almond water. To tame Jerry, one may offer almond water or sunflower seeds, thereby establishing a bond. Once tamed, physical contact with Jerry is permissible without the risk of enlightenment. After a few days, Jerry will naturally depart from his tamer, and subsequent encounters will not trigger his enlightenment upon the tamer. Note, do not disclose your intention to tame Jerry to his followers, as it may lead to undesirable consequences. Note 2. Avoid provoking or attempting to attack Jerry, as you may face an onslaught from his followers. When encountering Jerry, maintain a distance and do not heed any deceptive words from his followers. If you happen to possess almond water or sunflower seeds and intend to tame Jerry, you may discreetly offer them to him. However, generally speaking, encountering Jerry is rare, and locating him typically requires guidance from his followers, which is not advisable. Entity number. 16. Habitat. Level 1, Level 2. Level 3 description. This entity manifests as a large arachnid, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. It conceals itself upon the ceiling, crafting spherical webs and secreting a tranquilizing substance within them. When prey is scarce, it suspends these spheres from the ceiling. Its hunting methods vary according to the size of its quarry, employing distinct tactics for both large and small prey. For diminutive targets, such as insects, it releases a chemical substance before initiating its hunt. Regarding large prey, such as humans, when an individual stands directly beneath its trap, the immobilizer will sever the thread, allowing a tranquilizer-filled tennis ball to fall. Upon the ball's explosion, the sedative will cascade onto the target, most of whom will remain oblivious to the initial ball, yet will experience a sense of confusion. Although the sedative does not completely incapacitate the victim, it significantly restrains their cognitive faculties. At this juncture, the immobilizer will release all its balls, ultimately rendering the victim entirely unresponsive. Subsequently, the immobilizer will descend beside its prey and consume it whole. After feasting upon such large quarry, it will ascend back to the ceiling to commence a period of dormancy until it awakens again to set more traps. Should one encounter an immobilizer, it is prudent to be vigilant for any signs of discomfort and to constantly monitor the ceiling for spherical webs. The immobilizer does not pursue its prey, thus maintaining a safe distance is advisable. Note, the immobilizer's secretions are harmless, even in substantial quantities. So do not relinquish hope for survival. Entity number, 24 Habitat, Level 2 and other industrialized tiers. Description, externally, it bears a striking resemblance to an ordinary mouse, save for the brown horns atop its head, which emit a faint red glow. Corpse mice are predominantly harmless, and if one can overlook their repugnant nature, they may even serve as a source of sustenance. Corpse mice are quite common and pose minimal threat to wanderers. Each population of corpse mice is unique, influenced by their respective levels and surrounding conditions. They exhibit remarkable adaptability and self-evolution capabilities. For instance, prior to the Great Blackout in Level 2, some corpse mice shed their fur to better cope with the elevated temperatures of that level. In tiers akin to Level 1, these mice can even instigate screaming events, pursuing other entities while emitting shrill cries. Naturally, not all corpse mice are benign. Some possess significant danger and may set traps, showcasing high levels of intelligence and even coordinating efforts to hunt other entities. If one encounters corpse mice, it is advisable to steer clear unless in dire need of sustenance. Entity number, 36 Habitat, any tier devoid of food resources, such as Level 2 and Level 13. Description, it resembles an automatic vending machine, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall and 1.2 meters wide. The back bears several slogans for the human-made vending machine, produced by the Iric family, proclaiming, "It is for all, and all are for it." However, to date, no information regarding the Iric family has been discovered within the Backrooms. This entity shares certain similarities with conventional vending machines, yet also exhibits significant differences. It requires no monetary payment to procure items. The machine is equipped with two buttons, one for inputting numbers and the other for letters. Upon completion of the input, the machine dispenses the corresponding product. However, the method of product delivery is not through a rotating metallic coil. Instead, it extends a skeletal hand, eerily pale, to push the product downwards. Although the items sold by this entity are all packaged and appear indistinguishable from ordinary food, they are, in fact, intimately linked to humanity. This includes, but is not limited to, flesh, transplantable organs, pulmonary tubes, blood, bone marrow, and skin. The products within the entity appear to be random. Some may completely fill the machine, while others may only manifest in limited quantities. Every 12 hours, the products within this entity are replenished in an instant. Research indicates that all items sold by this entity possess a high concentration of dopamine, and irrespective of the amount consumed, ingestion leads to dependency, compelling individuals to acquire the products at any cost. Consumers tend to linger near the vending machine, rejecting the notion of ascending to other levels, and even refuse to consume alternative foods, including almond water. Even when forced, such foods cannot be digested. Occasionally, these addicts may resort to self-harm to secure more products. The entity also has the capacity to erase the relevant memories of those who come into contact with it, typically every 4 hours. Concurrently, consumers may experience conditions such as hypertension, heart disease, sudden weight loss, accelerated heart rate, anemia, and fatigue. Regardless of the quantity ingested, victims continue to experience hunger and thirst, while their pain perception diminishes. The entity exhibits formidable resistance, capable of withstanding most weapon attacks. However, electrical currents can inflict significant damage, and a barrage of bottled lightning may indeed destroy it. When encountering a human-produced vending machine, one should maintain a safe distance and report to MEG, inspecting the rear of all vending machines to ensure their normalcy. Note, do not purchase any products from this entity. Even if acquired, do not consume, not even a morsel. In Level 2, it typically appears at the end of dead ends or between walls devoid of machinery and pipes. Notably, during widespread power outages, it serves as a navigational beacon for wanderers, albeit only in that regard. Entity number, 75 Habitat, levels with caves or damp environments, frequently found in Level 6, Level 8, and Level 52, which are rocky regions. The damp levels include Level 2, Level 2, 1, Level 9, and Level 14. Description, an entity resembling a serpent of gargantuan size, capable of contorting its body in various ways with a surface coated in slime. The juvenile shepherd's skin appears translucent, allowing for a glimpse of its internal organs. As it matures, the epidermal hue gradually deepens to a shade of gray. The shepherd possesses luminous eyes that shine brightly, enabling clear vision even in the dark. Notably, there are physical discrepancies between the genders. The male shepherd has a visage reminiscent of a human face, seemingly grinning, with a coarser skin texture. In contrast, the female shepherd resembles a colossal worm, adorned with mouthparts akin to those of arthropods. Typically, adult shepherds can reach lengths of 16,000 to 14,400 meters. Within level 2, mature shepherds are relatively rare, while juvenile ones are more frequently encountered. The shepherds exhibit remarkable burrowing capabilities, swiftly tunneling through the ground as if wielding a drill, impervious even to the hardest surfaces. This behavior mirrors a cutting method, where they penetrate the ground and traverse between layers, re-emerging in different regions. Their hunting methods are twofold. One involves burrowing several meters, or even dozens of meters, then abruptly emerging in a corridor to seize unsuspecting prey. The other method entails hypnotizing wanderers with their presence, enticing them to approach before executing the hunt. Their appetite is formidable, targeting not only humans, but various entities as well. However, while traversing underground, the shepherds generate considerable noise, allowing for auditory identification of their proximity. The strength of a shepherd primarily hinges on its gender and age. Males will attack any creature within their path and consume them, while females primarily feed on plants and rocks, refraining from aggression toward wanderers. Interestingly, upon detection, a female shepherd may retreat, except in the case of pregnant females, who will hunt wanderers to nourish their offspring. Once shepherd eggs are laid, they burrow into the ground or embed themselves within walls, akin to seeds taking root, eventually giving rise to multiple juvenile shepherds. After emerging, these young shepherds will accompany their mother until they can survive independently. When encountering a shepherd, if you sense vibrations in the ground, it is imperative to flee. Otherwise, you may await your demise. Note: do not attempt to touch the juvenile shepherds, as the mother will sense this and retaliate. Entity number 104. Habitat: any area or level with computer's description, cubic in shape. It manifests around desktop computers. From a distance, it resembles a humanoid sculpture, but upon closer inspection, one can discern that its face is a composite of 3 photographs, 2 depicting human eyes and 1 showcasing a dog's open mouth. Its body is a cube adorned with muscular images on each face. Caution is advised. While proximity for observation is acceptable, approaching within 1.5 meters will incite an attack, with the victim enveloped by a large, transparent box edged in black. The box resembles a formidable force of destruction. Any object attempting to penetrate it is met with annihilation, while the unfortunate victims ensnared within the box are torn apart as it constricts. However, when captured through the lens of a camera, no matter how close one may approach, the entity refrains from attacking, as if it possesses an intrinsic desire for recognition and praise. Should an object be presented before this entity, a grotesque, bloodied arm will extend from the screen of its most recent computer, drawing the object into its depths, whereupon an image of the object will materialize on the display. Once a sufficient collection of items has been amassed, the entity stains them crimson, subsequently extracting them from the monitor to serve as its legs for locomotion. If you offer it an item, it will cease its aggression towards you. When encountering this entity, if you possess a camera, take photographs. If you lack one, maintain your distance or present it with some offerings. Note: under no circumstances should one attack while photographing it, for the assailant will be swiftly eliminated. Entity number 130. Habitat: certain lower tier levels, such as level 2 and level 4. Description: the entity known as the Howler is a cumbersome and colossal being. It appears as a large mass composed of vibrantly colored twisting sticks, devoid of eyes and unable to perceive its surroundings, seemingly relying on echolocation. Its height ranges from 1 to 4 meters, and it possesses no organs beyond a basic central nervous system. The Howler aimlessly roams, but upon sensing prey, it swiftly closes in for the kill, displaying a particular predilection for hunting humans or cats. Its unique characteristic is that upon entering a new level, its rudimentary brain collapses, leading to immediate shock and death. When encountering others of its kind, they merge, doubling in both size and intellect. Thus, the larger the Howler, the higher its intelligence and, correspondingly, its danger. The Howler emits a roar that resonates on a psychological level, intended to intimidate or bewilder its prey. The larger the entity, the more potent its roar becomes, capable of inflicting brain damage upon humans when emitted at close range. The effective range of this psychic roar spans from 10 to 80 meters, contingent upon the Howler's size. The greater the size, the broader the reach. Additionally, it will approach its target, attempting to lethally strike with its spines and lash out with its branches. After dispatching its prey, it opens its chest cavity to consume them, and with the digestion of its victims, its form expands, sprouting additional branches. Notably, this entity also emits a Wi-Fi signal and can even be utilized to charge electronic devices. Truth be told, if one possesses sufficient strength and can withstand the psychological tremors, capturing one of these creatures could serve as a charging station or signal hub. If one encounters the creatures known as, their intelligence is contingent upon their size, they are not particularly swift, as long as one maintains a safe distance. There is little cause for concern. Should one be captured, it is prudent to attempt an escape by tearing at branches and striving to subdue the captor, specifically targeting its head with fierce strikes. Interestingly, are quite prevalent in level 2, as are their remains. In their initial form, they pose minimal threat, typically preying on mice, moths, or other small creatures. However, as they grow larger or merge with others of their kind, complications arise. The constricted environment of level 2 often leaves them ensnared by their own size, leading to starvation. Entity 16, the deceptive bird entity number, 192 habitat, diverse. Within forested layers description, resembling a pigeon. Through various evolutionary adaptations, they have developed means to confound their predators. The deceptive bird is highly intelligent, capable of solving basic puzzles. Coupled with a strong reproductive drive, this has allowed the species to proliferate rapidly in the backrooms. Their diet primarily consists of fruits and grains. In level 11, they are classified as an invasive species, bearing a striking resemblance to real-world pigeons in both size and definition, yet posing minimal threat. Their digestive systems are remarkably resilient, rendering common toxins ineffective. Should they ingest something indigestible, they can easily regurgitate it. Nests are constructed close to the ground, and due to their elevated intelligence, they often utilize twigs to build small shelters for resting, nurturing their young, and storing food. Four subspecies are commonly recognized, each distinguishable by color, exhibiting unique abilities. 1. Red, more accurately described as rust-colored, adorned with a large feather at the back of its head, making it difficult for ordinary predators to view it as prey. 2. Green, entirely green with a slender, straight beak, capable of emitting ultrasonic shrieks to deter threats. 3. Purple, possessing larger reflective eyes to bewilder predators, they are primarily nocturnal, as the reflective membrane is effective only at night. 4. Blue, appearing parrot-like, this subspecies is covered in an unknown substance that induces hallucinations upon contact with skin, whether human or otherwise, leading to mild psychological disturbances. This effect manifests rapidly and is difficult to discern. Witness reports from level 2 frequently describe encounters with these blue deceptive birds, although specifics remain unclear. When encountering such entities, the roles may reverse. One might find themselves as the hunter while they become the prey. The edibility of their flesh or eggs remains uncertain, but they are indeed consumable. This concludes the list of entities present in level 2. Entrances and exits. Due to the previous splendor and breadth of exploration of this level, numerous entrances and exits have been discovered. Below is a detailed list concerning the entrances and exits of level 2. Entrances. Conventional known methods include wandering through the corridors of level 1 and seamlessly transitioning into this layer from reality. Other levels provide additional access points. In level 4, 1 may find a small tunnel within a large cave that leads to level 2. Random encounters within level 1 may also grant access. Level 2 is akin to level 1 in this regard. In level 8, one can enter small ventilation ducts or vents within caves to reach level 2. Level 11 allows entry through any door, provided the room within lacks furnishings, potentially leading to level 2 or other layers. Level 43 offers an unexpected arrival at level 2 or level 4 through employee passageways within an aquarium. In level 84, extensive exploration of the park's terrain may lead one to level 2. Climbing into an incinerator within level 127 can also result in access to level 2. Level 141 is reachable via stairs or elevators, which may lead to level 2 or other layers. Before a train arrives, entering the subway tunnel at Aries Station in level 158 will grant access to level 2. In level 173, entering a waterfall within this layer's caves presents a slim chance of cutting into level 2, though other levels may also be possible. Walking a distance of 10 miles in level 309 can lead one to level 2. In level 480, traversing the connecting corridors of shops may occasionally result in reaching level 2. In level 522, burying oneself in a pipeline and rising again may lead to level 2. Lastly, in level 997, passing through a pink door embedded in a tree will grant access to level 2. Exits. Commonly known exits involve passing through doors that lead to level 1, level 3, or level 4. These doors are readily identifiable, often marked on or near the walls. Other means of exit include locating a door crafted from plywood, which can transport one to level 31 or level 127. While a weathered wooden door may lead to level 137, a door of larger than usual dimensions opens pathways to level 70 or level 283. With the door to level 70 typically marked with 70, and the one to level 283 often adorned in rainbow hues. Some unlocked doors lead to level 101. And within some unlocked rooms containing an echo piano, one may find access to level 126. Finally, opening a metallic door will allow entry to level 141. Any blue door leads to level 175, while pink doors grant access to level 997. Following the blue flashing lights along the pipes will guide you to a door adorned with a blade. Extracting the blade will allow passage to level 811. A door resembling an elevator leads to level 998. Proceed straight down the corridor, pass through a door, and reach the end of the hallway. Then, retrace your steps to discover a new junction. First to the left, then right at the next intersection, followed by another left and a right again. You will encounter two doors, one marked and the other B. Entering B will reveal the AMP doors once more. This time, choose A to access the hub. Should you stray from this path at any point, you may end up on other random levels. This method is equally applicable to level 1. Up, down, left, right, BA. This is easy to remember. While traversing level 2, you may inadvertently cross into a pseudo-level or level 38. Note that crossing implies that you may step into it and then return to level 2 with your next movement, but there is also the possibility of demise or prolonged entrapment within. Locate an unlocked door, and if the interior room is well appointed, you will arrive at level 64. In the unusually warm regions of level 2, you might find yourself in the heat zone of level 127. If you traverse the corridor for a sufficient duration and distance, discovering a small, right-angled underground passage can lead you to levels 158 and 902. By contemplating using the lounge of this level and then opening a door, you will reach level 189. Chapter 35, Hawkeye enters the back room. At this very moment, a multitude of documents flooded the screen, leaving countless viewers utterly bewildered, their minds momentarily incapacitated, relinquishing all rational thought. What in the world is this? It's overwhelming. I can't make sense of it at all. Is this merely the information of a single level? It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Goodness, what is this? There is so much. I'm astonished. Is this really level 2? The number of exits and entrances is astounding, and these entities are simply horrifying. Wait a moment. Why do I see so many entities that were also described in level 1? Why ain't I noticed them before? That's quite normal. Level 1 is vast. And encounters aren't guaranteed, much like Earth, where you might meet only a handful of foreigners. Indeed. Just because one has encountered them doesn't mean they don't exist. Now that this documentation has been released, it's clear that level 1 harbors those entities. Hold on. If level 1 contains those entities, does that imply that if we fall into the back room, we might encounter them as well? Relax, my friend. Just take it easy. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is perfectly normal. Let me tell you a joke. Level 1 is a habitable zone. What does that have to do with being habitable? More like a forsaken place. All right, fine. Forsaken it is. TSK. I glanced over the details, and aside from the known entities we can observe within level 1, there are also windows, Jerry, the paralyzer, and the corpse rat. How on earth are we supposed to navigate this? One misstep could lead to our demise. However, if one is aware of this information prior to entering level 1, survival is entirely feasible. Indeed, these entities do not possess the ability to eliminate instantly, with proper precautions. One can survive quite well. Praise the paralyzer Jerry, for he is everything. Trust in him, and you shall attain immortality. TSK, are Jerry's followers still pursuing me? Jerry? That loser? He is not the loser Jerry, but rather Tom and Jerry. How dare you insult the great paralyzer? You are treading on a path toward your demise. Stop with the stale jokes. Instead of that, why not jot down the locations of these entities along with the exits and entrances? Otherwise, when you truly fall into the back room, you may not even realize how you perished. It's not that complicated. Just memorize everything, and you'll be fine. Speaking of which, am I the only one who noticed the void behind the windows and doors? Is there a chance that the void behind the doors and that behind the windows are one and the same? Could the figures behind the windows actually be those lost within the void behind the doors? They could be like water ghosts, dragging others to their doom while they escape themselves? Quite the imaginative theory you have there. Perhaps it could indeed be that way. Once you enter the back room, you might want to test it out. Testing it could lead to demise. The decimal levels have returned, but wait, why are there negative levels? Perhaps there are other non-numeric hierarchies as well? Hold on. I recall that the backroom's levels can manifest in reality, right? This creature, the mushy, seems to be quite beyond comprehension. If it were to invade our world, I can scarcely fathom the terror of a being stretching from 16,000 to 144,000 meters. Can someone elucidate what this span of 16,000 to 144,000 meters truly signifies? To put it in perspective, Manhattan is only 21.5 kilometers long. 16,000 meters translates to 16 kilometers, meaning that a newly matured mushy would be over half the length of Manhattan. The alien battleship that recently invaded Manhattan pales in comparison to the mushy. What do you mean by pales? It's the epitome of insignificance. And the theoretical maximum size of the mushy, 144 kilometers, is staggering. To illustrate, The longest straight-line distance in New York is merely 72 kilometers, which means 2 New Yorks would be equivalent to the length of the largest mushy, a true behemoth of the earthly realm. If such a creature were to breach reality, it would wreak havoc indiscriminately. Even superheroes would find themselves in peril. I feel an increasing sense of danger. Even across the ocean, I cannot find an ounce of security. I wish to escape Earth right now. Run? What is there to run from? Only those who contribute nothing to society would flee. People like us, who are of value, would rather be consumed by the mushy. I would willingly sacrifice myself. While the sentiment is commendable and filled with fervor, the reality is that we wouldn't even suffice as a morsel for such a creature. But truly, how much would such a mushy require to sustain itself? Even a blue whale would hardly suffice. Fortunately, the mushy can burrow underground. It would be quite laughable if it were to become trapped in a passage and starve. How splendid it would be to tame a mushy. Imagine if one could tame a mushy, what would superheroes and supervillains be but mere appetizers? Yet, you would first find yourself bankrupt, for you could never satiate its hunger. Why have I not awakened any superpowers? I suddenly envy those mutants. Lacking abilities leaves me utterly vulnerable. Damn it, I despise those mutant bastards. Why couldn't their abilities manifest in me? The mutants revel in chaos, slaughtering ordinary people. And then it would be their domain. Which side are you on? I'm from the sea. As the levels proliferate, if level 2 is this treacherous, what of the others? Aren't they designed to push humanity to its limits? I cannot bear to watch any longer. My cabinet is moving. At this moment, I wish for Iron Man to eliminate all the monsters in this level. If that were to happen, even if I fell into the backrooms, I could sustain myself for quite some time. At this very moment, countless comments flood the screen. It is truly explosive. The information regarding level 2 is overwhelmingly extensive, leaving countless minds in a state of bewilderment, to the point where some are reluctant to delve further. Yet, avoidance is not an option, for their very lives depend on it. It is essential to comprehend the exits of level 2, as this knowledge is crucial for survival. Meanwhile, at the Empire State Building, SHIELD has meticulously secured the premises, swiftly erecting barbed wire and metal walls. Within the temporary command center, an eerie silence has settled. Speak up. Nick Fury leaned back slightly, feeling a pulsating pain at his temples. Previously, he had perceived level 1 as devoid of threat. However, it has become evident that numerous concealed entities lurk, those not depicted in the visuals. Perhaps Tony and Natasha were fortunate enough to avoid encounters with the window, Jerry, the paralytic, and the corpse rat. Indeed, such encounters are rare. The window remains stationary, not pursuing. Jerry seldom roams outside unless guided by a follower. The paralytic, resembling a spider, resides on the ceiling. The corpse rat poses minimal threat and is unlikely to chase. Thus, it is entirely plausible that Tony and his companions did not encounter these entities. However, this raises a concerning signal. The existence of other entities may be lurking within the level 1 containment zone beneath the Empire State Building. In truth, level 1 is relatively safe compared to level 2, rendering it a more habitable zone. Director, should I venture into level 2 to locate Stark and the others? Steve hesitated. Allow me. There is a pathway from level 2 back to level 1, which should lead to the containment zone at the base of the Empire State Building, facilitating their safe return. Captain Marvel proposed. No. Nick Fury rebuffed decisively. This was not a moment for heroics. Moreover, no agents have been reported emerging from the backrooms thus far. Indeed, those who entered the Zero containment zone have yet to return. If the non-linear space obstructed their return, what could be said of the level 1 containment zone? After their descent, none have found any trace of SHIELD agents, not even clothing or tools. This implies that while entering the backrooms from these containment zones is feasible, returning from the layered backrooms is considerably more challenging. Or perhaps they have not yet discovered the correct method. Nick Fury remained uncertain, reluctant to permit those with extraordinary abilities to attempt such a venture. Captain America is not suitable, neither is Captain Marvel, and certainly not Banner. Nick Fury's gaze wandered, inadvertently settling on Hawkeye. Huh? Hawkeye blinked in surprise, shifting slightly, only to realize that Nick Fury's attention was fixed upon him. Wait, Director. You cannot possibly be suggesting that I go in, can you? Hawkeye stammered. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, realizing that all eyes were upon him, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. However, after a brief contemplation, he declared, Clint, you are the most suitable for this. All right, you stubborn fool. Are you really reluctant to take on the role? What about the greater good? What about morality? Surely you could exert some moral persuasion on me? If all else fails, a beauty trap would suffice. Your candor is quite hurtful, Fury continued. I am not shirking responsibility, but I must inquire, why not Captain Rogers? Hawkeye turned to Steve, who also cast a glance at Nick Fury. Indeed, Director, I could go as well. Fury replied solemnly, the captain is not merely a leader, he embodies a symbol. If even he were to enter the back room, it would only inspire more to aspire to that place. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. But what I mean is, in such critical moments, the presence of the captain is essential to stabilize morale. All right, you have a point. So I shall go. Is that satisfactory? Hawkeye retorted with a smirk. Excellent. This shall be your tactical plan for the mission. Fury nodded as he retrieved a paper document and a communication device from a bald man nearby. This dual insurance contains detailed information on Level 0, Level 1, and Level 2. As he handed the items to Hawkeye, he remarked, Clint, why do I get the impression you were already prepared for this? Not at all. Fury denied. Hurry along. Agent Natasha and Stark are waiting for your rescue. With a sigh, Hawkeye glanced at the items in his hands and murmured, if only I. Fear not. I have secured your insurance. Fury interjected. But you. Hawkeye was at a loss for words, incredulous at the notion that Fury had not anticipated this. Director, when I return, I shall give you a thorough thumping, he said with a hint of humor. Humorous indeed. Fury replied nonchalantly. We'll discuss it upon your return. With that, Hawkeye set off. He examined the documents as he reached the corridor of the first containment area, following the descriptions provided, and began to meander. Before the witness of all, and captured on video, Hawkeye merely wandered a few circles before vanishing without a trace. It was as if he had simply slipped away. Not in a manner of teleportation or abrupt disappearance, but rather as naturally and ordinarily as if he had turned into an alley and ceased to exist. Chapter 36. Read. Rules are not meant to be followed, but to be exploited. Oh, how intriguing. Inside the Baxter building, Reed gazed at the screen displaying footage of Hawkeye infiltrating the backroom, his brow arched in curiosity. Indeed, the video was obtained through his hacking into SHIELD. To be precise, it was not merely theft. He had directly infiltrated the individual's phone, observing as they recorded. He meticulously rewound the video. Captivated by the moment Hawkeye vanished, it was astonishingly seamless. The individual, so smooth in their actions, had vanished before anyone could react. It was akin to a zero-frame initiation, a zero-frame disappearance. It seemed as though, upon meeting certain criteria, an imperceptible door or spatial barrier would materialize, allowing one to pass through and simply vanish. Yet, in slow motion, Reed discerned certain details. First, the foot that stepped out disappeared. Although Hawkeye was still turning, the vanishing foot remained absent. With each step taken, the vanishing became a retreat, followed by the upper half of his body, until he completely disappeared. This confirmed a hypothesis he had been contemplating. Simultaneously, another screen before him highlighted several document entries in red. For instance, Level 11, one may enter any door. If the room lacks furnishings, it may lead to Level 2, though it could also reach other levels. Some unlocked rooms harboring an echo piano may lead to Level 126. Opening a metal door may access Level 141. Any blue door leads to Level 175, while pink doors lead to Level 997. Finding an unlocked door with a furnished room will take one to Level 64. These 5 entries were prominently marked. Do these 5 hold any distinct differences? At that moment, Johnny's voice inquired from behind him. What differences do you perceive? Reed retorted. I can't discern any differences. They appear as nonsensical as the other rules, lacking any semblance of logic. Johnny scratched his head. Reed paused, declining to indulge in further speculation with Pyro, and stated directly, according to these descriptions, it is theoretically possible to artificially create exits and entrances. Artificially create? Pyro was taken aback. Indeed. Reed narrowed his eyes. Take the first entry as an example. Within Level 11, if one were to find any door, and if the room inside is cluttered, one could remove the items to fulfill the condition of lacking furnishings, close the door, and upon reopening, as long as the items do not refresh, it could theoretically lead to Level 2. The same reasoning applies to the subsequent entries. In a room without an echo piano, I could place one inside. If I cannot find a metal door, I could install one myself. If blue or pink doors are unavailable, I could simply paint one. And if I seek Level 64, but cannot find a furnished room, I shall furnish one myself. Reed spoke with conviction. The fiery figure inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Reed, scratching his head in bewilderment. While they were still memorizing the rules and adhering to them, Reed had begun to manipulate the rules to his advantage, even crafting his own. Was this truly feasible? So can we enter now? Johnny inquired eagerly. Patience. We are almost there. Reed's eyes sparkled with fervor. He was on the verge of completing the dimensional teleportation device. Although he had merely constructed the spatial and dimensional models for the Level 0 incursion zone, and was uncertain whether the dimensional rules applied to other levels were similar, it mattered not. As long as he could transmit, even if it amounted to mere scrap, he could construct various devices and navigate through different tiers with ease. To him, the serious shepherds were no more than trivial pets. He found Jerry somewhat intriguing, a quintessential embodiment of mental distortion. And what if I were to don a brainwave shielding device, Jerry? Reed's gaze fell upon a model in the nearby computer data, a precise, one-to-one replica of Magneto's helmet. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, in a secluded chamber, Professor X, adorned with a brainwave enhancement device, seemed to behold the entirety of humanity before him. A torrent of information surged into his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. "What is the situation?" Beast inquired. "As of now, 102 individuals have gone missing globally." The mere utterance of such words by Professor X indicated that these disappearances were not due to murder, abduction, or mere misplacement, but rather true vanishings, individuals who had simply ceased to exist on Earth. "Have they descended into the backrooms?" Beast countered. Professor X remained silent, uncertain if they had indeed entered that realm. Yet the probability seemed high. 102 individuals, such a number, even on a global scale, appeared minimal. However, this was just the beginning. The number of disappearances would inevitably escalate, accompanied by a surge of creatures emerging from the backrooms. "What, then, is our objective, Professor?" Beast pressed. The nature of their mission would dictate their subsequent actions, should they enter the backrooms or remain at the incursion zone to combat the monsters. "Gather everyone and prepare for the arrival of Level 1. Professor X finally established a course of action. It was time to unveil their extraordinary abilities and reshape public perception of mutants. Fear stemmed from the dread of harm, and when faced with external threats, all internal conflicts seemed trivial. In such times, unity was paramount. If the enemy proved overwhelmingly powerful, they would require a hero, one capable of delivering them from peril. Undoubtedly, the mutants embodied that heroism. "Understood." Beast nodded, promptly setting about organizing the personnel. Not only the X-Men members, but also the children within the Institute. The young ones might fear the uncontrollable nature of their powers harming others, yet directing those abilities towards tangible adversaries was an entirely different matter. "Unleash your talents and creativity." Professor X gazed with a faint smile at the retreating figure of the beast. At that very moment, in a Manhattan apartment, Lin Ye's silhouette suddenly appeared. Upon surveying his surroundings, he let out a sigh of relief and could not help but lie on the ground, his eyes brimming with the gratitude of having survived. "It feels wonderful to be back," he murmured, recalling the terror of being hunted by the hounds. Indeed, he had previously discovered an entity disguised as a painting in Level 1. However, it proved remarkably resilient. Attempts to wash it off or erase it only inflicted minimal damage. In a moment of desperation, he fired 3 shots in quick succession and wielded a hefty metal fragment to strike it fiercely. Though he succeeded in damaging it, the commotion attracted the hounds. He found himself in a frantic struggle, evading their pursuit while desperately striking. Ultimately, the system notified him that he had successfully vanquished the entity disguised as a painting, coincidentally eliminating the erroneous puddle entity as well. Weighing his options, he chose the ability of the painting disguise, narrowly escaping peril. Once he acquired this ability, he opted to leave that realm without lingering, leading to this moment. It had been a truly thrilling encounter, one that almost cost him his life to the hounds. Surviving without abilities in that place was exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, he returned with a sense of relief. Lying quietly on the ground and reflecting on life for a while, he began to experiment with his newfound powers. Remarkably, they were quite effective. He could disguise himself as a painting of any genre, be it a landscape, a human figure, abstract, or realistic, even a smiling face. His camouflage ability was fully realized. Moreover, he discovered that it was not merely a simple disguise. It seemed to transform into a two-dimensional plane, allowing him to pull others into the artwork, effectively rendering his enemies two-dimensional as well. The sole drawback was that in this two-dimensional state, he could not move, akin to the erroneous puddle disguised as water, both being immobile. While somewhat cumbersome, it far surpassed many other abilities. After some experimentation, Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the window, observing the projection. Noticing the text indicating Level 2, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, has Level 2 commenced?" After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "System, where is Level 1 located?" "Empire State Building underground parking." "You truly know how to play," Lin Ye remarked, his expression peculiar as he turned to gaze at the iconic Empire State Building. "If today is the Empire State Building, does that imply tomorrow will be Central Park? The day after, the Statue of Liberty? And the day after that, the Golden Gate Bridge?" Suddenly, a question struck him. "If I eliminate these Marvel superheroes in the backrooms, can I acquire their abilities?" "Insufficient permissions." "Oh, what if I had the necessary permissions?" "Insufficient permissions." "It appears that there is a presence." "Insufficient permissions." "Aside from permissions, what else can you accomplish?" "I can change hosts." "Very well, you may rest." A smile graced Lin's face. "When I ascend to greatness, I shall grasp you tightly and refine you in an instant." He secretly smirked and turned his gaze towards the luminous screen in the sky, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, within the screen, the text gradually faded away, replaced by a live broadcast. In the footage, 2 figures emerged, Tony and Natasha. Chapter 37, A Subtle Shock for Iron Man. The live broadcast commenced, captivating countless viewers who gazed intently at the screen depicting Iron Man and Black Widow. At that moment, it was evident that Iron Man appeared somewhat bewildered. This hardly resembled a party, did it? Was a celebration truly held in such a place? Tony felt perplexed. From his perspective, the last image he recalled was the graffiti on the ceiling, and thus, he should have emerged into a festive gathering. Yet, this environment bore no resemblance to a party whatsoever. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, confined and cramped, adorned with pipes and various machines affixed to the walls, with no clear end in sight. The sole comforting thought was that Natasha remained by his side. What party? Aren't we in level 2? Natasha tilted her head slightly, casting a curious glance at Tony. Tony faltered, his voice trailing off as he replied, actually, right before we transitioned, I saw the artwork on the ceiling. So, theoretically, we should be at a party, but here, this place. Natasha surveyed their surroundings. It resembled the description of level 2. A labyrinth composed of tunnels and pipes. Moreover, after a moment of assessment, Natasha nodded in confirmation, the ambient temperature is slightly elevated. I estimate it to be around 35 degrees Celsius. Here, 35 degrees Celsius is referenced, as Fahrenheit is commonly used in America. For the sake of clarity, I will consistently convert temperature references to Celsius henceforth. Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive scan of the surroundings, Tony commanded with a smile, initiating the scanning process. His armor was equipped with detectors and various sensing systems. Soon enough, the scan concluded, and a two-dimensional map materialized on Tony's visor. It was a dense, intricate layout, with winding passages veering left and right. Some areas were narrow, while others offered a semblance of spaciousness, littered with various objects and tools. The critical aspect was that the detectors could not fully comprehend the extent of this place. It felt infinitely vast, with passages in every direction leading to the unknown. Take a look, Tony remarked, sharing the map with Natasha. Natasha retrieved her phone, observing the so-called map. Tony's armor naturally featured wireless connectivity, and Natasha's phone had already established a connection. Even if it were offline, Jarvis could forcibly take control of Natasha's device if necessary. It indeed appears to be level 2. Natasha affirmed as she scrutinized the map, nodding in agreement. This aligned with her previous observations. However, the information she had gathered was minimal. She was aware of the inherent dangers of this level, yet had no knowledge of the entities present or the location of any exits. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. If they could locate a safe zone, they should encounter others who would know the way to level 4. Have Jarvis search for the EL3A office. It is designated as a safe zone, and most people should be there, Natasha instructed. EL3A has been prioritized as a target. Jarvis's voice resonated from Natasha's phone at that moment. Natasha cast a glance towards Tony, who merely shrugged in response. I'll provide you with a backup under certain conditions. I can help you modify your phone. The most advanced piece of technology Natasha possessed was undoubtedly her Widow's Bite Gauntlet. However, it lacked connectivity and intelligence, rendering it somewhat antiquated. Of course, if they were still in the real world, he wouldn't have bothered, but in this scenario, things were different. A modification might not be too troublesome, assuming they could find the necessary components. Natasha tucked her phone securely away. As Tony nodded, he began issuing commands to Jarvis. Scan the surrounding environment, map the data, and check for any anomalies in the area. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Soon, data began to load as the detectors and sensors scanned the vicinity, swiftly compiling a series of information that appeared before Tony's eyes. Environmental temperature, 35 degrees. Humidity, 62. Noise frequency, omitted. Radiation data, nuclear radiation 0. 3 USVH, ultraviolet 1. Atmospheric pressure 960 HPA. Air quality, PM2. 5. 65. NO2. 7. O3. 16. PM10. 56. As the data unfolded before Tony, it ultimately concluded that the air quality in this dismal place was exceedingly poor, laden with inhalable particulate matter, coupled with high humidity. The significant concern was the elevated temperature, which stood at 35 degrees, not a trivial matter, as many places do not even reach such heat in summer, let alone in these underground tunnels. Curious. Jarvis, have you detected any anomalous areas? Perhaps places with even higher temperatures? Tony inquired. The high temperature within the underground tunnel could only indicate one possibility. There was a zone of thermal anomaly within the subterranean realm. Sir, the skin indicates that the temperature in that area is significantly elevated, suggesting the presence of an anomalous zone. Furthermore, that area contains numerous rooms, most of which are inaccessible, though a few are open for exploration, and there are individuals present. Simultaneously, in that corner, an unusual organism was detected, resembling a rat but devoid of fur, with horns protruding from its head. Additionally, some windows were found in that area, though they could not be inspected from behind. There were also remnants of deceased biological tissue, the exact type remaining indeterminate. The scan identified the presence of hunting dogs, while another region revealed the existence of a laughing specter, and yet another area uncovered dead moths. As Jarvis relayed this information, red dots appeared on the map, marking specific regions. It was undeniable that having a detector combined with AI assistance was remarkably convenient. Tony surveyed the various annotations on the map, particularly the zones marked in red, raising an eyebrow at Natasha with a grin. Does this count as a direct pass? Natasha pursed her lips, somewhat exasperated. The convenience of the detector and AI assistance was undeniable. Had she possessed such technology back in Level 1, she wouldn't have found herself fleeing from those dogs. Moreover, Tony's scanning range was vast, after all. He was equipped with cutting-edge technology that made detecting electromagnetic and gravitational waves exceedingly effortless. The undetectable door, the inhabitants of the room, peculiar mice, strange windows, bizarre deceased creatures, and various entities? Natasha gazed at the red dots marked on the map, once again feeling the immense power of technology. Should we search for people first? She glanced at Tony. Very well, let us follow this route to find them. Tony charted a course that was not only the shortest path but also allowed them to encounter the peculiar mice and the bizarre deceased creatures along the way. As for the hellhounds and the grinning specter, they were of no concern. If they appeared, he would deal with them. Otherwise, he had no desire to stir trouble. After mapping out their route, the two swiftly proceeded through the narrow tunnel. Although the passage was cramped, it was still navigable for one person. The lighting was dim, with some areas engulfed in complete darkness, yet the steel armor served as a beacon, enabling them to see clearly. Soon, they arrived at the area inhabited by the mice. Tony forcefully pried open a pipe on the wall and, with a swift motion, caught a mouse from the corner. As the spotlight illuminated it, they beheld a hairless, horned creature squeaking and struggling in desperation. Was this truly a mouse? Those little horns even glowed? Natasha's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could this creature also be an entity of sorts? Regardless of its nature, Tony coolly remarked, Jarvis, analyze the mouse's genetics. In no time, the scanning beam fell upon the mouse, followed by a report. Sir, according to genetic analysis, this mouse shares over 90% genetic similarity with the common gray mouse, and the horns emit faint energy fluctuations. Oh, is this a superpowered species? Even mice possess super abilities now? Tony was somewhat astonished. Then why doesn't it utilize its powers? Natasha inquired, puzzled. It's possible it has used them before. But they have no effect on us? Tony speculated. Never mind. Let the little fellow scurry away. I have no interest in it. Nor do I wish to feast upon its flesh. Ultimately, Tony shook his head and released the mouse. It posed no threat to him at all. In fact, even without armor, the mouse was of no concern. Let us proceed and discover what the next unknown creature looks like, Tony declared, leading Natasha onward until they soon arrived at the next area. Observing the blocked path ahead and consulting the map, they confirmed that the obstruction before them was indeed the anomalous source indicated on the map. Jarvis, do you classify this thing as a creature? Tony queried, somewhat astonished. Natasha stepped forward, frowning at the peculiar sight. This entity resembled a heap of twisted sticks. A large mass of these twisted forms lay in their path, obstructing their way. Sir, analysis revealed an internal neural network, hence it is presumed to be a biological entity, Jarvis informed. Oh, a neural network? Natasha raised an eyebrow slightly. The widow charging energy, releasing a jolt of electricity. Remarkably, once electrified, a portion of the creature's body exhibited some movement. Simultaneously, Jarvis promptly alerted, Sir, a Wi-Fi signal has been detected. A Wi-Fi signal? Tony was somewhat taken aback. Where, aside from himself, could there possibly be a Wi-Fi signal in this place? Nevertheless, he quickly responded, initiate reverse tracing to identify the Wi-Fi source. I apologized, sir. The signal duration was exceedingly brief. It was interrupted before I could execute the reverse trace. Jarvis's voice was tinged with a hint of regret. It's all right. Tony furrowed his brow, and Natasha, too, frowned at this unexpected development. Stark, what is the typical coverage range of a Wi-Fi signal? Natasha inquired. Are you asking about my home or someone else's? Tony raised an eyebrow. What is the range of your home? And what about others? Natasha asked curiously. My home boasts comprehensive coverage. Once you step outside, forget about receiving any signals. Moreover, with a little effort, I can access signals from anywhere in the world. Tony declared with unabashed pride. With satellites, one can be so audacious. With artificial intelligence, one can be so brazen. Natasha responded. And under normal circumstances? For instance, a residential network? Natasha countered. Typically around 50 meters. Military frequencies might extend a bit further, perhaps up to 200 meters. Tony explained. So, this signal source lies within that 200-meter radius? Natasha pondered, simultaneously retrieving her phone. Jarvis, are there any suspicious locations within a 200-meter radius? Or any rooms that cannot be investigated? I regret to inform you, Ms. Natasha, that no related entities were detected. Jarvis replied. That is peculiar. Tony's brow furrowed further, and he instinctively looked upward, contemplating whether it could be emanating from the ceiling. Stark, do you think it's conceivable for a living organism to emit a Wi-Fi signal? Natasha mused, gazing thoughtfully at the twisting wall before her. What kind of joke is that? Tony chuckled. Your assertion defies not only biology but also electromagnetism, signal theory, mathematics, physics, engineering, and telecommunications. In short, if your physics teacher heard you say that, they would sever all ties with you. I do not have a physics teacher, Natasha shrugged. Therefore, I still believe it is possible for a living being to possess a Wi-Fi signal like this. As she spoke, she recharged the widow's bite and gently pressed it against the wall before her. Buzz. Electric currents vibrated, arcs of electricity flickering. Sir, I have once again detected a Wi-Fi signal. The source is right before us. Jarvis's voice resonated once more. What, Jarvis? Are you certain you haven't misidentified? This object is the signal source? Tony was astonished. Sir, I am quite certain. This object before us is indeed the Wi-Fi signal source. Jarvis affirmed. There is nothing impossible. In contrast, Natasha appeared remarkably at ease, smiling, since even extraterrestrials have made an appearance. What else could possibly not exist? Moreover, this is the back room, an alternate dimension. Consequently, anything that transpires here is entirely plausible. Besides, what relevance does it hold for us? Let that group of scientists grapple with their dilemmas. We are merely tasked with exploration. Is there a possibility that I am one of those scientists you speak of? Tony remarked, his voice laced with melancholy. He gazed at the fragmented form before him, sighed, and lamented. Physics has ceased to exist. Humanity has no future. The three-body problem? Oh, I digress. Chapter 38. The biologist has pulled out his hair, and the physicist has upset the table. At this moment, as the live streaming footage reveals Tony and Natasha's exploration, the barrage of comments in the chat room gradually engulfs the screen. Tisk, TSK? Is this really intolerable? Is it not merely a biological entity with its own Wi-Fi signal? What is so surprising about that? The universe is vast. Perhaps such a species truly exists. Indeed, this is quite an exaggeration. The world is filled with wonders. What is so unusual about biological Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is just a signal, after all. The human body emits various pheromones and signals. It is not impossible that a certain organism emits signals coinciding with Wi-Fi frequencies. Haha, it is indeed possible, but my biology teacher has already succumbed to despair. Likewise, my physics teacher has lost all his hair, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Is there a possibility that this creature is, in fact, a form of silicon-based life? It could theoretically emit Wi-Fi signals, couldn't it? In theory, silicon-based life could emit Wi-Fi signals, but does this creature appear to resemble silicon-based life? I shall refer to it as the Twisty Stick organism. Osborne Industries has acquired the Twisty Stick. A dead one is worth $10,000, while a living one is worth $100,000. All right. Osborne Industries is making their presence felt again. Only $10,000? Shouldn't this be priced by weight? It's not easy for it to grow that large. My pig is sold by weight. Am I the only one who finds the corpse mouse fascinating? This corpse mouse can adapt to its environment. We should study it and extract its self-adaptive, self-purifying abilities to inject into the human body. Thus, we could create a corpse mouse hero. Huh? Isn't that a mutant ability? Adaptability? That ability is impressive. If every individual could possess such adaptability, humanity would become the most formidable existence in the entire universe. Adapting to the sun, to space, to high temperatures, to magma, to energy attacks, goodness, a nation of superheroes. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Pioneer Technology is acquiring corpse mice for $10 each. A living one is $100. $10? $100? For such a large company. Is that all they can offer? Who do they think they're fooling? Look at how generous Osborne Industries is. They're throwing around thousands. Are you truly comfortable offering just 10 or 100? Exactly. Learn from them and be more generous. Cyber Technology is recruiting backroom explorers. We possess stable pathways to the backroom. Those interested, please contact Cyber Technology. Goodness, what is this Cyber Technology? They have stable routes to the backroom? Impressive, my friend. If I recall correctly, the various regions invaded by the backroom have already been sealed off, right? How are you planning to enter? TSK, I looked it up. Cyber Technology specializes in high-tech prosthetics and weaponry, and it seems they have a collaboration with SHIELD. SHIELD. What is SHIELD? The SHIELD, the so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Even Iron Man and the Avengers themselves were organized by the director of SHIELD. Goodness, I feel utterly out of place among you all. A mere hacker with nothing to offer. At that moment, the screen was flooded with comments. Meanwhile, in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, at Columbia University. Inside an office, a seemingly ordinary professor, bespectacled and clad in a plain shirt, gazed at the projection on his phone, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." He snapped back to reality. In walked a man in a lab coat, golden-haired yet with a missing arm. Professor Connors? What brings you here?" The man clearly recognized the visitor and was somewhat surprised. Well, the lab-coated professor, named Connors, appeared somewhat embarrassed and, after a long pause, finally managed to say, "Otto, I was wondering if you could do me a favor through your connections." "Do you mean asking for a favor?" The man named Otto looked taken aback, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Well, my research has hit a bottleneck, and I was hoping you could leverage your connections to procure a corpse of a rat," Connors said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "What? Me?" Otto was clearly stunned, then fell silent. "Wait, who among us has the stronger network? Don't you know my personality? And yours? I was hoping to ask you to help me get a bottled lightning." As his words trailed off, an awkward silence enveloped the office. It was evident that neither possessed any substantial connections. Even as professors at Columbia University, their network was rather lacking, let alone knowing any superheroes or S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "Excuse me, gentlemen, our boss is calling for you." At that moment, a voice emerged from the doorway. Both turned to see a man in a suit standing expressionlessly at the entrance, having arrived unnoticed. "Boss?" They both exclaimed in unison, bewildered. Connors hesitated and asked, "Who is your boss?" "You'll find out when you get there," the suited man replied coolly. Connors and Otto exchanged glances, pondering for a moment. Then the suited man added, "Our boss has channels to acquire creatures from the backrooms." Upon hearing this, Connors could no longer contain himself. "Also, special items from the backrooms," the suited man continued. Now Otto stood up, unable to remain seated, and looked at the suited man, questioning once more. "Who exactly is your boss?" "Our boss said you'll know when you arrive." With that, the man turned and departed. The two exchanged a glance and, without further ado, followed him. Soon they descended the stairs. Outside, a black luxury vehicle awaited, and under the guidance of the suited man, they climbed inside. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding authority, with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Upon seeing his face, both men froze in astonishment. Familiar. Far too familiar. As a professor of biochemistry and physics, I am thoroughly acquainted with the individual before me. Norman Osborn, the CEO of Oscorp and the founder of Osborn Industries. What a surprise it is for Connors to discover that the one seeking them is none other than a titan of the biotechnology realm. While he may not be as renowned as Tony Stark, industry insiders recognize the giants of related enterprises. "Would either of you be interested in joining Oscorp? I can offer a multitude of support," Norman Osborn proposed with an alluring smile. As the founder and CEO of Oscorp, his personal approach to entice two university professors was indeed unexpected. Otto felt a surge of excitement, while Connors, after an initial thrill, regained his composure, hesitating to respond. "Take your time to consider your answer," Osborn reassured them. "As a token of our first meeting, allow me to present you both with a small gift." With that, he slid two small boxes from the adjacent counter toward them. Exchanging glances, the two hesitated momentarily before opening the boxes. Inside Connor's box lay a glass vial, within which a peculiar creature floated in a nutrient solution. To be precise, it was not merely a small insect, but rather a bizarre entity composed of various tiny limbs, albeit diminutive in size. "This is..." Connor's pupils dilated, his heart racing. "Indeed, it is a limb cluster," Osborn affirmed with a smile. "How did you?" Connors asked, disbelief etched across his face. Wealth brings connections, and connections can procure anything," Osborn chuckled softly. Connors felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the true essence of capital? Turning to Otto, he opened his own small box to find a tiny, 1 centimeter-sized, orange, translucent crystal. "What is this?" Otto pondered, uncertain of the object's nature. Osborn merely smiled, remaining silent. "Could it be fire salt?" Otto gasped, momentarily taken aback. Osborn nodded affirmatively, and Otto's breath caught in his throat. Was this truly something that existed only in literature? An item so elusive that even Natasha and Tony had failed to acquire it? Was it possible that capital could indeed wield such power? "Well then, gentlemen, the gifts have been presented, and my business card is enclosed within the boxes. I eagerly await your response," Osborn declared, signaling his driver to depart from Columbia University, leaving the two men in a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The small limb cluster was one thing, but how had Osborn procured the fire salt? In truth, the answer is rather simple. Small fire salt crystals can be found within the corners of the first 5 levels of the backrooms, and even in level 0, albeit in lesser quantities and rarity. However, it is not only level 0 that breaches reality, level 1 does as well. Thus, discovering small fire salt crystals within level 1 is hardly an insurmountable challenge. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has simply chosen to withhold this information. Even Osborne had to expend considerable resources to acquire merely a fragment of it. Including the diminutive limb cluster, their efforts are indeed commendable, despite the exuberant banter in the live chat, who would genuinely bid according to the prices suggested therein. To put it plainly, SHIELD has already amassed a staggering $2 billion solely from the sale of small limb clusters and fire salt. The most intriguing aspect is that SHIELD agents have actually located a tier key within level 1, prompting Nick Fury to dispatch Hawkeye, laden with a plethora of documents and a mobile device, to infiltrate the backroom through a cut-in method. Chapter 39, the first encounter with the denizens of the backroom. Level 2. At this moment, countless viewers in the live stream were captivated by the unfolding events on screen. While numerous physicists and biologists on Earth were perplexed, Tony remained unfazed. He was not the type of rigid scientist nor a conformist. Although he could not fathom why this entity emitted a Wi-Fi signal, he found it inconsequential. The universe is vast and filled with wonders, and should it be possible for deities to exist? Why should a being capable of emitting Wi-Fi signals be so difficult to comprehend? Science is about embracing the new and exploring the unknown. Clinging to outdated conventions stifles progress. Had he adhered to traditional norms, he would never have created the artificial intelligence JARVIS, nor donned this suit of armor. Intriguingly, Tony pondered for a moment before addressing JARVIS. Conduct a deep scan and let us investigate how this entity manages to emit a Wi-Fi signal. Certainly, sir, JARVIS replied, as the scanning beam enveloped the entire corpse of the peculiar being. Soon, JARVIS delivered the results. Sir, upon analysis, this entity is indeed a form of life, though its tissues exhibit abnormal atrophy, suggesting it may have succumbed to starvation. Furthermore, the scanning of its bodily structures reveals a composition akin to twisted rods, which appears to effectively receive audio frequencies, indicating that this organism might possess echolocation capabilities. Additionally, the internal structure shows no known human organs. It is plausible that these twisted components serve as its organs. Within these rod-like structures lies a highly developed central nervous system, capable of mimicking biological electricity through electrical currents, which can briefly activate the central neural network. The Wi-Fi signal is a manifestation of the fluctuations emitted by this central nervous system. Although the frequency spectrum differs from conventional Wi-Fi signals, it indeed emits a potent Wi-Fi signal. The activated Wi-Fi signal can cover a range of 80 meters, with no signs of attenuation within that distance. However, beyond 80 meters, no signals can be received. Below is a structural distribution diagram of the organism's central nervous system, as JARVIS elucidated. A complex structural diagram appeared before Tony. The intricacy of the diagram was overwhelming, reminiscent of a collection of 10 compressed complex circuit boards. Oh, Tony observed intently, even projecting the diagram through his armor. It was not a mere two-dimensional geometric figure, but a multidimensional composite geometric form. This was a starting point, resembling a head, with a branch distribution akin to an integrated circuit board. Tony contemplated, realizing that a single point could influence an entire plane. He suddenly separated some extraneous structural diagrams, revealing a more simplified design. Jarvis, can this potentially emit a Wi-Fi signal? Tony inquired abruptly. Subsequently, the more streamlined diagram began to radiate light, and after computations, Jarvis concluded, indeed, sir. The elements you just removed were akin to enhancements for bolstering signal strength and expanding coverage. I see, Tony nodded, realizing that the essence lay in this small segment, while the rest merely served as embellishments. Yet, as he scrutinized this fragment repeatedly, he found no circuit model akin to Earth's Wi-Fi devices. Could this represent an entirely new mapping for Wi-Fi signals? Are you ready? Natasha remarked, her demeanor one of mild impatience. Frankly, she could not fathom Tony's astonishment. What was the significance of a new Wi-Fi signal map? Earth already possessed its own signals and mappings. Why delve into the unknown? Nevertheless, she simply did not grasp the scientific spirit of exploration. Well, it's straightforward. Nothing can confound this genius, Tony declared nonchalantly, snapping his fingers as the structural diagram vanished, glancing at the obstructing body before him. He merely smiled and blasted a palm repulsor, creating a sizable opening. Let us proceed, he exclaimed, leading the way through the aperture into the tunnel beyond. Their next objective was the room where the presence of life had been detected. Finding a person was far superior to discovering anything else. However, after only a few steps, Natasha's phone suddenly buzzed with Jarvis's alert. Ms. Natasha, there is a box of strawberries located at the corner of the pipe to your left. I believe you might find it useful. Huh? Natasha hesitated, realizing that in this dimly lit environment, indeed, A place lacking substantial illumination, she could hardly discern her surroundings. Without Jarvis's guidance, who could say what lay nearby? Strawberries? Were there truly strawberries in this bizarre location? Tony, having overheard, activated the spotlight on his armor. The beam illuminated the area Jarvis indicated, revealing a small box. The box appeared quite ordinary, and upon opening it, they discovered 6 bright red strawberries within. As soon as the box was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Jarvis, are you certain these are strawberries? Tony asked, eyeing the fruit with suspicion. Scans confirmed that they fully match all characteristics and information regarding strawberries found on Earth, Jarvis replied. Are they poisonous? Tony inquired once more. In truth, the sudden appearance of a box of strawberries in such an odd place was the most peculiar occurrence of all. I did not detect any known toxic substances. However, given the unique nature of this environment, I can only assure you of a 90 safety rating for consumption, Jarvis responded. 90? That seems acceptable, Tony nodded. Though peculiar. It is quite normal for a box of strawberries to randomly appear here, given the characteristics of the level 1 supply crates. Would you care for some? Tony inquired. Extending the strawberries toward Natasha. Who has the appetite for strawberries at a time like this? Natasha chuckled in disbelief, yet she promptly stowed the strawberries away in her backpack. No worries, I shall indulge in blueberries, Tony declared, seemingly producing a bag of blueberries from nowhere. With his mask lifted, he popped a few into his mouth. Nodding approvingly, good. Would you like some blueberries? Natasha regarded him with skepticism. No, seriously, where did you acquire these blueberries? Well, in truth, I brought them from home to Asgard, and then from Asgard to here. So, you traversed the multiverse, and amidst such energetic upheaval, you managed to preserve blueberries? Actually, I designed some storage compartments in my suit specifically for various items, such as screwdrivers, wrenches, blueberries, cookies, and beverages. You didn't think I arrived here unprepared. Did you? So, you opted to create storage compartments in your limited space rather than add more ammunition? Isn't that quite impressive? What is impressive about that? Furthermore, you have storage compartments yet made me lug this damned heavy backpack for so long? That's not feasible. My compartments are filled to capacity. Of course, if you're willing to part with the almond milk, I could assist you in storing it. Do you wish to drink almond milk? Not at all. I have plenty of water, abundant supplies from both the celestial realm and Earth. My suit even contains a filtration system capable of transforming urine into potable water. Care for a glass? Natasha was exasperated. Who would want to drink such a thing? You are destroying your own persona. We're live streaming globally. It matters not. It is the truth. I am showcasing my technological prowess to the world. When you find yourself stranded in a desert, you will understand the value of water resources. At this moment, the two continued their banter while advancing. Undoubtedly, light-hearted exchanges serve as an excellent means to alleviate tension. Finally, guided by Jarvis's navigation, they found themselves in a corridor with few pipes surrounding them. One wall bore a door. Beyond it lay a location where Jarvis had detected human presence. The two exchanged glances, their expressions gradually growing solemn. This was their first encounter with beings beyond their comprehension in this enigmatic realm. Were they accidental wanderers who had stumbled into the backrooms? Or indigenous inhabitants of this strange existence? They could not ascertain, so they gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the quiet tunnel, and the two held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the door. Chapter 40. Read. The cross-latitude device, successfully developed. At last, we have encountered another soul. Could it be MEG, or perhaps BNTG? It is also conceivable that they are merely an ordinary wanderer. Meg seems unlikely. After the Great Blackout, the only ones we might find are the BNTG, although there is a chance we could stumble upon a follower of Jerry. It might just be an ordinary wanderer who fortuitously discovered an unlocked room and decided to dwell within. Indeed, this is the most plausible scenario, just like you and I. Ordinary individuals who enter the backrooms, in the absence of others, would merely seek refuge in a room. Is it possible that they could be a faceless entity? If so, there should be more than one, no? But why discuss the individuals inside? Do you truly believe they could inflict harm upon Iron Man? Shouldn't we be contemplating Tony Stark's inexplicable penchant for the bizarre instead? Indeed, Iron Man's technology remains unparalleled. Can you believe he has managed to filter urine into potable water? Remarkable. This is quite normal. In desert regions where reliable water sources are scarce, urine becomes your sole source of hydration. Though it may be unpalatable, it is a harsh reality. So it's self-sustaining, is it? Just wait until you are on the brink of dehydration. You may not feel the same way then. Am I the only one who noticed the box of strawberries they found? What are the strawberries? Don't tell me that they are anomalous items. Perhaps they truly are anomalous? In such a wretched place, encountering a few anomalous items is hardly surprising, is it? Did you not hear that the artificial intelligence conducted a scan? Strawberries are simply strawberries. Where would any anomalous items come from? If they were on Earth, they would certainly be regarded as ordinary strawberries. However, in the backrooms, one can never be certain. This is indeed true, but not everything in the backrooms is anomalous, right? Just like the canned beef Natasha found in the supply crate at level 1. That was certainly an ordinary can of beef. Rather than dwelling on this, we should consider the neural network showcased earlier by Tony Stark. That is truly cutting-edge technology. What nonsense. Who, in a world with Wi-Fi, would take the time to explore new Wi-Fi? Exactly, it's just a case of being idle and overindulgent. At that moment, the live stream's chat was abuzz with comments. Naturally, ordinary individuals would not pay heed to such thoughts. Yet, technical experts from communication companies across the nation, upon witnessing that neural network, were left in awe. Innovation and development are born from those who dare to create and reform. Just because certain elements may seem insignificant does not mean they can be disregarded. The industrial system resembles a grand edifice. To continue its ascent and expand, every piece of the foundation is crucial. It is a holistic development that encompasses every facet. If we could thoroughly investigate that neural network and merge it with existing modern technology, it would herald an extraordinary advancement. Who could have imagined that a seemingly insignificant shift could usher in monumental changes to human civilization? Frankly, compared to the Wi-Fi signals emitted by modern routers, this neural network-like Wi-Fi signal is far more convenient and straightforward. Of course, this is merely from a technological perspective. If we could obtain the bodily tissues or living forms of these creatures, it would be even more advantageous, catalyzing a significant advancement across various disciplines. The essence of Wi-Fi lies in the propagation of electromagnetic waves through the air. Intriguingly, living organisms also have the capacity to emit electromagnetic waves, albeit in a largely disordered and weak manner. If we were to study these creatures, could humanity learn to master electromagnetic waves? Furthermore, could this lead to the ability to control biological fields? Would this signify a new direction in human evolution? If humans were to master the control of electromagnetic waves and biological fields, what might this entail? Would it facilitate a direct interface between electromagnetic waves and computers, enabling data exchange? Could the brain potentially replace the computer? Imagine remote communication, where one could directly manipulate electromagnetic waves to send messages to friends, effectively replacing mobile phones. In summary, research into these creatures and their neural networks is certainly not as trivial as some might suggest in online comments. In a certain sense, this could even represent an evolution of life itself. Meanwhile, within a derelict factory, Magneto leads his brotherhood in temporary concealment. As he gazes at the projections on his phone, observing the stream of comments, he cannot help but smirk. Wi-Fi signals? I can do that too. With a light chuckle, he realizes that merely manipulating electromagnetic waves to simulate the frequency spectrum of Wi-Fi signals could yield a strong signal. In fact, it could indeed constitute a usable Wi-Fi network. He simply needs to connect to the ubiquitous network to facilitate data transmission and then convert it into discernible content via his smartphone. However, what purpose does this serve? It is merely a trivial trick. It adds no enhancement to his combat prowess. At least, this is how Magneto perceives it. Possessing vast fortunes yet begging for scraps, adorned in jewels yet living in poverty, this, in a sense, encapsulates Magneto. He can control magnetism, and consequently, electromagnetic waves. By mastering electromagnetic waves, all global information and databases become transparent and accessible before him. Local networks are no different. He could undoubtedly become a deity of information, capable of manipulating various data across the network, even erasing countless pieces of unfavorable news regarding mutants, while disseminating a plethora of favorable information. Swaying public opinion on a global scale, he could scrutinize every action and utterance of humanity. Yet, what has he accomplished? Controlling iron with magnetism? This is hardly the Magneto we know. He is more akin to a king of iron. And yet, he delights in this, believing himself to be an Omega-level mutant. He could significantly improve the lives of his brotherhood, yet instead, he resides in a dilapidated factory with his subordinates, claiming it is for the sake of concealment. It is laughable. The master of magnetism finds himself in the most hidden of places. Regardless of detectors or satellite positioning, he could effortlessly deceive them all. It is not that Magneto lacks intelligence. Rather, he is astonishingly illiterate. To be frank, if such abilities were possessed by someone like Tony or Reed, it would be quite remarkable. Meanwhile, within the Baxter building, a resounding click echoed. Reed gazed upon the meticulously assembled interdimensional device, a smile gracing his features. Success. This apparatus resembled a grand platform, adorned with circular rings and intricate components, reminiscent of those devised in comic book lore. One cannot deny the brilliance of Reed's intellect. He has constructed numerous interdimensional devices, tapping into a sudden spark of inspiration, as if engaging in a creative dialogue with his parallel selves from alternative universes, enabling him to effortlessly bring his visions to fruition. This particular interdimensional device also contained level 0 dimensional coordinates, alongside adjustments to the frequency of these coordinates. Ideally, if level 0 and level 1, among other backroom tiers, existed within the same dimension, He could traverse various levels through frequency modulation. Naturally, data collection is essential, so Reed. I'm back. The door behind him swung open abruptly, revealing Susan, who entered with a device in hand. Reed nodded, extending his arm to take the device from Susan. Previously, he had sent her to the Empire State Building with the intention of recording the dimensional model within Block 1. Reed, I encountered someone there. She saw through my invisibility, Susan remarked. Reed paused momentarily before responding nonchalantly. That is of no significance indeed. The process mattered little to him. He was indifferent to whether Susan had infiltrated invisibly or negotiated with S-H-I-E-L-D. He only cared about the outcome. He swiftly connected the device to the interdimensional transport apparatus before him, and as the green light illuminated, the dimensional model materialized on the computer, perfectly compatible with the interdimensional device. Observing this, Reed smiled. As long as the result is favorable, isn't that what truly matters? Chapter 41. Reed, from now on, please call me the creator. To be candid, Reed has exhibited a certain madness, the kind that is solely concerned with results, indifferent to the process. For a fleeting moment, Susan felt a chill. It seemed as though she was not facing her boyfriend, but rather a mad scientist. Ultimately, however, Susan said nothing and merely nodded. Observing Reed as he busied himself, seemingly importing data, she pondered for a moment before asking, So, have you really created a transdimensional device to access the backroom? Indeed, Reed affirmed with a nod. Although I only possess data from 2 dimensions, it suffices. By modulating the frequency, this transdimensional device can transport me to any theoretical layer. Will you be able to return? Susan inquired again. As long as a transdimensional device is established on the other side, and both devices can locate each other, traversal back and forth is feasible, Reed replied with an air of ease. In comparison to locating the backroom dimension, pinpointing our universe's dimensional coordinates is much simpler. I have already constructed one. Creating another will be a trivial task. As he spoke, Reed activated the transdimensional device. A hum resonated as an ethereal halo manifested within the arcane apparatus. Success. Reed smiled, positioning himself before the device, and lifted a bulging bag. The various protrusions suggested it contained materials for constructing the second transdimensional device. Clearly, everything had been meticulously planned in advance, just as he was about to step inside. Wait a moment, Reed, are you really going in now? Susan exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated Reed's eagerness. Of course, Reed replied with conviction. If I do not enter, how can I construct the transdimensional device there? I will go too. At that moment, Johnny's voice resonated from outside. He rushed in, his face alight with excitement. I've longed to witness the wonders of the backroom. To this, Reed frowned. No. Someone must remain here to maintain the operation of the transdimensional device, at least until it can function stably. I cannot guarantee that the device constructed in the backroom will perfectly align with this machine. Therefore, someone must remain to modulate the frequency. But that does not concern me. Johnny interjected urgently. This task can be entrusted to Susan. We can act together. Moreover, with so many entities in the backroom, I can defend against any disturbances while you build the device, can't I? Reed frowned. Johnny had a point. But, do not hesitate, Reed. I cannot be of much help here. It would be wiser to assist you over there in whatever capacity I can, be it gathering materials or running errands. Johnny urged. Very well. Reed finally relented. Johnny. Susan opened her mouth, wanting to voice her concerns. Sis, you wouldn't want Reed to encounter any mishap, would you? It's safer for us to act together. Johnny smiled. Susan ultimately nodded. In truth, she wished to accompany them. However, Reed had insisted on maintaining the operation of the device and even adjusting the frequency. Thus, it fell solely upon her. Among the team, she and Reed were the only scientists, while Johnny and Ben could be seen as a student and a pilot, respectively. Therefore, she had no choice but to remain. Ben, what about you? Susan turned to the stone figure by the doorway. I think I'll stay here and wait for their return. The stone figure shrugged, indifferent. Compared to the eagerness of Thunderbolt, he remained relatively composed. It mattered little whether he went or stayed. All right, it's settled then. Reed and I will take the lead. While you provide support, let us boldly venture into the back room. Thunderbolt grinned. Let us go. Reed, growing impatient, stood directly atop the interdimensional device. Thunderbolt hurriedly joined him, standing beside Reed. This interdimensional device was rather primitive, akin to an early model. Though it emanated some aura, it was not yet the form of a teleportation portal. As the two took their positions, they waited for approximately 2 to 3 seconds, during which the aura beneath them began to spread. The surrounding circular apparatus began to whirl furiously. ZZZ. Accompanied by an electric hum, the device accelerated rapidly until a brilliant flash of light erupted, followed by a faint sound of energy sonic boom. Everything fell into tranquility, and as the circular apparatus gradually slowed, the once vacant device was devoid of Reed and Johnny's presence. They had indeed successfully teleported. Shall we grab a drink? They shouldn't be back so soon. The stone figure glanced at Susan, smiling. Sounds good. Susan felt at ease. To be honest, with Reed and Johnny's extraordinary abilities, she did not believe there was anything in the shallow zone that could pose a threat to them. Not even the largest of the shepherds could manage that. Just as they were about to depart, suddenly, Buzz, the dimensional teleportation device, without anyone at its helm, began to operate autonomously. Both were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. Had it only been a moment since they entered? Given the differing dimensions, it's possible that the flow of time varies. We've only been here for mere seconds, but perhaps much longer has passed on the other side? The stone figure speculated. Susan, however, could not afford to ponder further. She stepped forward, glancing at the computer, and indeed saw the interface indicating an unknown energy wave that required docking. If they did not connect, the destination might lead to another universe or a different dimensional teleportation device. Without hesitation, Susan selected the docking option. Buzz. With the successful operation, the circular apparatus increased its rotational frequency, and this time, a golden aura even manifested above the ring. Buzz. Finally, as the ring reached its utmost rotation, a surge of golden energy exploded forth, scattering golden fragments across the sky. Gradually, the rotation of the ring began to slow. Indeed, one could hardly deny that a figure was discernible within. However, this silhouette appeared somewhat disheveled, with arms dangling limply like strands of spaghetti. Kneeling on the ground with head bowed, the battle attire it wore was tattered. Reed? Susan hesitated, perplexed. She could not fathom what had transpired in such a brief moment. Was this an injury? But how could that be? What entity could pose a threat to Reed? Moreover, the most pressing question was, where was Johnny? Just as Susan was engulfed in uncertainty, the figure stirred. The arm that lay upon the ground began to retract, regaining strength. The drooping head slowly lifted, twisting as if finally regaining composure, and gradually stood upright. Upon hearing a call from behind, he slightly tilted his head, a strange smile curving his lips. Is that you, Susan? Long time no see. Susan gazed at Reed before her, an unsettling sensation creeping over her. Reed, what has happened to you? Where's Johnny? Unable to restrain herself, Susan moved closer. Yet, upon seeing Reed's face, she could not help but gasp in shock. Reed's right eye appeared blind, resembling cataracts, and the right side of his face was marred by grotesque scars. Oh, to be precise, it seemed not to be cataracts. That bluish-white eye resembled a mechanical prosthesis. Reed. You. Susan exclaimed, incredulously covering her mouth. What on earth transpired? What did you encounter in the back room? The back room? Reed tilted his head, the remaining eye scanning the room. Numerous computers occupied the space, each display showcasing different information. In addition to the model data and calculations for the dimensional transmission device, some screens presented documents regarding the back room in levels 0, 1, and 2. Furthermore, images from the Manhattan blockade zones 0 and 1 were displayed, along with a live broadcast projected on the virtual screen above. Oh, how intriguing. Reed's smile grew more sinister as he could not resist approaching the monitor showing the live feed, which depicted Tony and Natasha standing at the door. Observing the screen, Tony Stark, clad in his iron armor, chuckled. Long time no see, Iron Man. Reed, what has happened? Susan pressed, sensing that something was profoundly amiss with this Reed. Reed? He seemed to chew over the name, as if it were unfamiliar, as though no one had called him that in ages, while a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Do not call me Reed, he suddenly declared. Susan? In that moment, Reed spread his arms wide, a visage of allure and madness enveloping him, as though he were to usher them into the presence of this world's new creator. Henceforth, please refer to me as the creator. Chapter 42. Tony Stark? Who is that? Are you really so famous? In stark contrast to the enigmatic atmosphere within the Baxter building, the ambience in level 2 of the back room is considerably more straightforward. Neither Tony nor Natasha is particularly concerned about the strength or danger posed by the individual inside. They are indifferent to whether this person is friend or foe. Their primary interest lies in whether this person can provide them with valuable information, which is the true purpose of their visit. The door has been knocked upon, and now they await a response from within. At that moment, Tony has already utilized his scanning device to perceive the silhouette inside. It appears that the figure, seemingly engaged in searching for something, has paused upon hearing the knock. Then, it retrieves an object leaning against the wall and draws forth another item from behind. One hand steadies the object, while the other pulls back, mimicking the action of drawing a bow. He is aimed at us. Tony raises an eyebrow slightly and turns to Natasha, saying, "It's a bow." Natasha nods in agreement, explaining that a bow is indeed a feasible ranged weapon that can be crafted within the back room. According to previous documents, firearms are relatively scarce in this environment, making bows and crossbows effective substitutes for long-range weaponry. While crossbows are challenging to construct, bows remain accessible. Even those lacking expertise can manage to create one. After all, one need not have seen a pig run to know how to catch one. The only concern is the strength of the weapon. Quite vigilant, Tony remarks with a smirk. If a mere bow could pose any threat to me, that would be absurd. Without further ado, he opens the door, raises his hand, and aims his palm cannon at the individual inside, stating coolly, "Friend, if I were you, I would drop that pathetic bow and raise both hands above your head in surrender." However, the very next moment, an arrow whizzes through the air, striking Tony. Yet, the charred wooden tip merely produces a faint crack against his armor before falling helplessly to the ground. "Well, it seems you're not very obedient," Tony chuckles lightly, targeting a chair within the room with his palm cannon. Boom. The chair explodes instantaneously, with splintering and fluff scattering everywhere. The individual inside is left dumbfounded, the bow slipping from his grasp as he stares blankly at Tony, then at the obliterated chair. He is utterly stunned. After all his efforts, working for B&G and trading valuable supplies, he had managed to acquire this bow, a meticulously crafted recurve bow of considerable worth. The arrows he made himself, with carbonized tips designed for lethality. In the context of the backroom, this set could be deemed commendable equipment. However, compared to the figure before him, well, he feels akin to a primitive man. The other is clad in battle armor, while he is still toying with a bow. Truly, comparison breeds despair. Of course, this presupposes that the other is human. He swallows hard, raising his hands in terror, and exclaims, "What are you? A monster? An entity? Or something else entirely? Do I resemble an entity in any way?" As Tony lifted his mask, a look of displeasure crossed his face. Nearby, Natasha approached, scrutinizing the individual before them. He appeared to be an ordinary vagabond, speaking fluent English, his clothing somewhat tattered and soiled, as if it had not seen a wash in quite some time. This image conformed to their preconceived notions of a drifter. Indeed, one could hardly refer to someone as a vagabond if they were adorned in resplendent attire. Additionally, Natasha noted that the man bore several scars. A burn mark marred his left arm, and his right hand was missing a pinky, revealing a gruesome tear. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead due to his anxiety, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was understandable. Who would not be frightened in the presence of Tony? Clad in his formidable armor, radiating an aura of destruction? Not to mention, the palm cannon was aimed directly at him. "What is your name? Where do you hail from? When did you enter the backrooms?" Tony fired off a barrage of questions. The man appeared taken aback, as if gleaning something from the inquiry, and tentatively asked, "Are you newcomers to the backrooms?" "Answer my questions," Tony stated bluntly, devoid of any intention to establish rapport. "All right, but could you kindly lower that contraption first?" He replied cautiously. "Uh-huh. When I ask you to respond, you respond. There is no need for unnecessary chatter," Tony retorted coolly. Nevertheless, he did lower his hand. The man exhaled in relief and introduced himself. "I am named Arrow. I was originally settled in level 1, but after its downfall, I came here. I have been here for 3 months. 3 months? Tony and Natasha exchanged glances, then Tony scoffed. "I was inquiring about your name, not some ridiculous alias. And also, which country you came from and the year you entered the backrooms." "Name?" The man's lips curled in disbelief, gazing at Tony as if he were deranged. In the backrooms, who in their right mind would disclose their name? Clearly, he was a novice, unaware of such a fundamental rule. It had been mentioned to him that entities were peculiar. One could not apply ordinary logic to comprehend them. Perhaps some entities could locate you using your name, or worse. Some might even kill based on it. If someone with ill intentions exploited that, it would be catastrophic. Although he hadn't encountered such entities himself, he chose to abide by the rule. Now, observing these two peculiar novices before him, who posed such foolish inquiries, a sense of superiority surged within him, reminiscent of how seasoned individuals look down upon newcomers. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, he intended to assert himself when he suddenly heard the charging sound of Tony's palm cannon, causing him to wilt. A forced smile re-emerged on his face. "My name is Lin Ye, from Canada. I was previously an athlete, having entered this place in June 2020. I remember vividly at that time." He rambled on about his experiences before and after entering the backrooms. As he spoke, his expression turned to one of indignation, cursing the entities and condemning the utilitarianism of the BNEG. However, Tony and Natasha could no longer bear to listen. 2020? Are you certain? Tony inquired, visibly astonished. It is essential to understand that they are still in the year 2012. 2020? What nonsense is this? Are we to infer that this individual before them is a person from the future? Or have they merely spent a brief moment in this peculiar realm while 8 years have elapsed in the outside world? Surely not. A glance exchanged between Tony and Natasha filled them with an inexplicable sense of apprehension. At that moment, the man confidently asserted, "It is indeed the year 2020. What other year could it be? Are you not from this time? Or have I been trapped in this wretched place for more than 3 months? Are you from years ahead?" His confusion was palpable. Who would question the timeline of entering this realm? What is the issue with 2020? However, Tony fell silent, merely fixating on the man before him, and commanded Jarvis, "Jarvis, scan this individual and cross-reference with the population database." Buzz. In the next instant, a beam of luminescent light enveloped the man. He paused, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Yet, as the beam completed its scan, nothing transpired, only deepening his bewilderment. Meanwhile, Jarvis's voice began to resonate. Sir, I am unable to find a complete match for the relevant information. There are similar appearances, but he is not Canadian. The name is the same, yet his visage does not align. Ultimately, Jarvis summarized his findings with a succinct declaration. No such person exists. You. Tony redirected his gaze to the man, opening his armor, stepping forth from its confines. He still wore that t-shirt. Though it was not the refined suit one might expect on screen, his face alone was strikingly recognizable. He inquired, You do not recognize me? Should I? The man replied, perplexed. Have you never heard of Stark Industries? Tony countered. The man shook his head in confusion. What about Iron Man? Never heard of him? Tony pressed on. The man burst into laughter. What a ridiculous name. Tin Man? Observing the seriousness etched on Tony's face, he shook his head again. No, I have never heard of him. Has your village just gotten internet? Tony could not contain himself. What do you mean by just gotten internet? The man's anger flared. Just because I haven't heard your name. Does that mean I live in a backwater? Why should I know you? Are you famous? Am I famous? Tony's lips twitched in disbelief. He pondered the circumstances that could render the hero of the New York battle, leader of the Avengers, consultant to S.H.I.E.L.D., president of Stark Industries, a super genius, billionaire, and playboy, into someone entirely obscure. You might not recall other events, but surely you have heard of the alien invasion, where I stood on the front lines wielding a nuclear bomb against the extraterrestrial threat. Aliens. Such a monumental occurrence. It is implausible that you could forget it entirely in 8 years, especially with Canada right next to America. If this were a child, one might understand the lack of memory, but this is clearly an adult, who was also an adult 8 years ago. What a comical bunch these newcomers are they all this oblivious? I previously encountered another, claiming to be associated with the Avengers and aliens, even asking if I recognized him. I am acquainted with a ghost, indeed. Are you renowned global superstars? If it weren't for the fact that he also engages in archery, I would hardly bother with him. That person muttered indistinctly. Tony was taken aback, suddenly lifting his gaze towards that individual, his expression growing serious. What did you just say? Chapter 43, The Mysterious Trickster. What? Is there a traitor among us? At this moment, as Tony conversed with the Wanderer, countless viewers of the live stream were filled with astonishment. When the Wanderer revealed that he had been in the backroom for 3 months, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. The situation grew increasingly peculiar when he mentioned he hailed from the year 2020. 2020? Surely, this cannot be true. Is he a time traveler from the future? 3 months inside? But how long has the backroom even existed? Has it truly been 3 months? Could it be that the perception of time within the backroom differs fundamentally from our earthly comprehension of time? Now that you mention it, I too noticed something odd. Previously, when Natasha transitioned from level 0 to level 1, the live feed paused. Yet, when it resumed, it appeared as though she had just arrived at level 1. At the time, I thought the transition consumed an extensive duration. But now it seems the discrepancy lies not in the duration but rather in the flow of time or its very concept within the backroom, which is unlike our own. Or could it be that this Wanderer is from a parallel universe? A parallel universe? What nonsense! Isn't that the realm of science fiction? When faced with uncertainty, quantum mechanics springs to mind. When explanations falter, we ponder parallel dimensions. If he were not from another universe, how could he be oblivious to Iron Man? Indeed, though it's difficult to admit, Tony Stark truly shone during the previous battle in New York, particularly given its extraterrestrial involvement. News regarding aliens, Iron Man, and the Avengers has been rampant. A mere glance at any website reveals countless reports. Yet, this does not imply that everyone must recognize Iron Man, does it? I certainly do not. Did the internet just become available in your village? Perhaps school just let out? Or maybe he has just been released from prison. What is the big deal about not knowing Iron Man? It's perfectly normal. With billions of people across the globe, can you guarantee that everyone is familiar with him? Statistically, perhaps more than half might recognize him. But the remaining half constitutes a significant number as well. There are elderly, children, and many who are simply uninformed, those who do not browse the internet or watch television. Whether one knows Iron Man or not is inconsequential. I can assure you, this individual is undoubtedly from a parallel world. Given the existence of the backroom, which transcends dimensions, having a parallel universe is not far-fetched at all. Are you suggesting that the so-called backroom encompasses numerous worlds, perhaps countless parallel universes? Could we witness another Iron Man battling this one within the confines of the backroom? What a splendid idea! Such creativity! Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, a multitude of individuals engaged in fervent discussion, their speculations swirling as the topic of extraterrestrials continued to captivate the audience, now compounded by the emergence of the backroom. In recent times, there have been rumors of individuals from parallel worlds emerging. The year 2012 has indeed been a fantastical one, with some fervently proclaiming online that December 21st, 2012 marks the end of the world, invoking the Maya prophecy and asserting that the events unfolding are omens of an impending apocalypse. They speculate that Earth's civilization may face annihilation alongside extraterrestrial beings, entities from the backrooms, and denizens of parallel worlds, plunging the globe into catastrophe. Meanwhile, within the confines of Sector 1, Nick Fury observed the unfolding events on the projection screen, his brow furrowing in concern. "Have you found anything on this, Leah?" he inquired softly to the bald, bespectacled man beside him. Sitwell shook his head. "There is no record of such a person. If Tony couldn't locate her, then we certainly cannot." This implied that this individual might indeed originate from a parallel universe. Nick Fury frowned. The concept of parallel universes was introduced into the MCU relatively late. Naturally, someone of Ancient One's stature was aware of parallel universes. Yet Nick Fury was evidently oblivious to this notion. Not even Bruce Banner, the most educated in the room, could definitively assert the existence of parallel universes. It remained a conceptual idea. However, it now seemed plausible that parallel worlds could truly exist. If so, could the accompanying theories also hold validity? Might there exist another self in a parallel universe, shaped by different experiences and leading to a divergent life? Perhaps in another reality. He had not been exposed to radiation and was living a tranquil life with Betty. Banner felt a momentary daze. Yet he recognized that this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that this backroom dimension appeared to connect not only to their universe, but possibly to numerous parallel ones as well. If that were the case, the literature within this backroom could be monumental. If they were merely encountering ordinary individuals, it would be manageable. However, what if they encountered other formidable entities within this realm? For instance, the Abomination from another parallel world or Loki from a different universe. Dr. Banner remained silent, his gaze fixated on the live feed above. Suddenly, an urgent communication device activated, startling Nick Fury. He furrowed his brow. This was an emergency communication device that typically would not be used unless in dire circumstances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily connected the call, hearing Agent Hill's voice on the other end. "Director, the Triskelion headquarters has been attacked. And Item 084 has been lost." "What?" Nick Fury rose, urgency overtaking him. Item 084 refers to all anomalous objects of unknown origin that the S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot decipher. Among the items previously classified as 084 were Thor's hammer and the Tesseract. To date, the Triskelion headquarters housed two such items. One was the obelisk, and the other was Loki's scepter. The loss of either would not be a trivial matter. What on earth transpired? Nick Fury inquired in a grave tone. "Agent Mark Basso and Agent Mark Smith have betrayed us, murdered the researchers, and absconded with Loki's scepter." Hill replied. "What?" Fury's mind spun as a wave of disbelief washed over him. He was acutely aware of the device's formidable powers, capable of manipulating the very essence of the human mind. Such a crucial artifact was naturally secured within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion. Yet, astonishingly, it had been lost right from their stronghold? The more pressing concern was the betrayal by agents. "Damn it, Hill, how did you conduct psychological evaluations on the agents?" Fury bellowed. He had never anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. could harbor traitors. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. underwent rigorous scrutiny and multi-layered approvals to earn their positions, with loyalty being paramount. Now, he was confronted with the shocking revelation of treachery? And to make matters worse, the traitors had absconded with Loki's scepter? Fury was seething, nearly wishing to unleash a torrent of invectives upon Hill. Psychological evaluations of the agents were traditionally Hill's responsibility. The fact that she failed to detect the potential for betrayal was a glaring oversight. "Director." It was precisely because of Agent Mark Smith's psychological evaluation that he was deemed unsuitable for field work. Hill began, but before she could finish her explanation, "I do not wish to hear that now. I merely want to know where these two traitors have taken the artifact." Fury's voice was icy. A heavy silence enveloped the communicator. After what felt like an eternity, Agent Hill finally responded, "I don't know. They deleted the surveillance footage and erased the records. By the time we discovered it, the researchers had been dead for over 3 hours. It is presumed they have already fled the country." "Motherfer, what are you all doing? How could you fail at something so trivial?" The furious director began to vent his wrath. What transpired? Nearby, Dr. Banner and Steve furrowed their brows, recognizing Fury's demeanor as indicative of a grave situation. "Those damn traitors have stolen Loki's cursed scepter." Fury's expression darkened considerably. The bespectacled bald man blinked and pondered for a moment. To have stealthily stolen the scepter and deleted the surveillance footage. Such a feat could not have been accomplished by the two traitors alone. They must have had assistance. Yes, there is a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury naturally deduced this as well. The individual capable of such actions would undoubtedly possess significant authority, at least starting from level 6. "Sitwell," Fury suddenly called out. "What?" The bald man was startled. "Can I trust you?" Fury fixed his gaze upon Agent Sitwell. If Agent Coulson were here, I believe you should be able to trust me. Sitwell replied in a low voice. He was the assistant to former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce, while Coulson currently served as the assistant to Nick Fury. Pierce and Fury, both comrades and friends, often found their trusted aides crossing paths. With Coulson's affable nature and Sitwell's seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, yet diligent approach to tasks, it was only natural that the two developed a friendship. It was amidst this intricate web of relationships that Nick Fury managed to pose his inquiry. Little did he expect Sitwell to mention Coulson. After a moment of silence, Fury sighed deeply. Indeed, we all miss him. Coulson, being his confidant, had perished during the battle in New York. Of course, only Fury was privy to the fact that Coulson was currently undergoing preparations for resurrection in a secret laboratory. Although this information had yet to be disclosed, it was quite plausible that had Coulson been present, he would have been out on missions alongside Sitwell. The two frequently collaborated on assignments. Fury placed a reassuring hand on Sitwell's shoulder and stated solemnly, "Very well, I hereby appoint you as a Level 7 agent, fully empowered to handle this matter and uncover the traitor among us." Me? Sitwell blinked in astonishment at Fury. "What is the matter?" Fury frowned. "Understood, Director. I will ensure the mission's success." Sitwell, barely containing his excitement, promptly accepted the directive and departed. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Captain America, and Banner observed the entire exchange. "Fury, do you require assistance?" Captain Marvel inquired, unable to restrain herself. "No need. This is merely a trivial matter for you to concern yourself with. Just a few mice." Fury replied nonchalantly. He was confident that even if there were traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., their numbers would be few. He did not dwell on it. What troubled him more was Loki's scepter. Fortunately, once the culprit was apprehended, they should be able to ascertain the whereabouts of Loki's scepter. Although its true nature remained unclear, it was undoubtedly of great significance. It was merely a matter of when they would capture the traitor. Truly a tumultuous time. Dimensional breaches, alien invasions on Earth, and now, even S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own traitor. Was it too much to ask for a moment of peace? Fury's head throbbed. He wished he possessed superpowers. Preferably the ability to create duplicates of himself, so he could manage multiple crises simultaneously. Damn it, Pierce must award me the title of Best Model Director, or I swear I'll resign. Meanwhile, at the other end in Sokovia, within the confines of the Baron's fortress, a group of agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia uniforms, accompanied by vehicles bearing the same logo, slowly drove into the castle. Baron Strucker, donning single-frame glasses and also dressed in S.H.I.E.L.D. operational attire, observed as two individuals emerged from the vehicle, each carrying a large box. Through the bulletproof glass, the shimmering scepter within was clearly visible, its gems glistening brilliantly. At last, a smile crept across Baron Strucker's lips. "Our possession has arrived. What is the status? No traces left behind, I trust?" He then turned his gaze back to the two agents. It is indeed Agent Mark Basso and Agent Mark Smith that Hill mentioned. Nick Fury is likely still oblivious to the situation. Agent Smith remarked nonchalantly. They took action the moment the luminous screen appeared in the sky. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents were deployed on missions, and even Agent Hill was reassigned to investigate the so-called backroom. Consequently, the headquarters was left eerily vacant. Furthermore, with the 6th-level clearance of Baron Strucker, it was all too easy to slip under the radar. Baron Strucker smiled, glancing at the lab-coated doctor beside him, and said with a measured tone, "Dr. Lister, how soon can you commence your work?" "Immediately, Mr. Strucker," replied Dr. Lister, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed upon Loki's scepter. He was indifferent to the events unfolding above. Perhaps there were indeed wondrous artifacts within the backroom, and many might be contemplating those treasures. However, he was far more eager for the item that lay before him, a far more accessible prize, namely, the scepter of Loki. He swiftly carried the scepter into the laboratory. To be honest, the equipment had long been prepared. They were merely awaiting the arrival of Loki's scepter. Inside the laboratory, a multitude of Chitauri technological weapons were present, including firearms and various flying machines, as well as kinetic weapons. Yet, these devices had all lost their energy sources and were rendered inoperative. Now, with the arrival of Loki's scepter, the void of energy was about to be filled. As the device was placed in the box and activated, the gem on Loki's scepter emitted a dazzling blue light, and the energy surged into the Chitauri weapons. With energy restored, a technician aimed one of the guns at the target and pulled the trigger. Buzz. Boom. The unique sound of energy resonance from the kinetic weapon resonated as it obliterated the target in one shot. One could say its power was formidable. However, not sufficient. Baron Strucker expressed his dissatisfaction. Dr. Lister exclaimed in astonishment, "Mr. Strucker, with the scepter now in our possession, we have achieved significant results. but to attain the kind of advancement you desire. He pursed his lips and continued softly, we must conduct experiments on living subjects. Living subjects? Their instructor chuckled. Before him were several monitors. The topmost displayed a live feed of Stark conversing with the wanderers of the back room, while the lower screen showed crowds in Sokovia protesting in the streets, vociferously opposing the war. Doctor, do you think we will lack for such resources? Strucker's expression turned steely. With a mere utterance, we could recruit sufficient fodder on the streets. Elderly, children, men, women, and even. Strucker's gaze fell upon a pair of remarkably similar-looking individuals on the screen, and he smiled. Even twins. Given such an abundance of data, is it not enough to support your research? Once the future plans come to fruition, you could even utilize faceless ones, hounds, body parts, skinwalkers, and the wailing corpses for your studies. Not to mention those adaptive, evolving corpse rats. Strack seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of men. Each utterance left Dr. Lister profoundly stirred. He yearned to delve into those matters. Yet, were they not still confined within the lockdown zone? How might one obtain such things? HM? A plan. What plan? Dr. Lister could not help but inquire. Strack narrowed his eyes and slowly articulated a few words. Insight, the plan. The above content is derived from the official prequel comic to Avengers, Age of Ultron, which depicts the retrieval of Loki's scepter following the battle in New York and the subsequent arrival in Sokovia, where the scepter was used to empower weapons for the Chitauri, including human experimentation. The comic employs phrases such as not long after, before long, and in a short while, suggesting that the retrieval of Loki's scepter, arrival in Sokovia, and the empowerment for research occurred on the same day, thereby ensuring the subsequent introduction of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Furthermore, the timeline involving the Insight Plan is relatively extended, relating to Captain America, the Winter Soldier, or rather 2014. However, for the sake of the narrative, I may advance the Insight Plan and even the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron, considering that Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are already present, and the elements are in place to commence the plot. Of course, Avengers, Age of Ultron would undoubtedly follow the Insight Plan. Additionally, the Insight Plan is assuredly more intricate than portrayed in the original narrative. I intend to incorporate elements of the backroom. It remains to be seen whether you can accept this. If you wish to see the same old style of summary, that is, a storyline with no progressions, followed by a mere recap where characters are startled, resulting in negligible impact, I can certainly write that too. It would be even easier, requiring no research. Wouldn't you agree? Manual humor. JPG. Insert image. Chapter 44. Steve in the backroom. Hawkeye. Instead of Iron Man, I met Captain America? Time does not pause for unexpected occurrences. The emergence of the backroom, while introducing some peculiarities to Earth, remains insufficient to alter the course of established events. What is destined to occur must inevitably manifest. What is meant to arrive will ultimately come to pass. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the brink of monumental transformation. At this moment, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, upon hearing the words Avengers, aliens, and bent bow from the person across from him, instantly grasped the situation. He exchanged a glance with Natasha, and an image of a figure subconsciously surfaced in his mind. Clint Barton, Hawkeye. It is highly plausible that the outside world has received new intelligence, prompting Hawkeye to enter and deliver news. In such a bizarre place as the backroom, lacking information makes survival exceedingly difficult. One misstep could lead to missing everything. Without knowledge of the intelligence, even the exit could remain undiscovered right at one's feet. This is precisely why Natasha insisted on first proceeding to level 4. Yet unexpectedly, here she was, receiving news of Hawkeye? What does that person look like? Natasha could not help but inquire. Among all operatives in S.H.I.E.L.D., if one were to ask whom she is closest to, it could only be Clint. Even her friend, May, could not compare. She was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. by Clint. While she met May later, the order of their acquaintance and the experiences they shared were different, thus their bond varied as well. Therefore, upon hearing the news that potentially pertained to Hawkeye, she was naturally the most anxious. Well, I can't say he is ugly, but I can't call him handsome either. He was dressed in combat attire, with a quiver on his back and a bow in hand, looking quite impressive. The individual remarked, adding, his archery skills are extraordinary. I suspect he might be a professional athlete specializing in archery. He can match me shot for shot. You understand, right? The arrows I fired were pierced in half by his. Do you know what that means? I almost considered taking him on as my mentor. However, it was evident that Tony and Natasha were not particularly interested in this. Where is he? Tony inquired solemnly. Undoubtedly, Clint possessed the level information they sought. Moreover, the mention of healing suggested that this level 2 was more significant and perilous than they had anticipated. Otherwise, Clint would not have ventured in. Simultaneously, they were perplexed. How did Clint manage to enter? Transitioning from reality to the backroom? Of course, these details were not the priority. What mattered was Clint's location. About the person. The individual hesitated, pondering. He mentioned he was looking for someone, a person clad in iron armor, and another, a stunning woman with flowing red hair. They might be together. As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them, one in iron armor and the other with red waves. Wait a moment, could the individuals he is searching for be you two? He was astonished. Could it be such a coincidence? Do not speak of trivial matters. I inquire about others. Tony was evidently growing impatient. I directed him to the EL3A office, which is situated within the trade zone of B&G, where the greatest number of individuals congregate at level 2. How does one reach the EL3A office? Is there a map? Tony retorted. Well, there is no map. But if you walk in that direction, you will see some dilapidated train tracks. Follow the tracks to the left, and upon reaching the end, you will find B&G nearby. The individual explained. In truth, navigating level 2 is relatively straightforward. This layer has undergone significant transformation by B&G. Simply follow the train tracks. And even if you walk in the opposite direction, retracing your steps will lead you back to EL3A, which serves as excellent survival advice for wanderers. Thank you for your guidance. Tony nodded, tossing a packet of blueberries casually, stating, consider this your reward. With that, he donned his battle armor and prepared to depart with Natasha. Meanwhile, the individual opened the bag, gazing at the half-full packet of fresh blueberries, momentarily stunned. Observing Tony's splendid armor and then the blueberries, he could no longer restrain himself, cautiously inquiring, may I join you? He yearned to align himself with someone formidable, as following this individual undoubtedly would enhance his chances of survival. In this peculiar environment, securing a strong ally is paramount. He had previously expressed a desire to apprentice under Clint, but Clint had declined. This was entirely reasonable, as they had no prior connection. And Clint was unfamiliar with his character. What merit was there in accepting him as a pupil? Nonetheless, as a token of gratitude for the directions, Clint did offer him a packet of cookies, thus settling their accounts. He naturally felt a pang of regret. Little did he expect to encounter another formidable figure so soon. However, I'm sorry, you do not meet our criteria for joining. Tony promptly rejected him. What criteria? The individual was taken aback. When you can split another's arrow in two, then we shall talk, Tony replied, departing with Natasha, leaving the individual in disarray. What manner of people are these? Could it be that the front office harbors some formidable superorganization? At this moment, the scene shifts to a dimly lit tunnel, noticeably altered on either side. Not only have the walls been widened, but the ceiling has also been raised. Train tracks remain visible upon the ground. The overall area is quite spacious, comparable in width to a subway tunnel. This region appears rather dilapidated, primarily due to the damage to the lighting fixtures. If the lights could be restored, it would certainly improve the ambience. Within this tunnel, an individual advances cautiously, wielding a flashlight. He moves at a deliberate pace, remaining vigilant to all that lurks in the darkness. As if fearing an encounter with some tangible entity, he was not conventionally handsome, yet neither was he unattractive. Beneath his combat attire lay well-defined muscles, and his sharp eyes resembled those of a hawk. Despite the dim surroundings, he could distinctly perceive objects lurking in the shadows. In his grasp was a bow, an arrow poised on the string, ready to be released at a moment's notice. This individual was none other than Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, a member of the Avengers who had effortlessly emerged victorious in the Battle of New York. He had been in level 2 for some time, having arrived directly after exiting Zone 1. It was apparent, however, that he had not teleported to the same location as Iron Man and Black Widow. In this backroom, the exits were fixed, and teleportation would randomly place one in various layers and locations. Nevertheless, he was diligently searching for the whereabouts of Tony and Natasha. Ultimately, he resolved to head to B&G, as it was likely that Tony and the others would also be seeking it out. He simply needed to wait there. He had been traversing this path for an indeterminate length of time, thankfully encountering no formidable entities along the way. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he glimpsed a light ahead. His eyes brightened, yet he refrained from rushing towards it. Instead, he approached with measured steps, constantly observing his surroundings. At last, he emerged from the interminable dark tunnel into a relatively well-lit hall, where a cacophony of sounds filled his ears. People. They were everywhere, clad in tattered garments. They resembled wanderers. Some bore bows on their backs, others carried firearms at their sides, while some had knives strapped to their pant legs. A diverse array of individuals filled the space, creating a bustling marketplace atmosphere. Indeed, it was a marketplace, a vast area reminiscent of a bomb shelter, lined with various vendors. Stalls brimmed with an assortment of goods, food, drink, peculiar electronic devices, and an array of weapons, resembling a flea market. Adjacent to this expansive hollow stood a concrete wall, featuring a large door adorned with an EL3A insignia, the so-called EL3A office area. Another door bore the B&G emblem. It seemed he had arrived. Hawkeye exhaled in relief, returning the arrow from the bowstring to his quiver. He had previously worried about the possibility of misstepping and being sent to a pseudo-layer or level 38. Now, it appeared those concerns were unwarranted. He had arrived successfully, and it seemed Tony and the others should also reach their destination without issue. Thus, it was simply a matter of waiting for their arrival. He did not hastily enter the EL3A, but instead meandered around the perimeter, discovering a plethora of goods. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, searching for any of the unique items documented in the records. After surveying the surroundings, I discovered that almond water was the most prevalent commodity, alongside fire salt and soy milk, although the latter lacked a yellow variant. There may be other peculiar items present, but they eluded his recognition. The trading system here primarily adhered to a barter system, with almond water serving as the principal currency. Almond water appeared to have assumed the role of money. For instance, a bottle of almond water was equivalent to a slice of bread, €1, or £1 sterling. Naturally, aside from almond water, exchanges involving other items also occurred. And some commonplace goods, such as ordinary food and fruits, were generally priced quite low. One bottle of almond water could even be exchanged for multiple cans of beef. Eagle Eye began to grasp the trading dynamics of the realm, which could be summarized as follows: special items related to weapons and armor, other unique items, ordinary weapons and armor, common food, and miscellaneous ordinary items. This might be a universal rule across all levels. It is quite reasonable to consider that special items, akin to game attributes, would inherently possess greater value, while the rest were rather mundane. At that moment, a loud clatter echoed as the large door in the cement wall swung open. A group of armed personnel, clearly marked with the BNTG insignia and wielding modified firearms, emerged, casting indifferent glances at the individuals engaged in trade. The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage. Shortly thereafter, another individual donned in BNTG emblazoned attire stepped forth, holding a small box in hand. The box was transparent, well, semi-transparent, and resembled either crystal or quartz. Inside, something circular emitted a faint glow, though its details remained indistinct. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could not restrain their hushed whispers. Is BNEG delivering goods to the major community again? What an exquisite box crafted from holy crystal. How valuable must its contents be? Are they sending it to level 230? I wish to see it. All the good things are sent to the major community, while we in the minor community see nothing. Do you possess enough resources to purchase it? If not sent to the major community, could it possibly be sold here? Can you afford it? These murmurs reached Eagle Eye's ears, prompting him to glance up at the so-called holy crystal box and its contents. Initially, he was taken aback, but his formidable insight pierced through the obscurity of the semi-transparent crystal, revealing the object within. It was a circular item resembling an arc reactor, strikingly similar to the one worn by Tony Stark, indeed, virtually indistinguishable. As he suddenly stood up, intent on seeking clarity, he realized that this matter was not something just anyone could grasp. However, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, a hand from behind covered his mouth, swiftly dragging him to the rear of the crowd. Hawkeye's gaze turned icy. His expression darkened as he reached to seize the wrist of his assailant, preparing to subdue them. Yet, the individual possessed formidable combat experience. As they covered his mouth, they adeptly tightened their grip around Hawkeye's neck, delivering a knee strike to his lower back while simultaneously seizing his wrist, forcing him into a precarious position that rendered him unable to exert any strength. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Hawkeye found himself incredulous that, as a top-tier agent with extensive combat expertise, he could be subdued so effortlessly. In this precarious situation, he could only attempt to break free through sheer brute force. However, the strength of this individual was astonishing, akin to iron pincers that held his wrist in an unyielding grip, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. What manner of monster is this? Hawkeye's heart raced with disbelief. He was genuinely unable to retaliate. Strikes with his elbow were futile, and attempting to leap and use inertia to hurl the assailant away proved impossible. Helplessly, he watched as the members of BNTG departed with the crystal box in tow. Finally, once they had completely vanished from sight, he felt the pressure from the person behind him ease. Seizing this opportunity, Hawkeye swiftly rolled forward, drawing his bow with a deft motion. The specially crafted alloy knife at the bow's tip was now aimed directly at the assailant's neck. With a mere thrust, he could end this life. "Who are you?" he inquired in a cold tone. The figure donned a ragged hood, a quintessential portrayal of a vagabond. Yet, Hawkeye's keen perception discerned that beneath the tattered fabric lay a relatively tidy and efficient combat uniform. "Me?" The individual smiled faintly, slowly reaching up to remove the hood, revealing a face that, though weathered, retained a certain handsome charm. He smiled slightly, meeting Hawkeye's gaze and countering, "Do you recognize me, Captain?" Hawkeye was taken aback, his grip on the bow loosening. He stared in bewilderment at the man before him, for the visage was unmistakably recognizable. Indeed, it was none other than our comrade, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Chapter 45, In the back room, trust no Iron Man. Ward? At this moment, within Area 1. Upon recognizing the figures projected on the screen, everyone present was struck dumb. Nick Fury, Captain Marvel, and Dr. Banner all gazed in bewilderment at the image of Captain America, as well as the equally perplexed Captain America standing before them. You have a twin brother? Captain Marvel glanced at Steve, then back at the image of Steve. One could hardly say they were identical, but they were undeniably indistinguishable. Well, perhaps the Steve on screen appeared a bit more weathered, with scruffy facial hair. Yet in terms of visage and appearance, they were virtually the same person. One might be led to believe that Captain America had somehow ventured into the screen. But the real Captain was right in front of them. Could it be that he had a twin? Captain Marvel seemed uncertain. Meanwhile, Captain America wore a bewildered expression and hesitantly remarked, I don't recall having a brother. It is also possible that he is a version of Captain from a parallel universe. Dr. Banner suddenly interjected. Everyone turned their attention to him, and Nick Fury, belatedly realizing, furrowed his brow. Do parallel universes truly exist? If it was merely speculation before, now there seemed to be some evidence. A being who bore an uncanny resemblance to Steve. Was this not a parallel universe? A parallel universe version of me? Steve mused, momentarily lost in thought. Old Cap was still trying to catch up with the times. His mind was still in a fog. He felt as if he were gazing at a counterfeit version of himself. The sensation was rather peculiar. This individual not only imitated his face but also mirrored his demeanor. If parallel universes exist, did these versions of themselves enter the back room before them? Moreover, did the individuals from BNTG take Tony Stark's arc reactor? Nick Fury pondered with a frown. This implies that there is likely another Tony Stark within this back room. Dr. Banner murmured, following this line of reasoning. Could there also be another you? Steve furrowed his brow, looking at Dr. Banner. Indeed, this is highly plausible. Banner pressed his lips together. For a moment, the entire temporary command center fell into silence. Meanwhile, in the barrage of comments, discussions were rampant. Clearly, the public was unaware that the real Captain America had yet to enter. This was likely a manifestation of another parallel universe. Goodness, even Captain America has gone in? Captain? TSK, what are the rules of this back room? Are they simply capturing everyone? Accidentally falling in is quite normal. Is the back room intent on ensnaring the entire Avengers team? Of the 6 Avengers, 4 have already entered. Truly astonishing. Only Thor and the Hulk remain outside, right? Alright, let us swiftly capture these American lapdogs, and then we can directly invade America. Laughing. Even without the Avengers, other entities would seek to invade America. That seems rather unrealistic. Unless at this very moment, extraterrestrials have invaded. What is it that you are so assured about? The Avengers have entered. Who will stand against the aliens? Is it you? Or someone else? When the time comes. If Earth is destroyed, who will be held accountable? Will it be you? Without superheroes, does the Earth cease to spin? Indeed, who claims that without the Avengers, we cannot resist the aliens? In the absence of the Avengers, a defender shall arise, and should there be no defenders, a guardian will emerge. These are merely some of the facets of our organization. Sever one head, and 2 shall grow in its place. We shall uphold peace in the world for eternity. Why does it feel peculiar? My head itches. Perhaps a brain will sprout. Without the Avengers, Earth shall be safeguarded by our 10 Rings gang. The 10 Rings gang? Why does that sound akin to a criminal syndicate? No, do not heed the foolish chatter of those youngsters. Our 10 Rings organization has always cherished peace, adhering to the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, loyalty, courage, gentleness, kindness, and filial piety. These 10 words epitomize the 10 Rings. Is that correct? That cannot be right. It differs from what I have heard about the 10 Commandments. No, the 10 Rings are the 10 Rings. And the 10 Commandments are the 10 Commandments. The latter is merely a group of miscreants tarnishing my reputation. Here, I, Lord Zhong, the leader of the 10 Rings organization, shall seek to vanquish the 10 Commandments gang and their foolish minions. Why does it still feel strange? As the live stream unfolds, a barrage of comments fills the screen. At this moment, through the live broadcast, one can observe Captain America arriving in a room with Hawkeye. The room, while not exactly cozy, is at least tidy. The furniture, though old, is evidently functional, as if Captain America has resided here for an extended period. It is only after entering that Hawkeye can no longer contain himself and inquires of Steve, Captain, how did you get in here? Me? I just walked in. Steve shrugs. It was an accident, an anomaly, just like most of the people here who inexplicably found themselves in this place. Are you not one of them? Huh. Were you not with the director? Did he not send you here? Hawkeye finds it curious, but does not ponder it further. When one encounters an individual who resembles Captain America, speaks with his voice, and possesses his strength, how could one assert he is not Captain America? What? A Captain America from a parallel universe? No, who would think such a thing? Though Captain America's words seem odd, Hawkeye merely senses there is some unknown detail causing a discrepancy in their information. This gap can simply be clarified with a few questions. The director? Are you referring to? Steve ponders. Are you speaking of Hill? Hill? Hawkeye furrows his brow, finally sensing something amiss. How could the director be Hill? Is it not Fury? Fury? Nick Fury? Steve contemplates this name, appearing somewhat nostalgic, and sighs. We all miss him. Do we not? Hawkeye? Isn't it peculiar? It feels as though Nick Fury has perished. Wait a moment. What exactly transpired? Why can't I comprehend this? Clint pondered. A headache beginning to form as he sought to untangle the convoluted thoughts invading his mind. He felt as though a torrent of strange and bewildering ideas was flooding his consciousness. I believe I have an inkling. At that moment, Steve chuckled and remarked, I am not the Captain America you are familiar with, nor are you the Clint I know. We hail from distinct universes, despite sharing the same names and identities. Our life experiences diverge greatly. Different universes? Clint's brow furrowed deeper as he murmured, I am increasingly at a loss. Have you not heard of the multiverse and parallel worlds? Steve countered. I seem to recall something about it. They say that a minute alteration could give rise to a new universe, leading to entirely different narratives. Clint whispered. Indeed, Steve replied with a smile. This place is referred to as the Backroom. It resembles a refuse heap of the multiverse, where all the debris is discarded. Debris? Clint's lips twitched slightly. That's essentially the gist of it, Steve shrugged. Then you. Clint scrutinized Steve, feeling uncertain. Are you curious about my story? Steve tilted his head and asked with a smile. I cannot ascertain what version of me you perceive. But I have undergone the transformation of a super soldier, battled HYDRA, been frozen, thawed, and wielded the immense strength and physique bestowed by the super soldier serum. Always leading the charge alongside my comrades. I once believed I would perpetually bear this guardianship until I lost the serum. Lost it? Clint exclaimed, surveying Steve once more. He hardly appeared to embody someone who had lost the super soldier serum. Yes, I have indeed experienced loss. Steve nodded. Without the serum, I aged rapidly. My former strength vanished. I succumbed to despair and confusion until Bucky's death jolted me back to reality. If the absence of the serum rendered me powerless, then I was unworthy of the super soldier serum in the first place. I nearly became lost in the overwhelming power it afforded me, forgetting that I was once weak. Yet, despite that, I dared to tackle grenades and crawled beneath barbed wire to allow my comrades passage. Thus, I took up my shield once more and immersed myself in the struggle. A formidable physique only breeds crime. True strength lies in the fortitude of the heart. Perhaps fate smiled upon me. In my confrontation with HYDRA, my shield shattered the tesseract. The energies within its fragments restored my strength. Though it seems implausible, I shall cherish this hard-won power and utilize it to assist others. Until that fateful day when the extraterrestrial beings known as the Chitauri invaded Earth. Avengers, assemble. United in purpose, we were on the brink of success. However, with a single misstep, I found myself in this wretched place. Steve spoke. His eyes filled with a profound melancholy, the kind that stems from an inability to return and reunite with his comrades. Fear not, Hawkeye remarked, filled with sentiment as he gently patted Steve's shoulder, smiling as he said, the earth shall endure. Our world has also withstood the invasion of the Chitauri. Yet all that is now behind us. Those wretches have retreated to their lair, leaving behind a nuclear bomb, which, while it may not eradicate them entirely, will ensure they cannot catch their breath for decades. Oh, your world too faced the Chitauri incursion? Steve's heart stirred with curiosity as he gazed at Hawkeye. Indeed, Hawkeye nodded, grinning as he continued. It appears your experiences mirror those of the captain I know. The only difference being that the captain I am acquainted with has never lost the super soldier serum. Perhaps it is this very distinction that led to the divergence of parallel universes? Of course, I am no scientist, merely speculating. And as for Bucky? Who is Bucky? Bucky. Steve hesitated, sighing, he is my dear friend and comrade. We fought side by side against our foes until his untimely demise. My apologies, Clint said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Not at all. Steve shook his head, indicating that all was in the past. By the way, why did you stop me earlier? Clint recalled the earlier incident, frowning as he said, that group took Stark's arc reactor, didn't they? I was just about to seek out Tony Stark. But Captain America delayed me. Well, although he hails from another universe, in my heart, he is essentially the same. Despite the variations in their experiences, they are only slight divergences. A captain who can utter such words remains true to his essence, a captain worthy of trust. His sense of justice and kindness, his steadfastness and principles. The more he interacted with Steve, the more he felt the weight of the captain's responsibility. This was the crux of his trust in Steve. Even if he were from another realm, he would still call him captain and work alongside him. However, the previous experiences eluded his understanding, leaving him perplexed. Why? Or is it simply that the captain is unaware of his desire to find Tony Stark? If I am not mistaken, you seek Tony? It seemed as though Steve had glimpsed into Hawkeye's soul, and then spoke gravely, yet, in truth, within the Backrooms. No Iron Man should ever be trusted, not even the newly arrived. Chapter 46. The Steel-Eating Ogre, the Grieving Steel Man. What? At this moment, it was not only Clint who was filled with questions. Within the confines of Blockade Zone 1, Nick Fury and others watching the live broadcast wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Naturally, their confusion stemmed from different sources. Nick Fury was baffled to learn that another version of himself had perished in a parallel universe. Though merely an alternate reality, it nonetheless represented a potential future that could unfold. How did this other self meet his demise? Clint, why don't you ask? At this moment, Fury felt an insatiable curiosity. He desperately wanted to know how his counterpart had died. Who wouldn't he wish to defy fate? Meanwhile, Captain America and Banner were equally perplexed by the final statement on screen. Do you harbor some grievance against Stark? Dr. Banner glanced at Steve. Well, this individual. How should I put it? Although somewhat egotistical, he does rise to the occasion when it matters most. He should not have any animosity, right? Steve hesitated. Initially, he held a somewhat disparaging view of Tony Stark. He believed Stark, relying on his own abilities, was reckless, arrogant, and lacked a sense of responsibility and commitment. To a World War II veteran like Steve, such traits were hard to respect. It was akin to a parent feeling disappointment over a child's lack of ambition. In those days, responsibility was highly valued. As he had said, without the Iron Suit, what was Tony Stark? Yet Tony's responses were always so offbeat, so whimsical, and so adept at sidestepping the issue. Steve perceived Tony as possessing a particularly troublesome character. He knew many individuals who, even without extraordinary powers, surpassed Stark by tenfold. It was only after witnessing Tony carry a nuclear bomb into outer space during the Battle of New York that he gradually began to acknowledge Stark. Perhaps Tony's character was somewhat flawed, and while his actions were often erratic, he still embodied a certain tenacity and sense of justice. It was at this juncture that Steve realized the world had changed, times had evolved, and modern ideologies differed from those of the past. Some individuals, upon closer inspection, were not as capricious as they initially appeared. In crucial moments, some could indeed be relied upon. 70 years had transformed everything. Today's youth had adopted new standards of judgment. For this reason, Steve did not wish to impose any moral constraints on others. He respected each individual's choices and could accept everyone's convictions. He acknowledged the shifts of the new era and respected Tony's perspective. However, respect did not equate to acceptance. There existed a fundamental ideological discord between them. But to claim there was animosity towards Tony, that was not the case. Ideology is ideology. It serves as a personal code of conduct. Each person possesses their own distinct principles. He has his own convictions, and Tony has his own thoughts. This matter does not pertain to right or wrong. He cannot harbor any animosity towards Tony. Since there is no animosity, what does this statement mean? Doctor. Banner looked at Captain America with confusion. What does it mean that no Iron Man should be trusted? Not even a newcomer? Within the vast Avengers team, Tony has undergone a period of adjustment with nearly everyone. Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye. Yet with Dr. Banner, there has never been such a period of acclimatization. This is because the two share many common traits. Both are scientific geniuses and futurists. They are like old friends who hit it off immediately, resonating ideologically. Like attracts like. Scientists associate with scientists, geniuses with geniuses. Why did Tony choose to secretly collaborate with Banner on Ultron during the events of Avengers, Age of Ultron, without informing the others? It was precisely because of this shared futurism. Of course, Dr. Banner's vision of the future differs slightly from Tony's, but that is a discussion for another time. He found it puzzling. If Iron Man should not be trusted, then who should be? If Iron Man cannot be trusted, then who was it that carried a nuclear bomb to annihilate the extraterrestrials? After the bomb detonated, how many would survive? Banner could assert with confidence that he would survive. And Thor likely would too, but for Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye, their fates were uncertain. The entire Manhattan could have been engulfed in flames. Thus, Tony not only saved the lives of the people in Manhattan, but also Steve's life. Yet now, the captain utters such words. Doctor, please remain calm. Steve, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied, This is not my sentiment. I do not know what my counterpart in another universe experienced to utter such words. But I believe that this is certainly not my intention. It was only at this moment that Banner regained his composure. My apologies, Captain. He rubbed his temples. The likeness of the Steve on the screen to the one before him was striking. They appeared almost as one and the same. In his daze, he mistakenly began to vent his frustration at the Steve in front of him. I am now curious about how many Iron Men exist in this future world. At this moment, Captain Marvel spoke up. Steve and Banner exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing. Based on his self-awareness, Captain America understood that he would not express such sentiments unless something significant had indeed transpired. So, what exactly has the Iron Man in this alternate reality done? Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Pepper Potts gazed at the live broadcast on the television. Her eyes filled with concern. Tony, she felt disoriented. Given her understanding of Tony Stark, Tony never engages in unprepared battles. Even with the faintest glimmer of hope, he would venture forth, no matter how bizarre the circumstances, seeking to comprehend and gain mastery over it all. Those who enter the backrooms are often consumed by a singular desire to escape. In the realm of reality, there are friends, family, and countless individuals they long to reunite with, all providing compelling reasons to emerge. Yet, what transpires when Tony exhausts every conceivable avenue and still finds himself unable to escape? What then? She clenches her fist. A thought crosses her mind. She envisions what Tony would do in such a predicament. In those moments, Tony would explore every possible method, willing to inflict harm upon others, all in the name of fleeing that wretched place. Perhaps this is precisely why Captain America uttered those words. Simultaneously, within the Baxter building, Reed, who claims to be the creator, feels his body morph as it extends into tendrils, resembling a monstrous entity. He manipulates these appendages with dexterity, feverishly operating the keyboard before him. Images materialize under his command, frozen in time. The battle in New York, the Tesseract that opened the portal, and Loki wielding his scepter. Additionally, there are stills from a live broadcast showcasing the Tesseract embedded in Tony's chest, along with footage from a Sokovia base displaying the scepter ensconced in a device. He comprehends the significance of these artifacts. They are the Infinity Stones, the second among them, the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. However, the whereabouts of the remaining gems remain elusive. Time, power, reality, soul, knowledge, and balance. Knowledge and balance, as he has named them. One emerged from the mind of Tony Stark, who, without that stone, would possess nothing. The Balance Stone was extracted from the Earth's core, capable of harmonizing the planet's energy, geological activities, and even its life force. In total, there are 8 Infinity Stones. This constitutes his entire understanding. Of course, he is unaware that not every universe harbors 8 Infinity Stones. In fact, those that do are exceedingly rare. Yet, whether it be 8 or 6, he is determined to collect them. However, his pursuit of the Infinity Stones is not for annihilation, but for creation, creating a world that has long since perished. A world that was once his homeland. To say create may be somewhat misleading. It would be more accurate to say transform. He aims to reshape this universe into his envisioned version of his former home, specifically the Marvel 1610 universe. Not the original 1610 universe, but rather the idealized one he dreams of. Transformation is inherently simpler than creation from nothing. Nevertheless, such transformation necessitates the presence of suitable individuals. It appears that this universe still harbors many who have yet to make their entrance. At that moment, a monitor beside Reed flickers to life. Displaying a series of photographs within these images is a figure that stands out distinctly among them, a young boy. Appearing no older than 11 or 12 is prominently featured. Beneath the image are details identifying him as Peter Parker, a 6th grade student. There exists another photograph, featuring a doctor clad in a white coat, beneath which lies a label proclaiming the name Stephen Strange. Another image presents a man in prison attire, incarcerated, with a tag identifying him as Scott Lang. A further photograph depicts a youth, seemingly around 15 years of age, traversing the streets, his visage distinctly of Asian descent, labeled Shang-Chi. Yet another image reveals an individual in military garb, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sporting a small mustache, and bearing a fierce expression, known as Thaddeus Ross. In truth, such images abound. He possesses comprehensive knowledge of all superheroes, well-versed in their origins. He has the capacity to erase the existence of heroes from their inception or mold heroes at their genesis. All of this is merely a matter of his whim. Of course, prior to that, he must acquire the Infinity Stones. Although 2 have already fallen into the abyss, it matters not. He is always capable of devising a means to obtain them. Before all else, he must commence the collection of the Infinity Stones from this universe. Thus, his gaze lingers upon a clandestine base in Sokovia. A cruel smile plays upon his lips. As for the notion that one cannot enter or exit the abyss, there is no place he cannot infiltrate or escape from. Regarding the assertion that all Iron Men within the abyss are untrustworthy, a mere moment of contemplation reveals the answer. It is simply a desire to escape, yet finding oneself trapped, leading to further harm. Such is the wisdom of mortals. No matter how refined, mortal wisdom has its limits. And he, at this moment, is the creator, a true deity. Once I gain entry, the world shall be turned upside down. Reed chuckled softly. I shall bring hope, and then bestow upon you the deepest despair. Tony Stark, and others. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, as Steve narrates, countless viewers are filled with astonishment. The comments section is rife with discussions regarding Captain America's words. Speculations about why Iron Man is deemed untrustworthy abound. Just as the comments flood in, and a multitude engage in fervent debate, Hawkeye's voice pierces through. Captain, what do you mean by that? Are you certain you are not jesting? On screen, Hawkeye furrows his brow, gazing at Captain America, his expression one of confusion. Clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind Steve's words. I too hope this is a jest. Captain America sighed. Look at this, and you shall understand. As he speaks, he retrieves a mobile device, taps the screen a few times, and lays it flat, projecting an image. The screen reveals a dimly lit corridor, flickering lights casting shadows that vaguely outline several figures. One can unmistakably discern an individual clad in armor. The arc reactor upon his chest glowing with brilliance. Without a doubt, this person is none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Though certainly not the one Hawkeye recognizes. Before Iron Man stood a figure, restrained by two robots. The identity of this individual eluded Hawkeye's keen sight. Not due to any deficiency in his vision, but rather because the footage itself was inherently blurred. He discerned that the person in the frame exchanged words with Iron Man, who raised his hand as if to respond. However, the mask obscured his face, rendering it impossible to ascertain his words. Just as he contemplated expressing his discontent with the subpar quality of the video, he witnessed Iron Man suddenly spring into action. He reached out, seizing the individual by the neck and lifting him aloft, as the man flailed and struggled desperately. Just when Hawkeye feared that Iron Man intended to asphyxiate the man, the metallic mask unexpectedly fractured, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously. In an instant, a sickening squish echoed as blood gushed forth, staining the walls crimson. The silent imagery resonated with countless viewers, who could almost hear the chilling drip of blood, the crunch of shattered bones, and the gruesome sound of flesh being devoured. The horrific scene coalesced into the phrase Iron Cannibal, striking terror into the hearts of all who beheld it, leaving them trembling with fear. Hawkeye stood in stunned silence. And at that moment, countless others watching the live broadcast were equally paralyzed with shock. Then came the inevitable wave of nausea. Chapter 47. The dragon-slaying youth becomes the evil dragon. The just Iron Man also turns into the Iron Cannibal. What on earth is this? Am I witnessing Iron Man? Is that Iron Man from another universe? Goodness, Iron Man is devouring humans. An Iron Cannibal? My scalp is tingling. I can hardly believe it. How could this be Iron Man? Is this really him? My faith is shattered. It is unimaginable that Iron Man could commit such acts. Why does it feel as though Iron Man has been transformed into a tragic ghoul? Upon reflection, it seems plausible. Could it be that we are witnessing a tragic ghoul version of Iron Man? I cannot believe it. This cannot truly be Iron Man, can it? Is there a possibility that Iron Man has consumed something from a vending machine filled with human products, leading to this grotesque transformation? Yet, I am inclined to believe it is more likely he has become a tragic ghoul. A tragic ghoul? Surely not. Aren't tragic ghouls mindless, akin to zombies? Indeed. Previous documents have mentioned that tragic ghouls possess limited intelligence, yet some exhibit remarkable intellect. This Iron Man could very well be one of those retaining their cognitive abilities. This situation is growing increasingly dire. I initially hoped the superheroes would eradicate these entities, only to find that the heroes themselves have become entities. How on earth are we, mere mortals, to cope with this? How to cope? One must play games with a smile, of course. Ah. I now comprehend who the boss is. At this moment, the live stream is inundated with frantic comments. Meanwhile, within Stark Tower, Tony, Pepper Potts exclaimed. Rising in disbelief, she gazed at the horrifying scene of Tony devouring flesh, struggling to accept this transformation. She could hardly fathom that Tony Stark had become such a being. An Iron Cannibal? What a ridiculous notion, even though this was not the Tony Stark she recognized. She could not dismiss the possibility that the Tony she knew might also succumb to such a fate. Without hesitation, she dialed Nick Fury. At that very moment, within the first lockdown zone, Nick Fury and his companions were equally stunned. Just then, a notification chimed from the communication device. Nick Fury retrieved it. Smirking slightly, the debt collector is calling. Indeed, it was Pepper calling. He answered the phone, offering perfunctory responses before disconnecting, glancing at Steve and Dr. Banner, shrugging his shoulders. However, Steve and Dr. Banner did not acknowledge him. Instead, they preserved the previous footage, replaying it repeatedly. Are you certain? Steve inquired. Looking at Dr. Banner. I'm uncertain. I have never encountered this model before. Dr. Banner, biting the end of his pen, frowned as he scrutinized the footage again. Wait a moment, here. Pause and zoom in. Captain America suddenly seemed to discover something, pointing to a specific area and urging Banner to enlarge it. Yes, this is indeed a frame captured from the footage. The initially vague image became even more indistinct upon magnification, akin to the quality of pirated adult videos. Can we enhance this? Steve inquired, gazing intently at the screen, his brow furrowed as he turned to Dr. Banner. With a nod, Dr. Banner proceeded to apply a degree of high-definition processing. Gradually, the previously blurred image began to sharpen, revealing additional details. It became evident that the still frame depicted a metal mask with a gaping maw. This was a stark contrast to their understanding of Iron Man lifting his helmet. It resembled more of a mask that had sprouted a mouth, evoking an unsettling sensation. In that moment, the two exchanged glances. unable to discern whether Tony had transformed into a monster or if the mechanical armor had undergone a mutation. Could it be a form of zombification? Captain Marvel speculated. Yet, irrespective of whether it was zombification or some other phenomenon, it mattered little. The Iron Man they once knew had ceased to exist in any conventional sense. The back room only drives one to madness, ultimately leading to an endless descent, Nick Fury lamented. What of Tony and Natasha? Banner's eyes were filled with concern. Aren't there these newly emerged containment zones? They could be considered a form of exit, right? At least we still have hope of escaping, Captain Marvel asserted. However, Steve's expression remained troubled. Despite these containment zones allowing for free entry and exit, and SHIELD agents having found numerous items within. Not a single person from the future had successfully cut through to Zone 1. As for Zone 0, it was even more elusive. It seemed as though these were merely stable entrances to the back room, with no viable exits. Of course, for now, both Steve and Nick Fury, not to mention Dr. Banner, still held on to hope. Perhaps the method to cut through to the containment zones simply hadn't been discovered yet, much like the various exit strategies across different levels. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 merely involves lingering, while moving from level 2 to other levels presents a myriad of possibilities, different doors, diverse corridors, distinct rooms. Some requiring renovations and others needing a piano. There are even peculiar combinations like up, down, left, right, Alibaba. Such an array of convoluted exit strategies can only be unraveled through extensive exploration. Thus, the theoretical existence of a means to escape to these containment zones on Earth is plausible. However, pinpointing the precise methods may necessitate additional manpower for attempts. Should we deploy more personnel? But where would SHIELD find the manpower for such trials? Suddenly, Nick Fury had a thought. If there are indeed traitors within SHIELD, what if we apprehend them and cast them into the back room, allowing them to attempt their own escape? With more individuals, we may eventually uncover an exit. With this idea, a smile crept across Nick Fury's face. He found himself wishing for more traitors, for only then would there be sufficient hands to try. He is not a Hydra, so he cannot possibly roam the streets, capturing people indiscriminately, can he? At this moment, within the live broadcast, it was evident that Hawkeye was taken aback by the unfolding scene. His face was a mask of horror as he gazed at the video projection, bewildered as he turned to Captain America. What on earth is this? Zombies? Monsters? Or perhaps something materialized? He could never have anticipated witnessing Iron Man devour a human. It was truly horrifying, almost terrifying. Steve remained silent for a moment. And after a lengthy pause, he shook his head and said, I don't know, but nearly every Iron Man eventually meets this fate. Every? You mean every single one? Hawkeye was left even more perplexed. Indeed, every one of them. Captain America nodded and inquired, have you heard the tale of the dragon-slaying youth who ultimately becomes the dragon? Hawkeye was momentarily lost in thought. How could he not have heard of it? This story is almost universally known. Applied to Captain America's situation, it must mean that they had encountered an evil version of Iron Man in the back room, one that relentlessly pursued and hunted them down. He fought alongside the familiar Iron Man, battling their common foe, and after enduring a series of challenges and hardships, they ultimately vanquished that nefarious Iron Man. However, at that moment, the captain suddenly realized that his comrade had succumbed to the corruption of that evil Iron Man. And perhaps this was not the first time it had happened. Perhaps at the outset, Captain America had steadfastly refused to believe in Iron Man's fall from grace, rallying a resistance and even encountering righteous Iron Men from other worlds. Together, they upheld their beliefs and united to overthrow the once noble Iron Cannibal. Yet, to his dismay, the righteous Iron Man by his side also fell into corruption, transforming into the Iron Cannibal. Time and again, this cycle repeated itself. Merely contemplating it sent chills down one's spine. Why? Hawkeye could not help but question the very essence of their plight. There must be some reason behind each Tony Stark's tragic transformation. Perhaps Tony, after defeating another universe's Iron Cannibal, had uncovered certain truths from that monster? And then, they all unwittingly chose the same path, that only through corruption could they escape this prison. Otherwise, they would remain trapped in this back room for eternity. Perhaps he had discovered something profound. Steve shrugged, remaining silent for a time, then began to tap his nails. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, Every Tony has conveyed the same message to me. They claim that a small portion of people must be sacrificed. Otherwise, escape is impossible. This encapsulates the fundamental divergence in ideology between Captain America and Iron Man. In any civil war that erupts within the Marvel Universe, this principle is almost always at the heart of the conflict. In any given circumstance, whether it be Captain America or Iron Man, they instinctively opt for the most optimal solution, and if none exists, they will endeavor to create one. In a situation devoid of choices, Steve and Tony gravitate towards two opposing extremes. Tony is willing to sacrifice certain interests to achieve his desired objectives, exhibiting a somewhat unscrupulous approach towards his goals. Conversely, Steve firmly believes that such a course of action is unacceptable. Taking Avengers, Age of Ultron as an example, what was Tony's purpose in creating Ultron? While part of it was to defend against extraterrestrial threats, his ultimate vision was to forge an entity capable of resolving all issues, both celestial and terrestrial, thereby ensuring lasting peace for humanity. For the sake of peace, Tony is indifferent to what he sacrifices, so long as the final outcome is tranquility. Even if the means involve coercion or oppression, he remains unconcerned. In other words, he lays the situation out clearly. On the other hand, Captain America's vision of peace is one that is achieved through mutual compromise and the freedom of choice among individuals. To Captain America, Tony's imposition of peace stifles the possibility for individuals to advocate for their rights, effectively resulting in a loss of freedom. Captain America is not devoid of the spirit of sacrifice. Rather, he embodies it more than anyone else. If the world were reduced to just Tony and Captain America, and Tony declared his intention to create Ultron to maintain peace, Steve would agree, willing to sacrifice a portion of his own rights to realize that peace. However, in a world populated by many voices, Steve cannot endorse such a notion. His resistance is not against sacrifice itself, but rather an acute awareness that not everyone shares his willingness to sacrifice and contribute. A significant portion of people hold opposing views, which Tony disregards and overlooks. Yet, Steve cares deeply about these dissenting voices. This encapsulates the spirit of freedom and democracy that old America cherishes. Tony's philosophy can be distilled into a single statement: we protect humanity, regardless of humanity's willingness. In contrast, Steve's principle can be summarized as, we protect humanity, provided humanity is willing. In essence, the current situation mirrors this dynamic. It merely represents a change of location, environment, and a revised version of civil conflict. Chapter 48, Hierarchical Catastrophe. Level 2, The Serpent Uprising. Subsequently, we parted ways. I wandered through the various levels, exploring the unknown in search of an escape route. Occasionally, I would randomly shift out and discover an abundance of Stark Industries technological marvels available on the market. In a room, Steve slowly recounted his story and what had transpired within this backroom, including the reasons behind the earlier intervention concerning Hawkeye. As he listened, Hawkeye finally grasped the situation. Tony Stark seemed to have intentionally released Stark Industries technological products into the market, even including the arc reactor. All of this was, in fact, a targeted screening process. For instance, a newcomer like Hawkeye, upon encountering familiar items, would naturally feel compelled to inquire. If they were superheroes with good intentions towards Iron Man, they would easily be led away. Conversely, if they were superpowered criminals, they would initially proceed with caution, only to later succumb to the temptation of theft. Emboldened by their own abilities, Stark Industries technology is undeniably valuable. Even a single item would be a treasure, not to mention the arc reactor. However, those who entertain thoughts of theft often meet with dire consequences. Without formidable strength, how could one assume the role of escort? Thus, whether they are superheroes or supervillains, they ultimately all get taken away. The only distinction lies in the fact that one is voluntary while the other is coerced. This Iron Cannibal is fishing. Utilizing his renown on Earth, he lures all potential prey. Be they ordinary individuals, superheroes, or supervillains, they are all but fish caught in his net. What? You ask if there's a possibility of catching the wrong one? Generally, that is unlikely. The unfamiliar do not comprehend the implications behind it. Only those who recognize would venture to ask. When the crowd is filled with astonished faces, exclaiming in disbelief, suddenly one person stands out, asking, who crafted this? Where did it come from? May I meet the creator? The fish have taken the bait. And these individuals, whether taken willingly or forcibly, without exception, all vanish, never to reappear. Undoubtedly, it is highly probable that, as depicted in the videos, they were consumed, reduced to mere remnants, not even a trace of bone left. The Iron Cannibal will never cease to exist. Even if one Iron Cannibal is slain, another will inevitably emerge. Unless all Iron Men from parallel universes entering this backroom are eradicated, or a genuine path to reality is opened. The legend of the Iron Cannibal will forever endure within these confines. At this moment, a vast influx of information flooded Hawkeye's mind, causing an overwhelming headache. It was exceedingly difficult to reconcile the transition between the identities of hero and villain. The Iron Man he remembered was a hero capable of shouldering a nuclear bomb and fearlessly charging into outer space. In the annals of history, Iron Man has regrettably become synonymous with malevolence, a veritable source of pollution. Any incarnation of Iron Man may ultimately devolve into original sin. So, where is this Iron Cannibal now? Hawkeye could not restrain his voice from trembling with inquiry. I do not know, Steve replied, shaking his head. There are far too many layers in the backrooms. Attempting to track it down is akin to chasing phantoms. Hawkeye fell into silence, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had entered with the intent of locating Tony and Natasha. The objective was unmistakable, the mission clear. As for Captain America's assertion that no Iron Man should be trusted, not even a newly emerged one, he was convinced that Steve was not deceiving him. However, his own situation seemed to diverge from that of the captain before him. The premise that no Iron Man should be trusted held true only when there was no escape route. In your universe, Captain, is there a restricted area? Hawkeye could not help but inquire. Restricted area? What do you mean? Steve frowned. Are you referring to those superpowered criminals, or something else? A region more susceptible to falling into the backrooms? Hawkeye replied. A region more susceptible to falling into the backrooms? Steve's brow furrowed, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. At least before I entered, I had not heard of such a restricted area. He then turned to Hawkeye, pondering aloud. Are you suggesting that your universe has such a so-called restricted area? Indeed. Hawkeye hesitated briefly but nodded. Currently, 2 instances have been discovered, and I entered the back rooms through one of those restricted areas. And then, Steve, as if struck by a thought, asked with a smile. You cannot possibly believe that one can return to the front rooms by cutting through, or back to what you refer to as the restricted area. Is that not feasible? Hawkeye countered. We have organized sufficient personnel and explored every conceivable possibility, even attempting to return to the very layer where we first arrived, striving to cut back to reality. But it has proven utterly impossible. Not even a glimmer of hope remains. Steve shook his head. It is different, Hawkeye asserted confidently. If your universe lacks such a restricted area, it is fundamentally incomprehensible. To put it plainly, the layers of the back rooms have descended into reality, merging with it. Captain, do you grasp what I am saying? Steve frowned. At this juncture, it was Hawkeye's turn to produce his phone. Showing Steve 2 videos. One depicted the arrival at Manhattan's Level 0, the so-called Restricted Area 0, and the other illustrated the emergence at the Empire State Building's underground parking garage, Level 1, the first restricted area. If in other universes the entrance to the backrooms is merely a portal, then in their universe, a direct connection to the backrooms has been established, revealing an entire dimension before their eyes. The most critical aspect is that unique creatures from the backrooms have accompanied this arrival. Moreover, these entities are not merely transient. They resemble perpetually respawning wild creatures, seemingly impossible to eradicate. This leads to an inevitable conclusion. The entities within Block Zone 1 can indeed be accessed through a cutting method. If entities can reach this realm in such a manner, it stands to reason that humans can as well. Is all of this genuine? Steve's eyes widened. His uncontained joy evident the backroom truly has the capacity to heal every stubborn child. Only within the confines of the backroom can one truly grasp the essence of despair. A single misstep could result in being transported to various levels. And then there are those bizarre entities, mental contamination, and meme interference. The backroom delights in manipulating one's psyche. When one abruptly cuts into a particular layer and beholds a modern metropolis with soaring skyscrapers, witnessing the bustling streets brings unbridled ecstasy, leading one to believe they have returned to reality. Yet, upon taking a sip of water, one is met with the unmistakable taste of almonds. Furthermore, it is said that some have reached a library where a computer awaits. By entering one's true name and pressing the enter key, the computer flashes images of one's life, revealing family and friends searching for one after their disappearance, mourning, grieving, and suffering in their quest to find you. The emotional impact of such a revelation is staggering. Truly, those with fragile hearts would have long succumbed to madness. It seems everyone is proclaiming that there is an exit from the backroom, yet none can articulate the specifics. Until Hawkeye brought forth news of a potential method to access the backroom's incursion into reality's block zone, although it exists in another universe. Steve's eyes glistened at that moment. No, he murmured, his hand trembling as it clutched his phone. What? Hawkeye was taken aback. Please, do not give me hope. Steve pursed his lips, his voice gradually catching in his throat, unable to suppress the urge to gaze at the ceiling. His eyes blinking as if to force back tears. He had endured countless hopes, only to have them utterly shattered by the backroom, plunging him into deeper despair. He had experienced far too much, so much that he had begun to feel numb unbeknownst to him. He had grown accustomed to the taste of almond water, to the disorienting environment that awaited with a single step. He had learned to harbor no hope, for without hope, despair could not take root. The exits spoken of by others elicited only a wry smile, for he knew they were impossible. The methods touted by others were met with derision, as he was acutely aware that this could merely be another ruse orchestrated by the backroom against all wanderers. Until today, until Hawkeye brought him new hope, he could have chosen to disregard it, could have remained as indifferent as before, devoid of expectation. Yet, gazing at the screen of his phone, witnessing the chaos unleashed outside the Empire State Building, observing the SHIELD agents bustling in the streets. Even though this was not his universe, everything felt so familiar. The long-suppressed emotions finally erupted at that moment. He wept, uncertain whether it was tears of joy or sorrow. Hawkeye's heart quivered. For a moment, he found himself at a loss on how to comfort Captain America. The scene before him was one he had never encountered, and the expression of helplessness and uncertainty was something he had never seen on Steve's face. It's okay. Ultimately, he stepped forward, placed a gentle hand on Steve's shoulder, and softly uttered, "It will all pass. I'm sorry." Steve wiped the glistening tears from the corners of his eyes and gradually regained his composure. It was the first time he had seen Captain America cry. In a lighthearted tone, Hawkeye attempted to dispel the awkwardness, saying, "I regret not capturing this moment. If you dare to tell anyone, I will share all your embarrassing moments from another universe with your children," Steve replied with a smile. "That may already be too late." Hawkeye chuckled. Without him needing to say a word, Steve's tearful visage had undoubtedly been broadcasted to audiences worldwide. Thus, everyone in their universe had recorded that moment. Of course, no one would mock it. If anything, it would evoke a sense of reflection. "What do you mean?" Steve evidently had not grasped the implication. "It's nothing," Hawkeye replied with a mysterious smile, then added, "Well, once you get through this, there will be 2 Captain Americas in our universe." Steve chuckled slightly and inquired, "So, what is the way out? How can we breach what you refer to as the quarantine zone?" No rush." Hawkeye pondered for a moment before continuing, "Actually, I came here to find Stark and Natasha. Of course, our universe is Stark and Natasha." Steve frowned, about to say something, but fell silent. The lack of trust in Iron Man stemmed from the inability to locate an exit. However, if an exit were to appear, that would be a different matter. Steve nodded, intending to speak. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor reverberated through the air. The entire room began to violently shake. The walls quaked, and the chandeliers on the ceiling swayed. Even Steve and Hawkeye nearly lost their footing. As they felt the dreadful vibrations, Steve's expression changed. "What? How could this be? Wasn't it just quiet?" He seemed to understand something, disbelief etched across his face. "What? Captain, do you know something? What is happening?" Hawkeye exclaimed in shock. Steve urged, "There's a big creature. In short, there's no time to explain. Hurry, find a way to leave this floor, or we will all perish." "A big creature? We will all die?" Hawkeye was taken aback, as information related to Level 2 automatically surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the entity connected to this was the Serpent Shepherd? Has the Serpent Shepherd revolted? Chapter 49, The Parasitic Shepherd. At this moment, the terrifying tremors intensified. Countless individuals seemed to awaken to an impending crisis, their faces paling as they frantically sought any possible escape route. Clearly, such occurrences had transpired more than once or twice before, yet many remained somewhat flustered. This uprising had come upon them so abruptly that no one had anticipated it, leaving a palpable sense of panic in its wake. "Captain, where are we headed?" In the tunnel, Hawkeye swiftly navigated alongside Steve. Simultaneously, his mind raced with recollections of the pertinent information regarding Level 2. There were numerous exits from Level 2. The most common and easily identifiable were those leading to Level 1, Level 3, and Level 4. It was said that these exits bore marks left by wanderers on their doors or walls, yet Hawkeye had seen none of these indicators along his path, leaving him to ponder whether it was merely his misfortune or something else entirely. However, Steve and the others around him appeared quite familiar with this place, as many sprinted in the same direction. Was there a safety level associated with this route? As Hawkeye contemplated, he heard Steve's response. "This direction leads to the door that connects to Level 4. We're almost there. Just turn left up ahead." Level 4. Although he lacked detailed information about Level 4, Hawkeye understood it to be a relatively secure tier. It housed the MEG base as well. He nodded in acknowledgement, yet a twinge of anxiety lingered. The absence of Tony and Natasha weighed heavily on his mind. In truth, if they became separated under these circumstances, the likelihood of reuniting in the near future was slim. "Don't dwell on it. Surviving is our priority," Steve urged, quickening their pace. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. At last, they approached a left turn, revealing a comparatively spacious tunnel. The walls bore few pipes, and instead, numerous doors lined either side. Here, he could distinctly observe a throng of wanderers who had arrived before them, clustering anxiously before a door. There were at least a dozen of them, all terrified and desperate to escape this lair. However, such door-like entrances were not stable, constant exits. They possessed a notable characteristic. Only the individual who opened the door could be transported. The entire process unfolded in a fleeting moment. Upon opening the door, one would arrive at a specific layer, subsequently needing to enact the opening motion again in that layer. This sequence was often imperceptible, leaving individuals unaware that they had been teleported to another dimension. From an observer's perspective, it appeared as though the person had simply vanished upon entering the doorway. Yet, when peering through the door, the observer would not glimpse the corresponding layer but rather a mundane room. At this moment, if anyone else were to enter through the door, they would not be transported to a certain level without first closing the door and reopening it, thus completing the entire process before being conveyed to another level. This results in an exceptionally sluggish efficiency when utilizing the door as an exit. Within the backrooms, the most effective method of exiting is, naturally, through a constant location or object capable of facilitating such transitions. For instance, in certain levels, there exists a mirror. Any individual who passes through it can seamlessly exit. Furthermore, there is the option of performing a specific ritual to facilitate the exit. For example, in Level 1, completing the ritual known as wandering within the corridor allows for a successful exit. And multiple individuals can exit simultaneously, such as a group or an organization, by fulfilling a designated ritual to transition to a specific level. Of course, the efficiency of this process largely depends on the complexity of the ritual. For instance, the sequence up, down, left, right, Alibaba proves to be quite cumbersome, far slower than simply opening and closing a door. Another method involves random exits, akin to exploiting a bug, much like what Natasha did in Level 0. This process often entails an element of randomness. The preceding individual may unexpectedly exit the current level due to a bug, while the subsequent person may find it impossible to replicate the previous actions, often requiring considerable time to depart, regardless of repeated attempts. Thus, we have fixed exits, ritual exits, and random exits. Currently, the exit that Hawkeye and the others observe is a fixed exit. Under ordinary circumstances, the act of opening and closing a door is not particularly troublesome and typically does not require much time. However, the present situation is clearly far from ordinary. In the midst of a disordered crowd, congestion ensues as everyone vies to complete the door-opening ritual, each wishing to be the first to depart. Do not panic. One at a time. If this continues, no one will be able to leave. Steve urgently approached, shouting loudly. Yet, no one heard him amidst the chaos. The scene was too tumultuous. Simultaneously, a continuous rumble resonated through the air. At this moment, who cares about you? Who do you think you are? Captain America? Sorry, I don't recognize you. The rumbling grew louder from behind, intensifying as if it were right behind them. Boom. Just then, a black wall suddenly appeared ahead, instantly blocking the path of Steve and Hawkeye. The wall bore white streaks and protrusions reminiscent of blood vessels. Oh no! Hawkeye exclaimed in shock at the sight of the wall. What? It was fine just a moment ago. How did a wall suddenly appear? Run. However, upon seeing the wall, Steve's expression shifted dramatically. Without uttering another word, he took Hawkeye and fled in the opposite direction. Hawkeye could distinctly perceive that the wall seemed to be writhing. It appeared that this was not merely a wall, but rather a peculiar entity. Yet, could there exist an entity that resembled a wall? Captain, what is that? Hawkeye endeavored to retrieve relevant information regarding the entity from his mind. However, he could not uncover anything associated with the black wall. Not only had he never heard of a black wall, but even an ordinary wall remained unfamiliar to him. They referred to it as the shepherd snake. At that moment, Steve spoke in a grave tone, stating that this creature could grow to lengths of several dozen kilometers, even over 100 kilometers. As for this particular specimen, its current size remained an enigma. No one had ever witnessed its entirety, only speculating that it was at least 50 kilometers long. Within the confines of Level 2, such a creature, with even the slightest movement, could cause cataclysmic upheaval. Shepherd snake? Hawkeye felt a flicker of uncertainty, as this indeed correlated with his prior conjectures. However, something felt amiss. He exclaimed in astonishment, Wait a moment, isn't the shepherd snake gray? Yes, ordinarily, the shepherd snake is gray, Steve replied, squinting as he discerned the direction. But this creature has been parasitized. Parasitized? Hawkeye was even more bewildered. What was this phenomenon? He had never heard of such a thing indeed. He had entered too early. There were numerous elements he did not comprehend. What entity had taken residence within it? Hawkeye hastily inquired while simultaneously gathering information. Entity? Steve regarded Hawkeye with a peculiar expression, pausing momentarily before explaining. That is not an entity, but rather a form of extraterrestrial symbiote originating from a universe akin to ours, which, due to unforeseen circumstances, descended upon Earth. It has symbiotically interacted with many individuals. Among the known hosts are Deadpool and Spider-Man. Subsequently, we named it Venom. And this shepherd snake is the shepherd snake that has been parasitized by Venom, thus becoming what we refer to as the Venom shepherd snake. Chapter 50. Thrilling escapes in the backroom. Darkness descends, entities warn. Venom? It was evident that Hawkeye had never encountered such a creature before. He appeared bewildered and somewhat astonished. Not to mention Venom, he had never even heard of Spider-Man or Deadpool. After all, the MCU's Peter Parker was merely a 6th grade student, destined to become Spider-Man only when he reached high school, which was still years away. As for Deadpool, he vaguely recalled hearing about such a character, seemingly associated with mutants, but they had not engaged in mutant affairs, and beyond that, he knew little. Ultimately, he was just an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., not a high-ranking official within the organization. Perhaps Nick Fury was aware of more, but he was not. An alien symbiote. This entity could envelop an entire serpent? A parasitic organism spanning dozens of kilometers? How did it arrive on Earth? Surely it could not have traveled by spaceship? And even if it could, what kind of spacecraft could measure dozens of kilometers? The notion of it flying here itself was even more implausible. In response to this, Steve elucidated, in the absence of a parasitic host, it exists merely as a small mass, yet upon finding a host, it can adapt its size and shape to fully envelop the host. Furthermore, the symbiote itself is capable of growth. Steve paused for a moment before continuing. Previously, there had been sightings of a small serpent, no thicker than a human arm, resembling a normal snake but entirely black. Initially, it was thought to be a subspecies of the serpent, but later we confirmed it was a young serpent parasitized by venom. We intended to eliminate it, yet by the time further sightings were reported, it had grown thicker than a tunnel. Eventually, it continued to expand until it reached its current form. As for whether it could initially envelop an adult serpent, that remains uncertain, but it likely could, as the symbiote coexists with its host, drawing sustenance to facilitate its growth. Steve recounted the discovery of the venom-imbued serpent. Hawkeye felt a chill of terror. Why let such a monster thrive in this lair instead of exterminating it? Why allow it to grow? To this, Steve offered a wry smile. It's complicated. Not only is the serpent inherently difficult to kill, but venom itself possesses formidable regenerative abilities. Even if reduced to a single cell, it can regenerate infinitely. This left Hawkeye even more astounded. Then why not vacate this lair? How could so many people continue to inhabit it? This lair is, in fact, quite significant, serving as a transfer station for various levels. Absent any pressing necessity, it would not be relinquished. Even during extensive power outages, numerous wanderers congregate here. Once the blackout subsides, although many organizations withdraw, a multitude of wanderers still arrive. Steve continued. On another note, investigations conducted by various organizations reveal that due to the immense size of the shepherd serpent, its consumption of energy and nutrients is substantial. Coupled with the presence of venom, this consumption becomes even more alarming. Consequently, the shepherd serpent enters a state of periodic slumber to mitigate its expenditure. Initially, this occurred once a month, but it was later discovered that as long as the shepherd serpent is well fed, this interval could be extended to once every 6 months. Thus, by periodically driving various entities into this lair for it to consume, peace is maintained, akin to hibernation. However, this time, for reasons unknown, it has suddenly awakened. Steve too was perplexed by this. No wonder. Hawkeye realized, yet simultaneously felt a significant security threat, prompting him to inquire, is there no weakness to this creature? Indeed. Steve nodded. High temperatures and sound waves are its vulnerabilities. But in the current context of the venom-infused shepherd serpent, these weaknesses are rendered ineffective. The present shepherd serpent has grown too large. Flames and sound waves cannot envelop it completely, and without complete coverage, they pose no real threat. Furthermore, this creature has the ability to burrow, traverse dimensions, and even escape to other levels, making it virtually impossible to eliminate. Listening to Steve's description, Hawkeye was left in awe. My goodness, this is akin to being fully buffed. The original weaknesses, in the context of the current shepherd serpent, scarcely qualify as vulnerabilities. What can one do against an indomitable monster? Naturally, the answer is defeat it. As long as it is satiated, there should be no issues. At the very least, it can maintain peace for 6 months. Moreover, this shepherd serpent can also eliminate entities, thereby reducing threats to humanity. It presents both advantages and disadvantages. Yet, no one anticipated the sudden outbreak? What on earth transpired? At this moment, countless individuals on Earth were stirred into discussion upon witnessing this event. Of course, regarding Venom and Spider-Man, few were well informed. They merely perceived the shepherd serpent as an epic enhancement. Originally, as an entity, the shepherd serpent was already sufficiently terrifying. Now, with the symbiote, was it not invincible? Just as the discussions intensified, the live broadcast shifted. Within another passage, buzz. A blue light flickered as Tony and Natasha, clad in armor, arrived via a teleportation method. However, upon standing still, they once again felt the tremors beneath their feet. Just how massive is this creature? Despite the distance they have traveled, the vibrations are still perceptible? Natasha was astounded. Tony furrowed his brow and inquired, Jarvis, can you ascertain the size of this creature? Buzz. Simultaneously, a projection device materialized before Tony. In the scene, a colossal 3D projection unfolds before our eyes. The imagery continually replays a moment where Tony Stark and Natasha find themselves in a dead end, with Tony unleashing a repulsor blast against the wall before him. Indeed, the mystery has been unraveled. It is Tony's assault on this venomous creature that likely triggered its awakening. However, this is not the moment for such contemplations. At this juncture, Jarvis is diligently engaged in energy dispersion analysis and scanning, endeavoring to reconstruct the potential diameter of this creature. Moreover, there is not merely one visual representation. During a previous leap, Tony and his companions caught a fleeting glimpse of the monster squeezing through a passage, resembling an elongated serpentine entity. Before long, the model rendering reaches completion. Yet, upon its conclusion, both Tony and Natasha appear minuscule in comparison. The dimensions of the attacked wall have finally been computed as well. Jarvis promptly responds, Sir, based on the energy trajectory calculations in previous scans, it is estimated that this creature's diameter could be approximately 380 meters. If we consider the proportionality of snakes on Earth, the ratio for pythons is 50:1, while for arboreal snakes, it is 150:1. If the length-to-diameter ratio of this creature is calculated at 50:1, it may extend to 19 kilometers in length. Conversely, if calculated at 150:1, it could reach a staggering 57 kilometers. Sir, my data may be erroneous thus far. No creature of such magnitude has ever been documented. At this moment, the virtual projection before Tony reveals two immense serpentine models, one elongated and slender, the other robust and short. Regardless of the variant, both instill a sense of dread. Tony stares, entranced by the rendered models, unable to suppress a gulp. No, he murmurs. Taking a deep breath, it is not your calculations that are flawed. You are indeed correct. This creature could very well possess such length. A monster with a diameter of 380 meters. This is utterly horrifying. That is comparable to the size of 3 buildings. And this is merely the diameter. If it were to coil, it would resemble a mountain range. Terrifying, appalling. The emergence of such a creature on Earth would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. It dwarfs even the Chitauri biological warship we previously encountered. Should it descend upon Earth? Goodness, it could plow through Manhattan effortlessly. My word, even the titanic prehistoric serpents pale in comparison to this. Oh, let us not even mention the titanic snakes. The largest known terrestrial and marine animals measure only between 30 to 50 meters. And even that is formidable. In the presence of such a creature, humans would seem like mere ants. Yet, within this realm, there exists an even more terrifying heavyweight, a being that could potentially stretch several dozen kilometers in length, with a diameter exceeding 300 meters and a weight. Tony merely shifts his perspective slightly and is astounded. This serpent's weight reaches an unimaginable 1 billion tons. A creature weighing 2 billion tons left Tony utterly astounded. What does a 2 billion ton monster even signify? It implies a daily consumption of no less than 40 million tons of sustenance. What manner of Cthulhu-like entity is this? Surely, the creators of such a monstrosity must have contemplated the plausibility of its existence. The sheer quantity of food it requires is staggering. And one can only imagine the horrifying volume of waste it would produce, also in the millions of tons. How could such a behemoth possibly fit within this confined space? 2 billion tons. The combined weight of the global population pales in comparison. This equates to the heft of 350 Great Pyramids of Giza or 700 Empire State Buildings. It is equivalent to 1 Mount Everest peaks. Who could conceive of such a thing? Frankly, even the creators would be insufficient to serve as mere morsels for this creature. Even if one were swallowed by this beast, it might not lead to immediate demise. Perhaps within its belly lies a miniature civilization, merely needing to evade gastric calamities each day. In that moment, Tony stood dumbfounded. To be honest, when a living entity reaches a terrifying magnitude, even possessing the Tesseract would not suffice to obliterate it. 1 Mount Everests, let alone that. Even a single Everest would be challenging to eradicate. The sheer volume and mass are insurmountable. The energy required to destroy such a being would be astronomical. Of course, given ample time and energy, it could be annihilated. However, that would be a mountain, stationary and subject to his whims. Yet, this monster is evidently mobile. To put it plainly, just a single swish of its tail could trigger a magnitude 6 earthquake, resulting in countless fatalities. To eliminate this creature, one would need at least 10 nuclear bombs, each equivalent to 100,000 tons of TNT. Should we make a hasty exit from this level? Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed. It was clear she too recognized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps, beneath their very feet lay the body of that monster. The thought sent a chill down her spine, igniting an urge to flee. But how to escape was the pressing question. Tony wore an expression of helplessness. Who knows where the exit of this level is? What rituals might be required? Their understanding of this level was woefully insufficient, leaving them clueless about how to exit. Is it possible to use this thing to transfer directly to level 1? Natasha tapped the tesseract embedded in Tony's chest, her curiosity piqued. I haven't actually tried that. Let's see. Tony replied, lifting Natasha into his arms as he began to visualize the scene of level 1 in his mind. After all, having been there before, the imagery was relatively familiar. He then activated the tesseract, intending to teleport to level 1. Typically, teleportation via the tesseract is accomplished in an instant. To an outsider, it appeared as though a brilliant blue light enveloped the area, reminiscent of a portal to another dimension. However, for the user, it was merely a fleeting flicker of blue light before they found themselves at their destination. This time, however, the azure glow before Tony was abruptly engulfed by darkness, followed by a series of faint, peculiar murmurs echoing in his ears. In an instant, bang! He and Natasha re-emerged in the tunnel, as if ejected by the very fabric of space itself, crashing heavily against the wall. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Tony activated his protective barrier, shielding Natasha from harm. Otherwise, the impact could have resulted in grievous injuries. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force still sent Natasha tumbling away. What on earth just happened? Natasha managed to prop herself up, gazing at Tony with bewilderment. I'm not sure, Tony replied, his brow furrowed and his expression darkening. It feels as if something is disrupting my mind. I hear strange whisperings and feel the encroachment of darkness. Is this some kind of warning? A sense of unease settled over him. How could this happen? Is this method of dimensional travel forbidden? Natasha frowned. Tony remained silent, acutely aware of his limited understanding of this strange realm. Could they have encountered some entity that interfered with their thoughts? He pondered deeply. Almond water? Natasha retrieved a gray thermos from her bag and handed it to him. After a moment of contemplation, Tony nodded and took a sip. Remarkably, he felt his mental state improve significantly, even alleviating some of the earlier anxiety. Since dimensional travel was evidently restricted, he contemplated his next steps and then spoke decisively. Jarvis. Scan the surroundings and mark personnel information. Determine how they exited. As he finished speaking, a virtual projection materialized before them. A map unfolded, revealing a series of red dots appearing one after another. The current layer was in utter disarray, yet amidst the chaos, it was evident that the red dots were advancing in a singular direction, where clusters of them gathered. Clearly, that was the exit. Let us go. Without hesitation, Tony scooped Natasha into his arms and activated the Tesseract once more. The blue light enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves beside the throng of people. In the midst of the turmoil, the crowd was oblivious to their sudden arrival. This time, however, there was no dark encroachment nor the eerie murmurs that had plagued Tony's senses. Curiously, he took note of the enormous door the crowd was converging upon. It loomed large, occupying the entirety of the vertical space, marked with the numeral 70. The congestion was due to the necessity of opening and closing the door repeatedly, allowing only one person to pass at a time, a cumbersome process indeed. Nevertheless, the sheer number of individuals heading this way suggested that this particular level might be relatively safe. However, Tony did not resort to coercive force to cut in line. Instead, he activated the palm cannon and the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Aiming at the assembly before him, he switched on the loudspeaker and spoke in a grave tone. Everyone, form an orderly line, one by one. If we continue to gamble, we shall all perish. At this proclamation, all present stood in stunned silence. Yet, upon witnessing the poised rocket and the shimmering palm cannon pulsating with high-frequency energy, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they dared not express any resentment. One by one, they began to obediently queue up. Open the door, close the door, open the door. The efficiency dramatically improved. The number of people dwindled at a visibly rapid pace. However, just then, a rumble. The ground trembled increasingly, as if something ominous loomed from behind. Warning, sir, there is. Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. Boom. Yet, before Jarvis could finish his sentence, a terrifying shadow surged forth, enveloping everyone in an instant, as if they had plunged into a realm of darkness. What? Tony was taken aback, his pupils constricting. He realized that all present had been consumed by that monstrous serpent. The ground beneath them began to quiver, and in the dim environment, twisted black tendrils began to emerge, ensnaring everyone in attendance. Run. Tony's complexion paled, as he grasped Natasha beside him and instinctively reached for as many people as possible. Buzz. The power of the Tesseract surged to its maximum, enveloping those around him in a blue light, and in the next moment, they vanished in a leap through space. When they reappeared, a group of over 10 individuals landed heavily on the ground, gasping for air, their eyes filled with terror and despair. They had nearly believed they were destined to die. However, at that moment, does anyone recognize this place? Quickly, find an exit. Tony's voice rang out. The people were taken aback, hastily scanning their surroundings. Then, someone exclaimed joyfully, I know this place. There's an intersection ahead, and a gel door leading to 137. Without hesitation, that person sprang to their feet and dashed towards it. The others, hearing this, were equally ecstatic, quickly following suit. The joy on their faces made it clear that the so-called 137 must be quite safe. Tony and Natasha exchanged a glance, and without further ado, they followed suit. Yet, at that very moment, snap! A colossal tail suddenly lashed out from the wall, sweeping towards the crowd. Boom! The terrifying kinetic energy instantly slammed those individuals against the wall, reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh. It was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, those people had become a pool of gore. Damn it! Tony's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he raised an energy shield. Boom! At the moment of impact between the energy shield and the serpent's tail, Tony felt as though the scenery around him was receding at the speed of light. He was uncontrollably propelled backward into the tunnel. Natasha, who had sought refuge behind him, was not spared either. As she coughed up blood, she too was violently hurled away. The tail did not seem to target them deliberately, rather, it appeared to swing about indiscriminately. This situation was infuriating, and Tony felt a surge of frustration. He realized that if he collided with the wall, he might emerge unscathed. But Natasha would not be so fortunate. Consequently, he swiftly grasped her arm and activated the Tesseract once more. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished again. When they reappeared, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, crashing heavily to the ground. Are you all right? Tony inquired with concern. I'm fine. But I feel like my bones are about to shatter, Natasha replied with a wry smile. She had previously thought this backroom to be inconsequential, only to find herself slapped with the reality of level 2. Fortunately, Natasha's extraordinary physical resilience allowed her to rise swiftly, and she intended to retrieve a light source to assess their surroundings. However, before she could turn on her flashlight, glowing faces erupted around them, grinning ominously. They were surrounded on all sides. Had they inadvertently disturbed a din of laughter? Tony turned pale at the sight. Without uttering another word, he grabbed Natasha and fled. Yet, their escape was fraught with peril. As they ran, they were pursued not only by the unseen horrors but also by tangible threats. The serpent was terrifying, devouring both humans and entities alike. After an indeterminate number of jumps, they suddenly collided with something. Tony looked down in astonishment. Clint? Captain? Indeed, it was Steve and Hawkeye. Under Steve's guidance, Hawkeye was fleeing for his life. Everyone was eager to locate an exit level, desperate to leave their current predicament. But the relatively safe exits were often overcrowded. When people clustered together, it was likely to attract the serpent's attention. With no other choice, they could only run towards less populated areas. Thus, amidst their frantic escape, they unexpectedly collided with the disoriented Tony and Natasha. It was a coincidence, yet one that was statistically likely to occur. Tony and Natasha had been flitting through the dimensions, unaware of how many times they had jumped. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals and entities. In such chaotic circumstances, running into anyone was possible. However, they were taken aback to find familiar faces. Tony? Natasha? I'm relieved to see you unharmed, Clint exclaimed, equally surprised. Wait, how did you get here? Tony asked, still bewildered. There is no time to explain. We need to go. There's a metal door ahead that leads to level 141. It should be unoccupied for now, Steve urged, sprinting forward. Tony and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances. Why did those who had entered after them seem to possess a better understanding of the situation? What on earth was happening? The two individuals found themselves utterly perplexed, however. There was no time for contemplation as they swiftly followed their leader, and indeed, they soon beheld the metallic door ahead. It was evident that no one was present there. Or rather, even if some were nearby, they had long since traversed the threshold, reaching the so-called 141. As for what followed, well, how could anyone possibly keep pace with the speed of Captain America and Hawkeye? This cannot merely be attributed to good fortune. It can only be regarded as an inevitable occurrence. The quartet gradually passed through the metallic door. At last, they had finally departed from the tumultuous Level 2. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Level 2. Enveloping the entire Manhattan. Finally, I am free. The tension I experienced earlier was unbearable. It was utterly terrifying. This Level 2 is simply horrific. If I were to encounter such a monster, I would surely perish on the spot. Over 10 kilometers in length, 380 meters in diameter, and weighing 1 billion tons. How frightful. I am utterly dumbfounded. This is merely level 2. If it is this terrifying, what horrors await in the subsequent levels? This creature was already fearsome enough, and now it has become parasitized? It's over. Upon entering the back rooms, I might as well declare my demise. Truly horrifying. This is simply too terrifying. Why is there no censorship? Why no censorship? There are casualties. People are dying. Haha, humanity is ultimately fragile in the face of such monstrous calamities. A mere sweep of the tail can reduce a person to mere pulp. Goodness, a diameter of 380 meters? If it were to appear before me, I would surely faint from fright. The school playground could barely accommodate the head of this serpent. This level 2 is utterly uninhabitable. Venturing there is akin to courting death. I was contemplating entering the back rooms, but now, want to? Seriously? Are you that eager to meet your end? This phenomenon offers no return. To venture forth is to invite death. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against such a creature. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless. If one can run swiftly enough, survival is still a possibility. Run swiftly? Can anyone outrun Captain America? It is terrifying, utterly mind-boggling. Who could have introduced such a being into the back rooms? An epic enhancement indeed. This serpent, even without enhancement, is already terrifying. Indeed, even without enhancement, an adult measures 16 kilometers in length, 16 kilometers, with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters. For us ordinary people, there is no difference. It is all death. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, countless viewers flooded the screen with comments, watching the trembling footage, their hearts racing with fear. Meanwhile, Tony and his companions successfully entered the metallic door, arriving at the so-called level 141. The imagery had frozen. Yet countless individuals still felt a lingering dread. Even as mere spectators, they found it horrifying, for the backrooms were a place they too could easily fall into. The very thought of this made them wish for death. At this time, within the Manhattan Blockade Zone No. 1, silence reigned. The atmosphere was akin to that of a grave. Everyone fixated on the screen, speechless. Do you truly believe you can vanquish such a colossal monster? Steve could not refrain from glancing at Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner's lips twitched in disbelief. Are you joking? That is no mere small creature. Even a serpent several kilometers long is already terrifying, let alone one stretching dozens of kilometers. Of course, confronting it head-on is another matter entirely. Even if this creature's skeleton is harder than titanium alloy, Hulk possesses the means to penetrate its cranium and obliterate its brain. However, it must be reiterated that this monstrosity is alive, not lifeless, and will instinctively employ every method to safeguard its vulnerabilities. Moreover, a mere swat of its tail could unleash a seismic tremor equivalent to a magnitude 6 earthquake. While Hulk is formidable, he cannot generate such catastrophic effects with a single punch. After some contemplation, he estimated that to achieve the impact of a magnitude 6 earthquake, a force of no less than 5 billion tons would be required. To unleash such a terrifying blow, the creature's skeletal density and overall mass must be astronomical. Dr. Banner conducted a brief calculation, and his expression shifted to one of perplexity. His final assessment revealed a density of 10 to the 14th power grams per cubic centimeter. To contextualize this, the average density of a neutron star ranges from 8 to the 13th power to 2 to the 15th power grams per cubic centimeter. This implies that the creature's skeletal structure possesses strength comparable to that of a neutron star. A single bone of this density, with a volume of 1 liter, would weigh approximately 10 to the 17th power tons, translating to an unfathomable 17 quintillion tons. It is crucial to note that this figure pertains to just one bone's weight. When considering the total weight of the entire creature, the mass transcends 21 billion tons, reaching an astronomical figure that even surpasses the total mass of the Earth. Tony's calculations, scaled to that of a python, were not erroneous. However, the skeletal density of a python cannot support such a colossal size. To achieve such dimensions, both skeletal and bodily densities must be enhanced, which would consequently increase the overall weight. Thus, from a scientific perspective, this creature should not exist. It is fundamentally illogical. The presence of an entity with such mass would inevitably lead to gravitational collapse into a black hole. Its gravitational pull is terrifyingly immense. In such a scenario, not even one Hulk, nor 10, nor 100, could contend with a black hole. If it were a typical Python skeletal density, there might be a possibility of breaching it, but this is a density on par with that of a neutron star. This entire situation defies reason. Who in the world has created such a serpent? In that moment, Dr. Banner felt on the verge of collapse. He genuinely contemplated exclaiming that the laws of physics had ceased to exist. All of his life's research and knowledge seemed utterly futile against this creature. Dr. Banner, in a daze, felt as though his mind had been profoundly shaken. Trembling, he removed his glasses and anxiously wiped them, as his eyes gradually dulled in their brilliance. Dr. Banner? Dr. Banner? Came Steve's voice from beside him. Banner, his gaze vacant, turned towards Captain America. You seem quite concerned about the serpent, Steve noted, having sensed Dr. Banner's unusual demeanor. Even Captain Marvel turned her gaze towards them. Banner tugged at the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. Do you realize what such a colossal serpent signifies? What? Steve inquired, bewildered. It implies that its skeletal density has reached that of a neutron star. The mere existence of it, once it arrives on Earth, could directly trigger a black hole collapse. Dr. Banner elaborated somberly. A neutron star? Captain Marvel raised an eyebrow. Steve felt utterly confounded. A black hole collapse? Indeed, a black hole collapse. The mere emergence of this creature could provoke a black hole and subsequently bring about the annihilation of Earth, Dr. Banner reiterated gravely. Wait a moment, that doesn't seem right. Steve pondered and asked, isn't Thor's hammer also made from a neutron star? Why hasn't it collapsed into a black hole? First of all, Thor mentioned that his hammer was forged from URU metal within a neutron star, not that it is a neutron star. However, its density is certainly comparable to that of a neutron star, Dr. Banner corrected him. Then, why hasn't the God of Thunder's hammer collapsed into a black hole? Steve inquired, puzzled. It is said that it is imbued with magical powers. The precise mechanics elude me, but it likely generates a sort of field that counteracts the limitations of physical laws, allowing it to possess the density of a neutron star while only exhibiting the characteristics of ordinary metal due to the magic's protective field, Dr. Banner explained. How can you be so certain that the serpent lacks any magical powers? Steve asked curiously. That's even worse. Dr. Banner remarked with a grimace, sighing, once this serpent emerges. It will inevitably consume vast amounts of food, whether human or animal. Our only recourse is to eliminate it. However, to do so, we must first nullify a certain field surrounding it. Once the field is extinguished, its intrinsic mass will undoubtedly instigate a black hole collapse. Moreover, even if we manage to destroy it the moment the field is removed, it will still collapse into a black hole. This is not related to any superpower. It is purely due to the terrifying density of its body. Thus, if this serpent were to appear on Earth, the civilization on this planet would face immediate obliteration. Wait, Doctor, your assertions are rather fantastical. Why has this serpent caused a black hole collapse within the Backrooms? Nick Fury questioned skeptically. There may be rules constraining it. But on Earth, such rules do not exist, Banner replied. What if, upon arriving on Earth, it loses its field and its body density normalizes to that of a typical serpent? Nick Fury inquired once more. Then, Dr. Banner paused, gazing at the pinnacle of the Empire State Building, murmuring, at that point, scientists will be jumping off one after another. Surely it can't be that exaggerated? Captain Marvel responded, astonished. Indeed, Banner sighed. For those like me, who can fly through the cosmos, breathe in space, or even penetrate planets and move them. How shall I put it? She cast a peculiar glance at Bruce Banner. Something is amiss, Dr. Banner remarked, shaking his head as he turned to Captain Marvel. Let me ask you, what is your weight? Doctor, how could you directly inquire about a lady's weight? Captain Marvel replied, her expression somewhat perplexed. Weight? Banner echoed. Approximately 75 kilograms, I suppose, Captain Marvel responded with a slight cough. That translates to about 150 pounds. At a height of around 180 centimeters, her weight seemed entirely reasonable. Well within the realm of normal human parameters. Banner then probed further. When you soar through the cosmos, breathe, or even penetrate planets and propel them, is that purely a matter of physical prowess? How could that be possible? Captain Marvel shook her head. It involves energy, of course. I can absorb and transform energy. If I were to move a planet, I would also need to employ a gravitational field. Precisely, Banner exclaimed, at a loss for words. You could rationalize all of this through a lens of magic. Even if it's deemed unscientific, there exists a trail to follow, a logic to uncover. Yet, this serpent. He shook his head, his gaze growing increasingly hollow. In summary, the appearance of this serpent on Earth portended nothing good. At that moment, onlookers merely regarded it as a spectacle, oblivious to the terrifying implications of its immense length and mass. Physicists were already on the verge of despair, particularly with the arrival of the Backrooms. The 0 and 1 containment zones had already manifested. But what of the 2? If my conjecture holds true, the emergence of the 2 containment zone is imminent. At this juncture, countless individuals fixated on the still image in the sky, those who understood began to resign themselves, reclining in their chairs, awaiting their fate. The uninformed persisted in bombarding the commentary with inquiries about the status of Level 2. Prepare for the aftermath, someone mused. Though perhaps there is no need to prepare at all, as Earth is on the brink of annihilation. At this point, Dr. Banner lay in his chair, his eyes vacant, surrendering to despair. It can't be that dire, can it? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. However, Banner was disinclined to engage. Fear not. At that moment, Captain Marvel smiled. If such a creature truly exists, I would promptly encapsulate it within a gravitational field and dispatch it to outer space. Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner's eyes flickered with life. He had momentarily forgotten the presence of an even more formidable entity beside him. After all, if she could move planets, sending a serpent into the vastness of space would surely be a trivial task. At this moment, a spark rekindled in Dr. Banner's eyes. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to first locate the Level 2 arrival site. Steve spoke in a grave tone, casting a glance toward Nick Fury. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly. However, he promptly reached out to Hill, inquiring about the locations of any anomalies and disturbances detected. If those individuals had indeed succeeded in developing a means to detect the unusual fluctuations associated with the arrival of the Backrooms. Director, the anomalous fluctuations are quite close to you, likely within your vicinity. Hill's voice conveyed a hint of perplexity through the communicator. Within my vicinity? Nick Fury glanced around, furrowing his brow. What does that mean? Is there no specific location provided? Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Hill's tone grew increasingly peculiar, as if she had witnessed something alarming. What is it? Nick Fury asked in a low voice. Is it the Statue of Liberty? Or Central Park? Please don't tell me it's the Metropolitan Museum. It can't possibly be Times Square, can it? Indeed, Hill paused before responding. Director, you are correct. It does encompass those locations. Nick Fury's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Yet, this was not the worst of the news. Hill continued, to be precise. The anomalous fluctuations encompass the entire Manhattan area. Upon further investigation, it appears that this Level 2 may have manifested throughout the entirety of Manhattan's underground, including the subway, sewers, and subterranean shopping malls. Nick Fury. The communicator slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he stared blankly at the floor. Then he began to chuckle. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 52, Level 141, The Boiler Room. No, system, if you wish to change hosts. You should state it plainly. Your intentions are perilously close to bringing about my demise. In Manhattan, within an apartment. Lin Ye's countenance turned pale upon hearing the system announce the location of Level 2's descent. The entirety of Manhattan, indeed. It directly materialized beneath the city. And the gravity of the situation struck him. This meant that from this moment forth, within the labyrinthine sewers, it was highly probable that a hound, a limb group, or a shepherd could emerge at any given moment. The most critical concern, however, lay with the howlers. Originally, within Level 2, due to spatial constraints, these creatures would become trapped once they grew sufficiently large, ultimately succumbing to starvation. But now the howlers merely needed to escape to the surface, hide, and they could proliferate indefinitely. The same applied to the shepherds. Although the documentation suggested that the largest recorded howler only reached a height of over 4 meters, who could guarantee that a creature of such stature would not continue to grow? As for the shepherds, the larger specimens within Level 2 were relatively scarce, with the venomous varieties being mere anomalies. Typically, a shepherd would grow to a size sufficient to breach into other levels. Within the entirety of Level 2, only 2 large shepherds, one male and one female, would likely appear, accompanied by juvenile shepherds. But do not underestimate the young. In reality, a shepherd is considered mature only upon reaching a length of 16 kilometers. Anything beneath that threshold is classified as juvenile or in the growth phase. Yet, even so, the implications are terrifying. Even a shepherd merely 1 kilometer long could wreak havoc upon Manhattan. By the ratio of 50:1, a kilometer-long shepherd would possess a diameter of 20 meters, equivalent to the height of a 7-story building. And this is merely in its juvenile stage. I must leave this accursed place without delay. Lin Ye knew that in Manhattan, there were no benevolent prospects. However, as he glanced toward the street, bang, bang, bang. At that moment, on the street, the manhole covers were flung aside, and entities began to surge forth from the sewers, immediately launching themselves at the surrounding populace. In an instant, a cacophony of terrified wails filled the air. Chaos erupted. Countless individuals were torn apart, blood painting the streets, transforming them into a veritable hellscape. A cursory glance revealed the presence of limb groups, hounds, tragic corpses, howlers, and even a vending machine that had inexplicably appeared on the street. Boom. In the distance, the ground suddenly erupted, and a massive, grayish serpent, bearing a visage reminiscent of a human face, emerged from the depths, coiling upward alongside a nearby building. It flicked its forked tongue, its eyes radiating a cold, white light. Surveying its surroundings with an indifferent gaze, the shepherd had emerged, and it was a male shepherd. This particular shepherd was not overly large, its diameter measuring a mere 10 meters or so. In comparison to the larger serpents, it is indeed considered small. Yet in the realm of humanity, this serpent instills sheer terror. It is utterly unfathomable, its size surpassing imagination. Much like a colossal python of the earthly realm, a mere glance is enough to petrify countless souls, inducing a profound fear of the monstrous. Suddenly, at that moment, a streak of light surged from the direction of the Empire State Building, crashing violently into the enormous head of the serpent. A thunderous explosion of terrifying energy erupted, causing the serpent's head to jerk backward before crashing down onto the ground. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, and Lin Ye felt the tempest arise, followed by a shattering of glass from the windows, nearly being swept away by the fierce gale. Alas, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Lin Ye's face turned pale, instinctively retreating into his room, anxiety etched across his features. Taking a deep breath, he listened to the commotion outside and the dreadful explosions, urgently communicating with the system. System, grant me my rewards. I must prepare to flee. I can no longer remain in Manhattan. I must head to Brooklyn. No. Brooklyn is also perilous. I must traverse the entirety of America to reach the West Coast. I hope this time the system will provide something substantial. He pondered. Simultaneously, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the serpent's ability, Cut Walk. Cut Walk allows for tunneling through the ground. Huh? Lin Ye was taken aback, instantly shaken from his weariness. Did I just unlock an SSR? He tested it briefly, realizing it was ineffective from the upper floor. After experimenting with his ability to disguise himself as a painting, he activated Cut Walk, and this time, it succeeded. Previously, while disguised as a painting, he was immobile, but now, combining the disguise with Cut Walk endowed him with the sensation of traversing freely within a two-dimensional realm. Excellent, his survival capabilities were maximized. Now, he felt emboldened. No longer in haste to flee, he instead peeked towards the battlefield. However, it seemed that in the brief interval, the colossal creature at the center of the battlefield had vanished, Looking up at the sky, he realized that the light had lifted the serpent into the heavens, soaring beyond the Earth's atmosphere. The Avengers indeed had substantial resources, Lin Ye mused. Of course, it wasn't solely Captain Marvel in action. At that moment, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. agency dispatched all agents to eliminate the monstrous entities. Naturally, it wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D. Military personnel were also present. Leading them was none other than General Ross, an acquaintance of Dr. Banner. To be frank, for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, the greatest threat was solely the serpent, mainly due to its enormous size. Even its juvenile form was considerable. The others were merely trivial. What were they? Chimeras? Wailing corpses? Hellhounds? A single shot could obliterate them. As for the serpent-like creatures, they indeed present a challenge, yet it is manageable. One could simply ensnare them with a net. Eliminating them is a straightforward task. Just toss them into concentrated sulfuric acid. Regardless of how they may divide, they ultimately meet their demise. To be frank, this remains humanity's domain. Unless a serpent of gargantuan proportions, stretching several kilometers, were to appear, humanity's odds of triumph are still quite substantial. Let us not forget, even if these entities were to manifest in reality, in a world devoid of extraordinary powers and with relatively primitive technology, they would still face obliteration. All sources of fear stem from inadequate firepower. When firepower is sufficient, what threat could they possibly pose? I had anticipated a more formidable challenge. Is it truly this simple? On the helicopter, Nick Fury observed the battle unfolding below and exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that he had become overconfident. Even conventional weaponry, let alone sonic and laser armaments, was more than adequate to deal with these tangible foes. Overall, the situation was manageable. Responding to it was not particularly arduous. However, it seemed that Manhattan would likely be sealed off. If even a single serpent were to find its way into the sea, the consequences would be beyond his imagination. Who knows what monstrosity it might develop into while lurking in the depths before returning for retribution. Thus, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military had commenced the blockade of the coastline, with orders to engage any serpent sighted. Biological scanners were tirelessly at work, scanning for any serpentine life forms. At this moment, Nick Fury meticulously conveyed various arrangements. Fortunately, it was still only Manhattan. Truth be told, Manhattan is not excessively large, making containment feasible. As for the financial implications, at this juncture, who is concerned with monetary matters? The priority was to safeguard Manhattan. Not only was scanning necessary, but barbed wire had to be erected and high-voltage electricity established. Remarkably, even the members of the Security Council did not lag behind. They wholeheartedly endorsed the sealing of Manhattan, even declaring that funds were no object. Whatever amount was required could be provided. Various materials were dispatched to this cause without regard for expense. This was entirely rational. It was not that they had suddenly become benevolent, but rather, they understood that the blade could very well fall upon them. It was not that they were unwilling to deploy nuclear weapons. They had done so previously. However, to do so again at this point would be indefensible. Hence, it was wiser to simply seal off Manhattan. By doing so, they could maintain their elevated status and continue to enjoy their comforts. One could say that when all parties are working towards a common goal, efficiency naturally accelerates. The military was erecting barbed wire, while S.H.I.E.L.D. was doing the same. As for the individuals within Manhattan, at this moment, who was concerned for their fate? Oh, not that there was a complete disregard. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum, groups of sorcerers emerged, dispatching entities while facilitating the evacuation of the populace. Captain America was also involved in the evacuation efforts, guiding crowds away from Manhattan. The Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Queensboro Bridge, and others were teeming with people during this critical time. All are eager to leave Manhattan. Unless time runs short or a blunder occurs, generally speaking, America will not forsake its citizens in peril. Of course, America prioritizes based on color. At the forefront stands a throng of disheveled white men. As for the others, the order of precedence is understood by those in the know. Regardless of your claims of being a taxpayer or enjoying certain civil rights, merely being spared a bullet is a fortunate outcome. At this moment, chaos enveloped all of Manhattan. Simultaneously, the situation in Manhattan ignited a tempest online. Concurrently, at this juncture, the sky above unveiled a projection, and the imagery stirred once more. Familiar words began to materialize. There are numerous exits from level 2. Should you open a metallic door and step inside, you shall arrive at level 141. Below is a detailed text regarding level 141. Level 141. The Boiler Room. Originally, I had pinned an extensive account about the protagonist, but noticing many of you seem averse to the character, I have chosen to condense it. So, what sort of protagonist do you find appealing? Chapter 53. The Boiler Room in Extreme Environments, Entity Number 6, Dullard. Alas, it is over. Manhattan is in ruins. How can this thing still be hovering in the sky? Good heavens, a 3-meter-long serpent has crawled out of my toilet. Ah, what on earth is SHIELD doing? Why hasn't the military arrived? Monsters are everywhere, damn it. I should have fled long ago. Why didn't I leave sooner? Goodness, what has transpired? Has Manhattan been overrun? Indeed, Manhattan has fallen. I reside just by Brooklyn and can see helicopters swarming over Manhattan. The military has begun to cordon off the area. Is it truly that brutal? 2 bridges have already been blown up. Isn't there a superhero presence? Where are they? Don't they care? Superheroes are preoccupied with their own survival. I witnessed someone launch a gigantic serpent into space. Impressive. Ah, in the spirit of reveling in chaos. Let us hope they do not release anyone from Manhattan, for there are shapeshifters within level 2. If a shapeshifter were to kill an individual, don their skin, and blend into the crowd exiting Manhattan, it would be a nightmare for America. What do you mean a nightmare? A single bullet makes all equal. Can you refrain from gloating? Are you pleased to see our suffering? Second place. Second place in what? Your suffering brings me joy, but it ranks second. Then who claims the top spot? Undoubtedly, those living comfortably. When the backrooms descend upon their lives, fireworks will be in order. Have you no sense of shared humanity in the face of disaster? Kinship? I regret to inform you that we are not of the same kind. It would be better if you all perished. In my lifetime, I hope the backrooms descend upon those living comfortably. You fools. Do you think you can escape when it arrives here? Do you believe the distance is vast? When it descends upon us, you shall be next. Huh. My existence is of no consequence. My sole desire is for your demise. Such extremism is unwarranted. Not every individual living comfortably is malevolent. While I understand the sentiment of hatred, a sweeping condemnation is unjust. Thus, I urge everyone, should the backrooms descend upon those living comfortably, let us cultivate tolerance and acceptance. I am willing to shelter those aged 14 to 30 who possess no economic means and will shoulder the responsibility of their upbringing. Enduring hardships if need be, ideally, they should wear school uniforms. Damn, those beads of calculation have bounced onto my face. By the way, this is still America. Had it been another country, wouldn't this be tantamount to declaring national extinction? Do not speak in a sarcastic tone. Let us consider the pressing matter of how to shelter the refugees from the calamity of the small days. I am willing to offer refuge to young ladies aged 14 and above, up to 30. 1 or 2 would be welcome. And even 7 or 8 would not be too many. At this moment, within the livestream room, countless comments flooded the screen. The situation on the other side of the earth, while not exactly a matter of schadenfreude, nonetheless has not incited a sense of urgency among netizens. Of course, they are merely netizens. In response to the crisis in Manhattan, nations around the globe have dispatched military assistance. However, the proud Americans assert that they require no such aid, considering themselves sufficiently equipped. As for the evacuation of citizens, yes, that can be arranged, but without any assistance. Neighboring countries of America, upon witnessing the news of the Manhattan lockdown, tremble in fear, apprehensive that the next catastrophe may strike their shores. At this moment, they are horrified to realize that the world seems to be a perilous place. Meanwhile, those extraordinary beings, the superheroes endowed with superhuman abilities, are hastening towards Manhattan. Upon arrival, Professor X swiftly identifies the shapeshifter concealed among the crowd. Despite the shapeshifter's disappearance during the Level 2 blackout, this new Level 2 incident in Manhattan has heralded their return. As the shapeshifter is struck down by a blast from Cyclope's optic beam, a wave of terrified screams erupts from the crowd. Fortunately, the shapeshifter is not human. The splatter is not a vivid crimson, but a translucent fluid. As the cries fade, under Professor X's command, the crowd evacuates the bridge in an orderly fashion, clearing a vast area for Professor X and his team to confront the menace in Manhattan. Any entities attempting to breach the surface are swiftly obliterated. Iceman glides forth, freezing an entity into a sculpture of ice. Beast, with a ferocious demeanor, rends his garments as he begins to hunt down the entities. Storm, her eyes ablaze, soars through the air, embodying tempest and lightning. Colossus delivers punches with the strength to fell a child. In addition to these X-Men, 2 members of the Fantastic Four, Invisible Woman Susan and the Thing Ben, join the fray. Daredevil leaps forth from Hell's Kitchen. Alongside these heroic figures, one can also observe individuals from various corporate organizations whose motives may not be entirely noble. For instance, a group from Valiant Technologies, clad in crimson, joins the skirmish. Within Oscorp, an individual dressed in a suit of vibrant green, utilizing a bat-like flying apparatus and wielding pumpkin bombs, wreaks havoc. Additionally, on the streets, a massive green figure rampages. However, this green giant is not the Hulk. Instead, it is the Abomination. While they may be villains, they too are engaged in the battle, perhaps with ulterior motives such as capturing entities alive to gather ample samples for study. Yet, at such a critical juncture, who truly cares about those intentions? At this moment, Manhattan appears to have become the focal point of global attention. However, the gaze is primarily drawn to the projected images in the sky. At this time, a series of textual information emerges within the display. Level 142, Level 141. Survival difficulty, 4. Unsafe, unstable, with a moderate presence of entities. Description. This level is an infinitely expansive realm comprised of boilers. In addition to boiler rooms, it encompasses tunnels, gas rooms, and cooling boiler rooms. Boiler room. The boiler room is the most commonly encountered unit in this level and is the area one is most likely to access. The ambient temperature within the boiler room reaches a staggering 56 degrees Celsius. Entering this level without proper protection is exceedingly perilous, however. There are some rest areas containing specially designed thermal protective suits. To survive in this realm, it is advisable to locate such suits, otherwise, one may succumb to overheating. Moreover, gas leaks are a frequent occurrence in this level. If you hear the hissing sound of escaping gas, please evacuate immediately. Otherwise, you may face either an explosive combustion or suffocation. Within the boiler room, one may find shovels, empty almond milk bottles, short-handled axes, pipes, thermal protective suits, and various industrial equipment. Tunnels. These tunnels resemble high-speed highways connecting two towns, yet they link not to the outside world, but rather to different units of boiler rooms. The average temperature within the tunnels is 50 degrees Celsius. Similarly, gas leaks may also occur within these tunnels. Inside the tunnels, you might encounter 2 to 4 branching paths, with your choice of which to enter determining your destination. They all lead to similar areas. Occasionally, doors may appear along the walls of the tunnels, each marked with a number. Depending on the number, the location you reach upon entry will vary. Discovered. 141 corresponds to the boiler room. 141. 2 corresponds to the tunnel. 141. 3 corresponds to the cooling boiler room. Currently, no door numbered 141. One has been found. Gas room. A vast chamber connected by tunnels, filled with numerous gas canisters. The door leading to the gas room typically bears a gas canister symbol, and this room can only be found within the tunnels. The average temperature inside this room is 30 degrees Celsius. The gas canisters occupy only half the space of this chamber and are believed to supply fuel to the boiler rooms throughout this level. Additionally, gas pipelines have been discovered along the walls of the tunnels. Cooling boiler room. The cooling boiler room serves as the inverse of the boiler room. While the boiler room is intensely hot, the cooling boiler room is exceedingly cold. The average temperature within the cooling boiler room is a chilling minus 57 degrees Celsius. Without sufficient insulation, one is likely to perish from the cold. In this region, there will be no occurrence of gas leaks, and similarly, the elevator will be inoperative. The staircase is constructed of ice, rendering it susceptible to breakage under excessive weight. An employee lounge exists here, yet it is devoid of anything other than frost. For reasons unknown, the cooling boiler room exhibits peculiar manifestations of artificial snow. The accumulation of snow within the room reaches a thickness of 1.5 meters, at times even greater, with ice blocks and icicles scattered throughout. Within this area, one may discover a damaged electric boiler, as well as entrances to other levels. However, these entrances are sealed by ice and remain inaccessible, with even almond water rendered undrinkable due to freezing. There are also several locked doors in this area, which require keys for access. Note that any key found on this level can unlock the doors here. The locations of the keys are chaotic, likely scattered without any discernible pattern, though most can be located within the employee rooms. The illumination in this area is exceedingly dim, to the extent that at times, the lights may extinguish completely, thus it is advisable to carry a light source. One may also find shovels or frozen pipes on this level. Anomalies. 1. Power outage. This level experiences periodic power outages, as though the electrical energy of the level has been entirely depleted, occurring approximately every 1 to 5 weeks. Once a power outage occurs, the level descends into darkness, all mechanical operations cease, and the temperature plummets to 10 degrees. To restore power, one must locate the employee lounge, where a backup power switch is typically present. Turning the switch to the left and waiting for 1 minute will restore electricity. Note, although countless employee lounges exist on this level, once the backup power in a lounge has been utilized, it cannot be used again. The backup power is single use. Therefore, after a significant power outage event, it is necessary to seek a new employee lounge. 2. Extreme temperatures. More unusual extreme temperatures have been recorded in the boiler room and the cooling boiler room. The highest temperature recorded in the boiler room is 118 degrees, while the lowest temperature in the cooling boiler room is minus 214 degrees. Entities. The Dull Man. Gas Master 1. The Dull Man. Entity number 6. Habitat. Most levels. This entity presents a deep gray appearance, resembling a human form but lacking any facial features. It possesses fragile bones and elongated limbs, which can extend considerable distances. Despite their brittle skeletal structure and unsteady gait, they exhibit remarkable strength, capable of rapid movement regardless of the weight they carry. For reasons unknown, perhaps out of fear or some other instinct, They typically flee when any living being approaches them. However, be advised that their flight does not imply they will refrain from hunting. The hunting methods of these creatures are rather peculiar. Typically, when their prey is on the other side of a wall, the creatures extend their arms through the wall to seize the prey, subsequently dragging it back through. They appear to assess the strength of their prey, devising varied hunting strategies accordingly. When faced with formidable prey, they tend to hunt in groups. After one creature has pulled a target from the wall, many others can be observed lurking nearby. Conversely, if the prey is weak, there may only be a few or even a solitary creature present. These beings also harbor a strong aversion to almond water. When encountering them, if a creature is caught off guard, one may scream and charge towards them, prompting an immediate retreat, or alternatively, one could dampen clothing or oneself with almond water, or take a mouthful of almond water and spray it towards them. In level 141, the frequency and nature of encounters with these creatures vary across different regions. In the boiler room, they are nearly invisible. In the tunnel area, they are relatively rare. Within the gas room, they are uncommon, and in the cooling boiler room, they become frozen due to the low temperatures upon entering. During power outages, their numbers increase, amplifying their threat, except in the cooling boiler room. Regarding the gas workers, not much information is available about this entity. It is known that they appear in every gas room on this level. Cloaked in darkness and resembling humans, they operate gas canisters, ensuring each boiler is sufficiently fueled for normal operation. They are generally amicable unless provoked or if a gas leak is triggered. Entrances to their domain include cutting into a boiler in level 5, finding a building containing a boiler in level 11, locating a metal door with a latch in level 2, and, in level 25, there exists a probability of cutting in while playing an arcade game. In rare cases, one may cut in or out through pipes across any level. Exits consist of 1. Elevators and staircases. The staircases and elevators within the boiler room may lead to levels 1 through 6, with rare instances reaching levels 102 and 65. There are claims of individuals reaching level 401, though such assertions remain unverified. The ice ladder in the cooling boiler room leads to level 5. 2. Doors. Finding a numbered door within the tunnel will lead to the corresponding level. If the door features an unrecorded number, it will remain locked until that level is discovered, vanishing without the need for a key, although such occurrences are exceedingly rare. A door without a number may lead to a random level or potentially to level 11. If ribbons flutter upon the door, it shall lead to the path of revelry. Should it be a fortified metallic door secured with a bolt, it may grant passage to level 2 or level 14. 3. The boiler. By penetrating any boiler, one may reach level 5, or perhaps find themselves in any negative tier. 4. The pipeline. Entering the pipeline may lead to level 5 or level 2. These conduits are typically found within employee lounges, which are adorned with doors embellished with red hearts and golden tassels. 5. The ground. During a significant power outage, one may plummet from the ground, subsequently arriving at the fated level. Chapter 54. The Flame Giant Surtur of Level 141. At this moment, with the release of documents concerning Level 141, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. Goodness, an average temperature of 50 degrees? If that were to descend upon our everyday lives, it would be catastrophic. An average of minus 50 degrees? Should that occur in our daily existence, it would plunge us into dire straits. An average high temperature of 50 degrees? Indeed, we could declare the end of our nation. What does an average temperature of 50 degrees or minus 50 degrees even signify? Can someone elucidate? Have you not experienced winter? Consider your mobile phone as an example. When fully charged, it can last a day, but expose it to low temperatures, and its battery drains rapidly, possibly dying the moment you take it out. The same applies to high temperatures. Dehydration and freezing to death are commonplace. In high-temperature regions, food spoils more readily, while in low-temperature areas, food can suffer from freezer burn. Modern electronic devices struggle to operate in extreme temperatures unless specifically designed to withstand such conditions. No concept of 50 degrees. In winter, it may be tolerable. My water heater is set to 45 degrees during winter, which feels warm, but 50 degrees is even hotter. And if it were summer, goodness. 50 degrees could scald the skin. You wouldn't dare drink water at 50 degrees. It would be too hot to sip. Without adequate water resources, one could only survive a few hours before succumbing to dehydration. As for low temperatures, if one fails to take proper precautions, they would become the next popsicle. At minus 50 degrees, it is colder than Antarctica, where the average temperature ranges from minus 25 to 30 degrees. Of course, the interior of Antarctica can be much colder in winter, reaching minus 60 degrees, with an average temperature of minus 57. Just look at the sparse population in the polar regions. Without sufficient protection, one would surely perish. I once worked in a high-temperature environment, such as a spinning factory, which maintained a constant temperature between 40 and 50 degrees year-round. Regardless of the season, one would don short sleeves and, at times, even forego clothing altogether. After a brief period, sweat would pour down, soaking my attire, which would dry and become damp repeatedly. By the end of the day, my clothes were adorned with dried white salt stains from the sweat, and water was in woefully short supply. In a workshop with 5 or 6 individuals, a single barrel of regular bottled water would last just a little over half a day. A personal account indeed. By the way, could I repeatedly transition between the cooling boiler room and the normal boiler room? Retreat to the former when it becomes too warm, and emerge to the latter for warmth? Immune system. What the hell? I strongly advise against such actions. Transitioning from one extreme environment to another can disrupt your body's temperature regulation, leading to abnormal temperature perception. You may have heard of instances where, after prolonged exposure to frigid conditions, individuals begin to feel an unexpected warmth, prompting them to shed their clothing, ultimately resulting in their demise from the cold. Such occurrences are not uncommon in desert explorations. Indeed, in extreme cold, one may eventually feel warmth, while in extreme heat, a chilling sensation can arise, all due to sensory disorientation and disrupted temperature perception. The erratic fluctuations in temperature exert immense pressure on the blood vessels, potentially causing them to rupture and leaving one in a dire state. In addition to vascular strain, organs may also face failure, particularly in extreme conditions. The repeated shifts between temperatures only exacerbate the situation, hastening the inevitable decline. In high-temperature environments, blood vessels expand and blood pressure plummets, while in low-temperature zones, vessels contract and pressure surges. I have never witnessed such reckless behavior before. Why is everyone fixated on discussions of death? Am I the only one aware of the corporeal nature of our surroundings? There is little to articulate. It is merely the presence of a dullard. The partygoers have arrived once more. What manner of revelers are these? They seem to be everywhere. At this moment, a barrage of comments floods the screen. To be candid, these extreme environments have garnered attention from all corners, particularly from America. Given that the first 3 zones have manifested in their vicinity, should level 141 descend, how could one possibly navigate such chaos? It would truly be a dire situation. They fervently wish for level 141 to materialize in a singular location, akin to levels 0 and 1. And fervently pray it does not replicate level 2's widespread emergence across Manhattan. Anxiety steadily mounts. At this very moment, all parties have begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Amidst the multitude of discussions, the text above begins to fade, revealing a scene tinted in orange. Likely a consequence of excessive heat. In the scene, Steve, Clint, Tony, and Natasha emerge one after another from a metallic door. The heat is palpable, akin to being ensconced within a furnace, a most uncomfortable sensation. Upon entry, Steve promptly begins to strip, expertly reducing his attire to mere trousers. Observing this, Hawkeye follows suit, removing his clothing until only his trousers remain. All eyes then turn to Natasha. Natasha replies, "It's fine. I'm not hot." She shrugs, conveying her indifference, partly due to the fact that her combat suit is a singular piece. On the other hand, her combat attire was specially crafted, loose and breathable, rendering it more comfortable to wear than to remove, albeit still somewhat warm. As for Tony, do not look at me. My armor is equipped with a climate control system. Tony chuckled, his expression nonchalant. The others fell silent, exasperated. Such an advantage. Is this what they call level 141? Tony surveyed his surroundings while instructing Jarvis to document the environment. High temperatures, intense heat, and the rumbling of the boiler in operation. What brings you here, Captain? Natasha finally turned her gaze towards Steve and Clint. Although she was quite familiar with the two, both she and Tony harbored a certain wariness, cautious of the possibility that these individuals might be something other than human, perhaps even disguised entities. Little Nat. The director sent me in with some information to share with you. We have a route to escape, Clint announced with a grin, producing a communicator. Oh, information? Tony and Natasha exchanged glances. Secretly, Tony commanded Jarvis to infiltrate the communicator. Shortly, Jarvis reported back, confirming that it was indeed a SHIELD device, containing extensive data regarding the backrooms, primarily focused on levels 0, 1, and 2, as well as information on the containment zones of levels 0 and 1 on Earth. Earth has been invaded by the backrooms. It was only then that Tony, visibly astonished, turned to Hawkeye. Indeed, Clint nodded. If all goes as expected, level 2 has also manifested, though we are uncertain of the exact area. This implies that we may traverse these zones to return to Earth? Tony narrowed his eyes, the lenses of his mask gleaming with intrigue. In theory, yes. If even the entities can reach the containment zones, then humans should be able to as well, Clint affirmed. So, do we need to return to level 1 or level 2? Tony inquired. Level 1. I believe it is relatively safer. Level 2. Natasha shook her head. By the way, Captain, how did you find your way here? Tony directed his attention back to Steve, observing the weariness etched upon his face. He paused, then spoke softly. Captain, do you recall the words you shared with me aboard the helicarrier? Clearly, Tony remained cautious. Jarvis, through scanning, not only confirmed the safety of Clint's communicator, but also assessed Clint's vital signs, matching them with the records in the system, indicating no anomalies. In this case, Clint posed no threat. However, Steve was another matter altogether, especially with that weary visage. Despite having endured so much in the backrooms, he had not aged so profoundly. It is as though the captain before them has lingered in the backrooms for an extended period of time. Notably, Steve appears to be quite familiar with level 2, even guiding them to level 141. Given the circumstances, Tony's suspicions seem quite justified. Furthermore, the captain's physical data deviates from what is recorded in his system, amplifying his doubts. Oh, Steve raised an eyebrow with a smile. I suppose you're thinking, what would happen if you removed the armor, right? Oh, Tony narrowed his eyes. There's no need for guessing. He is indeed not the captain we know. At that moment, Hawkeye interjected, he is actually the captain from an alternate universe, possessing similar experiences, yet fundamentally distinct. He entered the backrooms before us. Oh, an alternate world? Is such a thing possible? Tony could not help but scrutinize Steve, the scanning beam passing over him repeatedly. Remarkably, it did detect some differences, yet over 98% of the data was identical. Even the DNA, iris patterns, and fingerprints were the same. The discrepancies were merely internal injuries and variations in cellular structure, which were minor. On any other detection device, this individual would be unmistakably Steve. An alternate universe has emerged? Tony furrowed his brow and pondered before inquiring, Captain, how long have you been here? Perhaps over a year. Steve replied, A year? Goodness. Tony exclaimed, Indeed, I have experienced much here and encountered countless versions of you from parallel worlds. Steve paused, then recounted what he had previously shared with Hawkeye to Tony and Natasha. After hearing this, Natasha and Tony fell into a long silence. Do I truly come across as a madman? He scoffed. Steve shrugged. Before we return, I believe I have matters to attend to. Tony's eyes glinted with a cold light. It seems that before they can return, they must first deal with that counterfeit. No, it cannot simply be called a counterfeit. It should be referred to as the malevolent version of him from the parallel world. Steve hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Captain, how much do you understand about this level? Tony turned his gaze back to Steve. This level. Steve surveyed the surroundings and explained to the group, the high-temperature boiler room, the low-temperature cooling boiler room, tunnels, the dull beings. He possessed a fundamental understanding of this level. He was aware of the conventional areas and knew that power outages could occur. The only aspect he was uncertain about was the entrances and exits. He only knew that within level 2, entering a metal door could lead to this place. As for the exit, he was only aware of the stairs and the elevator, which could lead to other levels. However, it seemed that the levels accessed by these stairs and elevator were somewhat random. His knowledge was incomplete. He merely knew that through the stairs and elevator, one could potentially reach level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6, as well as the doors within the tunnel, each corresponding to different levels. Furthermore, the metal door could return one to level 2. This constituted the entirety of his understanding. Despite its incompleteness, it was sufficient for them. Could the stairs and elevator lead back to levels 1 through 6? What about the doors in the tunnel? Tony nodded, indicating that all of this had been duly noted. So where do we go next? Should we head straight to level 1? Natasha inquired, glancing at Tony. There's a question. Suddenly, Steve spoke up, directing his gaze towards the tesseract embedded in Tony's chest, raising an eyebrow and asking, Is that the tesseract? Indeed, Tony affirmed, adding, I initially intended to use the tesseract to escape this dreadful place, but it has proven ineffective, not even capable of facilitating level transitions. Not even the tesseract works? Steve expressed his surprise. Well, Captain, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Does your universe also possess a tesseract? Tony inquired with curiosity. Yes, it indeed does. Steve nodded before letting out a wry smile. But in our world, I shattered the tesseract with my shield. What? At this revelation, the three of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Steve, their minds reeling as they collectively deemed him a wastrel. The tesseract, with its boundless energy contained within, was an extraordinary artifact, not to mention its spatial properties. And yet, it had been shattered by Steve? Was this not the epitome of squandering? By the way, Captain, when I previously attempted to shift levels using it, some anomalies occurred. Tony continued, furrowing his brow. Darkness suddenly surged forth, accompanied by whispers in my ears. Are you familiar with such occurrences? Darkness surging? Whispers? Steve paused, then shook his head in confusion. I haven't heard of that. Perhaps it pertains to spatial matters? Such a method of level transition might be prohibited? Tony pondered deeply. However, this was not the case. Steve explained, to my knowledge, there are certain items here that can forcibly shift levels, such as a peculiar object resembling a strawberry, which they call a jump berry. There's even a device known as the Hermes device that can force transitions. Jump berry? Strawberry? Natasha exclaimed in surprise, then retrieved a box of strawberries from her backpack. Looking towards Steve and asking, Is this what you mean? Huh. Steve stared in astonishment at the strawberries in Natasha's hand, taking them for a closer inspection before unable to restrain his curiosity, asking, "Where did you find these?" "In the depths of Level 2's tunnel," Natasha remarked. "So it's just sitting there in the corner?" Steve nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This is what they call a transference berry. Consuming it will transport you back to the very location where it was first discovered, namely, within the confines of Level 2's tunnel." "Is that it?" Natasha expressed her astonishment. "That's all? Who would dare venture to Level 2 now? In such dire circumstances, who would be inclined to partake? Does that not suggest this item is utterly useless?" Clint countered. "Not quite," Steve replied. "The teleportation location of this item can be refreshed. For instance, if you were to give it to me, it would mean I have acquired the transference berry on this level. Therefore, if consumed on other levels, one could be transported back to this layer. This characteristic allows us to artificially control safe teleportation points. For example, upon reaching level 4, we could each take one. If danger arises while traversing other layers, consuming it would allow us to return to this level." Steve, with his extensive experience, had indeed consumed the transference berry more than once. Yet, he added, however, there seems to be a potential risk. "What risk?" Tony inquired, ready to take notes. "In cases of excessive consumption, one might be transported to level 10. There was an incident in the past where many individuals were sent there due to the berries." Steve explained. "Level 10? Is there no exit?" Tony questioned, intrigued. "There is an exit from level 10, but those who arrive there by consuming the transference berries are unable to escape. Some claim to know the exit, yet they find themselves incapable of using the same method to leave. It's as if they are eternally trapped in level 10. Steve responded. "Why specifically level 10? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. "This brings us to MEG. They cleared an area in level 10 and cultivated transference berries using the seeds from the berries themselves, selling them to more wanderers. This might explain why those wanderers, who overindulge in the berries, end up transported to level 10, Steve elucidated. The group exchanged glances, pondering the implications. As long as one does not consume them excessively, it should pose no issue, Steve reassured. It sounds as if those who consume the transference berries have yet to fully digest them? Tony mused thoughtfully. Who knows? Steve shrugged, indicating he had no further insights. But it's quite possible that Tony's notion holds merit. Captain, what else do you know? Share everything, including the details about levels 3 through 9, Tony pressed. Level 3 is a power station, while level 4 resembles an office, relatively safe. Level 5 is a hotel, inhabited by numerous entities, Steve detailed. The 6th level was completely shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping it. The 7th level was rumored to be an ocean, a place I had never visited but had only heard described by others. The 8th level resembled a cave, while the 9th level was akin to a suburban area. The 10th level was an expansive outdoor space, and the 11th level unfolded as an infinite city. Ultimately, the specific levels were of little consequence. What truly mattered were the pathways. In the backrooms, mastering a secure route is essential for survival. Steve spoke with confidence, his experiences from the past are coalescing into his wisdom. Oh, routes? Captain, what routes have you mastered? Clint inquired with curiosity. Too many to count. It is crucial to remember the exits of each level. As for the exits of this level, I have previously mentioned them, and the entrances to level 2. Steve paused, glancing at Clint with intrigue. Why do I feel like you know more than I do? He had long wished to ask this, having noticed Clint's familiarity with level 2 and the various doors leading to other levels, which Clint seemed to know intimately. However, while Clint appeared knowledgeable, he did not know what lay beyond those doors. Well, Clint shrugged. Before entering, I was informed about level 2, but beyond that, I am quite uninformed. Is that so? Steve nodded. Let us proceed to level 1 and see how we might return, Tony suggested. The group unanimously agreed, having no compelling reason to linger. Yet, at that moment, thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footfalls echoed from the surroundings, resonating against the metallic floor with a cacophony of clanging sounds. At the same time, an even more dreadful wave of heat engulfed them, causing their hair to begin to twist in the oppressive warmth. What is that? The group turned their heads toward the source of the heat. The boiler room was not particularly spacious, winding and convoluted in its design. Jarvis. Tony furrowed his brow. Sir, an unknown entity has been detected approaching, Jarvis responded. Oh, a brute? Tony frowned, noting that it seemed inconsistent with the characteristics of a brute. As Jarvis spoke, an image materialized before them. The projection revealed a creature with crimson skin, resembling molten lava coursing through its body, crowned with horns reminiscent of a demon. It merely stood there, the surrounding void warping in its presence, radiating a terrifying heat, wielding a massive sword that glowed with a fiery crimson light. This is not a brute. This is a new entity. Tony gasped, turning to Steve with a frown. Captain, did you not say that only brutes inhabit this level? Steve's brow furrowed. All information must be promptly updated. We may have encountered a positional entity. Entity? Huh. Do not compare me to those ants. At that moment, a voice filled with derision echoed from the end of the passage. At that moment, the figure finally emerged, indeed a silhouette engulfed in flames. Towering and nearly grazing the ceiling, with an estimated height of 5 or 6 meters, nearly standing there. He exuded an aura that made one feel as though a deity was gazing down upon mere ants. His pair of blazing white eyes fell upon Tony. And as if sensing something, he coldly remarked, "I detect the magic of Odin upon you. Have you been sent by Odin to slay me?" Tony responded with confusion. The onlookers turned to him in unison. Tony, at a loss for words, replied, "No, fiery little man from the forest, who are you? Do we know each other?" With a mocking laugh, he declared, "I am Surtr, the harbinger of the universe's end, the architect of Ragnarok." He looked down upon Tony and the others, his gaze ultimately resting on the cosmic cube upon Tony's chest, unleashing a sinister grin as he continued, "Odin, even you cannot vanquish me. And yet you dare to send a swarm of ants to do your bidding? I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance." Chapter 55. What do you consider the cosmic cube? Trash? The Celestial Palace, Asgard. As the live broadcast unfolded, astonishment gripped everyone within the Celestial Palace. They stared, bewildered, at the image of Surtr on the screen, rendered utterly speechless, while the inhabitants of Earth might be unfamiliar. The denizens of the Celestial Palace were all too acquainted with him. Surtr, the sovereign of Muspelheim, stood as one of Asgard's principal adversaries. However, Surtr had been vanquished long ago, with his crown now resting in Odin's treasury. Yet here he was, re-emerging. Moreover, he had ventured into the backroom. In an instant, a flurry of discussions erupted throughout the Celestial Palace. In the Hall of the Guardians, a radiant beam of rainbow light flickered. Thor, the god of thunder, had returned to Asgard. Yet, upon his return, he was met with the spectacle of the live broadcast, where Surtr was prominently featured. Surtr? Thor paused, a frown creasing his brow. How had that wretched spawn not perished? Though Surtr appeared diminished, Thor recognized him instantly. Previously, while subduing chaos in other realms, he had not witnessed the live feed and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Until now, upon his return, he was confronted with Surtr's presence. What in the world was happening? He turned to Heimdall, inquiring, "Heimdall, what transpired? How did Tony and the others encounter Surtr?" Heimdall, equally perplexed, instinctively glanced towards Muspelheim, only to find that the royal court of Muspelheim remained shrouded in magical energies. This suggested that Surtr still existed. Could it be that the Surtr in the backroom was from another universe? Heimdall frowned. What? Thor, clearly not grasping the full extent, pressed further. Heimdall, what exactly is going on? This is not the Surtr from our universe. You may interpret him as a counterpart from a parallel universe, Heimdall explained. A parallel universe? Thor nodded thoughtfully, then asked, why do parallel universes exist? Heimdall cast a lingering glance at Thor. I do not know. Then why is there another Surtr? Thor persisted. Heimdall replied, they inadvertently reached level 141 and encountered Surtr, who seems intent on escaping the backroom to seek vengeance upon the Allfather. Huh, just him? Thor scoffed, his disdain palpable. Without the eternal flame, Surtr was merely a nuisance. He had no time to indulge him. Otherwise, he would have brought back Surtr's head as a trophy. Certainly, for him, the situation would differ if he were to confront Tony and his companions. Although the wretched spawn of Surtr is hardly worthy of mention without my assistance, Tony and his team would surely perish. Thor furrowed his brow. Heimdall paused, casting a contemplative glance at Thor. Is that not the case? I am, after all, the mightiest avenger, Thor proclaimed with confidence. Heimdall remained silent. Heimdall, can you transport me in? Thor suddenly inquired again. Heimdall shook his head, indicating that he could not. Only Odin possesses the ability to facilitate such a passage. However, there are entrances on Earth. Yet, he had no intention of disclosing that information. Without a clear understanding of whether the backroom holds an exit, he would not allow Thor to enter. The risk of a one-way journey was simply too great. In Odin's slumber, Thor alone must guard the realm of the gods. This is the duty of Odin as son, and an essential path towards ascending the throne. Thus, he said nothing. Meanwhile, Thor merely frowned as he gazed at the live broadcast. At that very moment, within the live feed, accompanied by Surtr's voice, Thor and the others exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Who is Surtr? Have you heard of him? Tony inquired of Steve. I have not. Steve shook his head and then looked to Clint. Don't look at me. I haven't heard of him either. Clint responded while also glancing at Natasha. Natasha shrugged, indicating she was completely unfamiliar with him. You insignificant insects of Midgard, how dare you show such disrespect? Surtr was enraged, and with a swift motion, he unleashed flames from his sword, charging towards the group. Hiss. Even in the air, the flames radiated an overwhelming heat. Tony's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he stepped forward to deploy an energy shield. Buzz. The energy shield forcefully blocked the onslaught of flames. The intense heat surged outward, causing the surrounding metallic pipes and walls to gradually melt under the relentless blaze. If the metal could not withstand such temperatures, Steve and the others were compelled to retreat further. Tony too felt the strain, despite his armor's energy-absorbing capabilities and the formidable nature of URU metal. The searing heat was intolerable. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow swiftly shot towards Surtur. With a mere lift of his hand, Surtur seized the arrow, his gaze shifting slightly to the archer Clint, who was drawing back his bow. Insect, do you really believe you can harm me with such feeble attempts? You underestimate me greatly. Surtur's expression was one of cold indifference. Is that so? Clint chuckled. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the arrow in Surtur's grasp began emitting a series of beeping sounds, and then, boom. The arrowhead exploded instantaneously, flames erupting skyward. The shockwave jolting Surtur's head back violently. Simultaneously, whoosh whoosh, 2 miniature bombs were hurled by Natasha, striking Surtur squarely in the face. Boom boom. 2 consecutive explosions reverberated, causing Surtur to stagger and retreat unsteadily. Suddenly, a metallic will spiraled towards Surtur's face with alarming speed. Indeed, it was launched by none other than Captain America. Jarvis, fire the maximum power of the energy beam, Tony commanded. In an instant, the arc reactor in his chest began to gather in intense luminosity. The blinding light surged forth, and a beam of energy as thick as a thigh collided violently with Surtur. With a roar, Surtur stumbled, crashing to the ground. Anger etched across his face. He looked down to find a gaping hole in his chest, a testament to Tony's formidable assault. Damn ants, how dare you harm me? His fury was palpable. Surtur? I expected something more formidable from you, yet this is all you can muster? Tony scoffed. You insignificant insect, you have provoked my wrath. Surtur rose, his expression ominous, as the wound in his chest began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Stripped of the eternal flame, Surtur was undeniably diminished, yet his innate physical prowess remained formidable. His immense strength, extraordinary physical attributes, and ability to unleash various forms of energy were not to be underestimated. Not everyone could dare to confront Surtur. The reason for his current predicament lay partly in his overconfidence, and partly in his misconception regarding the Tesseract. Did he truly believe it to be an inconsequential artifact? The Tesseract of different universes bears distinct origins. In most cosmic narratives, the Tesseract predates the universe itself, serving as a vessel for the Space Stone from the moment of its inception. However, within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was crafted by Odin to conceal the Space Stone. One represents the power of the cosmos, while the other embodies Odin's might. In a certain sense, the Tesseract in the MCU is somewhat inferior. Yet, even in its diminished state, it harnesses the power of the Space Stone augmented by Odin's strength, making it something that Surtur dare not challenge. It is worth noting that the Tesseract also birthed Captain Marvel, a being who, influenced by the Tesseract, gained extraordinary powers to contend with Thanos, even when he wielded all 6 Infinity Stones. A clear embodiment of T0 level capability. One cannot assert that Marvel has erred in its narrative, claiming that Captain Marvel, merely affected by the Space Stone, surpasses even the 6 Infinity Stones. The Tesseract is one entity, and the Space Stone is another. The MCU's Tesseract incorporates a portion of Odin's power. In contrast, Tesseracts from other universes are even more formidable, not necessarily on par with the Infinity Stones, but rather ancient artifacts that predate the birth of the universe. And so, in the present moment, Tony harnessed the Tesseract as an energy source and donned armor forged from URU metal. While not T0, he was certainly among the upper echelon of T1 entities. Unfazed by a direct confrontation with Surtur, he was more than equipped to engage him in battle. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Tony and Surtur clashed head-on. Under the guise of various projectiles, the palm cannon and cluster cannon forcibly harnessed the energy of the cosmic cube to unleash a barrage. The relentless assault left Surtur's form pockmarked, riddled with gaping wounds created by the cube's formidable power. The Titanic being roared in fury, his eyes brimming with rage. A mere mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. He was utterly befuddled. How could Tony, perceived as an ordinary man, don an impenetrable shell and retaliate with such ferocity? No, this was not mere retaliation, it was a complete domination. Was this truly the so-called harbinger of cosmic destruction, the architect of Ragnarok? If he could indeed orchestrate the twilight of the gods, then surely I could decimate the celestial pantheon. While continuing his assault, Tony mocked Surtur, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Is this all you are capable of? How about some Brazilian beauties? He jested. Curse it. Do not presume that this will be my end. Surtur bellowed, his eyes ablaze with a fiery crimson, as he drove his colossal sword into the ground. Boom. In an instant, the blackened flames surged outward. Hiss. The surrounding molten apparatuses began to melt, engulfed in a sea of fire, illuminating the darkness. Yet, as these flames encountered the blunt ones, the outcome was markedly different. Roaring in agony, the blunt ones were soon enveloped in infernal flames, their wails echoing through the inferno. As the flames gradually subsided, they revealed grotesque forms beneath. The formerly faceless blunt ones regained their eyes, sharp fangs emerging from their mouths, pointed ears sprouting from their cheeks, and devilish horns crowning their heads. With a flourish, wings and tails sprouted from their backs, their bodies aflame, and their eyes a fierce crimson. They had been transformed by Surtur into fire demons. Yet, this was not the end. The lifeless human corpses littering the ground began to rise, reconstituted by the hellfire, morphing into muscular fire demons with crimson hair and a fearsome visage. With a tumultuous roar, the molten iron began to coalesce, forming claws, bodies, wings, and the fierce head of a dragon. A chorus of dragon roars filled the air, the metallic sheen of dragon scales reflecting a terrifying glimmer. In the blink of an eye, Tony and his companions found themselves encircled by a horde of fire demons, fire dragons, and fire servants. Upon cursory inspection, they numbered in the hundreds. Boom. Simultaneously, the gas leaking from the pipes in the walls ignited upon contact with the flames, boiling into an inferno. Yet, before the flames could explode, they became an extension of Surtur's might. The previously slender figure of Surtur began to swell, muscles bulging and features contorted in a menacing grimace. A terrifying aura radiated outward, overwhelming Tony and the others with an insurmountable pressure, as if confronting their ultimate nemesis. "Must you really ask such a question?" Steve remarked, glancing at the approaching fire demons, his lips twitching in exasperation as he turned a gaze of exasperation towards Tony. Chapter 56. The truth behind Captain America's shield's disappearance. Shattered by the Red Knight? Intense. At this moment, within the entirety of the 141st floor, the battle raged with unparalleled ferocity. In the forefront, Tony engaged in a fierce confrontation with Surtur. Beside him, Captain America and his allies grappled with the fire demons. Yet, as the conflict progressed, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. It appeared as though Surtur was drawing strength from the very flames surrounding them. The explosive blaze from the gas leaks was absorbed by him, thus amplifying his power to a terrifying degree. Initially, Tony was able to inflict substantial damage on Surtur with the energy from the cosmic cube, creating sizable cavities in his form. However, it wasn't long before the energy merely resulted in shallow indentations, and eventually, it could barely even create a dent, at most causing Surtur to stagger a few steps. This sight left Tony both alarmed and anxious. Crucially, it was not only Tony's side that faced adversity. Captain America was enduring his own struggles. Even though this Steve hailed from a different universe, any Captain America who did not wield Mjolnir was statistically comparable. Natasha and Clint were in even worse predicaments. Natasha had undergone minor enhancements, utilizing only enhancement serums that paled in comparison to the super soldier serum that empowered Captain America. As for Clint, he was merely a peak human, unmatched even by Natasha, let alone Captain America. The adversaries they faced were formidable indeed. The fire giants, transformed by Surtur's infernal flames, included the swift fire demons that could soar through the air, their limbs elongated due to their original forms. The fire demon servants possessed immense strength, capable of delivering blows that could crumple steel pipes. And the fire dragon was a terror in its own right, capable of spewing flames and casting magical assaults. While these creatures may have been effortlessly dispatched by Thor in the films, facing ordinary humans, they were a terrifying legion. At first, Captain America and his companions managed to hold their ground, as the strength of these creatures seemed linked to Surtur's power. However, as Surtur's capabilities grew, so too did the strength of these lesser foes. They became faster, stronger, and their fiery reach expanded dramatically. In a short span, Captain America and his team found themselves overwhelmed. Clint's arrows, though specially crafted, some explosive, others electric, and a few designed to deploy adhesive projectiles, were finite in number. Once the specialized arrows ran out, he was left to wield his bow as a crude weapon for close combat. Natasha faced a similar plight. Her widow's bite, armed with micro-explosives and various munitions, was now depleted. She resorted to the electrical devices on her suit, but while 30,000 volts might be lethal to an ordinary person, it proved insufficient against these monstrous foes. In no time, Natasha found herself in a precarious position. As for Steve, without a shield, he could only resort to picking up a metal steering wheel to serve as both shield and weapon. The group fought valiantly yet found themselves retreating under the relentless onslaught. It can be said that the situation has tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. This place is undeniably the domain of Surtur. The gas flows incessantly. An unceasing supply of gas signifies a continuous blaze. Although it may not rival the eternal flame, wherever there is fire, it is the realm of Surtur. Retreat. Tony unleashed a barrage from his cluster cannon, forcefully driving Surtur back. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he hastily led Steve and the others to withdraw. Fortunately, with the Tesseract in their possession, they managed to escape swiftly, utilizing instant teleportation. Meanwhile, within the tunnel, as blue light flickered, Tony and the others appeared, visibly disheveled. Phew. Tony, bewildered, remarked, "What manner of diminutive fire entity has emerged now? Surtur? If I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary fire giant from mythology." It was only at this moment that Natasha spoke softly. "But truly, how many bizarre beings are concealed within this chamber? Is there no one to address this?" Clint was left speechless. Address it? Huh. Captain America chuckled noncommittally. Who do you think would intervene in this place? Enough with the idle chatter. Your equipment requires enhancement. Tony glanced at the group. Unable to suppress a frown, Clint's strength lay in his archery skills, and he excelled in that domain. However, arrows are expendable. Once used, they are gone. No matter how ornate your quiver, once spent, they are of little value. Even if Clint is a top-tier agent, without arrows, he is rendered significantly less effective. As for Natasha, it is not that she is particularly strong in any aspect. It is merely that her proficiency in stealth and assassination does not suit this battlefield, thus necessitating a forced emphasis on a particular facet. And Steve, need I say more? The man is merely missing his shield. By the way, Captain, where is your shield? It was only then that Tony turned to Steve, unable to suppress his frown. That shield, while not precisely an artifact, is at least a rare specialized weapon. Without his shield, Captain America is akin to a toothless tiger, his combat capability reduced by half. Thus, a shield must be procured for him. However, the shield was a serendipitous creation of Howard S., an accidental amalgamation of vibranium, iron, and some unknown chemical compound. Due to the mystery surrounding its composition and proportions, replicating this vibranium shield is nearly impossible. It is undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind artifact. It would be splendid if such a shield could be found. If not, Tony would have to devise a means to substitute it with something else. In response to Tony's inquiry, Steve's expression dimmed slightly, then he smiled, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. It shattered. Huh? Shattered? Tony was utterly bewildered. Not only he, but even Natasha and Clint were taken aback. Who could possibly shatter that shield? It is known that the shield possesses the ability to absorb kinetic energy, exhibiting remarkable resistance to pressure, high temperatures, radiation, and electromagnetic waves. It is not merely a matter of it being an indestructible artifact. One can indeed annihilate the molecular structure of a shield through molecular reordering or by employing a substance of equal hardness but greater mass, or one that surpasses the shield in hardness, to deliver a physical blow. However, the challenge lies in discovering a material more resilient than the shield itself. It is noteworthy that the shield has withstood collisions with Thor's mighty hammer, which failed to shatter it. Instead, it absorbed the immense kinetic energy, propelling Thor away. This implies that in terms of hardness, Steve's shield can rival URU metal. Thus, how can Steve claim it is shattered? Or is it possible that in another universe, Steve's shield is not forged from vibranium? Tony furrowed his brow and couldn't help but inquire, is the shield from your universe the one crafted by the old man? Indeed, Steve affirmed with a nod. So how did it come to break? Who did this? Tony pressed further. It just broke, Steve shrugged and replied. While exploring a new level, I encountered an individual who appeared rather unremarkable, not particularly robust. He wore plate armor reminiscent of a 16th century knight, wielding a longsword and a shield, a classic knightly visage, wouldn't you say? He even sported a crimson cloak adorned with gold trim, quite the sight. Yet, he lacked any knightly virtue, bullying the weak and attacking a child. Upon witnessing this, I hurled my shield intending to engage him for the entire day, but did he catch the shield and then shatter it? Tony interjected, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Steve fell silent, and after a long pause, managed a bittersweet smile and nodded. What manner of knight is this? Natasha and Clint were taken aback. They had previously thought that the shepherd was terrifying enough, only to discover an even more formidable foe capable of shattering a shield. This was akin to being able to crush Thor's hammer directly. If one could indeed crush Thor's hammer, then Tony's armor would likely seem as fragile as paper in comparison. At which level did you encounter him? Tony could not restrain his curiosity. It was a desert, Steve pondered. Later, I learned that this level is referred to as level 229, the sands of time. Tony's expression darkened as he declared, let us proceed to 229. Tony, you don't intend to confront that knight, do you? Natasha was taken aback. Why not? Tony countered. Perhaps you should reconsider. Steve sighed with a wry smile. Later, I discovered that many have seen him across various levels and regions. He is not confined to one specific layer. Was there no way to track him down? Tony frowned. Stark, what exactly are you aiming for? Clint could not contain his curiosity. Well, Captain, aren't you in need of a shield? He destroyed my property, so I must reclaim it. Tony huffed. Your property? Natasha regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. The creation of the old man was merely a loan to the captain, if it does not belong to me. Whose could it be? Tony scoffed. Natasha rubbed her forehead, exuding exasperation. This damn Tony Stark, could he not set aside his arrogance, even for a fleeting moment? Or perhaps it is better described as a haughty pride. He claims it as his own, yet what he truly seeks is revenge. Although this Steve is not the Steve from their universe, he is nonetheless Captain America, Steve Rogers. Even across different universes, he remains the same entity. Tony certainly yearns to retaliate, but it proves to be quite elusive. Steve shook his head, stating, many have encountered him, albeit in different circumstances, without shared experiences. It is challenging to ascertain his precise location. Perhaps we should visit 229. We might just cross paths again. By the way, what of your shield fragments? Tony inquired once more. Steve replied, if no one has picked them up, they should still be there. Oh, you did not collect them? Tony raised an eyebrow. I was nearly knocked out, Steve replied with a wry smile. I had no opportunity to gather the fragments. Did you not return afterward? Tony countered. No. I have not returned since. Even if I were to retrieve them, this place lacks the necessary conditions to reforge a shield, Steve asserted. TSK. You simply have not encountered me, Tony declared with unwavering confidence. Boom. At that moment, however, a door at the edge of the tunnel was suddenly blown open. A horde of fire demons surged forth. Following closely, the flame giant Surtur emerged, a wicked grin plastered across his face as he surveyed Tony and the others. Still chatting? Your time has come. Chapter 57. This is the proper way to unleash the cosmic cube? In the celestial palace of Asgard, Thor wore a smug expression. Earlier, witnessing Tony overpowering Surtur had nearly caused him to lose face. Just moments before, he had expressed concerns that Tony and his team might meet their demise, and then, lo and behold, Tony annihilated Surtur, leaving Thor utterly flabbergasted. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Surtur erupted with rage, turning the tables and sending Tony and his companions fleeing. Thor, filled with exuberance, was visibly animated. However, Heimdall could only shake his head in disbelief. Get a grip. That's your ally, your teammate. Are you truly so elated to see your comrade being mercilessly beaten? He chose to remain silent, merely observing the spectacle unfolding before him. Meanwhile, in the Manhattan quarantine zone, Captain, your shield. The chaos in Manhattan gradually subsided. Although the sheer number of entities was overwhelming, their regeneration rate could not match the relentless barrage of missiles. After obliterating several waves and sealing the sewers with concrete, a semblance of stability was finally restored. Amidst the wreckage of the streets, two individuals lay back, watching the live broadcast from the sky. Dr. Banner could not suppress his astonishment and fixated his gaze upon Steve's shield. Steve's shield was renowned, its properties defying the laws of physics, driving scientists to the brink of insanity. Dr. Banner understood that this was an inherent quality of the shield, which allowed for the analysis of its various data. Moreover, Steve had developed an art of shield combat, demonstrating unparalleled dexterity in its use. The most astonishing aspect was the shield's resilience. Banner was acutely aware that even in his Hulk form, he could not shatter it. Yet now, a counterpart from another world proclaimed to the entire globe that within the Backrooms, there existed an individual who had, through sheer strength, managed to fracture Captain America's shield. Incredible. Banner was left speechless. Even Steve was taken aback. He glanced at his shield, then back at the live feed, lost in contemplation. What kind of entity could possess the power to break such a shield? How immense must their strength be? Since the moment he picked up that shield, he had believed it would accompany him until his last breath, impervious to destruction. But now, Doctor, how powerful do you think someone who can break my shield would be? Steve could not help but inquire. At the very least, stronger than the Hulk? Banner hesitated. Stronger than the Hulk? Steve questioned, uncertainty etched on his face. After a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze back to the broadcast and asked, do you think Tony and the others could prevail? That is difficult to assess. Dr. Banner pondered for a moment before responding. The cosmic cube embedded in Tony's chest is the most potent source of energy I have ever encountered, comparable to infinite energy. If Tony can harness that boundless power, theoretically, he would be invincible. To speak frankly, it requires merely the ingenuity of Tony to fabricate a device capable of storing an ample amount of energy, subsequently channeling the energy from the Tesseract into it, filling it to the brim, and even compressing it further. Alone, Tony could potentially unleash a catastrophic disaster. While the annihilation of the universe may be an exaggeration, the obliteration of an entire galaxy is certainly within reach, dependent solely on how Tony chooses to wield this power. Yet, Doctor, do you not perceive that the color of the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest seems to have dulled somewhat? Steve furrowed his brow, retrieving his phone to scrutinize the shared screen, magnifying the image for closer examination, his frown deepening. Dr. Banner, puzzled, leaned in to observe as well. Surely, that cannot be the case. His exposure to the Tesseract has been minimal, far less than Steve's prolonged encounters. He truly did not notice any change in the Tesseract's hue. It merely felt as though it had faded. Steve's instincts have always been remarkably accurate. He pondered this notion, then turned to Dr. Banner, inquiring, Doctor, do you think there exists a possibility that the boundless energy from our universe may not be applicable in another universe? Hiss. Doctor. Banner paused, contemplating, suddenly drawing in a sharp breath. As a scientist, he possessed a firm understanding of physical constants. Although he had never ventured into outer space nor encountered other cosmic civilizations, he was acutely aware that physical constants ought to be universal across the cosmos. For instance, the speed of light, Planck's constant, and the charge of an electron, these are objective entities observable within the universe. On Earth, the measurable speed of light is 299, 792. 46 kilometers per second. This remains consistent across other celestial bodies, even in other cosmic civilizations. If one were to measure the speed of light, it would invariably remain unchanged. These are the fundamental laws of their universe, belonging to the very core of logic. The same rationale applies to other constants like Planck's and the electron charge. Naturally, in addition to physical constants, there exists mathematics, which can be regarded as a universal knowledge within the cosmos. Take the simplest of examples. Within their universe, 11 equals 2. The computation of this number on Earth would yield the same result on other planets or civilizations. This, too, constitutes the foundational logic and basic rules of their universe. Undoubtedly, there are many such fundamental rules, and it is these foundational principles that compose the entirety of their universe. The Tesseract, too, exists in accordance with these basic rules. However, these are the fundamental rules of their universe. Who can assure that the fundamental rules of other universes align with those of theirs? The speed of light in another universe may be slightly faster or perhaps slower. The value of in another universe could very well differ. Even a minuscule discrepancy in a single number could alter the fundamental rules. The resulting consequence would be that elements from their universe would be utterly incompatible in that alternate universe. Even if it is usable, it fails to exhibit its original efficacy. Take a power bank as an example. Due to the various constants and characteristics of this universe, the power bank is designed with an input of 1. However, in another universe, alterations in these constants may inadvertently lead to changes in pressure, charge, resistance, capacitance, and inductance, resulting in a different input value, likely higher or lower, but certainly not 1. The same principle applies to the Tesseract in Tony's possession. One might regard the Tesseract as a sophisticated formula. Through this formula, it is possible to create a Tesseract that provides infinite energy. Yet, due to subtle changes in the constants of other universes, this formula may no longer be applicable, transforming infinite energy into finite energy. Dr. Banner's expression shifted. He could not help but glance at Steve. The captain, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. Dr. Banner, there's no need to panic. While it may not guarantee infinite energy, the energy contained within the Tesseract itself is more than sufficient for Tony to utilize for an extended period. This is indeed true. The energy of the Tesseract is colossal, so vast that it is nearly incalculable. Even if it transitions from infinite to finite energy, it remains an immense quantity. Under normal usage, it is unlikely that the energy of the Tesseract could be entirely consumed. For an ordinary person, does this distinction hold any significance? Instead of fretting over such concerns, it would be far more practical to engage in tangible endeavors. Contemplating this, Dr. Banner turned his gaze back to the live broadcast. To be honest, he felt a spark of curiosity. He wondered when Tony would notice the diminishing energy of the Tesseract. Similarly, if he did become aware, could Tony alter the Tesseract's formula to achieve compatibility with that dimension and regain infinite energy? If Tony could indeed accomplish such a feat, he would be truly invincible. An individual who comprehends the secrets of infinite energy, who knows what he might achieve. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Tony, of course, had no time to ponder the formula of the Tesseract. Faced once again with the approaching surtur, he only felt a headache coming on. If memory serves me correctly, there should be a cooling boiler room on this level. Tony turned to Steve. Do you think it's possible that the moment you open the door, a frost giant might leap out? Natasha scoffed. A frost giant? Tony paused, then felt a chill run down his spine. As it turned out, there was indeed such a possibility. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Tesseract, transporting everyone once more. He was determined to see whether he could outrun Surtur. However, the next moment, when Tony and the others reappeared, they were met with a blinding, bone-chilling gust of wind. Just moments ago, it had been unbearably hot, and now it was frigid. A glance revealed that they were still in the boiler room, only now it was a winter wonderland, with snow piled high enough to reach one's waist. All around, shards of ice and crystalline frost lay scattered. It was as though they had plunged directly into a chilling boiler room. The cold, an excruciating chill. Clint and Steve's lips twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, following Tony never bodes well. To be honest, they would prefer a touch of warmth over this frigid air. Even Captain America, infused with the super soldier serum, found himself shivering in this moment. My apologies, Captain. I merely contemplated it, and I did not anticipate it would manifest. Tony, clad in his armor and impervious to the biting cold, chuckled lightly. Hastily, he used his repulsor to carve out a clear space. Next time, could you possibly provide a heads up? Clint wore an expression of deep resentment. Or, shall I send you all back out? Tony replied with a teasing grin. Please, no. Natasha appeared utterly exasperated. A stark contrast of heat and cold. Such a thrilling predicament was one she wished to avoid. It appeared this was indeed the cooling boiler room, visually indistinguishable from the boiler room they had seen earlier, save for the relentless chill, akin to a freezer. Tony cleared his throat, surveying the surroundings. Surely, there cannot be a frost giant lurking here? Clint furrowed his brow. Just as he spoke, whoosh. A sharp, icy wind suddenly swept from the depths of the passage. Like a blizzard, it swiftly enveloped the four of them. Before Steve and the others could react, the storm had completely engulfed them. Crackle, crackle. The ice crystals spread across their bodies, the bone-chilling cold rendering their senses numb. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Even Tony found himself besieged by the frigid gust, and within moments, his armor was sheathed in a thick layer of frost, forcibly immobilizing his joints. It is indeed peculiar. Any ordinary person would have likely perished from such an icy captivity. Yet, Tony and Steve retained the ability to move their eyes, and they could still hear sounds from the outside. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a resounding applause echoed from the depths of the passage. Soon after, a mocking voice emerged. Haha, you guessed correctly. At the end of the passage stood an individual, or rather, a humanoid entity. It was a being enveloped in ice blue, with crimson eyes and runic markings etched upon its skin. Whirling around its hands was a whirlwind of ice blue, reminiscent of a tempest swirling about. This creature was none other than a frost giant from Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms. Allow me to introduce myself. He appeared courteous, smiling at the gathered company. I am Lao Fei, the king of the frost giants of Jotunheim. Red-eyed? The king of the frost giants. Correct? We seem to be strangers, do we not? And we harbor no animosity, do we? Tony coughed lightly, for in this moment, he was the only one capable of speaking. Indeed, there is no enmity, and I do not recognize you. Lao Fei chuckled softly, then shifted his tone. However, I sense the power of Odin within you. Tony was at a loss for words. Why does it seem that everyone has a grudge against Odin? You harbor animosity towards Odin, yet you seek me out? Do you perceive me as a mere pushover? However, before Tony could express his indignation, Lao Fei interjected, of course. We bear no ill will toward one another, nor do I wish to complicate matters. Merely relinquish that trinket upon your chest, and I shall allow you to depart unscathed. What say you? Once again, the coveted tesseract was the focal point. Is this artifact truly so desirable? Had I foreseen this, I would have concealed it within my armor. Now, it seems that everyone wishes to seize it. Exhaustion enveloped him. He was indeed fatigued. I sense this is not a prudent suggestion, Tony remarked dismissively. Oh, and what course of action do you propose? Lao Fei inquired with a mischievous glint, swirling a tempest of ice and snow in his grasp. It must be acknowledged that both the fire giants and frost giants of the 9 realms possess a significant characteristic. Flames empower the fire giants, with the eternal flame being their ultimate treasure. Similarly, cold enhances the frost giants, with the ancient ice coffin serving as their supreme artifact. Their advantages are glaringly apparent. One thrives in elevated temperatures, while the other flourishes in frigid conditions. Yet, their weaknesses are equally evident. Devoid of flames and frost, their combat prowess diminishes dramatically. In other tiers of the backroom, one might contend that these two are scarcely formidable. The environment is highly disadvantageous to them. Yet, these two have found their way to level 141, where extreme cold and heat have become their sanctum. The irony lies in the fact that level 141 presents few anomalies or significant threats, allowing them to dwell in relative peace. Until Tony's arrival disrupted this tranquility. The Odin force emanating from Tony may elude the senses of most, yet Surtur and Lao Fei are intimately familiar with its essence. Their hatred for Odin has reached an unparalleled intensity, akin to a ravenous desire to consume his flesh and drink his blood. Even though the Odin force within Tony has considerably waned, to Surtur and Lao Fei, that faint aura is akin to a beacon in the darkness. As long as he remains in this level, escape is futile. Each one of you desires to claim the Tesseract. How about this? You two engage in combat, and the victor shall receive it. What do you think? Tony proposed suddenly. Are you foolish, or am I? Lao Fei scoffed. Why not simply take it for myself? He declared, striding forward confidently. Yet, at that moment, the Tesseract upon Tony's chest began to accumulate energy, unleashing a concentrated blast that shattered the icy barrier, hurtling towards Lao Fei. However, the aim appeared slightly askew. Not only did it fail to strike Lao Fei, but it veered off course, detonating against the wall 3 meters away. What was that aim? Lao Fei mocked. Of course, I was merely seeking assistance. Tony replied with a grin. Assistance? Lao Fei's brow furrowed in suspicion. Just then, a furious roar echoed from behind him. Lao Fei turned his head and beheld Surtur riding the fire demon dragon, its claws gripping the edge of a pit. Those searing white eyes coldly fixed upon him. Surtur? A shadow crossed Lao Fei's face, and he retorted with a scoff. Surtur, you have trespassed upon my territory. The cosmic cube belongs to me. Surtur regarded Lao Fei with a chilling stare. Dare to seize it? I would be more than willing to let you experience the taste of hellfire. Lao Fei, upon hearing this, was incensed. You dare to speak such arrogance on my grounds? With a wave of his hand, a terrifying blizzard erupted from his palm. The howling winds surged forth, instantly sweeping towards Surtur. In the blink of an eye, the fire demon dragon beneath Surtur was encased in ice, its blazing flames extinguished, reduced to a mere ice sculpture. You seek death. Surtur roared in fury. Boom, boom, Boom. In that moment, the frost giant and the flame giant clashed violently, resembling two mindless fools. Flames erupted everywhere, while frost enveloped the scene. In one moment, searing heat filled the air, and in the next, a biting chill swept through, as the two engaged in a symphony of ice and fire. Meanwhile, on another front, Tony forcibly broke free from his restraints and thawed Steve and the others without hesitation, leading them to teleport away. Captain, how do we navigate to 229? Within the passage, Tony swiftly flickered alongside Steve and the others, having utilized the cosmic cube to its utmost potential. Steve promptly responded, locate a door marked with the number 229, and it will lead directly to level 229. If that proves elusive, you can also seek out 46 or 80. However, before Steve could finish his statement, Tony suddenly came to a halt. They were still within the tunnel, yet upon its walls, a door was visible, prominently marked with the number 229. This was the entrance to level 229. How on earth did you manage this? Steve gazed at Tony, astonished. Having been there before, he understood the randomness of these doors. It was not as simple as wishing for one to appear. With so many levels in the backrooms, how could one easily find the desired destination? Yet, Tony's luck seemed extraordinary. Tony glanced down at the cosmic cube resting on his chest. To be frank, he was as bewildered as anyone else. It was as if the cosmic cube could hear his thoughts. He merely contemplated finding the door numbered 229, and there it was. Could it be that this was the true way to unlock the cosmic cube? With little time to ponder further, Tony decided to act swiftly. The situation was still precarious, leaving no room for hesitation. Without a word, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 58, Level 141 descends upon the Hoover Dam Power Station. As Ralphie freezes the Colorado River. At this moment, countless individuals across the globe gazed at the live broadcast, unable to restrain their fervent discussions. A flame giant? An ice giant? Aren't these entities from myth and legend? How have they infiltrated the backrooms? Initially, I deemed 141 to be relatively safe, yet now, its danger level escalates exponentially. Isn't it true that it was never entirely safe? The scorching heat and the frigid cold both present extreme environments. There is no true safety for us ordinary folk. That may be so, yet these are merely extreme conditions. With adequate preparation, one could endure. However, these flame giants and ice giants have completely severed any chance of survival. Remember, when entering the backrooms, keep your distance from the iron doors with bolts. As long as you maintain distance, you shall not enter 141. Not only should you avoid the bolted metal doors, but also steer clear of the boilers in level 5 and level 11, as well as the pipelines. 141. A human forbidden zone. What forbidden zone? This is clearly a death zone. Is it possible that Surtur and Ralphie are seeking Iron Man? Their objective might be to obtain Iron Man's cosmic cube? And if we ordinary people venture in, the likelihood of encountering these two is minimal? The critical point is, we possess nothing of value to them. While your reasoning holds merit, I still choose to stay away from 141 and anything that might lead there. Are you not concerned that Surtur appears somewhat weak? He was so easily defeated by Iron Man. That's laughable. That is Iron Man. If you went, you'd only be courting death. Am I the only one curious about what 229 truly is? Am I the only one intrigued by who that knight could be? I have no desire to uncover what 229 is, nor do I wish to know about that knight. I simply want to know where 141 will manifest next. Well, hearing you say that has piqued my interest. Could it possibly be Manhattan once more? If it truly is Manhattan, then, indeed, it is a city plagued by calamities. Let us hope it does not descend upon Manhattan. Instead, let it establish a new life where the north is sweltering and the south is frigid. A temperature of over 50 degrees in the north and below -50 in the south. Ideally, let Surtur and Ralphie be transported along with it. Goodness, this leaves not a shred of hope for survival. There is no need to transport Surtur or Ralphie. Honestly, with such extreme temperatures, who could remain unconfused? It wouldn't be long before everyone succumbs. Surely it can't be that dire? As long as one dresses warmly, -50 degrees is bearable, and over 50 degrees poses no issue. Worst case, one could dive into the sea for a swim. Indeed, a fluctuation of 50 degrees is not an insurmountable issue. However, one must not overlook the fact that the situation is far more complex than a mere 50 degrees. The documentation indicates that certain regions have recorded temperature variations exceeding 100 degrees. In such extreme conditions, any individual venturing forth would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At this moment, a flurry of comments cascades across the live broadcast as viewers from across the globe fervently engage in discussions. Simultaneously, countless individuals are monitoring the online situation, eager to receive the latest updates regarding the emergence of Level 141. It is not solely the online community that is invested. People from various nations are also attuned to the developments unfolding on the internet. Such extreme temperature environments have severely disrupted the standard of living, and if left unaddressed, the only fate awaiting them is indeed death. Meanwhile, Within the confines of the Manhattan quarantine zone, stability has finally been restored. At the very least, the necessary barbed wire has been erected and power has been restored where required. Various superheroes and individuals with extraordinary abilities have conducted targeted operations against the tangible threats, incurring minimal losses in the process. It is worth noting that the casualties have been significantly fewer than during the Chitauri invasion. How is it, Hill? Where has level 141 manifested this time? At this juncture, Nick Fury connected with Hill's communication device. Director, I am currently scanning. It is neither in New York nor Washington. Wait a moment, I am receiving a response. It is. Hill hesitated mid-sentence, unable to continue. Where is it? Nick Fury pressed. In Nevada, at the Hoover Dam power plant. Hill finally disclosed. Nick Fury was taken aback. Nevada? The Hoover Dam? That spans the entirety of America. Over 4,000 kilometers. How on earth did this happen? Quickly, contact the head of the Hoover Dam power plant and instruct them to evacuate immediately. We must also secure the area, Nick Fury commanded, though he remained relatively composed. In truth, level 141 posed a significant threat primarily due to the extreme temperatures. Other hazards were not particularly alarming. As for the entities known as the dull ones, normal individuals could easily contend with them. Regarding Surtur and Lao Fei, Nick Fury had not even considered the possibility of their presence on Earth. After all, they had been transported to the back room. How could they possibly reemerge? If they did return, would it imply that they had managed to escape the confines of the back room? Based on his understanding of the back room, it was highly improbable that it would permit anyone to leave. Perhaps there is an exit, akin to the current situation in the Manhattan quarantine zone. If entities can emerge, theoretically, humans could as well. It is merely a question of the methods employed. However, he had yet to witness a scenario where individuals were transported out, regardless of whether it was level 0, level 1, or level 2. At this moment, Nick Fury found himself in a rather relaxed state. Arriving at the Hoover Dam was quite advantageous, as it was devoid of people, far preferable to the bustling city. He could leave the matters to the agents without a hint of concern. Indeed, it was also an opportune moment to put these individuals to the test. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Steve and Dr. Banner, who were reclining amidst the ruins below. Captain, are you truly idling away your time here? Nick Fury remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. When had the captain become so lackadaisical? Where has level 141 materialized now? You appear rather unconcerned, Steve retorted, with a chuckle. Nick Fury replied, what is there to worry about? This level 141 lacks any formidable entity. If it merely involves the dullards, our ordinary agents can manage it easily. Oh, and where exactly is this taking place? Steve inquired. In Nevada, at the Hoover Dam power plant. Nick Fury responded. The Hoover Dam power plant? Dr. Banner exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he looked at Nick Fury. Director Fury, if the power plant is destroyed, the surrounding populace will face power issues. That is not within my purview. Nick Fury shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, he exhibited an unusual calmness. The previous levels had posed grave dangers to ordinary individuals. However, now, with the incident occurring at the power plant near Hoover Dam, far removed from the city, the threat could be significantly mitigated with timely evacuation of civilians. It was merely essential to ensure that the dullards did not escape. Sigh, I suppose I shall take a break as well, Nick Fury said, leaning against the debris nearby. Yet, before he could settle down, his communicator buzzed again. Upon checking, he noted it was a call from Hill. What is it? Nick Fury inquired, his brow furrowing with dissatisfaction. Director, we have a major crisis. Hill's voice was urgent. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected at the Hoover Dam, and satellite imagery indicates that the frost giant has emerged. Furthermore, he has encased the entire Hoover Dam in ice, freezing the entirety of the Colorado River. Nick Fury was taken aback, dropping the communicator from his grasp, and turned to gaze towards Nevada, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 59, The God of Thunder's Severed Arm. Descending into the back room, in the celestial palace of Asgard, Heimdall's gaze was fixated upon Earth, observing the sudden emergence of the frost giant, Lao Fei, at Hoover Dam, where he had encased the entirety of the Colorado River in ice. Heimdall turned towards Thor, hesitating to speak. What transpired? Thor, acutely attuned to Heimdall's unease, furrowed his brow in inquiry. For a moment, Heimdall was at a loss for words. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he finally articulated. The frost giant Lao Fei has unexpectedly appeared in Midgard, freezing a river and inciting turmoil. Lao Fei. Thor's brow furrowed deeper. Wasn't Lao Fei slain by Loki? Indeed. In the MCU, Lao Fei had met his demise. This was a tale from Thor's past, akin to events that had transpired not long ago. How could one who was presumed dead suddenly reemerge? And in Midgard, no less? What is going on? Thor's mind clearly struggled to comprehend the situation. Heimdall's lips curled slightly as he gestured toward the virtual screen above, taking a deep breath before continuing. This must be the Lao Fei from the back room. He is not from our universe. Not from our universe? Thor pondered, taking a considerable time to grasp the implications. What does that mean? Heimdall fell silent, beginning to question whether this individual was truly fit to govern the 9 realms and ascend as the new king. Just consider that Lao Fei has returned from the dead. Heimdall eventually conceded. Ah, what a cunning Lao Fei feigning death. Thor scoffed. Last time you evaded death, this time I shall bring your life to an end. Heimdall, transport me to Midgard. Wait. Heimdall frowned. What else is there? Thor queried, puzzled. With Odin now in a deep slumber, any disturbances across the 9 realms fell upon Heimdall to resolve. This was his responsibility. Earth, being one of the 9 realms, could not be neglected. No matter which universe this Lao Fei hailed from, he must either be vanquished or expelled. Lao Fei's power should not be underestimated. It would be prudent to enlist the warriors of the Celestial Palace, Heimdall suggested. Unnecessary. Thor replied with unwavering confidence. If Loki could slay him once, I can certainly do so a second time. A millennium ago, he was no match for my father, and he remains no match for me. Send me to Midgard. Seeing Thor's resolve, Heimdall, albeit reluctantly, complied and transported Thor to Earth. Is Lao Fei strong? One could argue both ways. In the presence of the ancient Winter's tomb, Lao Fei's power was formidable enough to blind Odin in one eye, a testament to his strength, even under ambush circumstances. Not everyone possesses the capability to harm Odin. Without sufficient power, even an ambush cannot breach Odin's defenses. If one were to rank combat prowess, Lao Fei's strength would undoubtedly be classified at least as T1. Certainly, this T1 scenario unfolds under the auspices of home advantage. Whenever engaged in a home battleground, Lao Fei's prowess remains formidable. Presently, on Earth, in Nevada, at the Hoover Dam, Lao Fei is exerting every conceivable effort to cultivate a favorable environment for himself. He pays no heed to how he arrived on Earth, whether he has emerged from the Midgard, or where Surtur has disappeared to. Upon witnessing the Hoover Dam, he immediately encases it in ice, subsequently turning his attention to freezing the Colorado River. At this moment, within 100 miles of Nevada and Arizona, the temperature plummets, creating a frigid atmosphere that descends to -20 degrees. Remarkably, Lao Fei finds this insufficient and begins to conjure a vast blizzard, seeking to intensify the harshness of the environment. However, just then, a resonant hum, a radiant column of rainbow light descends from the heavens. Thor makes a grand entrance. Hey, you wretched creature, who permitted you to create chaos here? Leave Earth this instant, and I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall demonstrate the might of the god of thunder. Thor bellows upon his arrival, directing his ire at Lao Fei. The little princess of Odin? Lao Fei's crimson gaze falls upon Thor, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. Have you come seeking death? You are courting your own demise. Enraged, Thor hurls his hammer with ferocious intensity. Buzz. The heavy hammer descends with astonishing speed, aimed directly at Lao Fei's face. Yet, Lao Fei merely tilts his head, evading the devastating blow of the god of thunder at the last moment. Lao Fei's combat capabilities fluctuate greatly, contingent upon whether he is in his home territory. In his domain, he could blind Odin himself, yet outside it, he was felled by Loki's beam in an instant. Although at that time Loki wielded Odin's eternal spear, it was not truly Loki's, thus failing to unleash its full potential. This illustrates the considerable limitations of Lao Fei's lower combat threshold. As for Lao Fei at this moment, although devoid of the ancient winter coffin's support, he has transformed the surrounding environment into advantageous terrain. While not at his utmost peak, he is certainly beyond Thor's reach. Crack. Crack. Observing Thor's preemptive strike, Lao Fei reciprocates without hesitation. Ice crystals coalesce in his palm, then suddenly explode, showering Thor with a flurry of ice shards. Thor swiftly dodges. Though he often appears foolish when engaged in battle, his tactical acumen prevails. Recognizing Lao Fei's formidable strength, he refrains from confronting him head-on and opts for evasion. Summoning his hammer back, arcs of electricity envelop him, and bolts of lightning surge toward Lao Fei. Thunder rumbles ominously, lightning dances wildly. In an instant, frost and lightning intertwine. Blizzards clash with thunderous might. The entirety of Nevada and Arizona finds itself ensnared in a cataclysmic tempest. In the distance, a Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D. hovers above. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gazed in awe at the cataclysmic scene before them, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. What transpired? A beam of light had emerged from the heavens, which, if their assumptions were accurate, heralded the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder. Was Thor engaged in battle with the frost giant Lao Fei? Should they proceed? The agents exchanged apprehensive glances. Frankly, they were bewildered when the director had issued the orders. What madness was this? Were they truly being tasked with confronting the legendary frost giant? They could hardly fathom it. Did the director suspect their allegiance to Hydra, and was this a deliberate ploy against them? As Thor's presence became undeniable, their trepidation intensified. Indeed, when gods clashed, mortals invariably suffered. Even with superior equipment, a confrontation would likely lead to their demise. Yet, with Thor's arrival, did this imply that they might be spared from such a fate? While they pondered this, the cockpit door swung open with a whoosh, revealing a figure all too familiar to the agents. It was not Thor battling the frost giant, but rather the Avengers confronting the invaders. Captain? The agents were momentarily stunned, staring at Captain America with wide eyes. Yes, it was he who led the charge once more. Accompanying him was Dr. Banner, also present in the cockpit. One could assume the role of leader, while the other served as a strategist, though the latter could transform into a formidable force when necessary. With both Captain America and Dr. Banner in attendance, the agents breathed a collective sigh of relief. Captain. One agent greeted him warmly. Captain America turned his gaze to the agent and nodded in recognition. Ramlo. Captain, how shall we proceed with this mission? Ramlo inquired eagerly. You will maintain perimeter security and evacuate civilians. Prioritize the search for any survivors within the power plant, if there are any. As for the invaders, I trust you are capable of handling them, Steve responded. Their presence here was, of course, necessitated by the stabilization of Manhattan. The power plant, designated as Blockade Zone 141, required S.H.I.E.L.D.S. intervention. It could not be left to fend for itself. Understood, Ramlo affirmed, nodding gravely. Steve then proceeded to outline a comprehensive operational plan and deployment strategy. With a roar of engines, the Quinjet sliced through the sky like a dark comet. As it approached the battlefield, an overwhelming aura of destruction, akin to a natural disaster, enveloped the air, and all present felt its terrifying presence. From a distance, one could see a horde of monstrous creatures composed entirely of ice crystals, relentlessly assaulting a figure enveloped in a blue and white lightning aura. There, upon a throne made of ice crystals beside the Hoover Dam, sat the frost giant Lao Fei, casually propped up on one arm, observing with a bemused expression as Thor battled the ice elemental monsters conjured with a mere flick of his wrist. His disdainful gaze seemed to convey the message that Thor was unworthy of engaging him directly, relegated instead to fighting mere minions. Indeed, after exchanging only a couple of blows with Thor at the start, Lao Fei had summoned these magical creations to confront the god of thunder. Despite their efforts, the creatures were utterly ineffectual against Thor, who wielded his hammer with effortless ease, sending them tumbling down in droves, as if they were mere dust swept away. The air was thick with the remnants of shattered ice. However, Thor was far from amused. He felt no thrill in vanquishing such weak adversaries. Instead, he was simply irritated. Lao Fei, you cowardly wretch, dare to face me one-on-one. Do you find amusement in sending these worthless beings against me? Thor seethed, feeling belittled and consumed by the desire to obliterate Lao Fei. In response, Lao Fei merely chuckled with contempt, responding coolly, You are not yet worthy to be my adversary. I even blinded your father's eyes. What makes you think you matter? His tone dripped with disdain, his demeanor indifferent. Thor bristled at the insult to his father, equating it to a slight against all of Asgard. The ancient winter coffin? You dare to speak of it after my father reclaimed it from you? What audacity! Thor's anger surged, for disparaging his father was tantamount to disparaging Asgard itself. Lao Fei narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold malice flickering within. You remind me. It is time to settle the score from that battle a millennium ago. Come, let us reckon. Thor raised his chin defiantly, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Oh, are you declaring war on Jotunheim? Lao Fei scrutinized Thor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you presume to represent Asgard? With my father in Odin's slumber, I oversee all matters of Asgard. My words echo the will of the entire realm. Thor, brimming with arrogance, retorted, What is Jotunheim to me? This time, I shall annihilate your realm. Yet, Lao Fei paid little heed to Thor's bravado. In fact, he barely registered Thor's subsequent words. His eyes widened slightly, and a smile broke through his stoic facade. You say Odin is in a deep slumber? And what of it? Thor remained unyielding and fearless. Heimdall, witnessing the exchange, could only facepalm in disbelief. Behold, the future king of the gods, the heir of Asgard. Is he truly this Navi? Can such a thing be uttered aloud? With Odin awake, Asgard stands as a deterrent against all realms. With Odin asleep, the 9 realms will stir restlessly. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge has incited rebellions across the 9 realms. However, due to Odin's presence, these uprisings remain minimal and insignificant, easily quelled by Thor and a handful of warriors from the celestial palaces. It resembles the local revolts of ancient dynasties, inconsequential and swiftly extinguished. Yet, should Odin succumb to slumber, the disturbances would escalate beyond mere rebellions, transforming into full-scale uprisings. Thor's singular renown is insufficient to subdue the 9 realms. What are the Avengers? In the grander context of the 9 realms, they are but trivial skirmishes, akin to children's play. At this moment, Loki's eyes gleamed with a fervent light. With a mere wave of his hand, all the ice crystal creatures present were reduced to mere powder, reverting to their crystalline state. Then, whoosh! He moved with the swiftness of a phantom, and Thor felt a sudden constriction around his neck. His feet lifted from the ground. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Loki, who had him in a vice-like grip. It was astonishingly swift. He scarcely registered the motion before Loki had seized him. The icy hand, akin to an iron claw, tightly encircled his throat, while an insidious chill began to seep into his body. Cold. The frigid sensation surged from his neck to the crown of his head, causing Thor to shudder involuntarily. How can you? Thor gasped, exhaling white vapor. His face becoming encrusted with frost as he stared incredulously at Loki. Just playing with you. Did you truly believe you were formidable? Loki sneered. Thor reached out, attempting to summon his hammer. Yet, thrust. An ice dagger materialized in Loki's hand, descending swiftly, accompanied by blood and frost. The entirety of Thor's right arm was severed. Thor's gaze fixed on his severed limb, his eyes bulging with rage. A searing pain engulfed his mind, and his anguished cries echoed through the heavens. Thud. The mighty hammer fell heavily to the ground, unclaimed by any hand. Do you perceive the chasm between us, little princess of Odin? Loki remarked coolly, leaning closer to Thor's ear, whispering, I can blind your father, and I can take your life. Blood cascaded down, crystallizing into a vivid red ice before it even touched the ground. Thor's face contorted in agony. He could distinctly feel Loki's grip tightening, as if aiming to extinguish his very existence. All of this transpired too swiftly, so rapidly that Thor found himself momentarily paralyzed. It was only now that he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Loki was indeed deadly serious. Once he decided to unleash his full power, Thor realized he was no match. Was he truly destined to perish at this fiend's hands? Gritting his teeth, Thor glared fiercely at Loki. Or should he call for Heimdall, scurrying away like a frightened rodent? As Thor gritted his teeth, contemplating whether to perish like a warrior or live like a coward, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air. In an instant, a shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes crashed onto Laufey's arm. Laufey felt a jolt in his arm, and despite his grip on Thor's hand, he could not help but release it. Thor's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Laufey, propelling himself backward until he landed heavily on the ground, only to see the returning shield caught by a familiar silhouette. Apologies for the late arrival. It was none other than Captain America. Although the Quinjet was fast, its supersonic speed could not rival Thor's instantaneous teleportation. However, his swift arrival came at a cost. Thor had already lost an arm. The sight of blood pouring forth was alarming. Was Laufey truly endowed with some sort of cheat? This moment invigorated Thor's spirit. Despite Captain America being merely immortal, there were times when a mere human could contend with divine beings. Primarily, the unique nature of that shield afforded its wielders significant advantages, rendering them formidable in battle. Thor arose, lifting his left hand to summon Mjolnir. As the hammer came to hand, arcs of electricity enveloped him, staunching the flow of blood from his severed arm. He found himself unconcerned about the loss. The technology of Asgard could easily restore a limb. Even if not, he could acquire a superior, more powerful mechanical prosthetic. Oh, a mere mortal? A fallen god? Is this truly all your strength? Laufey scoffed, dismissing Captain America entirely. As for Thor, he was even less concerned. We still have the Hulk. A cold smile crept across Thor's face. Laufey was perplexed. What Hulk? Then, with a thunderous roar, a terrifying green figure erupted from the ice, its massive hands clasped. Crashing toward Laufey, Laufey's pupils dilated as he raised an ice crystal shield. However, a devastating force shattered the shield, sending Laufey himself flying. Well done. Thor beamed with exhilaration. The green giant was, of course, the Hulk. Hearing Thor's familiar voice, the Hulk raised his head and grinned widely. However, upon witnessing Thor's severed arm, he froze momentarily, then roared in visible rage, glaring fiercely at Laufey before charging with unrestrained fury. Boom, boom, boom. The Hulk's fist rained down upon Laufey like a torrential storm. The Hoover Dam trembled under the onslaught, and cracks spiderwebbed across the ice. The battle concluded. Thor laughed, for among the Avengers, his greatest admiration was reserved solely for the Hulk. In a display of terrifying strength and explosive musculature, which warrior is not driven to madness, engaging in fitness to attract the opposite sex, or excessively so to draw the same sex? That hulking figure of verdant hue. Who could gaze upon him without becoming entranced? Indeed, Thor merely admired that rippling physique, fantasizing about possessing such power himself. But at that moment, from the depths of a pit, an ominous chill began to coalesce, transforming into a fearsome tempest that hurled Hulk into the air, crashing him onto the ice and creating a substantial crater. With a thunderous roar, Hulk, amidst a flurry of ice crystals, charged forward once more. Enough. Yet at that instant, a furious bellow resonated from the bottom of the pit. Hulk paused, bewildered, casting a puzzled glance into the chasm. There, he beheld Laufey, grim and sullen, elevated by shards of ice to the surface. His eyes blazed with uncontainable rage as he surveyed the three figures before him, a crippled god, a mere mortal, and a grotesque aberration. What were they in his eyes? Through clenched teeth, he declared, I am the king of the ancient frost giants. And you fools dare to humiliate me. However, before he could finish his retort, Hulk surged forward, seizing Lao Fei by the ankle, and then, bang, 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 he slammed him down with ferocious force, reducing Lao Fei to the status of a mere rag doll. The ice surface trembled, echoing the quakes of Hoover Dam. Lamenting like the Colorado River, the once mighty king lay vanquished. Hulk tossed Lao Fei aside with disdain. This scene felt eerily familiar. Lao Fei lay at the bottom of the pit, his eyes wide with shock. What manner of creature is this? No, wait. Am I the monster? Or is he? What is this green behemoth? Why is Earth fraught with such peril? Asgard had never instilled fear in him, nor had the gods of the celestial palace. Yet this hulking green entity seemed to toy with him, flinging him about like a mere rag doll, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Hulk's prowess needed no elaboration. He peaked upon emergence, growing stronger the angrier he became, a notion partially retained in the MCU, though later diminished. Thus, even the one capable of severing Thor's arm and momentarily overpowering him found himself subdued before Hulk. One could argue that Hulk's actions were a sneak attack or lacking in martial decorum. But Hulk, born in 2005, had only traversed a mere 7 or 8 years to the present day of 2012. To be precise, this persona of Hulk is but 8 years old. What martial ethics can one discuss with a child of such age? Lao Fei, accept your fate. At that moment, as Lao Fei attempted to rise, he found himself under the watchful gaze of Thor, Captain America, and Hulk, all poised and ready to strike. Surrender? Lao Fei's eyes burned with ferocity. You wish for my surrender? Only Odin could compel me. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying aura enveloped Lao Fei. A monstrous pressure that sent the others flying. He was prepared to unleash his full power. Thor's pupils quivered. Lao Fei was indeed Lao Fei, incomparable to that feeble Loki. The ancient frost giant king was not so easily vanquished. In that moment, Lao Fei was enveloped in frost, a chill radiating from him as his form began to expand. 3 meters. 5 meters. 8 meters. He resembled a colossal titan, wielding a massive crystalline club, which he brought crashing down upon the assembled heroes. Clang. Captain America raised his shield and stepped forward to withstand the blow. The vibranium shield's energy absorption activated. Yet despite this, Captain America could not withstand the overwhelming force. Being driven beneath the ice. Die. Thor bellowed, lightning swirling in his eyes as he hurled his hammer toward Lao Fei's head. Whoosh. Simultaneously, the Hulk leapt high, his fist raised to deliver a crushing strike. However, this time, Lao Fei, having anticipated the attack, discarded his club and seized the Hulk with both hands, positioning him as a barrier. Boom. The hammer struck the Hulk, sending him hurtling away. The hammer, still imbued with momentum, was summoned back by Thor. Yet, crash. Lao Fei delivered a powerful kick, sending Thor flying uncontrollably toward the power plant beside Hoover Dam. The hammer sought to rescue its master, but in the next instant, thud. The hammer plummeted to the ice, as if bereft of its master's guidance, falling silent. In a mere heartbeat, the tides of battle had turned. Hee. Lao Fei finally smiled. However, his mirth was short-lived. Buzz. A rainbow beam descended instantaneously. Following this, a figure clad in golden armor, wielding a golden sword, appeared on the scene. It was Heimdall. Heimdall had come personally. Lao Fei paused, instantly on guard. Heimdall might be inconsequential, but his presence signified that Odin might also be on his way. In truth, Odin had long awakened. It was merely Thor who remained oblivious. While Lao Fei was engulfed in uncertainty, Heimdall, however, had no time to spare for him. He swiftly entered the power plant, searching for Thor's presence. After a thorough search, he found no trace and turned to Lao Fei with a stormy expression, inquiring sternly, "Where's Thor?" "Oh, you mean that worthless god?" Lao Fei replied with a wicked grin. "In the back room, go find him." With a swift kick, he sent Thor into the containment zone 141, then utilized the rules of the realm to thrust Thor into the true dimension of the back room. In level 141, Lao Fei was well acquainted with the years spent there, knowing precisely where the exits and entrances lay. Heimdall's face was one of disbelief. "It seems you Asgardians will need a new heir." "Oh, no. It is time for your Asgard to face annihilation. The 9 realms shall finally be under my dominion." Lao Fei laughed maniacally, but in the next moment, buzz. The rainbow beam enveloped Lao Fei, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported away, disappearing from sight. Heimdall retracted his hand. His face darkened as he clenched his fist. He had sent Lao Fei away, but not to Jotunheim. He was not foolish enough to return the enemy to their stronghold. Instead, he had dispatched Lao Fei directly to Muspelheim, the homeland of the fire giant Surtur. After casting one last glance at the chaotic scene, Heimdall felt a tremor in his heart. His mind was a tangled mess, and he was unsure how to explain the situation to Odin upon his awakening. How could he confess that his son had fallen into the backroom? Odin would surely flay him alive. He had the opportunity to rescue Thor, to whisk him away via the Bifrost. If Lao Fei dared to follow, he would have encircled him with the forces of Asgard. Yet, the situation had twisted and turned unexpectedly. Thor had never called for him. Even when Thor was hurled away by Lao Fei and fell into the power plant, Heimdall had not given it much thought. It was only when he saw Mjolnir fall to the ground as if it had lost its purpose that he realized something was amiss. But by then, it was already too late. Thor had entered the backroom, sighing heavily. Heimdall lamented his inability to bear the wrath of the Allfather and resolved to consider how to approach the Queen instead. Buzz. The radiant beam descended, and Heimdall returned to Asgard. The battlefield, in that moment, fell silent. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the icy surface, and Captain America leapt up from the pit. Yet, upon his ascent, he found himself bewildered by the desolate battlefield. Thor, he called out, but there was no response. Hulk, he called again, but still, no answer. Lao Fei, the frost giant, had vanished as well. What in the world? Had I been transported through time? Captain America surveyed his surroundings, utterly perplexed. Then, he caught sight of Mjolnir, quietly resting on the ground. Chapter 60, Level 229, Sands of Time. Black Widow, it's my turn to shine. 6K Grand Chapter. In the heart of the Manhattan quarantine zone, within the dim confines of an apartment basement, Lin Ye thrust his blade into the chest of the Hound before him. At this juncture, his body bore numerous scratches, crimson blood staining his garments. While over a dozen hounds lay lifeless in pools of their own gore, it was not until he dispatched the final beast that he paused to catch his breath. Sipping on some almond water as he leaned against the wall, the monstrous entities in Manhattan had proliferated alarmingly. Lin Ye had come to the stark realization that if he did not bolster his own strength, survival in this marvel-infested realm would be improbable. Thus, he opted not to retreat, but instead to remain within the confines of Manhattan. He did not seek refuge, rather, he descended into the basement, confronting the multitude of entities to hone his skills. If he were to merely scuttle about like a rat, relying on a formidable survival instinct, it would be preferable to embrace death. Though his combat experience was somewhat lacking, the combination of his two-dimensional manipulation and cutting ability ultimately led to his victory, despite sustaining injuries. Yet, his conquests extended beyond this mere encounter. He had planarized many more entities. Beneath the pools of blood lay numerous hound-like silhouettes. System. The live broadcast must be concluded by now, right? What of my rewards? After a prolonged silence, Lin Ye called out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of the dullard, wall penetration. Oh, the ability of the dullard? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. At this moment, his existing abilities included two-dimensional manipulation and cutting. While immobilized during two-dimensional manipulation, he could maneuver when employing his cutting ability within that dimension. These two powers could indeed be synergistically applied, albeit with certain limitations. For instance, he could planarize against a wall and utilize his cutting ability to move, yet could not penetrate the wall itself. The ground was his domain for penetration. In essence, he could cut through the earth, a capability reminiscent of a serpent. The more adept the serpent, the more skillful its application of abilities. A juvenile serpent could merely burrow into the ground, whereas an adult could emerge from walls after burrowing. Currently, he was akin to a juvenile serpent. However, this ability bore restrictions. He must first delve into the ground and then emerge through the wall. Akin to transcending layers and locating a connection point to breach through the wall and engage in the hunt. In caves or subterranean structures, this ability proved invaluable. Yet, in the context of an office building, it would falter. Just as the serpent faced such limitations, so too did Lin Ye. Yet now, he found himself free from those constraints. Curiously, he reached out to touch the wall, and in an instant, his hand seamlessly penetrated the wall's surface. This was the essence of the dullard's ability, the capacity to extend one's hand through walls, drawing individuals from the other side for the purpose of the hunt. Certainly, the concept of a dull individual transcends the simplistic notion of merely passing their arm through a wall. In truth, they possess the ability to traverse entirely through solid barriers. However, due to their inherently timid disposition, they tend to resort to stealthy approaches rather than confrontations. In stark contrast, Lin Ye possesses the capacity to maneuver through walls with ease. Does this not evoke the essence of a phantasmal feline? Within Lin Ye's mind, visions of a mutant with analogous abilities emerge. Yet, it diverges significantly. The phantasmal feline's prowess extends far beyond mere wall traversal, enabling it to penetrate any substance. Even in the face of a barrage of bullets, it can seamlessly pass through. Conversely, should projectiles be hurled at Lin Ye, his recourse would be to employ his two-dimensional ability to evade or navigate through walls. Moreover, the phantasmal feline's capabilities are not limited to mere wall passage. It is a Tier 3 mutant, playing a pivotal role in reversing destinies. Without its intervention, the very act of altering the future might not even transpire. Lin Ye, with his trifecta of abilities, wall passage, two-dimensionality, and cutting, would find himself ill-equipped to contend with the phantasmal feline. Among mutants, he could be rated as Tier 2 at best. After all, Tier 1 mutants are truly feeble, akin to diminutive entities whose powers are largely ineffectual, some even devolving to the point of losing their human form. Tier 2 mutants fare slightly better, their appearances remaining relatively unchanged, yet their abilities are generally lacking. If one were to dissect his 3 abilities, each would merely correspond to the level of a Tier 2 mutant. His 2-dimensional ability is static, only allowing him to ensnare foes when they draw near. The cutting ability is restricted to the ground, while wall passage is limited to traversing walls. This encapsulates the essence of a Tier 2 mutant. However, when these 3 abilities coalesce, their applicability expands significantly, rendering them quite functional. To speak of just the combination of cutting and 2-dimensionality already warrants classification as a Tier 3 mutant. With the addition of wall passage, Lin Ye would find himself positioned within the mid-tier of the Tier 3 mutants, perhaps? Yes, it is reasonable to assert that he occupies a middle ground. As for Tier 4 mutants, Lin Ye shakes his head. Such beings belong to the echelon of Cyclops, Professor X, and Black Queen, entities whose mere existence poses substantial threats to humanity. Lin Ye, however, does not yet qualify. Is there an alternative means to acquire abilities within the system? Perhaps through tasks or missions? Lin Ye cannot help but inquire. Apologies, no tasks available. Very well. Lin Ye does not press the matter further, his thoughts drifting to the Marvel Universe, pondering if any fortuity might bestow him with superpowers. The Mind Stone, perhaps? But where is Sokovia? Or should he seek the tutelage of the Ancient One? Yet, he is oblivious to the whereabouts of Kamartosh. Nevertheless, he is aware of the Sanctum Sanctorum in Manhattan, though whether the sorcerers there would heed him is another matter entirely. His chances of gaining entry seem exceedingly slim. Or could he earn the favor of Thor's hammer? Alas, he is neither Captain America nor a paragon of virtue, so such aspirations might be futile. Radiation, super soldier serum. These matters were decidedly beyond his reach. Not everyone is Bruce Banner, nor is everyone Steve Rogers. Even if a side effect-free super soldier serum were to emerge in the future, it would not be something he could procure at present. He reflected on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, recalling how Quake had shattered the Terrigen crystals into the sea, where they dissolved and were consumed by fish, which were later caught and processed into fish oil, granting some individuals superhuman abilities. However, the Terrigen crystals activated latent inhuman genes within the body. Without such genes, consuming them would yield no benefit. Lin Ye was uncertain whether he possessed inhuman genes. After much contemplation, he ultimately realized that, in the absence of a powerful background or influence, the only asset he could rely upon was the system. Of course, aside from the system, there was always the opportunity for learning. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Lin Ye propelled himself from the ground, reappearing in his apartment moments later. Originally, the previous owner had pursued a degree in finance, which would have been commendable in a normal world. Yet, in a realm teeming with superheroes and supervillains, finance proved utterly futile. He pondered that it would be far more advantageous to study engineering, computer science, or natural sciences. This is not to say that those with a finance background would find no opportunities within the Marvel Universe. However, one must consider whether one's ability to generate wealth could ever rival that of Tony Stark or whether one could truly surpass the likes of Kingpin. After much deliberation, Lin Ye resolved to spend his idle time exploring subjects like biology and chemistry. Surely, there must be some hope in that pursuit, was there not? He did not mind starting from scratch. What mattered was the act of beginning. He did not aspire for his knowledge to overshadow others. Even a half-filled cup was preferable to his current state of ignorance. His gaze briefly drifted to the virtual projection in the sky. At that moment, the frozen image began to move once more. Level 229, was it? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with interest. The commotion in Nevada had indeed captured the attention of many, even spawning videos online depicting Captain America, the Hulk, and Thor battling frost giants. This sparked fervent discussions among countless individuals. Gradually, they began to notice peculiarities. It seemed they discovered that whenever Tony and his companions left a particular layer, not only did the live feed freeze, but it also caused the corresponding layer to manifest in reality. Did this imply that by following Tony and the others, one could remain behind when they exited that layer, awaiting the arrival of the level and thus escape the backrooms? However, this topic was swiftly dismissed. Even if escape were possible, it would remain a matter of low probability. While the frost giant, Lao Fei, had emerged, what of the fire giant, Surtur? Similarly, although level 2 had descended, no one had observed any humans from the backrooms appearing alongside it. It was indeed possible that they had been completely consumed by the serpent. Nonetheless, the greater likelihood remained that the chances of such an exit were exceedingly slim. Certainly, some informed individuals are speculating whether it is related to the death of individuals in this world. For instance, if the Lofi of this universe has perished, could it be that the Lofi from other universes are manifesting on Earth through this arrival mechanism? Of course, the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. At this moment, a stream of text began to materialize in the celestial live projection, revealing a new tier of information. Level 229, Sands of Time. Level 229 is the 231st layer of the Backrooms. Survival difficulty, 3E environmental hazards, unsafe, risks of dehydration, moderate entities present. Description. Level 229 comprises a vast expanse of desert, approximately 92,000 square kilometers in area. The temperature within this realm remains perpetually at 38 degrees Celsius, and it is eternally bathed in daylight. This layer also features various edifices marked by signs of wear, with interior temperatures around 30 degrees Celsius. Scattered throughout the desert are remnants of destruction, including fragments of doors and windows. And one may even uncover unique items such as almond water and lucky soy milk within the sands. Sandstorms may occur within this layer, though they are infrequent and of brief duration. Due to the harsh environment, survival is rare. However, some groups of wanderers have settled within the buildings. Desert Travelers. This organization consists of 37 wanderers who fortuitously discovered a relatively comfortable dwelling, becoming a primary source of essential supplies for the inhabitants of this layer. They offer various goods for sale, are willing to guide fellow wanderers, and warmly welcome new members to join their ranks. Anomaly. Sands of Time. The most significant and sole anomaly of this layer is referred to as the Sands of Time effect. It is speculated that the extreme high temperatures induce hallucinations for wanderers traversing the desert. The following hallucinations have been recorded and may be experienced by all. 1. Witnessing one's past or future self. 2. Observing the emergence of an oasis water source. 3. Perceiving entities, which may appear both near and far. 4. Foreseeing one's own demise. These anomalies will not manifest as long as one remains in areas with high temperature heating, such as inside the houses. Entities. Spiny tumbleweed, corpse mouse. 1. Spiny tumbleweed, a unique entity of this layer. Entity number 229A. It resembles a typical tumbleweed but possesses sensory capabilities and will attack nearby wanderers. When the spines of the tumbleweed penetrate a wanderer's body, they drain the wanderer's nutrients until death ensues. While a solitary tumbleweed does not pose a significant threat, they tend to appear in swarms, much like their more familiar counterparts. 2. Corpse mouse. Due to the characteristics of the corpse mouse, those found in this layer are referred to as desert corpse mice, existing solely within this realm. The desert corpse rat is devoid of fur, standing approximately 20 centimeters tall and weighing around 200 grams. These creatures exhibit significant hostility, attacking any wanderers they encounter without hesitation. In this particular layer, the desert corpse rats have evolved to possess venom. Upon nearing their prey, they bite and inject venom akin to a snake's, leading to initial symptoms of fatigue and nausea, intense ocular pain, elevated body temperature, and ultimately culminating in heart failure. They often conceal themselves within sand piles and may also be found within rooms. In summary, the corpse rats in this layer pose a considerable danger. However, the good news is that their toxins can be neutralized with almond water and lucky bean milk. Entrance. The entry to this layer is typically found within an old house on level 46, and upon entering this dwelling, one can immediately access level 229. Exit. Within any room, locating a dark door will grant passage to level 9. The textual information regarding level 229 is relatively concise. A flurry of comments appears. This level seems quite normal. Indeed, it appears less perilous than other layers. The rodents have begun to attack proactively, and they've even developed venom capabilities. Isn't that sinister? But almond water is abundant everywhere. What kind of toxin can be neutralized by it? Honestly, this level is quite manageable. What about tumbleweeds? Aren't they non-threatening? You simply haven't witnessed the season when tumbleweeds proliferate. When they appear, they blanket the landscape, blocking doors and making exit impossible. What tumbleweeds? Aren't they just excellent kindling? Exactly. I fail to grasp what threat they truly pose. To be frank, this level lacks a water source. Otherwise, it could genuinely be considered a habitable layer. Indeed. With a stable entrance and exit, this could be the ideal living space. When did the desert become a habitable layer? What is wrong with the desert? With deserts comes sand control, artificial rain, you know? No, my friend. Tell me how one can live in a place where it is perpetually daytime? There's no sense of time. It's more akin to waiting for death. As countless individuals engage in discussion, lines of text on the projected screen gradually fade. Following this, the screen flickers, and the live broadcast begins. The scene reveals a dilapidated room, characterized by its antiquated environment. With windows removed and glass frames entirely absent, within the confines of the room, yellow sand lingered everywhere. Tony and his companions emerged through the door, feeling the oppressive heat and surveying their surroundings. Naturally, they were unfamiliar with this level. At that moment, they turned their gazes towards Steve. The presence of entities was scarce here, limited to tumbleweeds and the desert corpse mice. These mice had evolved to possess venom sacs. But the poison could be countered with almond water, Steve explained. Indeed, this level bore minimal danger. As for hallucinations, regrettably, Steve had no knowledge of the illusions that might manifest here. His physical prowess was akin to the pinnacle of human capability, his heat resistance far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With an exceptionally rapid metabolism and peak endurance, he could traverse 3 miles within a minute, reaching speeds of up to 96 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he was immune to both alcohol and toxins, meaning he could withstand the venom of the desert corpse mice. Initially, these mice might have a slight effect on him, but he would swiftly metabolize the toxins. In essence, Captain America faced little threat in this level, aside from potential assaults from human adversaries. Of course, Natasha and Clint were a different story. They remained within the realm of ordinary humanity. Their metabolic rates and physical capabilities could not compare to those of Captain America. Therefore, it was prudent for him to mention the evolution of the mice's venom sacs. However, when it came to hallucinations, he was at a loss, having never experienced them himself. He had only inquired about the knights, who truly comprehended the hallucinatory characteristics of this level. Why are these corpse mice so ubiquitous? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. Level 2, perhaps, but level 229 as well? It's as if they are akin to cockroaches on Earth, and even more menacing. Indeed, the corpse mice were everywhere, and their appearances varied with the environment. Over time, one would grow accustomed to their presence, and one might even say they constituted an important food source, Steve remarked with a smile. The others exchanged glances, astonished. What experiences had Captain America endured that made it seem as though he had consumed corpse mice? Enough of this, Captain. Do you remember the way? We must locate the shield first, Tony urged Steve. Steve gazed out the window, furrowing his brow. For a moment, he found it difficult to discern his bearings. This level lacked any distinctive landmarks, making navigation exceedingly challenging. Having not visited this place in a long time, he was even less familiar with it. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head with a rueful smile. I only recall that at the time, I could see neither rooms to the left nor right. Nor did I know how far I had been struck by that night before I reached a building and was ejected from it. Oh, a building, you say? Do you remember any distinguishing features of that structure? Tony pressed for clarification. It was an utterly ordinary 3-story house, filled with sand, the walls peeling, the doorframe decayed. It fell apart upon impact. Beyond that, I cannot recall much, Steve replied. This was tantamount to saying nothing at all, Tony sighed. I shall take a stroll. You all rest for now. As Tony spoke, the thrusters beneath him ignited, propelling him through the window and into the vast skies above, where he commenced a thorough scan of his surroundings. After enduring numerous indoor environments, he finally found himself outside, gazing at the azure sky and the blazing sun. He momentarily felt disoriented, as if he were witnessing daylight anew. However, there was no time for contemplation. The thrusters roared to life, and he ascended further into the heavens. He soared higher and higher, yet soon sensed something amiss. Sir, your altitude has reached 30 kilometers. Jarvis alerted him. There is no troposphere, is there? Tony squinted. Indeed. Not only is there no troposphere, but based on the sensor data, there is neither a stratosphere nor a mesosphere. Jarvis replied. Well then, let us discover just how high this sky truly is. Tony knew that mapping this place was unnecessary. All data would be rendered meaningless. Nevertheless, he could not resist the urge to ascend. It seemed that the sky had no end as he continued to rise. His speed increased, and finally, the instruments indicated that he was now over 800 kilometers from the landmark. Strangely, he felt no difficulty breathing nor any searing heat from thermal layers. Upon raising his visor, he found he could breathe the fresh air. Theoretically, at this altitude, he had reached the exosphere, and on Earth, he would be on the cusp of outer space. Yet here, the environment remained unchanged. The sun above offered no sensation of proximity. Below him, the landscape appeared to be an endless expanse of desert. Normally, this layer would be comparable in size to Portugal, and at an altitude of 10 kilometers, Tony could have encompassed the entire area within his sight. But he was unaware, only perceiving the desert layer as infinitely vast, with no knowledge of its dimensions. Tony furrowed his brow, ultimately resigning himself to the uncertainty. He pondered whether there might be other exits above. What if he ascended to a certain layer and inexplicably emerged elsewhere? If he were alone, he would be eager to investigate, but alas, he was not. Therefore, he resolved to descend. Jarvis mapped the ground area of this layer. He commanded as he began his descent. Through sensors and visual scanning, Jarvis soon began to report. Sir, calculations indicate that within the landmark area, only 92,000 square kilometers are viable, while the remaining regions are mere duplicates, akin to this 29,000 square kilometers of replication, with identical structures in position, orientation, and size. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ears. This suggested that the landmark might indeed be a cyclical region. Tony contemplated the implications. A circle composed of 92,000 square kilometers of desert lay before him. No matter which direction one takes, one ultimately returns to the starting point. A fleeting thought flitted through Tony's mind. He inquired once more, "Jarvis, have we detected the shield?" "Apologies, sir. It is too elevated to scan the ground," Jarvis replied. "Very well." Tony nodded. "Soon." He descended from the sky once again, swiftly initiating a comprehensive search. The detector probed 3 meters underground, encompassing a 3-kilometer radius. He flew in circles, identifying an abundance of almond milk and soy milk, yet the elusive shield of Steve remained undiscovered. Had someone taken it? Tony furrowed his brow. He returned to the room they had entered earlier to convey this grim news to the others. "It seems we need to enlist some individuals to gather intelligence." Tony sighed. While he was aloft, he had indeed detected traces of activity in this vicinity, and not a negligible amount. A group of individuals congregated in a notably large and relatively intact room, resembling a bustling marketplace, with a steady flow of people. "Captain, do you have any insights regarding these individuals?" Tony turned to Steve. "I am uncertain. I only know that some have established an organization here." "Referred to as the Desert Travelers," Steve replied. "It appears it is time for me to take action." Natasha smiled. In direct confrontation, she was no match for the captain. In long-range eliminations, she fell short of Hawkeye. In terms of firepower, she could not compete with Tony. However, when it came to intelligence gathering and assassination, she would claim second place, for no one present could rightfully claim the title of first.